Chapter 481 The Half-Step Golden Elixir Expert. Chen Kai. After traveling quickly, we arrived at Zhengyang City. The city that was destroyed by the battle between Yang Macheng and Fang Baiyu a few months ago has already been repaired. In fact, this city undergoes renovations every few months, which is quite common for the people in the city and is nothing new. After all, disciples who can practice in Tuatian Palace are either extremely talented or hold high positions in their dynasty. Who is willing to be inferior to others? Private fights often occur, and as long as the noise is small, Tuatian Palace will turn a blind eye. But if it offends the public, it will be in big trouble. There seem to be more people in the city? When entering Zhengyang City, Yang Macheng frowned slightly, feeling vaguely. These many people are only a few dozen, or at most 100. But these people are all strong men in the Xianhai realm. And there are even many grandmaster-level beings. Emperor Yang, these people have come back to join the Xiuji realm. Prince Yi explained. Tell me about it. Yang Muchu was almost done and found a restaurant. When he was in Tuatian Palace, Liu Yaoer took care of his food and daily life. Now that Liu Yaoer is staying in Tianqi dynasty, is it possible that he can be allowed to cook in person as an emperor? When Prince Yi saw Yang Muchu in this state, instead of being angry, he was secretly happy. How many people are afraid of his name, Old Demon Yang, and are afraid to speak out? Now that I have been in contact with him in the past few days, he is not as brutal and murderous as others say. Prince Yi entered the restaurant, like a boy running errands, ordering wine and food, and asked for a seat. He even carefully wiped the dust-free chair when Yang Macheng sat down. After pouring another glass of wine respectfully to Yang Macheng, he said, Emperor Yang, Tuatian Palace sent out a total of 463 invitations this time, ranging from the 95-year-old emperor to the slaves carrying water to irrigate the fields. Only the intersect warriors who have reached the peak of the Xianhai realm. Only then are you qualified to enter the small extreme realm. Some of these people stayed in Tuatian Palace to practice, while others were not here. They took some skills and practiced in their own countries, so they cover a large area. Not only the geniuses from our Hao Tianzhou, but also many people from the Zhuanzi come here to practice. Like you, they will only rush back after receiving the invitation from Tuatian Palace's Xiaoji realm. So you don't see these on weekdays. People, most of them are in their own dynasty and their own family. I see. Yang Macheng nodded. No wonder he felt a lot of strange atmosphere when he came back this time. Is he also the one who came back to prepare to enter the little extreme realm? Yang Macheng glanced and saw a middle-aged man in ragged, even shabby clothes. Yes. No. Prince Yi nodded, and then shook his head violently. He saw Yang Macheng frown slightly and quickly explained. Emperor Yang, this person is back to prepare to enter the imperial tomb. Continue. Yang Macheng said. Oh, I see. Every time after the little extreme realm is opened. A few days later, it is the day when the imperial tomb is opened. There are two types of people who enter the imperial tomb. The first type is a strong person who has reached the half-step golden elixir realm. This kind of person does not need to enter the Xiaoji realm for selection. To put it harshly, it is considered an unofficial appointment. The middle-aged man Yang Macheng saw before was such a half-step golden elixir expert who had already obtained the qualification. The second type is warriors who have performed well in the Xiaoji realm. Most of the warriors invited back by Tuatian Palace this time are of the second type. Is this man a half-step golden elixir expert? Yang Macheng raised his eyebrows. But see, the man's clothes were ragged, and he looked like a servant. With his cultivation and strength, he could not become the king of a country, but at least he was an important minister of the country. How could he be in such an embarrassing situation? Yang Emperor, this person's name is Chen Kai. He is a servant of the Chen family of the Jingxing dynasty. Yang Macheng raised his eyebrows and realized that there seemed to be some story in it. So he motioned for the other party to continue. Prince Yi did not dare to neglect and said quickly. Chen Kai has a daughter who is 16 years old this year because she was born with a disease. The ancestor of the Chen family specializes in elixir refining and can cure his daughter. Then the ancestor of the Chen family is very powerful. Yang Macheng asked. Half-step golden elixir. Yang Macheng said and said with a smile. The ancestor of the Chen family is a half-step golden elixir. This Chen Kai is also a half-step golden elixir. If I were Chen Kai, I would take down that ancestor and let him take his place. My daughter is cured. If the ancestor doesn't want to, I'll slap him to death. Prince Yi smacked his lips and sighed secretly. This was indeed Yang Lamo's style. With a wry smile, He shook his head and said, Young Emperor, Chen Kai also wants to do this. But his daughter's life is in the hands of the ancestor of the Chen family. From top to bottom in the Chen family, even a servant can order him around every day, in order for the ancestor of the Chen family to heal his daughter. Chen Kai did not even give up the dignity of a strong man in the Jin realm, and even knelt down to plead. Poor parents in the world. Yang Mucheng slowly shook his head, with a trace of pity in his eyes. With Yang Mucheng's strength and status, he would naturally not care about irrelevant matters. But he couldn't bear to see a strong man with a half-step golden elixir reduced to this. So he sighed and said, Go and invite this Chen Kai. Yes. Prince he quickly went to do it. After a while, Chen Kai was invited. Notice, any warrior, even if his strength is only at the Xianhai realm, has the appearance of a Taoist fairy. If he has reached the half-step golden elixir, he is afraid that he will have a golden body and jade skin. But Chen Kai, although he is in his 50s, is no different from an old man in his 60s in the secular world. There are ravine-like wrinkles on his face, and even his back is a bit hunched when he bows all year round. When he saw Yang Mucheng, he didn't have the bearing of a powerful Jindan man. Instead, he bowed like a servant. Are you Chen Kai? Yang Mucheng asked. Chen Kai nodded. Yes, Emperor Yang. I have heard about you. If you follow me, I will heal your daughter for you. Yang Mucheng said calmly. Yang Mucheng knows the way of alchemy. He can even refine elixirs such as Jin Yuan Sheng Dan, which can make people directly become strong Jin Yuan. He thinks that he will not be worse than the ancestor of the Chen family, who is a troublemaker. So he dares to speak. If Chen Kai knew Yang Mucheng's ability, he would definitely be ecstatic and ask Yang Mucheng for help. But he didn't know. He just smiled and shook his head. Young Emperor, in the past 16 years, I no longer have any hope. My daughter was born without a lifeline, and the antidote is only available in the hands of my ancestors. I once risked my life to start a conflict and almost killed my daughter. Sorry, I can't comply with your request. Yang Mucheng said with a smile. You can think about it. You are a half-step golden elixir expert, only one step away from reaching the golden elixir realm. Not only is your daughter's life in the hands of others, but also your own life is in the hands of others. How can you just don't want to resist? I only hope that I can save my daughter after reaching the golden core realm. That's why I practice so crazily. Chen Kai said slowly. I can cure your daughter. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. Yang Emperor, please stop teasing me. I know that you are a genius, and you have reached the perfection of Xianhai at the age of 16. But human experience is limited. You have spent so much time on cultivation. And you have how can you make alchemy? Chen Kai sighed and continued. Please allow me to say goodbye. Chen Kai bowed respectfully again and retreated like a servant. Chapter 482 Emperor Yang. How do you want me to trust you? This Chen Kai is simply outrageous. Prince he raised his eyebrows and shouted angrily. Although, he didn't really believe that Yang Mucheng could make elixirs. But how dare you say it outright like Chen Kai without any scruples? Yang Mucheng smacked his lips. He could see that Chen Kai must have resisted many times and failed. So he was desperate and refused to put his last hope on others. However, he was not annoyed if Chen Kai refused. It's just in passing anyway. It's like if you see a beggar on the roadside and you give him some money, but the beggar doesn't accept it. Is it possible that you can still kill him? That's all. Since he doesn't accept my kindness, forget it. Yang Mucheng waved his hand and said. In other words, there are a total of 5 half-step golden elixir experts who have been scheduled to enter the Imperial Tomb. The remaining people have to compete for places in the Xiuji realm. If they don't behave too much, if you are outstanding, you will be disqualified? Yes. Since Yang Mucheng didn't pursue the matter, Prince he didn't have such a leisurely mind. After all, Chen Kai is a half-step golden elixir, and he is just a small Xuanqi master, which is not enough for others to fill their teeth. What is the little extreme realm? Yang Mucheng continued to ask. Back to Emperor Yang. Xiuji realm is a secret realm where the supreme emperor of the Holy Ape Dynasty, the ancestor of Tuatian Palace, lived. It is similar to the Imperial Tomb, but in general, it is several times worse than the Imperial Tomb. There are trials inside. There are treasures, but also dangers. Besides, after entering the little extreme realm, you can't help but fight. Prince he said quickly. Ancestor Tuatian Palace? Yang Mucheng frowned slightly. This was not the first time he heard someone mention it. But this time, he suddenly recalled the strange gaze behind the bronze door that day, and his heart suddenly trembled. Could that be the gaze of Patriarch Tuatian Palace? Thinking of this, he quickly asked, "How much do you know about Patriarch Tuatian Palace?" Prince Yi was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. He didn't know how Yang Mucheng could suddenly be related to the ancestor of Tuatian Palace. But he could only reply quickly. Tuatian Palace has information about the ancestor, and there is very little information about it. I only know that he was once a strong man in the nascent Soul realm. Somehow, I came here, established the Holy Ape Dynasty, and established the Tuatian Palace. It has been more than 2,000 years. It seems that I was injured by someone. Right. Yang Mucheng closed his eyes and said quickly. Continue. In the 2,000 years since the Holy Ape Dynasty was established, this ancestor appeared twice. The first time was when the Holy Ape Dynasty was on the verge of extinction. This ancestor took action and killed 36 Jindan realms on the spot. Strong man. The second time, there was a conflict between Tuatian Palace and Dragon Palace. Several five-clawed killers came to Tuatian Palace and prepared to kill the top leaders of the Holy Ape Dynasty. But it was this ancestor who took action. However, those two events have been going on for more than 1,500 years. The records of the royal family are very vague, and there are only these fragments. Prince Yi was startled. He didn't know why Yang Mucheng suddenly became so concerned about the affairs of Tuoshengong ancestor. Fortunately, when he entered Tuatian Palace to practice, he also learned about the history of Tuatian Palace and the Holy Ape Dynasty, and quickly told everything he knew. I know. You can take this cup of tea and drink it. Yang Mucheng nodded, pushed the Shinshio good fortune tea he had brewed to Prince Yi, and issued an order to expel the guests. Thank you, Emperor Yang. Prince Yi's eyes were filled with joy. He knows. What Yang Mucheng casually rewarded was definitely extraordinary. He quickly and carefully picked up the teacup and left the box. Watching Prince Yi leave, Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and looked gently with his fingers. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. The original reason why Tuatian Palace goes to great lengths to cultivate strong men for major dynasties is here. The Imperial Tomb is most likely where the ancestor of Tuatian Palace lives. But why did Tuatian Palace open the Imperial Tomb so openly and let many warriors enter to practice? Moreover, there are special restrictions on cultivation. Right? Yang Mucheng's eyes suddenly closed. He had already guessed the secret of Tuatian Palace. I once heard that some powerful beings usually have some means to maintain their lives. The stronger the person, the more likely this will be. Could it be that this ancestor of Tuatian Palace was trying to seize his body and be reborn? Tongue! Yang Mucheng stood up suddenly. Interesting. Yang Mucheng's complexion slowly turned back to normal. In that case, let me take a look at what kind of tricks you Tuatian Palace can play. 3 days later, 400 people gathered in Tuatian Palace. It is quite different from the total number of people booked at the beginning. Of course, this is also because some people directly choose to give up the opportunity to enter the small extreme realm. This is the case for Su Yufeng. For example, the Apocalypse dynasty is still in the period of reorganization. And as the empress of a country, she cannot leave at all. There are many more similar to this. Certainly, the senior officials of Tuatian Palace don't care. These people are just candidates. Only those warriors with the most outstanding performance in the Shioji realm will be able to enter the Imperial Tomb. Among those invited this time, Yang Mucheng also saw Lin Ao and Fang Baiyu. However, Yang Mucheng was not surprised. These two people were not weak in strength. When Yang Mucheng met them, they had already reached the peak of Xinhai, and now they have all reached perfection. But? So what? For Yang Mucheng, these two people are just ants. Now that they have been defeated by Yang Mucheng, there is basically no possibility of overturning. Yang Mucheng, who possesses the ancient heaven swallowing technique, will become stronger and stronger, and the gap between them will also become wider and wider. Hey, Shen Kai? While waiting for the senior officials of Tuatian Palace, a familiar figure caught Yang Mucheng's attention. Shen Kai, who was in ragged clothes and even a little unkempt, no different from a beggar on the roadside, stood quietly in the distance and looked at Yang Mucheng quietly. However, when Shen Kai noticed Yang Mucheng's gaze, he turned around and left. Yang Emperor, what did you want me to write to you with? Shen Kai shook his head slowly and thought to himself. Yang Mucheng's words really stirred up his almost silent blood. Therefore, this time he would specially come to take a look. However, when he saw Yang Mucheng, he felt a little disappointed again. Yang Emperor, although you are naturally gifted, your cultivation is not as good as mine, and your strength is not as high as mine. How can you help me escape from the sea of suffering? If you really want me to believe you, you'd better win out of the small spirit world first. In his opinion, Yang Muchung simply couldn't win among the more than 400 inner sect warriors. Among those who could be invited by Tuakin Palace, which one was mediocre? Moreover, there are several warriors invited this time. Although they are Xianhai Grandmasters, they have always been regarded as the strongest competitors by Chen Kai and other 5 half-step golden pills. That's all. I'll just stay honest and be the Chen family's slave for the rest of my life. Chen Kai sighed and left with his hands behind his back. When Yang Muchung withdrew his gaze, a senior official from Tuakin Palace had already arrived. The person who came was none other than the great elder of Tuakin Palace and the great master of the Holy Ape Dynasty. Gue Posey. Chapter 483. Entering the Small Extreme Realm. Granny! When the other party came to the venue, there was a cry. This woman looked to be in her 30s, and was extremely charming. But she never expected to be called such a gloomy person. Yang Muchung was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses. This ghost woman also had half a step in the cultivation of golden elixir, so she must be good at maintaining beauty and health. But see you. The ghost woman came to the field and bowed to everyone with a smile. You are all very potential inner sect warriors in Tuatin Palace. And you are also geniuses who were selected to enter the Imperial Tomb. The Imperial Tomb is the foundation of our Holy Ape Dynasty and Tuatin Palace. And not everyone can enter. Therefore, Tuatin Palace opens the small extreme realm this time to provide all warriors with a small competition. Only warriors who have performed extremely well in the Shioji realm are qualified to enter the Imperial Tomb. The words have not yet finished. Lin Ao on the side stepped forward and asked, "Are there any rules?" "There are no rules." The ghost woman shook her head and said, "If you have any complaints or revenge, you can do it in this small extreme world." Good. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ao sneered and glanced at Yang Muchung. Almost at the same time, Fong Baiyu also looked coldly. In addition to this corner, the 400 warriors also had their own enemies more or less, and they all looked towards each other. For a moment, before entering the small extreme realm, there was already a feeling that a storm was coming. The ghost woman didn't care either. She slowly took out a wooden box from her arms and opened it slowly. Whoosh! As he watched, a golden light shot into the sky from the wooden box, spun around in midair, and hit the ground heavily. When everyone looked again, however, he discovered that the golden light was suspended in the void, slowly rotating, like a golden black hole. Is this the little Jijia? Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows. At this time, the voice of the ghost woman came again. Enter the Shioji realm. Only the best performers will have the opportunity to enter the Imperial Tomb. It will only be up to you to see how far you can grow in 1 month. Good luck. In a month, I will be here waiting for your return. Go in. In the voice of the ghost woman, Yang Muchung and more than 400 people walked towards the golden vortex. Little Jijia. This is Zyajiji. Only those who can achieve the best results in the Shioji realm can be qualified to enter the Imperial Tomb. Looking at this rotating golden vortex, like a black hole in the space, everyone's heart couldn't help but beat. Yang Muchung. The Prince of Shioji realm is waiting for you. Fong Baiyu glanced at Yang Muchung and jumped into the golden vortex first. The moment he entered the vortex, a ball of golden light burst out from the vortex, and then they disappeared directly. I hope you can still make it out alive. Lin Ao also glanced at Yang Muchung and stepped forward with a sneer. Walk. Let's go in too. After more and more people entered the Shioji realm, there were fewer and fewer warriors at the venue. Until, in the end, only Yang Muchung remained. Zyajiji? 1 month? Yang Muchung slowly shook his head and took a step forward into the whirlpool. There was a sudden movement, a dizzy feeling that turned everything around. When everyone came back to their senses, they had already appeared in another world. Is this the Little G realm? Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes slightly. Just now, I was still in a square, which was only about 100 acres. But now I was in a vast world. The boundless sky was gray and strange. The other warriors who entered the Shioji realm also appeared in the same position as Yang Muchung. They were looking around curiously at the moment. What is that? Fruit trees? But see, there was a dense forest ahead. Each tree was 7 or 8 meters in diameter and 100 meters high. The leafy tree body is covered like a dome, and there are abundant fruits hanging on the treetops. But the fruit was not the heavenly and earthly fruit that everyone imagined, but a golden sword hanging upside down. Didn't you say that there will be tests when entering the small extreme realm? What exactly is the test? What is this orchard? Everyone looked forward, full of doubts. Yang Machung looked with his right hand and saw the fruit hanging on the treetop like a golden sword. It broke free from the tree with a snap and flew into his hand. When the others saw this, they all took down a golden sword one after another. After looking at it carefully, he was shocked. This is not a fruit. This is a real sword. It's so weird that there are trees that can grow swords. Yang Machung was also surprised. Did this sword really grow from a tree? What is the test? Just when everyone was surprised, a hurricane suddenly set off. But he saw endless clouds quickly gathering in midair. Under the surge of the hurricane, the appearance of an old man slowly appeared. This is? Who is he? This old man, with an air of Taoist immortality, stood tall in the void. Just when this phantom was transformed, a burst of laughter came from it. Are you the group of warriors who have entered the little extreme realm to gain experience? Don't be impatient. I will introduce you to the next trial. Do you see the forest in front of you? It's called the Sword Forest. Your task is to pick enough sword fruits within 3 days. The two with the smallest quantity hundreds of warriors will be directly eliminated. Hisses. The phantom of the old man didn't speak. But when he opened his mouth, everyone couldn't help but be startled. This time, there were only about 400 warriors entering the little extreme realm. And half of them were eliminated this time. Original. The crowd, who were still a little confused about the identity of this phantom, immediately gathered their thoughts, and no longer dared to neglect, and rushed towards the forest of swords ahead. Even Fang Baiyu, Lin Ao, and others did not dare to neglect. Although they are eager for revenge, the elimination rate in this first level is so high, so they should wait until they advance steadily before seeking revenge. Yang Machung, on the other hand, was still standing where he was, with no intention of moving. The old man's shadow looked at Yang Machung with a smile and asked, Yang Machung, why don't you go? Who are you? Yang Machung asked. The old man was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Yang Machung would actually care about such an issue. He couldn't help but smile lightly and said, I can't tell you. I am the master of this small extreme realm. Wu Dizu, the creator of Tuotian Palace and the Holy Ape Dynasty. This phantom is my consciousness left in the Shuji realm to guide the warriors in their training. Ancestor Tuotian Palace. Wu Dizu. Yang Machung smiled faintly. His eyes slowly lowered, not knowing what to think about. Yang Machung, why don't you go and practice? Wu Dizu continued to ask. Aren't you afraid of being eliminated in the first round? Disuse? Yang Machung shook his head and sneered. How is that possible? Chapter 484, the first round of trials. Yang Machung looked forward. But see, more than 400 warriors are frantically picking sword fruits. Of course, they are not like ordinary fruit farmers in the secular world, picking them one by one from the trees. But he saw Fang Baiyu sitting on a big tree. He grabbed it with his right hand, and the tree, which was 100 meters high, suddenly started to shake. The sword fruits on the treetops actually stood upright at this moment, as if they were angry. Pop! Pap! 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 There were bursts of breaking sounds. Those sword fruits broke free from the treetops and gathered towards Fang Baiyu's palm. This tree alone was completely collected by him, with at least thousands of sword fruits. Others were picking so quickly. Yang Machung stood there and smiled lightly. Next moment, his inner energy and blood surged crazily, and a strange force quickly passed through the large forest. I just saw that these trees were quiet at first, and then they started to tremble and sway as if they were electrocuted. Then, without seeing any movement from him, 70 or 80 sword fruits on the trees flew directly towards his position. These flying sword fruits are like a flock of birds covering the sky and the sun, and their number reaches tens of thousands. Wu Dizu's shadow looked at the scene, raised his brows, smiled, and said nothing, but the opposite. The warriors who were struggling to pick the sword fruits were shocked. Oh my god! How could he pick so many at once? Dozens of trees were all covered by him? It's just damn! However, when everyone was stunned, Yang Machung was already walking toward the sword forest step by step with his hands behind his back. It was like there were invisible stairs under his feet, setting off his ascent step by step. He came directly to the top of the sword forest. Towering over this forest sea. But see you. This forest sea stretches for tens of thousands of miles, and there are hundreds of millions of trees growing with sword fruits. Wherever Yang Machung passed, sword fruits with a radius of 100 meters surged towards his position, like hundreds of rivers converging. This terrifying scene even made other warriors forget to continue picking. As long as we are with Yang Maicheng, we may not be able to collect the sword fruit at all. Yeah, it's better to stay away from him. Anyway, this sword forest is huge. There is no need to compete with Yang Maicheng in the same area to pick it. Many people had already chosen to stay away from Yang Maicheng and flew in another direction. But some people rolled their eyes and stopped. Excuse me, can I plunder the sword fruits picked by others? The person asking the question was a middle-aged man, with a hooked nose and triangular eyes. He looks as sinister as a snake. He looked at Wu Dizu's shadow, while his eyes glanced at Yang Maicheng from time to time. No, Chu Jiangnan is targeting Yang Maicheng. Many people were shocked when they heard the other party's question. There were also people who sneered secretly. Ha ha, Yang Maicheng's performance is too conspicuous. If you don't target him, who should you choose? While everyone continued to pick sword fruits, they looked towards the shadow of Wu Dizu. Wu Dizu's shadow nodded slowly and said, Of course. As long as you defeat the opponent. Even if you kill the opponent, the sword fruits that the opponent picked before will be counted on your head. Boom. This sentence immediately changed the situation of everyone frantically picking sword fruits. Who is willing to work hard to pick it themselves when they can rob other people? Not only Chu Jiangnan, who had asked the question before, but also Fang Baiyu and Lin Ao also stopped. Of course, this kind of rule is a rare piece of good news for the strong. For those warriors who are slightly less powerful, they are not so lucky. Some people who thought they were weak in strength even turned pale when they heard these words. They no longer dared to show their heads and hid directly in the depths of the forest. And some strong warriors are constantly looking for weak ones. Lu Guangtian, it's time to settle our accounts. Your dynasty often invades our territory. And some time ago, you even robbed more than 10 mines in our country. Let's fight it out here. A young man looked towards us with a sneer. Another person, the man named Lu Guangtian, calmed down and said sarcastically, Sun Shihu, don't think that I don't know what your intentions are. Don't you just want to plunder my sword fruit? Just as it happens, I have tolerated you for a long time. Not only can I kill you today, but I can also capture your sword fruit. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Except here, above the sword forest, small battlefields immediately formed. Countless people had already chosen their opponents and started fighting. And this time, but Chu Jiangnan came over. Yang Maicheng, surrender on your own and hand over the sword fruit. I will spare your life. Are you talking to me? Yang Maicheng raised his eyebrows, with a half smile on his face. If I'm not talking to you, who else can I talk to? Why don't you understand human language? My patience is limited. Hand over the sword fruit and get out of the little extreme realm. Chu Jiangnan sneered. Otherwise it's so. Don't blame me for being rude to you. Yang Maicheng looked at Chu Jiangnan up and down, as if he had heard wrongly. This kind of gaze made Chu Jiangnan a little weird and a little annoyed. He shouted angrily, What are you looking at? Yang Maicheng shook his head, with a trace of ridicule on his face. I just want to see. What qualifications does a Xianhai Grandmaster have to dare to speak like this in front of me? A total of 3 Xianhai Grandmasters died in his hands, as well as 2 great demons in the Grandmaster realm. This Chu Jiangnan's strength is probably similar to that of Black Snake Granny. How dare such a thing come to threaten him? I'm afraid this kid doesn't know how to write the word death. But Chu Jiangnan didn't know. He was the great national master of the Apocalypse dynasty in Nichuanzu. When Yang Maicheng killed the master, he was still in seclusion. After receiving the invitation from Tuatian Palace, I came all the way, now in the Shioji realm. Seeing Yang Maicheng's conspicuous performance, and the fact that the other party only has the perfect cultivation level of Xianhai, he regards Yang Maicheng as a soft persimmon who can be manipulated at will. He even thought that when he opened his mouth, the other party would be so frightened that he quickly handed over the sword fruit. TSK! 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 This Chu Jiangnan has kicked the iron plate. He is so immortal that he dares to take advantage of Emperor Yang? Isn't this the old man who hangs himself and seeks death? Someone saw the scene here and couldn't help but laugh in a low voice. Road. It's impossible. Right. Chu Jiangnan is the master of Xianhai. Could it be that he still can't defeat Yang Maicheng, who has perfected Xianhai? Someone asked doubtfully. What is Master Xianhai? The person who spoke snorted coldly. And this time, Chu Jiangnan was also completely furious. But while he was furious, he was also frightened and angry. He didn't know why Yang Maicheng was so determined that he wasn't even afraid of a Xianhai Grandmaster like him. But he is not an idiot. The more careful a person is in the martial arts world, the longer he will live. Yang Wucheng's attitude made him more and more worried. Humph! Spare your life! After saying that, Chu Jiangnan turned and left. He was unsure of Yang Wucheng's strength, and at the same time, he couldn't see through it. In the Shioji realm, there are still some weaker ones. In this first round of training, as long as they can enter the top 200, they will be enough to advance. So he plans to find those weaker people to attack. However, what Chu Jiangnan never expected was that just as he turned around, Yang Mucheng spoke. How can it be so easy to leave? Hand over the sword fruit you just got, and get out of the little extreme realm. I will spare your life. Chapter 485 is more arrogant and domineering. What? These words not only shocked Chu Jiangnan, but also shocked everyone. In the eyes of some people, after Chu Jiangnan spared Yang Mucheng, even if he didn't kneel down to thank him, he had to pray to God and worship Buddha. But in fact, it was the opposite. Yang Mucheng seemed not to let Chu Jiangnan go. Isn't this Yang Mucheng too courageous? He's too arrogant. Someone frowned. Hee. Emperor Yang naturally has the ability to be arrogant. The warrior who spoke looked at the doubtful eyes around him, grinned and said, You have been practicing diligently in your own dynasty these days, but you have never heard of with Emperor Yang's reputation. It's normal to question his strength. As early as half a month ago, Emperor Yang had killed 3 Xianhai Grandmasters and 2 high-level demons in the Grandmaster realm. TSK. This Chu Jiangnan used to rely on his high cultivation in Tuatian Palace. He is used to being arrogant and domineering, but he didn't expect to meet someone even more arrogant and domineering than him this time. This time, it's hard for him to escape unscathed. Phew. So scary. Everyone looked at Yang Mucheng in disbelief. At this young man who was only 16 years old, Wu Dizu's shadow also cast his gaze over. Yang Mucheng, you are one of my backup targets for seizing the body. I wonder what your potential is. Just when everyone is looking, Chu Jiangnan was extremely furious. Yang Mucheng, you really don't know how to live or die. You should be grateful to me for letting you go. You dare to talk to me like this. In this case, I will attack you first. Boom. Chu Jiangnan closed his eyes, made a fist with his right hand, and immediately punched him from afar. Almost at the same time, Lin Ao and Fang Baiyu, who were standing in the distance and had been paying attention to the scene, also looked at each other. Do it! At this moment, the 3 masters launched an attack together. During the time that Yang Mucheng left Tuatian Palace, Lin Ao and Fang Baiyu had already formed an alliance and were fully prepared to deal with Yang Mucheng. Boom! However, Lin Ao grabbed his hands, and a strong white energy quickly gathered in his palms, transforming into the bones of 2 unknown demon kings. That pair of bones looks like an arm, and the 5 fingers of the hand bones are clenched into a fist, like 2 drumsticks. At this moment, Lin Ao used the demon king's hand bone as a mallet and the void as a war drum, and smashed it down. It was obviously just hitting the void, but there was a burst of intense beating, and every beating was like a burst of thunder. Roar! 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 Crazy roars came from the sword forest at this moment. That cry was actually the roar of a top-notch demon. Countless great demons hidden in the sword forest all flew out under the control of Lin Ao's tiny beast controlling manual. Yang Mucheng, I don't know how long I have endured in order to kill you. Let's end it here today. And this moment, Fang Baiyu also attacked at the same time, and the tiger head John golden gun he had used was shattered by Yang Mucheng. But this time, he was not afraid. He grabbed the void with his right hand, and countless golden lights like fireflies gathered quickly. In his hand, a dragon-shaped war spear actually formed. The tip of the spear is shaped like a dragon's head, and the body of the spear is like a dragon's body. This gun is not straight and slender like ordinary war guns, but rather curved. But this gesture, instead of affecting the momentum of the gun, actually added a sense of weirdness and cruelty to it. Old Demon Yang, I was defeated by you last time, and I have been waiting to avenge my shame today. Fang Baiyu Zhan Longqian faced a little forward, and suddenly he heard a dense sound of rustling sounds, and the huge fruit trees within a radius of 100 feet began to shake crazily. The hurricane was crazy and brave, forming a shocking spear light and blasting towards Yang Mucheng. Chu Jiangnan was also stunned. He didn't expect Fang Baiyu and Lin Ao to suddenly join in, but judging from their posture, they were friends rather than enemies, and they were both coming towards Yang Mucheng. He suddenly laughed loudly and said, Yang Machung. It seems that you are used to being arrogant and domineering. But I didn't expect to offend so many people. 3 masters take action. Let's see how you survive. Looking at Fong Baiyu and Lin Ao, Yang Machung raised the corner of his mouth with a hint of disdain. Even if you don't take action, I will find an opportunity to deal with you. You two came at the right time. Let me completely eradicate it today. 3 masters. Dozens. Hundreds of big monsters. Suddenly, in this area of the sword forest, strong winds suddenly blew. Internal energy surged, and the world was in chaos for a while. Countless people retreated towards the rear in fear, fearing that the battle between the two sides would affect them. This scene is too big. With these 3 people taking action together, and with so many high-class monsters, I'm afraid even Yang Machung won't be able to resist them. Right. Everyone looked at the chaotic area, and their eyes widened. Even the people who had been fighting endlessly, as mortal enemies stopped one after another, and cast their gazes over. With Yang Machung and the others, the battle on their side must have been as casual as children playing house. TSK. 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 I didn't expect that I couldn't help it so early. Wu Dizu shook his head, with an enigmatic smile on his face. I originally thought that you would fight in the 2nd or even 3rd level. Unexpectedly, the experience in this 1st level is already preparing to decide life or death. He cast his gaze on Yang Machung, who was almost surrounded by everyone, and said to himself, just in time. I can also take a look at you. The boy who was listed in the purple gold scroll, and became one of my candidates to seize the body. What ability do I have that can make my junior so sure? I hope you won't disappoint me too much. Thinking, Wu Dizu looked forward. By this time, the battle had already begun. The big demons lurking under the sword forest were already rushing towards Yang Machung with their demonic aura rising at this moment. Get down here. Yang Machung stood there, quietly watching the attacks from the 3 parties. Just when countless big demons were about to pounce on him, Yang Machung opened his eyes angrily and shouted suddenly. But he saw him raise his hands and press them downwards. At this moment, the huge energy and blood in his body swept out crazily. Suddenly, the hundreds of big demons seemed to tremble all over, as if they were being pressed by invisible mountain peaks. They suddenly lost their balance, and suddenly fell from the midair without even the slightest pause. Down, it hit the ground hard. Boom! 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 The monsters smashed into the ground, causing the ground to tremble. The bloodthirsty trend that had just been set off suddenly fell silent with the press of Yang Machung's hands. Chapter 486. Killing a master is like slaughtering a dog. What exactly does this do? He just waved his hand and restrained these hundreds of monsters? Impossible. Right. Looking at Yang Machung, who was standing still and barely moving, looking at the big monster falling to the ground, struggling wildly, but like a big demon being crushed under the mountain. All the warriors watching the battle couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. This is the power of qi and blood. At this time, a warrior said solemnly, Yang Emperor's energy and blood are so huge that they are almost condensed into substance. Master Xuanhai's energy and blood roar like a river. But Yang Emperor's energy and blood are like a vast ocean. Unfathomable. He is a palm. Just a simple downward pressure. Everyone looked again. But see, Yang Machung had a faint smile on his face, and his hands were still pressing down inch by inch. And as he pressed down with his hands, the big demon suppressed by the power of his blood actually let out bursts of mourning and roaring at this moment. All the bones in their bodies seemed to be crackling under the force of this surge of energy and blood. The struggling monsters surged wildly, knocking down all the big trees around them. But they still couldn't break free. And this time, Fong Baiyu and Chu Jiangnan's attacks arrived one after another. Facing the mad dragon formed by the hurricane, Yang Machung slowly shook his head and grabbed his right hand into the void. Under the surge of infinite internal energy, a giant palm holding up the sky suddenly formed. The mad dragon is dozens of feet long. But under this giant palm, it is as small as a loach. With 5 fingers closed, the hurricane dragon was easily grasped. With a sharp squeeze, it exploded with a bang sound and turned into infinite wind and escaped around. But before Chu Jiangnan's punch came close, Yang Machung lightly waved his left hand. The fist that condensed Chu Jiangnan's whole body's inner energy was as perfect as a turbulent wave turning around at this moment. And he returned the same way. Just this moment, Yang Machung not only turned the danger into safety, but also single-handedly suppressed the attacks of the 3 masters. Pretty! Wu Dizu's eyes showed greed. In the past 1,000 years, there have been thousands of geniuses who have been sent to the imperial tomb. But none of them is like Yang Macheng, who has such terrifying energy and blood just by being in the realm of Xianhai consummation. Notice, Wu Dizu was once a strong man in the nascent soul realm, and his consciousness was very powerful. Not everyone is suitable for him to seize the body. The first criterion is huge qi and blood, because the stronger the qi and blood, the stronger the body. There have been many geniuses whose bodies were taken over by Wu Dizu, but because their bodies were too weak to withstand his overwhelming consciousness, they exploded and died. And with Yang Muqing's huge qi and blood, he was even more powerful than the other 5 people recorded on the Zijin scroll. Wu Dizu was surprised. Fang Baiyu, Chu Jiangnan, and Lin Ao all turned pale. I don't believe it. Lin Ao was eager for revenge. He let out a roar and stopped driving Tai Li to the beast taming manual. Letting out a roar, he picked up the 2 bone hammers in his hands and smashed them with a roar. When he rushed over, the inner energy in his body was churning crazily. The 2 Demon King hand bones exploded with thousands of demonic energy at this moment. Under the mixture of thick demonic energy and internal energy, they actually formed a head. A cat demon that is 7 or 8 feet in size. Although this cat demon was transformed into an illusion, it was transformed into a ferocious demon king with the secret bone pattern of its 2 hand bones. The cat demon appears. It immediately pounced on it. Although it was called a cat demon, this pounce was like a tiger fighting a rabbit, without any reservation. The bones of the hands falling down were even more like the giant claws pressing down from the sky, trying to crush Yang Macheng completely. Lin Ao, you are a remnant of the Shangqing dynasty. If I don't settle the score with you, you should pray to God and worship Buddha. You actually want to fight me. In this case, I will send you to the west. Yang Macheng narrowed his eyes slightly and pointed forward like a sword. The next moment, thousands of forest trees shook together, and countless leaves gathered crazily at this moment, twisting together like a rope, and blasting towards the cat demon like a spear from the sky. With a pop sound, the secret bone pattern was pierced through the chest on the spot. After the cat demon disappeared, the leaf gun had already penetrated Lin Ao's chest. But Lin Ao's eyes were widened, and he looked at Yang Macheng in disbelief, as if he didn't believe that he had died in the hands of the other party. The next moment, it will be you. His eyes turned. Yang Macheng grabbed the void with his right hand, as if catching the wind, and then swung it down in the air. I saw only a roaring sound, and the wind that spread thousands of miles around suddenly converged, and then turned into a wind blade, flying down in the sky. Boom! At this moment, the huge sword forest seemed to be cut into 2 pieces by this finger. And Fang Baiyu, who was escaping quickly, was still in the void, but he had already split into 2 parts, with blood falling all over the sky. At the same time, as soon as Fang Baiyu died, more than 40 fighting spirit in his body soared into the sky at this moment. Yang Macheng took it directly into his body without any politeness. There is still one. Yang Muqing's eyes narrowed, and he was about to pick the sword fruit again, when he suddenly discovered that Chu Jiangnan was still there in the corner. Fang Baiyu could still escape, but Chu Jiangnan seemed to have lost his mind, looking pale as he watched the 2 masters die beside him without any resistance. Until Yang Macheng looked over. He couldn't believe it. I can't believe that the other party killed Grandmaster Xianhai so easily. Yang Emperor, I know I was wrong, please forgive me. This moment, Chu Jiangnan's body trembled, and his previous arrogant and domineering attitude was nowhere to be seen. Just being stared at by Yang Macheng made him feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. Regardless of his master's cultivation and his status as a national master, the most correct thing is to stay alive. Isn't it? Spare you? It's too late. Yang Macheng raised his eyebrows, glanced at Chu Jiangnan with a half-smile, and slowly shook his head. The words just fell. He suddenly waved his right hand towards the opponent. I saw a ripple surging in the void, leaving a long dragon-like trace above the forest sea. Chu Jiangnan's body suddenly trembled, and his chest sank, revealing a deep palm print. The whole person fell directly from the tree. Before he landed on the ground, he had lost all breath and was too dead to die. Seeing this scene, the warriors in Xiuji realm trembled all over. Several grandmasters, who were originally dissatisfied with Yang Muqing's conspicuous performance, all trembled with fear. Killing a master is like slaughtering a dog. After a while, a Xianhai grandmaster said in a trembling voice. Grandmaster Xianhai, the most powerful being in the Qi training realm, couldn't resist Yang Muqing's casual wave. Ha! Good, good, good. You are as domineering as I was back then. Contrary to everyone who was silent, Wu Dizu was even more happy. He wished he could take over Yang Muchen's body now. Don't be anxious yet. Wu Dizu forcibly suppressed his impulsive thoughts and said to himself, a boy with this kind of momentum is just too close to my heart. He is even more in line with my requirements than the other 5 people on the Zijin scroll. However, this is just the first round of training. I wonder what the next 2 rounds will be like. 3 days later, at the end of the first round of training, there was almost no suspense. Yang Mucheng ranked first in picking sword fruits and advanced directly. Nearly half of the warriors were eliminated on the spot and sent out of the Little Ji realm. The remaining warriors, under the leadership of Wu Dizu, came to the inner perimeter of Xiuji realm, a location called Cursed Spirit Spring. Chapter 487 Cursed Spirit Spring. Testing Potential. The Cursed Spirit Spring is located on the highest mountain in the Xiuji realm. The top of this mountain peak is like the mouth of a huge bowl. In the mouth of this bowl, there are hundreds of large and small springs with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters. Of course, this is no ordinary spring water, but innate spiritual liquid. Countless steaming gases are the densest spiritual energy. As soon as he arrived here, Yang Mucheng's first feeling was comfort. The dense mist of spiritual energy that had almost condensed into substance soaked the body like spring water. The 3,000 pores all over the body opened independently at this moment, and the spiritual energy penetrated inside and outside the pores like horned dragons. So comfortable! The spiritual energy here is more than 10 times that of the outside world. Didn't you say that this is the second test? Are we just allowed to absorb spiritual energy here? The other warriors also became confused. Just when the crowd's voices started to rise, Wu Dizu's voice came. Everyone, have you seen the Cursed Spirit Spring in front of you? Yes. Each of these Cursed Spirit Spring is made up of infinite spiritual liquid. It is the purest spiritual liquid in the world. Comparable to Xuanjia, the second test is to choose a magical spring and absorb all the spiritual liquid in it. If it cannot be absorbed within a month, it will be considered completely eliminated. As soon as Wu Dizu finished speaking, there was an uproar. What kind of experience test is this? They thought it would be like the first round of tests, where they would either collect items or hunt down the big demon. But it turned out to be so easy. Isn't this too easy? Within a month, let alone absorbing a mouthful of spiritual liquid from the Cursed Spirit Spring. I can absorb it all even if it takes dozens of mouthfuls. I will definitely win this test. Finished. Then, there was a warrior who excitedly jumped towards the Cursed Spirit Spring. Yang Mucheng looked forward. But see, this warrior is a young man named Zhang Yuken, who is about 28 or 9 years old. Being so young and reaching the master level, although not as good as Yang Mucheng, is still considered an extremely terrifying genius in the eyes of everyone. Wait! Don't jump! Wait and see Zhang Yuken's reaction! There were also warriors who wanted to jump into the Cursed Spirit Spring, but were quickly held back by their companions. For a while, only Zhang Yuken entered the Cursed Spring. But after Zhang Yuken entered the Cursed Spirit Spring, he immediately started to use his skills and frantically began to absorb the spiritual liquid from the Cursed Spirit Spring. But what surprised everyone was that the spring water did not decrease even a little bit. How is this going? After half a stick of incense, Zhang Yuken opened his eyes and asked in panic, Have you started taking Tianling Dibao since you were a child? Wu Dizu asked with a smile. Yes. Zhang Yuken didn't hide anything. So, in the recent period, you have been taking Tianling Dibao. Even if it is a high-level Lingbao, it has not increased the physical energy, blood, and internal strength at all? Wu Dizu asked again. Yes. Zhang Yuken continued to nod. Some people have already guessed what this second test is. Yang Mucheng also raised his eyebrows, knowing what he was doing. But there are still some who don't understand why and are still asking around. What's going on? Why is this happening? Wu Dizu looked at Zhang Yuken, who had a dejected look on his face, and said regretfully, You can be considered a genius if you can reach Grandmaster Xianhai at the age of 27 or 80. But it is a pity. Your potential is only that's all. In the martial arts world, taking heavenly and earthly treasures or using certain secret techniques can quickly bring a warrior's cultivation to a certain level. However, relying on this method to improve your cultivation means that your potential has been exhausted and there is almost no future. A warrior is like a container. Some are teacups. Some are water tanks. Some are lakes. And some are the ocean. I think you have already guessed what this second test is. Yes, it is a test of potential. For someone like Zhang Yukin, who can barely absorb any more spiritual liquid, it means that his potential has reached the end. In layman's terms, his water cup is full. He will have this kind of cultivation throughout his life and cannot reach it. A half step to the golden elixir cannot break through the shackles and reach the golden elixir realm. Wudizu explained. I do not believe. Zhang Yukin kept roaring. He has always been called a genius, and is considered by the dynasty to be the next powerful person in the golden core realm. But who knows? But his potential has been exhausted, and he cannot continue to be promoted? He roared, still unwilling to accept it, and began to absorb the spiritual liquid crazily. A trace of disgust flashed in Wudizu's eyes. This kind of existence that has exhausted its potential is of no use to him. Since he wants to be reborn, he will choose the youngest body with the most potential. Therefore, he turned his eyes and looked at Yang Mucheng expectantly. Yang Emperor, you are the youngest emperor in Hao Tianzhou, and you are also the most outstanding genius in Hao Tianzhou. I really want to know whether you are like Zhang Yukin, who has already exhausted your potential. Or maybe, the potential is it still infinite? Wudizu's words suddenly drew everyone's attention to Yang Mucheng. At the age of 16, Xianhai has reached perfection. This speed of cultivation is simply unheard of. But maybe, like Zhang Yukin, he has exhausted all his potential early? A warrior looked at him with a smirk on his face. Yang Mucheng. I think so. Because I have never heard of this kid having any abilities before. And suddenly he showed up. And it was shocking. But whether he has exhausted his potential, we will know when he gets into the cursed spring. Some warriors, who were originally quite afraid of Yang Mucheng, also looked at Yang Mucheng with gloating faces. Okay. I also want to test how much potential I still have. Yang Mucheng exhaled a breath of turbid air and walked into a nearby cursed spring. Close your eyes. With a slight retraction, he saw the spring water swaying gently, and thousands of strands of spiritual liquid rushed towards Yang Mucheng's body at a slow speed that was imperceptible to the naked eye. Could it be that his potential has been exhausted? Wudizu frowned slightly. The warriors around him were stunned for a moment, and then burst into hysterical laughter. That's right. For them, this is undoubtedly a good thing, no matter how strong Yang Mucheng is. So what? Your potential is limited to this, and will not increase any further. But for us, it is possible to advance to the half-step Jindan realm, or even to the Jindan realm, and then go up. You can only be arrogant for a while, but you cannot be arrogant for the rest of your life. When I cultivate and surpass you in strength, when I crush you, I will flatten you and round you to see what else you can do. However, just when everyone was laughing wildly, and just when Wudizu was shaking his head in regret, Yang Mucheng slowly raised his head and said calmly, What are you laughing at? I haven't started yet. Chapter 488 Bottomless Potential. I haven't started yet. Yang Mucheng's words immediately stunned everyone. Wudizu frowned slightly. In his opinion, Yang Mucheng is just a stubborn duck with a tough mouth. After all, people like Zhang Yukin, who reached Xianhai Grandmaster at the age of 28, have exhausted all their potential. You Yang Mucheng reached Xianhai consummation at the age of 16. Isn't it that you have reached the end? Wudizu said slowly. Yang Di, the training of us warriors is like running. Just because you are running fast in the front half, it does not mean that you can rush to the finish line. Because if you are in the front half, you have exhausted your potential. And some people, if they run slowly, steady and move forward step by step, although the first half is slow, they can reach the end because they still have enough potential that has not been unleashed. The other warriors also looked at Yang Mucheng with mocking faces. In their view, Yang Mucheng must have been used to being aloof and could not accept the fact that his cultivation level could no longer move forward. Okay, let's get started. Wudizu was not looking at Yang Mucheng. In his heart, Yang Mucheng was already placed in the same position as Zhang Yukin. For a warrior who has exhausted his potential, even if he takes his body away, it will not have much effect. After all, Wudizu's ambition is still there. He was once a powerful nascent soul warrior, so he must be thinking about returning to the nascent soul realm. If he occupies a body with no potential at all, unless he can change his destiny against the will of heaven, he will be like the previous owner of the body, stuck in this cultivation level until his death, unable to make any further progress. One by one, the warriors jumped into the cursed spring. Wudizu's focus was also placed on other people. Hey, this guy is pretty good. He doesn't usually show off his talent. but he actually has such amazing potential. Wu Tizu looked over, but he saw an old man in his 50s or 60s, immersed in the cursed spirit spring. When he released the technique, he could see the spiritual fluid surging like a whirlpool, and poured towards his body. This one's not bad, but he's a little too old. Wu Tizu looked at another warrior. This warrior looks to be in his 30s, but in fact, he is actually over 300 years old. The potential is good, but the qualifications are only average. For Wu Tizu, he naturally wanted to select the warrior with the best potential and the strongest qualifications. This is too bad, and the potential has been exhausted. This won't work either. There are about 200 warriors who passed the first round of testing, but these 200 people, more than 150 of them, have exhausted their potential. Like Zhang Yukin, sitting in the cursed spirit spring, can barely absorb any bit of spiritual liquid. This is because the potential is exhausted, which is equivalent to a bucket filled with water and no longer able to contain it. There are still some potentials. Not many. They may be able to reach the half-step golden elixir, but they are limited to this. Did Yang Maicheng give up too? Wu Tizu's eyes accidentally fell on Yang Maicheng. He found that Yang Maicheng was sitting in the cursed spirit spring, looking around as if he was observing other people. After a moment, he also withdrew his gaze. Sure enough, practicing cultivation is not easy for people who have exhausted their potential. If they want to be promoted again, they can only break through the test of life and death. To be able to become a master of Xianhai is already unique. However, it is even rarer to be promoted to Jin Dan in the end. Nodding secretly, after figuring out the potential of these warriors, who also entered the cursed spirit spring, Yang Maicheng focused on himself. Compared with the ancient dragon blood, this cursed spirit spring is still far behind. This full spring water is not even as good as tens of thousands of times of ancient dragon blood. If it is normal, if this spring water is placed here, Yang Muqingdu will look down upon it, and may directly reward it to the ancestor of Longtang. But if he hadn't advanced through this method, he wouldn't have spent a lot of time and effort absorbing the cursed spring water. The ancient heaven swallowing technique. Rise! He secretly shouted in his heart. The next moment, his crystal clear body trembled suddenly. Immediately, a surging devouring force, like a black hole, was generated directly from his body. What a powerful energy! If I could collect all this spring water into my body and turn it into internal energy, I might be able to directly reach Master Xianhai. A warrior absorbed the spiritual liquid and thought to himself. Unexpected, as if he felt something, he opened his eyes suddenly and looked somewhere, with a look of disbelief on his face. Yang Maicheng. To make you proud? My potential is many times higher than yours. So what if you are stronger now? My potential is higher than yours. When I reach the Golden Core realm, maybe you are still in Xianhai consummation. But I wonder if you still have the ability to be arrogant in front of me. A warrior felt proud as he enjoyed himself as if he were soaking in a hot spring. But he was also suddenly startled. Looked towards a certain place in disbelief. How is this going? What a powerful absorption. Look up in the sky. Waves of shouts woke up the warriors, who were still absorbing the spiritual fluid from their trance. The moment they opened their eyes, they saw a vision. Above the cursed spirit spring, pieces of floating and dancing mist rise from the spring water. Now! The mist seemed to be drawn by some kind of force, flowing crazily towards a certain place. And the end point of the surge was exactly where Yang Maicheng was. More than that, even, the water in the cursed spring, where Yang Maicheng was located, was falling crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1%, 30%, 60%, 90%. Everyone can see that in just a moment. Only a thin layer of spring water is left, until the last trace of spiritual liquid was completely absorbed. The entire cursed spirit spring was completely empty, and this whole process only lasted as long as a stick of incense. I'm done. Yang Maicheng opened his eyes, and slowly stood up from the bottom of the pool. He actually absorbed the entire pool of spiritual fluid? Not only were everyone shocked, but even Wu Tizu's eyes widened. Could it be that I made a mistake? This kid's potential is even more terrifying than I imagined. Wu Tizu's heart moved secretly. He remembers, back when he was at Yang Muqing's level, it would have taken at least a day to absorb all the spiritual liquid in this pool. Now, Yang Maicheng has only used one stick of incense. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Wu Tizu rolled his eyes and said, Since you have absorbed all the spiritual liquid in the entire pool, you have naturally passed the second test. You performed well. and you can use all the cursed spiritual springs to absorb. Oh! Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows. Although it is just a spring, it may not contain much power. But there are thousands of cursed springs. Added together, it is almost equivalent to the energy contained in a drop of ancient dragon blood. Although it was a little troublesome, he naturally couldn't give up the meat that was brought to his mouth. Nodding, Yang Muchung continued to sit cross-legged. Wudizu, on the other hand, continued to look at Yang Muchung. From the fact that this kid absorbed all the spring in one stick of incense, it can be seen that his potential is almost bottomless. Yang Muchung, I don't know what your potential is. Just when Wudizu was condensing, Yang Muchung has already started the second round of absorption. Chapter 489. What is terror? Boom! Completely let go of the Taiku Heaven swallowing technique. The terrifying devouring power surged rapidly at this moment. Before, when Yang Muchung absorbed the spiritual liquid, the most noticeable thing was the spiritual mist floating in the sky. But now it is the numerous cursed spiritual springs. But see, these springs shrouded by the ancient heaven swallowing technique were calm at first. At the moment of being enveloped, there was a sudden tremor. And then I saw the spring water rising slowly, as if a transparent straw was sucking the spring water into the sky. From every spring, a water column rises. At this moment, thousands of water columns appear like fountains. But this is not a fountain. The spring water gushing out was like a surging river, drawing an arc in the sky and merging into Yang Muchung's body like a vast ocean. This is the speed of absorption, even several times more terrifying than before. How can it be? Could it be that this boy's potential is endless? With such crazy absorption of spiritual fluid, if it were anyone else, their body would probably burst in an instant. How on earth did he do it? Everyone was a little shocked. Wudizu stared at Yang Muchung in disbelief. After a while, he noticed something was wrong. With such a huge amount of spiritual fluid, if anyone were to absorb it, I'm afraid they would have already reached the level of Xianhai Grandmaster from Xianhai Consummation. But why hasn't Yang Muchung been promoted yet? That's it. I understand. Wudizu's eyes lit up. If I have to make an analogy, Yang Muchung, who is also a warrior in the Xianhai realm, looks like a great demon, or even a demon king. The other Xianhai realm warriors are at best ordinary monsters, or even worse beasts. As for Yang Muchung, this big demon, this demon king, he had to eat hundreds of cows in one meal just to barely be full. As for other ordinary Xianhai realm warriors, they might only be able to survive by eating 2 or 3 cows per meal. Although, under such circumstances, the energy required for Yang Muchung to advance to a higher level would be several times, or even dozens of times, that of other warriors to advance. But every time his cultivation improves, the strength he improves is several times, even dozens of times, that of other warriors. It is for this reason, therefore, it can be explained why Yang Muchung was able to easily kill Fang Baiyu and other 3 Xianhai masters when he reached the realm of Xianhai. The greed in Wudizu's eyes became more and more intense. He wished he could forcefully occupy Yang Muchung's body at this moment. But he knew that his true self was still in the Imperial Tomb, and he could only take action after the other party entered the Imperial Tomb. Originally, in his heart, Yang Muchung was just a candidate for the Purple Gold Scroll, an existence that ensured emergencies. But now, Yang Muchung has risen to the #1 position in Wudizu's mind. If I can occupy Yang Muchung's body, then I can truly be resurrected. Such a powerful body is enough to support my nascent soul. And once I take over his body, I will not only be able to quickly restore my cultivation to the nascent soul realm, but I will even be able to reach a higher level of divine transformation. Nirvana! Even the Tai realm. Wudizu thought in his heart. Continue to look forward. As time goes by, the thousands of cursed springs are also decreasing crazily, since the energy contained in these spiritual liquids was not as pure and powerful as the ancient dragon's blood. Yang Muchung did not use it to temper his body, but directly absorbed it into his body and transformed it into internal energy. For any one person, it would take at least more than a year to absorb all the cursed springs. But, for Yang Muchung, it doesn't take that long at all. 1 month later, it wasn't until the last breath of spiritual spring was absorbed that he opened his eyes. The huge amount of spiritual liquid was transformed into the most condensed inner energy and gathered in his body. Boom! Even more so at the same time, a shocking dragon roar came from his body, and a rising momentum rolled up crazily. In an instant, it had reached its extreme. In a terrifying surge, the surge reached its limit. Like a volcano, that had been building up for hundreds of years, and finally erupted. Master of Xuanye. Feeling the surge of inner energy in his body, Yang Mucheng clenched his fists and grinned. We are very close to the golden elixir. As Yang Mucheng opened his eyes. A month has passed. During this month, Zhang Muken spent all his efforts to absorb the spring water. But the water level barely dropped much. There are many warriors like him who have exhausted all their potential, and will naturally be eliminated without mercy. There are also some. Although they have finally absorbed half of the spring water, they are still far from what Wu Dizu asked for. In short, there are only about 13 or 14 people who can enter the third round. But most of them can barely absorb a pool of spring water. There was even one person who even burned his blood to completely absorb the spring water. But even a discerning person can see that this warrior is already on the path to becoming a powerful crossbow. As for Yang Mucheng's crazy absorption, it is unique. The failed warriors were naturally driven out. The remaining warriors looked at Wu Dizu with excitement. Because what is waiting for them is the last round of trials. As long as they can pass the trial, they can enter the final Imperial Tomb. Third round! Wu Dizu chuckled. But see! With a wave of his hand, everyone on the cursed spirit spring suddenly felt their eyes blurred. When they appeared again, they had already arrived at a huge arena like a flat-top mountain. The entire arena is more than 100 feet high. And when you look down, your feet are covered with layers of drifting clouds. Is this an arena? Is this for us to compete in martial arts? When everyone saw this arena, their hearts moved secretly, almost subconsciously. They almost immediately stayed away from Yang Mucheng. Although in the cursed spirit spring, several of them reached the half-step golden elixir by absorbing the spiritual liquid. But they didn't dare to be too arrogant in front of Yang Mucheng, because Yang Mucheng had also been promoted to Xianhai Grandmaster. If you are assigned to a group with Emperor Yang, you will be eliminated, a warrior said with a bitter smile. Yes. This sentence almost expressed everyone's thoughts. After all, in the cursed spirit spring, Yang Mucheng's terrifying performance had already planted the seeds of fear in everyone's hearts. Yang Mucheng also looked at Wu Dizu curiously, secretly guessing the rules of this last round of training. But see, Wu Dizu grinned at everyone and said slowly, the last training is indeed a martial arts competition. But it's not a competition between you, but with me. Anyone who can withstand one of my moves will advance. If you can't resist it, you will be eliminated. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. He never expected that the rules of the last game would be this. However, he immediately smiled secretly and said to himself, just right. Also allow me to experience the strength of you, the ancestor of Tuotian Palace. Thinking in mind, Yang Mucheng looked at Wu Dizu. Chapter 490, The Terrifying Phantom of the Ancestor. Fight against Wu Dizu. Except for Yang Mucheng, everyone had different expressions. However, they were relieved when they heard that just by resisting the next move in the opponent's hands, they were promoted. After all, although Wu Dizu is the supreme emperor of the Holy Ape Dynasty, he is actually just a projection. How powerful can he be? Just when Yang Mucheng was secretly looking forward to Wu Dizu's strength, Wu Dizu was also looking forward to Yang Mucheng's true strength. In fact, according to the original plan, those who reach the third trial should fight each other in pairs to determine the top 3. Only the top 3 are qualified to finally enter the Imperial Tomb. But Wu Dizu really wanted to know the details of Yang Mucheng, so he changed his plan temporarily. Who comes first? Wu Dizu stood proudly in the arena, with one hand behind his back and looking at everyone with a smile. I'll come first. The words just fell. Then a warrior spoke. This warrior's name is Jia Xiongyu, and he is the emperor of a small country in Haotianzhou. After absorbing a pool of spiritual fluid, his cultivation level barely reached the half-step golden elixir level. Among the warriors entering the third round, their strength can be ranked in the middle. Ancestor, I'll go first. Jia Xiongyu took a step forward, cupped his hands and said, May I ask, are there any rules for this last item? A trace of regret flashed in Wu Dizu's eyes. In fact, he was looking forward to Yang Mucheng playing first. Although these people are not bad in terms of strength in the outside world, few of them are worthy of his attention. But since someone has already stepped forward, it's hard for him to refuse. Yang Mucheng, just make it the main meal and put it at the end. He glanced at Yang Mucheng, and then said, There are no rules, as long as you can block one of my moves. No matter you are defending or attacking, even if you use magic weapons or martial arts. After my move falls, you are still if you can stand in the field. You will pass. Good. The warrior named Jia Xiangyu showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Everyone present also had a hint of joy in their eyes. In their opinion, it would be easy to resist Wu Dizu's move. After all, the other party is just a shadow here, and the momentum of this phantom is only about half a step golden elixir at most. "Let's start," Wu Dizu said. "Drink." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Jia Xiangyu clenching his fists and rising with momentum. A majestic energy surged out like crazy, and everyone felt like a hurricane was sweeping out, blowing away all the clouds that shrouded the outside of the ring in an instant. Come! Even the arena, which was 100 feet in diameter, was kept spotless. "Good!" Wu Dizu nodded and said, "Jia Xiangyu, I remember that you are the emperor of a country in Hao Tianzhou. As an emperor, he does not enjoy the world, but he can still have this kind of cultivation. It is commendable. What you have cultivated in the past 300 years, the inner strength, is even greater than that of some Xianhai masters from 800 to 900 years ago. It's a pity that you are too focused on the quantity of your inner strength and ignore the quality. It's not condensed enough. In your current situation, it's still a little difficult to take one of my moves." Jia Xiangyu frowned slightly. In any case, he also has the dignity of being a half-step golden elixir and the king of a country. Now that he was being scolded by the other party like he was lecturing a child with a bad mouth, he felt a little embarrassed on his face. Taking a deep breath, Jia Xiangyu suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a golden ball the size of a mung bean. As soon as the golden ball appeared, it was suspended in the void, emitting a ray of light that was as bright as the blazing sun, so intense that even Yang Macheng couldn't help but squint his eyes. "What's this? Magic weapon? This kind of magic weapon has probably reached the mid-level Xin level." Wu Dizu also looked at him with confusion, hoping that the other party could introduce his magic weapon. "But see you." Jia Xiangyu grinned and said, "This magic weapon is called the Golden Light Pearl. It is refined from an extraterrestrial meteorite and is a middle-grade Xin level magic weapon. Ancestor, you have to take my move well. Be careful with my Golden Light Pearl. Your phantom is so beaten that your soul is scattered." As he said this, his face suddenly turned cold, and he pushed his right hand forward. In an instant, however, he saw that the Golden Light Pearl suddenly converged with thousands of rays of light and became extremely dim. It seemed like infinite light converged at this moment and gathered in the Golden Pearl. At the same time, the golden light bead was like a bolt of lightning blasting towards Wu Dizu. "Call!" The golden beads of light flew away, bringing up a violent wave of air, and a crack appeared in the void, like lightning flashing across. At this moment, the flat arena was torn into two halves by the hurricane brought about by the blast of golden light beads. What a powerful blow. Can this move withstand Wu Dizu's attack? Yang Macheng raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but look forward. Everyone around was also shocked. I didn't expect that after Jia Xiangyu was promoted to the half-step golden elixir, he would be able to exert the power of this golden pearl to 100%. Not to mention resisting the ancestor's move. He would be able to fight for 300 rounds without any problem. A warrior felt. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes at the power of this golden light bead. This third trial doesn't look too difficult. In my opinion, the ancestor may not be able to withstand Jia Xiangyu's attack. Everyone speculated, because Wu Dizu standing here was just a shadow turned into a cloud. So no one could tell from his expression whether Wu Dizu was calm or panicked when faced with this move. Panic or calm. Just when the golden pearl was about to hit Wu Dizu, Yang Mucheng's expression suddenly changed and he lost his voice. "What?" "But see!" Wu Dizu smiled faintly, and an aura that was many times larger than Jia Xiangyu's and even more condensed swept out. Then, facing the rushing golden beam, he easily grasped the powerful golden pearl on his fingertips like a Buddha holding a flower, and then flicked it with his right hand. Boom! Previously, everyone could still capture the trajectory of the golden light bead, but now everyone can't see anything. Just when he saw a flower in front of him, it was like a piece of golden light passing by, and the golden pearl hit Jia Xiangyu's body heavily. Jia Xiangyu suddenly felt as if he was struck by lightning. He spit out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled, and he flew backwards and fell directly from the ring. At this height of 100 feet, although a half-step golden elixir cannot be knocked to death, it is still enough. Everyone looked at Jia Xiangyu, who hit the ground like a meteorite, making a deep pit in the earth. And they were silent for a while. Wu Dizu shook his head slowly, looked at the blood mist slowly floating in the air, and grinned. "It seems that I won." Yang Muqing's eyes narrowed. This Wu Dizu was many times scarier than he imagined. Chapter 491: A Battle in Bibbo Pond. Who's next? Wu Dizu stood quietly in the center of the arena, as if he was pointing the finger at the country and making me the king. Naturally, some people were dissatisfied with his attitude. After all, masters all have a certain degree of dignity, and everyone has the same strength as half-step golden elixir. It is impossible for them not to be able to support even one of your moves. So it wasn't Yang Muqing's turn to speak at all, and warriors came on stage one after another. After losing 7 or 8 people in a row, only one person could barely resist. But even after resisting, his eyes, ears, mouth and nose were bleeding, and he had no other options. Is there anyone left? Wu Dizu asked again. Who dares to answer? Those who accepted the challenge were those who were ranked in the half-step golden elixir ranking. In the end, they couldn't even resist Wu Dizu's move. Those whose strength did not reach the half-step golden elixir. Only the Xianhai Grandmaster, and even the Xianhai Consummation Warriors naturally shook their heads, and they considered themselves giving up on this third item of experience. Wu Dizu looked at Yang Muqing with a smile. Emperor Yang, it's your turn. Uh-huh. His words directly attracted everyone's attention. If it was before Wu Dizu showed his strength, everyone might still have some hope for Yang Muqing and think that he might have a chance to fight. But now, I am a little unsure. Emperor Yang is here. Jia Xiangyu looked at Yang Muqing expectantly. Maybe. Only he can pass this third experience. In my opinion, not necessarily. Another warrior who resisted Wu Dizu's move was currently healing his wounds with his legs crossed. Hearing Jia Xiangyu's words, he shook his head and said, This ancestor's internal energy is huge and condensed. If I have to make an analogy, although we are all half-step golden elixir, our internal energy is like it's a gurgling stream, but the other side is a mighty river. Jia Xiangyu was stunned. He remembered the terrifying force reflected back when Wu Dizu captured his golden pearl earlier. And then, he couldn't help but nodded. It seems that this battle with Emperor Yang is also very dangerous. Look. What is Emperor Yang planning to do? He doesn't seem to be planning to attack. A burst of exclamations turned everyone's eyes away again. Notice. The strongest defense is offense. Therefore, in the third stage of training, when faced with Wu Dizu's attack, most of the warriors chose to take the initiative. Because if you defend, there will always be holes. If you take the initiative to attack, you will take the initiative for yourself. But what is Yang Muqing doing? He stood there with a defensive posture? Start. Wu Dizu grinned. Call! Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. The whole person seemed to shrink into an inch and came directly in front of Yang Muqing. At the same time, a punch was thrown. If Wu Dizu's exchange of moves with the previous people was like a child's play playing house, so now this punch shows his true strength. He wanted to see if Yang Muqing was qualified to be his target. Boom! The next moment, Wu Dizu's punch suddenly hit Yang Muqing's chest. This terrifying punch directly smashed Yang Muqing into a bow shape, and his body curled up involuntarily. And at the corresponding position on the back, an invisible wave erupted and swept away in all directions. When everyone saw this scene, they were immediately horrified and silent. When Wu Dizu fought with us, he didn't even use his full strength. His punch was too fast and terrifying. When they were shocked, they felt even more regretful. Unexpectedly, Yang Muqing couldn't take Wu Dizu's move. However, after Wu Dizu punched out, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of Yang Muqing's mouth, and his body exploded towards the back like a SHL. But something unexpected happened. Just when everyone thought that Yang Muqing would fly out of the ring in an instant, Yang Muqing's body swayed slightly, and he stood firm under a pair of incredible eyes. Hisses. If we were shocked by Wu Dizu's strength before, then Yang Muqing's current performance is even more mind-numbing. Without any defense, you actually blocked this punch with just your body? The power of this punch can almost blow up the body of a strong man with half a step of golden elixir, but it only made Yang Muqing's body shake? Were you able to resist this attack so easily? Seeing Yang Muqing's understatement, thinking back again, how hard and reluctant it was for him to resist Wu Dizu's move earlier, everyone couldn't help but be secretly shocked. A trace of imperceptible surprise flashed in Wu Dizu's eyes. You passed. This sentence. The warriors present felt extremely miserable. In the third item, Yang Muqing is the last person. Now, Yang Muqing has passed the experience and finished the third event. Of these more than 400 people, Only the last two passed the 3 experiences and qualified to enter the Imperial Tomb. Just when everyone was about to be teleported out of the little extreme realm, they saw Yang Muchung slowly taking a step forward. Wu Dizu! Yang Muchung grinned and said, "A one-move battle is meaningless. How about we decide the winner in this small extreme world?" Wu Dizu was also shocked by this sudden request and was a little surprised for a moment. When he came to his senses, he was overjoyed and said hurriedly, "Good. However, this arena is too small and there are rules and regulations. Why not? Let's find a spacious place." Yang Muchung glanced at the 100-foot arena and shook his head slowly. "Okay." Wu Dizu naturally would not refuse. 10 miles away, there is a pool of blue waves. How about we come right there? It only determines the outcome, not life and death. We have no eyes for our fists and feet. So how about we stop there? Can? Yang Muchung nodded. Tongue! Tongue! The two of them tiptoed towards the Bibbo Pond. This scene shocked the warriors present. You still want to fight? Hasn't Emperor Yang already passed the training? Why do we continue to fight? Who knows? Maybe he wants to test the ancestors' true strength. Everyone looked at each other for a while. Naturally, they don't want to miss out on such a wonderful show. With almost no hesitation, he immediately flew towards the location of Bibbo Pond. But I saw that this huge blue wave pool was hundreds of miles in radius. The wind blew like a mirror, and there was not a single ripple on the water. The crowd slowly fell, but they saw Yang Muchung and Wu Dizu standing quietly in the blue wave pool. Hula! Suddenly, a huge ichthyosaur jumped out from the center of the two of them, with its shining golden scales shaking so hard that everyone could hardly open their eyes. At the moment when the fish and dragon fell into the water, Yang Muchung moved. He stepped forward, and the 100-mile blue wave pool turned into an angry sea at this moment. Chapter 492, an earth-shattering battle. Tongue! Yang Muchung stepped forward, and the smooth water surface beneath him sank suddenly. At the same time, the bottom of the blue wave pool also trembled violently, and a footprint with a diameter of dozens of meters was sunk deep. With the help of this terrifying power of shooting, Yang Muchung rushed out. His body flew crazily, flying close to the water, like a sea dragon king swimming across the sea, bringing out a white water wave of more than 100 feet behind him. Even more so in this instant, Yang Muchung had already flown in front of Wu Dizu. At this moment, he clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it towards Wu Dizu. This punch, it was faster, fiercer, and more terrifying than when Wu Dizu attacked before. Well done! Wu Dizu laughed loudly. The stronger Yang Muchung is, the more proof he made the right choice. This is indeed a body worthy of him. Faced with this punch, Wu Dizu did not dodge. He grabbed his right palm forward and caught Yang Muchung's fist with a pop sound. At the same time, the bones on the right side of Wu Dizu's body suddenly twisted in a strange manner, and the terrifying force of the punch was removed without leaving any trace, and passed into the Bibbo Pond. Under the calm water, this terrifying force stirred up an invisible whirlpool. Some big demons in the Bibbo Pond, who had no time to escape, were stirred into the undercurrent whirlpool and torn into pieces in an instant. A dark red mist emerged directly from the bottom of the water. Drink! Yang Muchung's eyes widened angrily. At this moment, he raised his right leg, raised it above his head, and suddenly struck it down like a giant axe. Wu Dizu hurriedly raised his left arm to block, only to hear a bang sound, and his whole body was hit by this kick and was thrown into the bottom of the pool. The flat water surface sank crazily at this moment, forming a huge whirlpool, and the center of the whirlpool is exactly where Wu Dizu is. When Yang Muchung was eaten alive, Wu Dizu grinned, stepped on the ball of his foot, and shot towards Yang Muchung with thousands of waves like an arrow from the string. At this moment, he thrust out both fists like a mad dragon out of the sea. Yang Muchung, on the other hand, stood on the spot, not dodging or dodging, but took a stance and faced the attack head-on. Boom! 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 Almost instantly, the two fought hundreds of times, and every time their fists and feet met, a wave of water was erupted that was more than 100 feet high. The relationship between the two parties seems to have escaped the realm of mortals. Like true immortals who have turned over rivers and seas, the big monsters in the Bibbo Pond fled in panic, even if they were only shaken by the aftermath. He was also turned up on his belly and floated to the surface. At a glance, everything is white. Fortunately, we are fighting on the water. If we had changed to another place, I'm afraid there would have been landslides and the entire Shioji realm might not be able to support the battle between the two of them. Jia Xiangyu shook his head. Even fighting in Bimbo Pond was earth-shattering. It's not unexpected that Wu Dizu can possess such a powerful strength. But Yang Di also possesses it. Which is so shocking, a warrior said in shock. But see, during the battle between the two, under the turbulent waves stirred up. The splashing waves were infused with the remaining energy of the inner energy. Every time it was turned over and splashed out, it was shot out like an angry arrow. The rocks around Bimbo Pond were shot into holes that were as dense as sieve holes. And the big waves set off smashed the surrounding rocks into pieces piece by piece. This is not the end of the story. These two people have clearly used all their strength. Terrible! Everyone was trembling as they watched the fight between the two. Boom! Yang Muchung punched out. Wu Dizu stretched out his arms and flew backwards several feet like a seagull. With a tap of his toes, he landed on the pool water without any ripples. It really surprises me. A Xianhai Grandmaster can actually possess such terrifying strength. Wu Dizu's heart was trembling with excitement. He could foresee it. What would it be like after taking away Yang Muchung's body? Based on his past experience, I'm afraid it will reach a very terrifying level. Right? Thinking in mind, Wu Dizu grinned. But he saw his hands wrapped around each other, as if he was lifting a giant object weighing tens of millions. Just hearing a roar, the waves rising into the sky turned into a water sword completely condensed from water at this moment. Go! He pointed and pushed, and the water arrow, transformed by thousands of tons upon water, shot towards Yang Muchung. Wow! This sword blasted out, and the huge water surface was directly cut open. God-killing finger! Yang Muchung didn't hide. He pointed out with a finger, and with a bang sound, he clicked on the tip of the sword. The next moment, this water sword, which was completely condensed from internal energy, exploded with a bang. It turned into an endless pool of water and splashed down. Even this trick can be easily broken, everyone gasped. Yes, it seems that Emperor Yang will definitely win. In this terrible battle between the two sides, everything is happening between lightning and flint. Sometimes Yang Muchung had the upper hand, but in the blink of an eye, he was crushed by Wu Dizu. The battle between the two sides is changing rapidly, and no one can tell for sure. But Yang Muchung's finger sealed the victory. Wu Dizu, if you still have any skills, just show them. One finger shattered the water sword. Yang Muchung retracted his right hand and looked forward. Thousands of tons of water crashed down from the pond, stirring up strong winds that blew his long hair and made his clothes rustle. However, at this moment, Wu Dizu grinned and said, Yang Muchung, you have been fooled. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hands fiercely, making a gesture of holding the sky. Wow! The pool water that was originally pouring down actually rose instead of falling at this moment. At the same time, it transformed into huge water walls, like a closed flower bud, and like a locked flower birdcage. And Yang Muchung is right in the center of this wall of water. How about taking a look at my water prison? Wu Dizu grinned, as if an elder was lecturing a junior to be superior. In my life, I have seen countless geniuses. You are definitely among the top 3. But unfortunately, you are too inexperienced and do not understand the way of fighting. As long as I withdraw my right hand, you will be crushed to pieces. Everyone looked forward. Yang Muchung was like a prey wrapped in a man-eating flower. A bird imprisoned in a birdcage could not escape even with its wings. This is the ending I expected. No matter how powerful Yang Emperor is, he is still no match for Wu Dizu. Some people shook their heads in regret. It's really scary to be able to fight Wu Dizu like this. He is proud enough. If it takes 2 or 3 years, he will really be able to win this battle. It seemed that the end was approaching, and everyone seemed to have seen Yang Muchung admit defeat. But Yang Muchung grinned and said, Is it? Just when everyone was in shock, they saw Yang Muchung taking a step forward. In the next moment, light erupted from his body, and a 5-clawed golden dragon suddenly appeared. Just saw. A huge 5-clawed golden dragon appeared in the water prison. And at the same time, its claws were torn forward, and the huge water prison burst open. Chapter 493. Do you think I am not Yang Muchung's opponent? The 5-clawed golden dragon appears. At this moment, the fatal situation was broken. Wu Dizu's expression froze. Originally, everyone who had already determined that Yang Muchung would be defeated was also stunned at the scene in front of them, as if they couldn't believe it. This battle must be over. Yang Muchung's eyes narrowed. Boom! The next moment, The five-clawed golden dragon behind Yang Muchung let out a shocking roar. And immediately, he saw the sky-holding dragon claw crushing Wudizu's body from top to bottom. What? Wudizu looked horrified. However, after all, he was once a strong man in the nascent soul realm. At this moment, he would not be panicking like some rookie warrior. But he gritted his teeth, turned from attack to defense, stamped his feet heavily on the ground, and shouted, "Get up!" Boom! A wave of turbulent waves rose up crazily, and countless water flows rushed in. An endless curtain of water surged up from under his feet, drawing a strange arc in midair, forming a ball, and transforming into a ball with a diameter of dozens of meters. Water prison. However, the previous water prison was used to strengthen Yang Muchung's muscles and bones. But now the water prison is used to resist Yang Muchung's counterattack. The ancestor actually took out the entire Bibbo pond. Everyone's eyes widened. But see, the water of more than 100 miles in the Bibbo pond was reduced crazily at this moment. And it was all condensed and compressed into this shallow water prison. Can Emperor Yang break through this water prison? The outcome of this battle will be decided soon. Who wins and who loses? Everyone widened their eyes and looked forward. But see, the huge dragon claw suddenly struck the water prison under a series of horrified eyes. A screeching sound like thousands of steel needles was heard, and the dragon's claws falling caused a ripple visible to the naked eye. Even under the surging ripples, the surrounding void made a crackling sound, and cracked like a crack on the surface of a mirror. Crack! In this shocking sound, suddenly, a crisp sound suddenly sounded, unusually harsh. What? This? When everyone looked at it, they saw that the huge water prison suddenly cracked open, with shocking cracks exploding. This crack, almost instantly, swept through the entire water prison. It's over! Yang Muchung grinned, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Boom! The next moment, he smashed his right hand downwards, and suddenly, the water prison full of cracks and fragments suddenly burst open. The shallow water curtain has lost its inner strength, and is like a punctured water ball, gushing out endless pools of water. Almost instantly, the originally empty blue wave pond was refilled, and in this electric light and flint room, the five-clawed golden dragon crushed down with one claw and hit Wudizu directly on the head. This moment, as if time had stopped, everyone saw Wudizu's transformed body explode suddenly. Phew! No one had time to be shocked. However, he only felt his head was dizzy, and his whole body was moving like the sun and the moon. When he opened his eyes again, he had already walked out of the small extreme realm and returned to the Tuikin Palace. 1. Yang Emperor crushed Wudizu to pieces. It's so scary. We even had difficulty connecting with Wudizu's move, but Yang Di actually crushed him. Leave Xiaojiji and returned to Tuikin Palace. The expressions of these warriors looking at Yang Muchung changed a little. There is respect and fear, instead of looking down on this little emperor who has risen from the mortal world as before. His terrifying strength and amazing potential are enough to make everyone awe and respect him. If Yang Muchung enters the imperial tomb and practices again, then maybe his cultivation level can directly reach the golden elixir realm. Yang Muchung and Zhang Feiyu passed the 3 trials of Xiaoji realm and were qualified to enter the imperial tomb. The rest were eliminated. Gui Pozi announced the final result. In 15 days, gather in front of the emperor's tomb. Are we finally going to enter the royal tomb? Yang Muchung grinned, put his hands behind his back, and left leisurely. That night, the main hall of Tuikin Palace, Wu Shanhe and Gui Pozi entered the secret room. Because the story of Yang Muchung's battle with ancestor Shuang in Xiaoji realm has been spread through other people's mouths. Originally, Wu Shanhe was not going to pay attention to this matter, but who knew that ancestor Shuang would actually be defeated. So, when he learned the news, he hurried to the secret room to find out what happened. Secret room? Nothing but a huge bronze mirror hanging on the wall. The bronze mirror is surrounded by simple patterns carved on it, following the imprints of Wu Shanhe's hands. The simple pattern slowly began to flow. After a burst of tadpole-like squirming, it slowly stopped. Just as it stopped, the originally bronze mirror suddenly turned dark, and a pair of black and white pupils slowly opened. The owner of these eyes is none other than Wudizu. Wu Shanhe, the unworthy descendant, has met the ancestor. Wu Shanhe knelt down respectfully. The ghost woman also knelt down quickly. Why are you looking for me? A voice sounded directly from Wu Shanhe's mind. I heard a news circulating inside and outside Tuikin Palace today. It was said that you and Yang Muchung fought in the Shuji realm. and were crushed to pieces by Yang Maicheng. I would like to ask if this news is true, Wu Shanhe said. Wu Dizu was silent for a while. After a moment, his voice continued. Yes, that's right. Today in the Shuji realm, I fought with Yang Maicheng and was defeated by Yang Maicheng. The phantom clone was crushed by him. Huh. Wu Shanhe took a breath of air. He thought this rumor was just Yang Mucheng's self-bragging. But he didn't expect that it was actually true. Notice. If Wu Dizu wants to seize the body, he must first defeat the target and weaken the opponent's energy and spirit to the limit, so that after entering the opponent's body, he will not encounter resistance from the opponent. However, if Wu Dizu was not Yang Mucheng's opponent, how could he seize Yang Mucheng's body? If the body cannot be seized, then Yang Mucheng's name can only be erased from the Golden Scroll. However, Yang Maicheng has such good qualifications and such a good body. It would be a pity if he gave up. Ancestor, should the plan be changed? Wu Shanhe pondered for a moment and said, should we arrest Yang Maicheng directly and send him to the Imperial Tomb? Ancestor Wu Di was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. Wu Shanhe, do you think I am not Yang Mucheng's opponent? Wu Shanhe was stunned for a moment, with a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Chapter 494 The Difference Between Cloud and Mud. But I heard Wu Dizu slowly say, Yang Mucheng's strength and potential are beyond my imagination. In this battle, the strength he showed surpassed all the strong men in the Golden Core realm. It can be said that Yang Maicheng is invincible in the Golden Core realm. Exist. High recommendation. What does that mean? This means that if you don't have the realm of golden elixir, you are no match for Yang Maicheng. A trace of shock flashed in Wu Shanhe's eyes. However, he did not interrupt, but waited for the ancestor to continue. In this battle, Yang Maicheng also concealed his strength. He did not use the Nine Dragons flying sword, nor did he use the mysterious level high-grade martial arts such as sword control Jiuxiu. Therefore, if he attacks with all his strength, he can even fight with some comparable to those in the Golden Core realm. It's not a golden elixir. It's better than a golden elixir. Wu Dizu sighed. Yang Maicheng is the most terrifying existence I have ever seen. When I was in his realm, my strength was less than half of his. But, as soon as Wu Dizu finished speaking, his tone suddenly changed and he smiled. If Yang Maicheng didn't use all his strength, how could I use all my strength? In the Shioji world, it's just a shadow of my shadow. If Yang Maicheng entered the Imperial Tomb, how could he win? I just need the 30% of the strength is enough to beat him to death. Wu Shanhe was overjoyed when he heard this. The Tuotian Palace and the Holy Ape Dynasty were established just to resurrect their ancestors. After so many failures, now it is finally possible to succeed. Once they succeed, they will have another ancestor with unlimited potential in Tuotian Palace. How can you not like this? Wu Shanhe hurriedly asked. When the Imperial Tomb is opened, are the 5 people on the purple gold scroll, including Chen Kai and Zhou Ru, not allowed to enter? Is it okay to only allow Yang Maicheng to enter the Imperial Tomb alone? Wu Dizu shook his head and said, No. Have you forgotten that I have found several suitable bodies several times, but failed at the last moment? Although Yang Maicheng is the best suitable candidate, if he is the only one, it's not too safe. Let everyone on the Zijin scroll go in. Even if the attempt to seize Yang Maicheng fails, I have other options. Yes. Wu Shanhe nodded repeatedly. After discussing some more matters, the pair of pupils on the bronze mirror disappeared. In the secret room, quietness returned. While Wu Shanhe and Wu Dizu were talking, Yang Maicheng also returned to his own courtyard in Tuotian Palace. This time, Xiaojiji and his party benefited a lot. Not only did his cultivation level rise to Master Xia, but he also deprived more than 40 fighting spirit from Fang Baiyu. In addition to some repeated fighting intentions, there are as many as 45 fighting intentions in the body. Certainly, with more fighting spirit, Yang Maicheng has a more perfect and thorough understanding of the original power between heaven and earth. Tongue! 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 At this time, 5 figures, like ghosts, appeared in the other courtyard. These 5 people are none other than Lu Qianfeng, Xiao Tianqing, Gong Xiaohai, Yao Chen, and Yi Shujin. At the same time as they appeared, the 5 people knelt on one knee and said loudly, I am here to see you. Your Majesty, have you been promoted to the Golden Core realm? Yang Maicheng glanced at the 5 people lightly. Yes. Lu Qianfeng nodded. Where is what I want? Yang Maicheng continued. Here. Lu Qianfeng carefully took off a ring from his hand and handed it to Yang Maicheng. Holy Lord! There are a total of 108 demon elixirs in this storage ring, all of which are demon elixirs of the Demon King. In addition, according to your instructions, most of the people in Longtang have reached the level of Xuanye Grandmaster. Realm! Yang Mucheng's eyes were filled with joy. The next step is to refine the Jinyuan Holy Pill. As long as these 108 golden elixirs appear, the ancestor of Longtang will immediately become a powerful golden elixir. To protect me, I will come to refine the Golden Essence Holy Pill. Yang Mu became enlightened. Yes. Although the 5 people were promoted to the Golden Core realm, they did not show any errors about the Golden Core in front of Yang Macheng. They were still the same as before. The blockade of the 5 Golden Elixir Masters was enough to completely wrap up the entire courtyard, without even a trace of breath being revealed. And Yang Macheng was able to make elixirs with peace of mind. Since he was promoted to Master Xianhai, the elixirs he can refine are more efficient and faster. 9 days later, 108 Jinyuan Holy Pills were released. Due to the aura blockage, even under the nose of Tuaqian Palace, the aura of these elixirs was not revealed at all. These elixirs will be distributed to other people in Longtang. Yang Macheng handed the Jinyuan Holy Pill to Lu Qianfeng. But he thought about it. But he intercepted one. Entering the Imperial Tomb this time, Yang Macheng didn't have much confidence. This Jinyuan Holy Pill was a guarantee and was reserved for emergencies. I will give you another mission. Seeing Lu Qianfeng put away the elixir, Yang Macheng said, after everyone has been promoted to the Golden Elixir realm, let them hide in the Zongyuan Mountains. This time I enter the Imperial Tomb. It is extremely dangerous. You guys are waiting there. They are waiting for me at any time in the Zongyuan Mountains. Yes. Another day passed. The day for the opening of the Imperial Tomb has finally arrived. This day, the 7 selected people all came to the huge bronze door of the Imperial Tomb. The one who opened the Imperial Tomb was still the Ghost Woman. Among these 7 people, except for Yang Macheng and Zhang Feiyu, who passed the test of Zyajiji, the other 5 people are all warriors inherent in the Zijin Scroll. They all share 2 characteristics. One is that they are under 100 years old, and the second is that their cultivation has reached half a step of the Golden Elixir. This kind of qualification and potential is a very terrifying kind of existence. And it has also passed various tests except for the small extreme realm. Di Yang? When Shen Kai saw Yang Macheng, he showed a serious look of surprise. He didn't expect that. Yang Macheng was really selected from the little extreme realm. Only 2 people out of 400 were promoted. This was an elimination rate of over 99%. Shen Kai, do you know him? Zhou Ru glanced at Yang Macheng, looked at him carefully, and found that the other person had an unfamiliar face. So he couldn't help but ask doubtfully, Master Zhou, this person is the Holy Emperor of the Daqian Dynasty. Shen Kai still looked humble and respectful to everyone he met, without the airs of a powerful Jindan person. Zhou Ru raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly, obviously looking down on Yang Macheng, who only had the cultivation level of Grandmaster Xianhai. The other 3 people who were also on the purple gold scroll also glanced at Yang Macheng and ignored him. Obviously, they did not think that the little emperor, the master of Xianhai, could compete with him. Are you also a person who passed the trial of the little extreme realm? Zhou Ru glanced around and saw Zhang Feiyu beside him. Zhang Feiyu nodded. Yes. Zhou Ru's eyes suddenly showed some vigilance. Not only that, but even several other people were also full of vigilance. This scene actually made Zhang Feiyu smile bitterly in his heart. His half-step golden elixir seems to be quite good, but the gap between him and Yang Macheng is like a cloud of mud. But they ignored the truly terrifying Yang Macheng and regarded his small character as a powerful enemy. Isn't this a kind of buying a casket for a pearl? But Yang Macheng didn't care. Although Chen Kai, Zhou Ru and others were half-stepping in Jindan cultivation, they were still 7 or 8 blocks behind Wu Dizu's shadow in Xiaoji realm. Naturally, he wouldn't take it seriously. It jumping around in front of him is annoying. Just slap him to death. Just when everyone was imagining it, the hag had already arrived. Chapter 495 Entering the Imperial Tomb. As the great elder of Tuaqian Palace and the great master of the Holy Ape Dynasty, the ghost woman has never been so excited as she is today. Because, from today on, the ancestor will be resurrected. And their Tuaqian Palace will also have an extremely powerful person. And the ancestor will be reborn through one of these 7 people. However, it's not over yet. No one knows who is the last option. Yang Macheng? Shen Kai? Zhou Ru? Or is it someone else? Forcibly suppressing the excitement in her heart, the ghost woman slowly said. Behind this bronze door is the imperial tomb that maintains the entire Tuatyin Palace and the Holy Ape Dynasty. This is an independent space larger than the Xiuji realm. There are countless powerful people in the Tuatyin Palace. Sitting in the tomb, you will give all your cultivation to the world of the Emperor's tomb. In the Emperor's tomb, there are various heavenly and earthly treasures. And there are various opportunities. Whether you can get them depends on your luck. However, before opening the Imperial Tomb, I have something to say. In the Imperial Tomb, the greater the opportunity, the greater the danger. Many people have entered the Imperial Tomb, but no one has ever been able to come out. Now it's too late for you to regret it. Naturally, the ghost woman's words were not meant to warn everyone sincerely. After all, countless geniuses have fallen into this Imperial Tomb. And the level of danger inside the Imperial Tomb has also aroused the suspicion of some dynasties. What she said was just to dispel the slightest doubt in everyone's hearts. Nature. At this juncture, no one will choose to quit. Even Yang Machung is like this. Seeing that no one left, the ghost woman was secretly happy and continued to pretend. Who else has doubts? You can raise them. If not, then I will open the Imperial Tomb. I have doubts. Yang Machung ignored everyone's eagerness to enter the Imperial Tomb, and slowly took a step forward and said, I want to know the origin of this Imperial Tomb. This is a treasure that I, the ancestor of Tuatyin Palace, once obtained in a secret realm. Inside is a small world that was created by itself, with no connection with the outside world. It can only be entered through this bronze door. As for more details, I don't know either. The ghost woman shook her head. As soon as it finished speaking, there was a burst of surprise from everyone. A self-contained little world? Treasure? Could it be that this kind of treasure was refined by someone else? Seeing everyone's shock, the ghost woman smiled faintly and explained. The 36 countries are one continent, and the location of my Tuatyin Palace is Heotianzu. Looking out from all around, there are Nichuanzu, Hunyuzu, Tianchizhao. But these continents together are called domains. There are a total of 36 major regions in the 9 provinces continent. Hao Tianzhou is only a small part of them. When you reach the Golden Elixir realm in the future, you will be able to access a wider world. Until then, only then will you realize that the Golden Elixir realm is just the beginning of cultivation. What? The ghost woman's words were dozens of times more shocking than the previous introduction to the origin of the Imperial Tomb. Is the Golden Elixir realm just the beginning of cultivation? Doesn't it mean that when you reach the Golden Elixir realm, you already have the title of if a Golden Elixir enters my belly? My fate is determined by me, and not by heaven, Shinkai said in silence. There are a total of 36 major regions in the Kyushu continent. I have never heard anyone say this before. Zhou Ru's face was filled with shock. After I reach the Golden Elixir realm, I must go to other places to see and experience a broader world. Zhang Feiyu clenched his fists. Everyone's mood became more and more excited. Even Yang Muqing's emotions at this moment were aroused. The ghost woman smiled lightly and said, Only after you leave Hao Tianzhou will you know the vastness of the world. There are huge sects there that can crush a continent. There are also dynasties composed entirely of great demons, and even demon kings. And there are unparalleled old men there. Monsters. There are geniuses who can reach the Golden Elixir realm at the age of 20. There are great powers who can be reincarnated. And there are the relics left by the ancient immortals. If you want to see those, you must first reach the Golden Elixir realm in the Imperial Tomb. Say it! But she saw her waving her hands forward, as if pushing a boulder weighing tens of thousands of kilograms. And the heavy bronze door made a squeaking sound. Immediately, everyone's eyes were attracted by the open bronze door. I saw that the door slowly cracked open, revealing a thin crack. Almost at the same time, a surge of pure spiritual energy surged out and rushed toward his face. Everyone felt refreshed, and the pores all over their bodies seemed to open on their own, greedily absorbing the infinite spiritual energy and converting it into their own internal energy. It's just a trace of spiritual energy leaked. But it's so pure. So how rich the spiritual energy inside will be. Zhou Ru clenched his fists, his eyes full of expectation. Maybe I can reach the Golden Elixir realm in one fell swoop in this royal tomb. By then, maybe my daughter will be saved. A glimmer of hope burned in Shinkai's eyes. The Imperial Tomb. This is the Imperial Tomb I have been looking forward to. Zhang Feiyu almost suffocated, his eyes staring straight at the deep and invisible darkness in the Imperial Tomb. Only Yang Machung looked calm and didn't know what he was thinking. Boom! As the ghost woman gradually exerted her strength with her hands, she saw that the door was slowly pushed open, revealing the imperial tomb containing Qian Kuan. One door, two worlds. The space inside the imperial tomb is actually unimaginably huge. I'll go in first. Chen Kai was the most eager and stepped forward to enter the imperial tomb. His back could still be seen clearly even by the people standing outside the imperial tomb. Seeing this scene, the rest of the people were naturally unwilling to lag behind. After all, the ghost woman had said before that there were countless heavenly and earthly treasures in this imperial tomb. And they were even more treasures originating from other than Hao Tianzhou. If you can quickly take possession of these treasures, you won't have to run away even if you reach the golden elixir realm. And Yang Mucheng also calmed down for a moment before stepping into the bronze door and entering the imperial tomb. Squeak! As Yang Mucheng entered, all 7 people entered the imperial tomb. The huge bronze door behind everyone also made a harsh sound and slowly closed. Before closing, the ghost woman's words still came from outside the bronze door. If you want to go to a wider area, you can only practice well in the imperial tomb. By then, you will be able to see truly powerful existences. Bang! Before he finished speaking, the bronze door was completely closed. The kind smile on the ghost woman's face also became cold and terrifying at this moment. She stared at the bronze door with her eyes, and said slowly in a voice that only she could hear. However, the premise is that you can walk out of the imperial tomb alive. Chapter 496. Heavenly spirits and earthly treasures are everywhere. The imperial tomb and Xiaojiji gave Yang Mucheng 2 completely different feelings. If Xiaojiji is just a slightly more luxurious house, it still can't get rid of the feeling of being crowded and small. Then the imperial tomb is like an imperial palace, vast and boundless, and the aura revealed in the air is even several times greater than that of the small G realm. And, although there are no sun, moon or stars above the head, it still gives people a weird visual feeling like daytime. The ground is covered with all kinds of rare and exotic grasses. Although they are not heavenly and earthly treasures, these rare and exotic herbs contain some spiritual energy. Warriors look down upon it, but to ordinary people it is like a fairy grass. Even if you take one bite, you will be immune to all diseases and live a long life. These are just ordinary weeds. Chen Kai carefully picked the weeds on the ground. Obviously, his posture was like a poor beggar picking up rags, which made the other half-step Jean and frown slightly, a little ashamed of his fellow soldiers. Yang Mucheng, on the other hand, smiled faintly and said, Chen Kai, you want to take these grasses back to treat your daughter's illness? This is not possible. These are just ordinary weeds that can only grow in the imperial tomb. If they are taken to the outside world, there will be no if enough spiritual energy is absorbed. It will return to normal weeds in less than half a day. Chen Kai showed a trace of regret on his face. The Bumpkin Emperor and the servant are a perfect match. Zhou Ru snorted coldly, glanced at Yang Mucheng, and then glanced at Chen Kai with disdain. You 2 losers. Just slowly pull up weeds here. I don't have time to stay here with you. He snorted coldly, tiptoed, and swept towards the depths of the imperial tomb. The other few people did not dare to neglect. The heavenly and earthly treasures in the imperial tomb belong to whoever gets them first, and they don't want to fall behind. For a while, only Yang Mucheng, Chen Kai, and Zhang Feiyu were left in place. Zhang Feiyu did not dare to move. After all, Yang Mucheng's remaining power was still there. Zhou Ru and others dared to offend Yang Mucheng and ignore Yang Mucheng, but he did not dare. Chen Kai planned to thank Yang Mucheng, but didn't know how to say it. Let's go! Yang Mucheng walked forward with his hands behind his back. Although his words were an understatement, they contained an unquestionable command. Chen Kai and Zhang Feiyu, for some unknown reason, followed Yang Mucheng. Unlike Zhou Ru and others who were wandering around like headless flies, Yang Mucheng was extremely purposeful. When entering the imperial tomb, he used the emperor's qi-gazing technique and looked around. Wherever there is a spiritual treasure, he can see clearly at a glance. Because the birth of heavenly spirits and earthly treasures is often the place where spiritual energy gathers most. It is equivalent to the dragon eye or dragon vein in feng shui in the secular world. Where spiritual energy gathers, a cloud can be formed that is invisible to others. But this cloud energy has nowhere to hide under the emperor's qi-watching technique. Here, within a moment of burning the incense, Yang Mucheng stopped. He pointed at a pile of disorderly stones and said, There is a heavenly spirit earth treasure there, which is of the highest quality in the yellow order. You can pick it. Also, 10 steps away. That thing that looks like a weed is also a weed. A treasure of heaven and earth. The two of them were stunned and quickly walked forward to take a look. If this wasn't a heavenly and earthly treasure, what was it? Zhang Feiyu's face was full of shock. And he thought, one is mixed in the rocks, and the other is hiding in the weeds. Even if I pass by, I may not be able to find out how Yang Di knows. Moreover, he can also say this in one breath. What are the levels of the two heavenly and earthly treasures? Qin Kai was also surprised. Could it be that Emperor Yang really knows the way of alchemy? Just when the two of them were thinking wildly, Yang Mucheng didn't even look at these two heavenly and earthly treasures, but walked straight ahead with his hands behind his back. The two people hurriedly picked up the treasures of heaven and earth and chased after them. Yang Emperor, this spiritual grass? Qin Kai asked cautiously. After all, the rule in the martial arts world is that whoever discovers the treasures of heaven and earth first, these things will belong to him. Of course, you can also rob it by force. Zhang Feiyu has no courage. But Qin Kai is used to being a slave and cannot change his character. You can take it. I don't need it. Yang Mucheng still looked down upon such low-level spiritual grass. All the elixir gardens in the Dacian dynasty are under his control. Although the top-grade elixir herbs of Huangjia are scarce, the total number of tens of thousands of elixir gardens is not a small number. In addition, every county would pay tribute every once in a while. So the best things from Huangjia were the same as cabbage on the street to him. Only spiritual herbs above the Xian level could interest him. But picking treasures from heaven and earth along the way. This is just along the way. Among the imperial tombs, there were only 3 places that really attracted Yang Mucheng. These 3 locations are the places where the clouds are most condensed in the entire imperial tomb. One is on the periphery of the imperial tomb. One is on the inner periphery. And one is at the core. The size of the clouds also gradually increases from outside to inside. If my guess is not wrong, the core, where the clouds gather, is the center of the entire imperial tomb. There are the most valuable treasures in the entire imperial tomb. The other 2 places are slightly worse, but they are also very good stuff. What exactly is that? Yang Mucheng thought to himself. Just right. The positions of these 3 clouds are all in a straight line, and he can follow the path. Of course, along the way, he would point out all the heavenly and earthly treasures that were not far away. This made Zhang Yufei and Qin Kai very excited. Of course, in return, these 2 people also served Yang Mucheng well. Looking for food, serving tea and water, everyone served Yang Mucheng respectfully and well. Even when he encountered the heavenly spirit and earthly treasures above Xian level, Yang Mucheng did not blink and rewarded the 2 of them. For Yang Mucheng, as long as you get the 3 most valuable items in the entire imperial tomb, you will make a lot of money. Thankfully I followed Emperor Yang. Zhang Yufei looked at the full harvest in the storage ring and was extremely excited. If I were alone, I wouldn't be able to identify these heavenly and earthly treasures at all. Even if they are under my nose, I might miss them. But Yang Di seemed to be confident with a glance. There are so many spiritual herbs. There are 3 or 4 at the middle level of the Xian level, dozens of low-grade ones at the Xian level, and countless at the top level of the yellow level. Qin Kai's hands were shaking uncontrollably. He had never seen so many spiritual herbs in his life. Using these spiritual herbs, I can ask a higher-level alchemist to treat my daughter. Arrive! At this time, Yang Mucheng suddenly opened his mouth and saw an independent island in the center of a small lake. And on the independent island, there is a strange heavenly spirit earth treasure growing, with 3 side-by-side red flowers blooming on it. The best treasure of Xian level. Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed. This was the first thing he saw when he entered the imperial tomb. Qin Kai, bring it for me! Naturally, Qin Kai would not slack off. Just when he was about to step forward, a figure suddenly fell from the sky and landed on the independent island. This figure is none other than Zhou Ru. But I saw him proudly pulling out the top-grade Xian-level heavenly spirit earth treasure directly from the ground, and said with a smile, "Ha ha! This heavenly and earthly treasure is mine!" It wasn't until he put the heavenly spirit and earthly treasures into the storage ring that he raised his head, pretending to notice Yang Mucheng on purpose, and said with a smile, "Hey, so you are here too?" Chapter 497 Give You a Slap. Zhou Ru was very happy. After entering the imperial tomb, in just one day, he had already obtained 2 low-grade Xian-level heavenly and earthly treasures, and more than 10 kinds of top-grade yellow-level spiritual herbs. Because he was chasing a big demon along the way, he unexpectedly came to this lake. Certainly, he saw Yang Mucheng. Chen Kai and Zhang Feiyu early in the morning. But, for him, even if he robbed this treasure of heaven and earth. So what? Chen Kai is a slave and dare not resist. Zhang Feiyu has only reached the half-step golden elixir, and is far less powerful than him. A warrior who has reached the half-step golden elixir for more than 10 years. Yang Mucheng is a Xianhai grandmaster. Compared with him, he is miles away. Take out my things! Yang Mucheng would not talk nonsense with Zhou Ru. Someone actually dared to snatch the thing he was interested in. He frowned and shouted sharply. Hee? Zhou Ru laughed strangely and said, Not many people have the guts to take out what I like. I, Zhou Ru, am standing here today. I want to see who dares to do it. Take. What are you two doing in such a daze? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and looked at Chen Kai and Zhang Feiyu. These two idiots. If the Longtang Patriarch were here, they would have rushed forward in a swarm and tore this Zhou Ru into pieces. Chen Kai and Zhang Feiyu were still standing there dumbly, and they didn't react until Yang Mucheng reminded them, and rushed out screaming. What? This scene made Zhou Ru a little surprised. He didn't expect that Yang Mucheng could command two half-step golden elixir experts. But now, the arrow is on the string and must be fired. He could only bite the bullet and start fighting with the two of them. Suddenly, there was a huge wave on the small lake. While the fight was going on here, the other warriors were looking for the treasures of heaven and earth. Imperial Tomb Center. In the huge palace, a pair of pupils slowly opened. The owner of these pupils is none other than Wu Dizu. Almost at the same time as these eyes opened, 8 black shadows fell into the hall in an instant. Where are those people? Wu Dizu spoke slowly. This voice was completely different from the illusion he had projected in the little extreme realm before. Full of majesty and depression. Report to Ancestor. A dark shadow spoke. San Shao Luo has entered the core area and is expected to arrive here in 3 days. Zhou Xuanji is close to the core area. There are about 5 days left. Wu Dizu narrowed his eyes slightly, and a crazily overwhelming momentum came out. Suddenly, the body of the talking shadow expanded involuntarily at this moment, growing infinitely like a balloon, and burst open in an instant with a bang sound. I'm asking about Yang Mucheng. Reporting to our ancestors, Yang Mucheng is still in the outer area. Still about half a month away from here. Kill someone silently. The remaining 7 figures trembled with fear, but they didn't dare to neglect and spoke quickly. What on earth is Yang Mucheng doing? And why is he walking so slowly? Wu Dizu's words were filled with a trace of impatience. Ancestor, Yang Mucheng stopped and walked along the way. It's not like the other people who came straight to the palace. A dark figure said. I don't care anymore. 15 days is too long. Go and arrest Yang Mucheng. Not only Yang Mucheng, but everyone. Arrest them and bring them to the palace. Wu Dizu said. Yes. The 7 black shadows all took orders, but no movement was seen from them. Their bodies flickered and suddenly disappeared from the spot. Suddenly, in the entire hall, only Wu Dizu's pair of deep eyes remained. My time is running out. If I don't seize the body as soon as possible, it will disappear completely. Yang Mucheng, I want this body of yours. Boom! There was a loud sound. Zhou Ru, who was in midair, was directly knocked down from above and hit the lake heavily. One stone stirred up thousands of waves, and the entire lake was stirred up crazily by the terrible impact. Zhou Ru was even more embarrassed when he hit the ground, covered in mud, and extremely embarrassed. Just as he was about to get up and run away, he was stopped by Chen Kai and Zhang Feiyu one after another. You even dare to steal my things? Yang Mucheng walked over with his hands behind his back and a smile. As soon as he retracted his right hand, the storage ring on Zhou Ru's hand flew into his palm with a pop. He glanced at the storage ring and couldn't help but shook his head. It's been 7 days since you entered the Imperial Tomb, and you only got such a small thing. It's really shameful. Throwing the storage ring into the dragon's tail bracelet, Yang Mucheng said calmly to Zhang Feiyu. Kill! Di Yang. Are you going to kill him now? Wouldn't it be bad? Zhang Feiyu was stunned. I need you to teach me how to do things? Yang Mucheng raised his brows and said displeased. Confucianism this week. Yang Mucheng made provocations and taunts over and over again. But Yang Mucheng didn't bother to argue with him. Now that everyone is coming to grab things, how can Yang Mucheng keep him? Yang Mucheng, I remember this account. After leaving this Imperial Tomb, I will pay you back 100 times or 1,000 times. But? It was during this moment of slight astonishment that Zhou Ru slapped the ground with both palms. And with the power of this charge, He rushed towards the depths of the Imperial tomb desperately. His angry voice continued to sound. "Leave? Do you think you can leave alive?" Yang Muchung closed his eyes, and immediately took the shot with his palm. In the void, a burst of infinite spiritual energy gathered crazily, surging rapidly and transforming, forming a terrifying giant palm, which slapped down directly with an astonishing gesture. And Zhou Ru, who was rushing like lightning, like a fly, it was swatted directly from the sky. Boom! A loud banging sound suddenly resounded, and Zhou Ru hit the ground, causing a sound like a meteorite falling to the ground. "What are you still doing? Go after me!" Yang Muchung glanced at Chen Kai and Zhang Feiyu, and shouted sharply. The two of them didn't dare to neglect and rushed over quickly. After a while, it came back. "Yang Emperor, when we rushed there, Zhou Ru had already disappeared. I think he must have some magic weapon to escape and evaded our detection," Zhang Feiyu said with fear on his face. "You actually escaped?" Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows. If it had been any other time, he would have caught up long ago. But this is in the Imperial tomb, and he still has 2 treasures that he has not taken away. After a moment of concentration, he said, "That's all. My palm saved him from death, but also seriously injured him. There is no chance that he will appear again in a short period of time. Just let him go and kill him next time. Not too late. However, Zhou Ru's behavior gave me a wake-up call. I have to speed up. Otherwise the 2 remaining treasures will be taken away in advance, and my trip will be in vain." Thinking in his mind, Yang Muchung took Zhang Feiyu and Chen Kai and flew towards the second location. Chapter 498 Ancestor Robs People. Just when Yang Muchung was heading to the second treasure, the 7 black figures flying out of the palace were already flying towards their chosen target. The first one is Luo Sanshao. He is the 3rd prince of the Tianluo dynasty in Nichuanzu. Although he is the son of his father, and a palace maid, and is a concubine, there are no dark palace fights in the Tianluo dynasty's harem. Luo Sanshao gained the support of the dynasty, and entered the half-step golden elixir in one fell swoop. He does not pursue the throne, but only pursues strength, and wants to preserve the 1,000-year foundation of the Tianluo dynasty. This imperial tomb is really too big. Although there are many heavenly and earthly treasures, it is still too difficult to find them one by one. Most of the heavenly and earthly treasures grow in places with rich spiritual energy. The place with the richest spiritual energy in the imperial tomb is at the core of the imperial tomb. Thinking in mind, Luo Sanshao's speed surged, and he quickly flew towards the core of the imperial tomb. At this moment, a black shadow fell from the sky, like a statue that had existed since ancient times, and hit him heavily towards his location. "Not good!" Luo Sanshao was shocked, and without any hesitation, he swept backwards. Boom! The terrifying sound of falling to the ground resounded crazily. A wave of trembling ripples visible to the naked eye swept in all directions in an incredible manner. At the same time, at the center of the fall, a terrifying crack appeared, densely covered like a spider web, shooting out in all directions. "Who are you?" Luo Sanshao narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at the man in black robes in front of him. When facing this person, an extreme sense of crisis suddenly arose in his heart. The man in black robe grinned and said, "Are you Mr. Luo? It's me!" Luo Sanshao nodded, but his right hand secretly placed on the handle of the knife at his waist. "The one I'm looking for is you. Call." The figure of the man in black robe flickered, suddenly disappeared on the spot, and the next moment, he appeared directly behind Mr. Luo. At this moment, the strength shown by the man in black robe made Luo Sanshao's scalp numb. "Not good!" he exclaimed in his heart, and was about to resist, when he saw the black-robed man raise his right hand and hit it hard. After a bang sound, Luo Sanshao felt his eyes blurred. His consciousness was disconnected, and he fainted on the spot. Past, the man in black robe took out a piece of gold-wrapped rope from his arms, bundled Luo Sanshao, carried it on his shoulders like cargo, and swept towards the core palace. The second Zhou Xuanji, the third Shen Wanhao, the fourth Zhou Ru. He was actually abolished? The fourth man in black hid Zhou Ru with little effort. He carefully inquired about Zhou Ru's condition, but found that his heart was almost shattered. For a half-step golden elixir expert, it is true that he cannot die, but even if he recovers, his cultivation level will still drop by 70%, or even 80% or more. Carrying Zhou Ru on his shoulders, the fourth man in black looked towards the inner circle. "Zhou Ru has got it, and the only ones left are Yang Muchung. Chen Kai and Zhang Feiyu. Presumably, they will succeed soon. The fourth man in black sneered and headed towards the palace at the core. After all, Yang Mucheng was the #1 target in Wu Dizu's mind. So the three most powerful among them were the ones who went after Yang Mucheng to ensure that everything was safe. Arrive! After 3 or 4 days of continuous rapid sweeps, we finally arrived at the second location. Along the way, Yang Mucheng didn't even pick up some Xian-level heavenly and earthly treasures. Finally, at the end of the 4th day, Yang Mucheng came to this position. He originally thought that this second location where the clouds gathered hugely must be some higher-level heavenly spirit and earthly treasure. But when he came to this place, he couldn't help but be stunned. What is this? Chen Kai's eyes widened. Bone! Bone! Zhang Feiyu couldn't believe it either. After getting hold of the 3-flowered heavenly spirit and earthly treasure, Yang Mucheng suddenly became silent and speeded up his pace from the original slow and leisurely walk. Although Chen Kai and Zhang Feiyu did not ask, they knew that Yang Mucheng must have taken a fancy to some treasure. But even the top-grade Xian-level heavenly spirit and earthly treasure did not make Yang Mucheng less nervous. And it is still in the ring. So what exactly is this second treasure? Along the way, the two of them kept guessing. Is it a treasure of heaven and earth? Is it a magical weapon? Is it a peerless magic weapon? Is it a rare martial skill? But no matter how everyone guessed, they never expected that when they arrived here, they found that there was nothing in this desert-like area. The largest and most conspicuous thing is an unknown bone that is as tall as a person. This bone was like a certain bone from some kind of monster. It was just a fragment, but it was actually the size of a human being. So, what is the original appearance of this monster? While the two of them were full of surprise and didn't know what to do, Yang Mucheng couldn't hide his excitement. It's indeed a dragon bone! Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Yang Mucheng clenched his fists. For him, thousands of heavenly and earthly treasures are not as good as a dragon bone. This dragon bone can strengthen the power of his golden body. Yang Mucheng even had a feeling that when all the dragon bones were gathered together, the 5-clawed golden dragon might really come back to life. I have long sensed that there seems to be something attracting me here, but I didn't expect that it turns out to be a dragon bone. This is the second keel. After obtaining it, the golden body will be strengthened again. Thinking in mind, Yang Mucheng walked forward. However, at the next moment, Yang Mucheng paused suddenly and looked towards the empty desert. He shouted sternly, "Whoever is there, get out of here!" Anyone? Chen Kai and Zhang Feiyu looked forward, only to see a vast expanse of desert with not even a single figure in sight. However, they saw 3 groups of black mist slowly rising from the gravel land, rising like steam, gradually distorting into 3 black figures wearing black robes under the gaze of the 3 people. The 3 men in black were all shrouded in black robes, making it difficult to see their faces or their cultivation. As expected of Emperor Yang, he was able to discover our hiding place. If you hadn't discovered it, you would have walked over obediently and been knocked unconscious by us, which would have saved you from the physical pain. The leader, a man in black, said jokingly, but it's a pity. The teasing tone in his words was full of unabashed sarcasm. These 3 people did not enter the imperial tomb with us. After all, Chen Kai is a veteran half-step golden pill. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes, and he shouted quickly, "Who are you?" Zhang Feiyu on the side didn't care at all and sneered. "No matter who they are, beat them later," said. He turned his gaze and looked at the 3 men in black. "You dare to show off your power in front of Emperor Yang. You are simply reckless. Fall down!" Tongue! With the tip of his toe, the sand under Zhang Feiyu suddenly burst open, erupting into a sky-filling sandstorm. With the help of this terrifying explosive power, Zhang Feiyu was already shooting towards the man in black. The moment Zhang Feiyu rushed out, Yang Mucheng's face turned serious and he shouted, "Zhang Feiyu, come back!" However, although Yang Mucheng reminded him in time, it was too late for Zhang Feiyu. Chapter 499 Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals. Tongue! Zhang Feiyu was rushing across the desert, his powerful speed splitting the entire desert into 2 halves. Zhang Feiyu is a little eager for quick success. Because of his previous mistakes, he let Zhou Ru go. If someone else wanted to kill Zhou Ru, Zhang Feiyu wouldn't care at all. But this person was Yang Mucheng. As soon as Zhou Ru escaped, Zhang Feiyu became more and more uneasy, fearing that Yang Mucheng would use this as an excuse to slap him to death. So, when these 3 men in black, who looked like enemies but not friends, appeared, Zhang Feiyu wanted to take advantage of the situation and beat these three guys. In his opinion, could it be that with his half-step to the Golden Core realm, he couldn't even deal with three little mice who were hiding their heads but showing their tails? But Yang Muqing's reminder made Zhang Feiyu feel like he was struck by lightning. Almost as soon as Yang Muqing finished speaking, he saw a man in black letting out a burst of jia jia, laughter and waving his right hand forward. In an instant, the almost unrelated grains of gravel suddenly started to move, and they quickly condensed into each other, transforming into a snake that seemed to be composed of gravel. This scene is a long story, but it only happened in a flash of lightning. The dragon snake formed and flew directly towards Zhang Feiyu, its big mouth full of fangs biting his throat without any warning. Just when Zhang Feiyu thought he was about to die here, the snake paralyzed, like ice melting, and transformed into thousands of gravels again, like a bag, holding its body in place. Covered. Boom! Zhang Feiyu, who was in the attack, turned into a huge sand cocoon in an instant and fell heavily to the ground. Can you subdue a half-step golden elixir master so easily? Seeing this scene, Chen Kai felt his scalp numb. Yang Muqing, the leading man in black, took 2 steps forward proudly, stepped on Zhang Feiyu's tightly restrained body, and looked over with a pair of eyes. Are you going to follow us yourself? Or are you going to let us do it? Chen Kai gritted his teeth and stepped forward, but before he could take a step, he was pushed away by Yang Muqing. You are no match for them, Yang Muqing said solemnly. These people are not ordinary half-step golden elixirs. Finished, Yang Muqing also cast his gaze over and asked, Is it Wudizu who sent you here? Hey, you don't need to know so much. After you meet the ancestor, everything will be clear. The leading man in black waved his right hand, hearing only 2 sounds of whoosh and whoosh. The 2 companions behind him already flew behind Yang Muqing with their afterimages. For a while, 3 men in black, in the shape of pin, surrounded Yang Muqing and Chen Kai. These 3 people are so strong! A trace of fear flashed in Chen Kai's eyes, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The leading man in black looked like he was sure of victory. He slowly adjusted his posture and then said, The other people who entered the Imperial Tomb with you have been captured by us. Now! Only the 3 of you are left. Yang Muqing. As the old man Zhu's first goal is to feel proud. Do it. Tongue! As soon as the words fell, the 3 men rushed forward and charged. These 3 people are like mirror images. Their movements, speeds, and body shapes are almost the same. And there is no difference at all. They all rushed towards the place where Yang Muqing was at the same time. Upbraid. Chen opened his teeth and gritted his teeth, which also inspired infinite courage. A roar burst out from his throat, and he rushed towards the person. Yang Emperor, I'm here to break their encirclement. You run away quickly. Go. The word has not been finished yet. The speed of a man in black suddenly increased. I saw his right hand raised slightly and slowly pressed on Chen Kai's head. This moment, Chen Kai's body trembled and he immediately lost his balance, and his whole body was forcibly smashed into the desert. Like a huge wave erupting, countless waves of sand quickly rolled up. The man in black was mumbling words, and the flying sand waves suddenly condensed and turned into thousands of dragon snakes, sweeping towards Chen Kai and instantly imprisoning Chen Kai, who was about to struggle. It's not that easy to leave. Capture one more person. The man in black raised his head, grinned, and said to Yang Muqing, Yang Muqing, it's your turn next. He didn't finish his sentence. As soon as his pupils closed, a huge fist suddenly appeared in front of him, as if tearing open the space, and occupied all the sight of his pupils with a terrifying attitude. Not good. My heart felt cold. The man in black hurriedly raised his arms, trying to block the punch. If Yang Muqing didn't take action, the world would fall apart if he did. How difficult would it be to intercept it? This punch had already broken through his arms before his defensive momentum was fully established, and hit the man in black heavily on the bridge of his nose. There was just a click sound, and the man in black's nose bone was broken. The terrifying force was completely poured into the broken nose bone, and it was shot out like an angry arrow, directly from the back of the man in black's head. Blast out. Vast amounts of blood dyed the desert red. The remaining 2 men in black trembled, and an unspeakable fear surged into their hearts. Notice, these people are all killers trained by Wudizu. Although he is only half a step into the Golden Core realm, his strength far exceeds that of warriors with the same level of cultivation. But what happened now that Yang Mucheng was so easily killed. When the two remaining men in black saw this, they looked at each other and immediately had an idea. The figures of the two men immediately changed from extremely moving to extremely still. There was a quick meal, and at the same time, the two of them put their hands together and clapped violently. But I felt the huge desert trembling crazily, and countless gravels rolling and beating like boiling water. More at the same time, countless gravels surged up, and under the two people's huge internal energy, they transformed into two huge palms with a diameter of dozens of meters. At the same time as it was formed, it moved towards the position of Yang Mucheng and came together. Although it is just gravel, due to the support of internal strength, these two palms are harder than steel, and even a mountain can be crushed into powder in an instant. TSK. 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 Yang Mucheng shook his head slowly. Wu Dizu should have come in person. Why did he send you soldiers and crabs to arrest me? Finished. He waved his hand, and the Quansha fighting spirit that had been plundered from Fong Baiyu gathered together. Unexpectedly, a huge tornado was set off above the desert, sucking countless gravel into the air like a dragon sucking water. Under the rolling wind, a terrifying giant palm suddenly surged out, and then crushed it downwards. Boom! At this moment, the entire desert suddenly trembled. Under the giant palm, two pools of blood slowly flowed and penetrated. Chapter 500: The True Form of the Ancestor. The combined strength of these men in black is only similar to the projection of the ancestors in Shioji realm. How to deal with Yang Mucheng. 3 people died. The restraints on Chen Kai and Zhang Feiyu were also released by themselves. Yang Emperor. What's going on? Zhang Feiyu looked at the corpses of the 3 men in black and couldn't help but have a trace of doubt in his eyes. Isn't Wu Dizu the ancestor of Tuatian Palace? Isn't it rumored that he hasn't shown up for 1,000 years? Why did he send people here to arrest us? He wants to seize the body. Yang Mucheng grinned. What? Hearing these words, Chen Kai and Zhang Feiyu's eyes almost bulged out. A strong man in the nascent soul realm wants to seize his body? So do they still have a way to survive? Want to leave? I'm afraid it's too late. Yang Mucheng looked at the 2 people who wanted to retreat, slowly shook his head and said, Since we entered the Imperial Tomb, the bronze door has been closed. I want to leave. Here, we can only defeat Wu Dizu. He is the owner of this Imperial Tomb, and this space is under his control. With that said, Yang Mucheng walked towards the dragon bone. He touched it lightly with his right hand, and the broken dragon bone, which was as tall as a man, turned into a beam of light and fell into his body. At this moment, Yang Mucheng felt as if there was something extra in his body, an indescribable feeling. But the only thing that is clear is that the golden body of the 5-clawed golden dragon has increased several times in strength. Let's go! After looking at Chen Kai and Zhang Feiyu who were stunned, Yang Mucheng said calmly, Go! Where? Zhang Feiyu asked in horror. Of course I'll go find Wu Dizu. 3 days later, everyone can already see the outline of the hall. The palace made entirely of obsidian looks like a dark beast lying there quietly, sleeping, even though they were far apart. Chen Kai and Zhang Feiyu could feel a terrible sense of depression. It seemed as if this beast would wake up at any time and swallow them up at any time. Somebody is coming! Yang Mucheng, with his hands behind his back, was also looking at the palace. Abruptly, he spoke. Base! Base! Chen Kai and Zhang Feiyu, without any hesitation, drew their weapons and looked ahead warily. However, they saw 4 black figures rushing towards their location. There was a distance of more than 100 feet, but in an instant, they came to the 3 of them with a hurricane force. De Yang? A leading man in black raised his hands to Yang Mucheng and said, Ancestor has been waiting for you for a long time. Oh! Wu Dizu knew I was coming. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. Yes. The man in black showed a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth and nodded. The ancestor is a strong man in the nascent soul realm, and nothing in this imperial tomb can be hidden from him. You killed our 3 companions. Ancestor also knows. Originally, we planned to come together to hunt you down, but Ancestor said that you will come by yourself. So we will wait here. Nodding, Yang Mucheng said, Lead the way. Yes. The 4 men in black didn't seem to be afraid of Yang Mucheng's escape, so they turned around and rushed towards the palace, with Yang Mucheng following closely behind. What should we do? Zhang Feiyu couldn't help but asked anxiously as he looked at Yang Mucheng walking away. What else can we do? Let's catch up. Chen Kai gritted his teeth and said. Not long after, Everyone came to the palace. Standing in front of the palace, you can feel more and more how huge and oppressive the palace is. The main color of darkness makes the entire palace extremely eerie and terrifying. And the closed doors are even carved with green-faced and fanged evil spirits. These patterns give people the feeling that they will come alive at any time and pounce towards them. Please! The 4 men in black worked together to push open the door and made a gesture of invitation. Zhang Feiyu timidly put his head in and took a look. And immediately couldn't help but shudder. But see, the entire interior of the palace was pitch black without any light. It seems that once any light enters it, it will be completely swallowed up by the infinite darkness in the palace. Please! Di Yang, the ancestor is inside. Yang Mucheng nodded and strode forward. Snapped. Almost the moment he stepped into the hall, 2 clusters of purple flame suddenly jumped up. One on the left and one on the right. However, the appearance of these 2 clusters of flames did not drive away the darkness. The constantly jumping flames made the palace even more gloomy and terrifying. Follow Yang Mucheng walking forward step by step. The pieces of purple flame also burned at the same time. Finally, as the last flame burned, the entire palace burst into flames. Look! Mr. Luo! Zhou Ru! That's Zhou Xuanji! They were all arrested! As the light lit up, Chen Kai and Zhang Feiyu exclaimed. On both sides of the palace, the other 4 people who entered the imperial tomb with Yang Mucheng have been arrested. At this moment, they were sitting cross-legged on the ground, looking at the outside world, with their bodies as the center. 2 intersecting chains were constantly tumbling back and forth, mixed with pieces of black inscriptions and talismans, not only imprisoning their bodies, but also completely locking their entire space. But, different from the focus of Chen Kai and Zhang Feiyu, Yang Mucheng's eyes were fixed on the center of the palace. But see, sitting on the huge throne was a terrifying man. Why is it scary? This is because this man's whole body is withered, like a tree that has been dead for decades. That body was completely like a corpse, except for a pair of pupils, which were terrifyingly bright. It seems that just by looking at each other, one's entire mind will sink into these pupils. Are you Wudizu? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. The other party's appearance was very different from the projection he saw in the Little Extreme realm. The projection of Wudizu in Shioji realm still has a somewhat Taoist and immortal attitude. But the man on the throne looks like a demon from the 9 Netherworld. Yang Mucheng, I am none other than Wudizu. The man spoke slowly, and an indescribable momentum spread crazily along with his voice. His eyes looking at Yang Mucheng revealed unimaginable enthusiasm and possessiveness. I didn't expect that you guessed my plan and actually dared to come to me. The title of Old Demon Yang is not in vain. Boom. Boom. As the voice appeared, Chen Kai and Zhang Feiyu, who were standing behind Yang Mucheng, could not suppress the fear in their hearts. Their knees softened, and they fell to the ground. Yang Mucheng glanced at the 2 people who were kneeling, and then his eyes fell on Wudizu again. Since I dare to come, I am sure to kill you. However, there is one thing I don't know. You asked Tiandong to kill so many people. Genius. Why hasn't it been exposed for more than 1,000 years? Wudizu chuckled. Anyway, you will soon become my body and my consciousness will be wiped out by me. I will tell you to listen to it. Chapter 501 Millennium Plan. Yang Mucheng nodded slightly and listened carefully. I was born in a huge martial arts sect outside of Hao Tianzhou. The sect there is even bigger than a country here. I realized Taoism when I was 3 years old and followed my fellow disciples to practice. My cultivation qualifications can only be regarded as average. Reached the golden elixir at the age of 200. And then spent another 467 years to reach the nascent soul state. While traveling, I had a conflict with other disciples of other sects in a ruins and started fighting. The opponent was led by a senior from the sect. But I was no match. My body was broken and my heart was broken after the beating. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. The body is broken and the heart is broken. If it were any other warrior, he would have died long ago. Wudizu seemed to see Yang Mucheng's doubts and smiled lightly. Yang Mucheng, you don't know? After your cultivation reaches the realm of Yuaning, you are almost immortal. As long as the Yuaning is still there, you can live. Since your body is broken and you are still alive, why don't you live in the state of nascent soul? Yang Mucheng asked. The laws of heaven and earth cannot tolerate the nascent soul. Without the protection of the physical body, every 100 years, a thunder will fall and scatter the nascent soul. Therefore, every strong man in the nascent soul realm will do his best if his body is broken. searching for the body to seize it. If the body is not found within 100 years, the spirit and soul will be destroyed by the thunder. I have been in this imperial tomb for more than 1,000 years, and can no longer leave here. Once it appears, the accumulation of more than 1,000 years will happen. The sky thunder will fall all at once. Wudizu said slowly. So that's the case. Yang Muchung nodded. This is why Wudizu had to take over. But see. Wudizu paused and continued. My body was broken. So I fled to Heotianzu. Because I couldn't find a suitable body for a long time. I established the Tuatian Palace and the Holy Ape Dynasty here. And I control everything from this imperial tomb. With my nascent soul, I have the knowledge and experience of this realm attract all geniuses to come and practice. In more than 2,000 years, I have taken away the bodies of no less than hundreds of geniuses. But in the end, they all failed. The body that lasted the longest was only a few decades. Their physical bodies were too fragile, and they could not survive at all. The nascent soul that cannot bear it will be completely broken in a few years even if it is taken by force. Yang Muchung suddenly realized, nodded and said, I understand. You are now in a dilemma. Because of 2,000 years of continuous seizing, your cultivation is constantly regressing. So you, who is higher than you, cannot seize the body. Give up. If your cultivation level is lower than yours, it will be useless even if your body is placed in front of you. Furthermore, since you want to seize a body, you are not willing to just choose a body to deal with the problem. Instead, you plan to choose a body that has the most potential and is most suitable for you. Therefore, you will set up a body in this small extreme world. Those 3 experiences. Exactly. Wudizu nodded. He pointed at his body and said, This is a body that was taken away from me 70 years ago. Although it was successful, it is a pity that for some unknown reason, it began to wither more than 10 years ago. My nascent soul cannot withstand the torture. If we don't find a suitable body as soon as possible, it will completely dissipate. Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows and sneered. You have killed so many geniuses. Aren't you afraid of causing public outrage? Wudizu grinned. The imperial tomb is open once every 3 years, with a maximum of 20 or 30 people, and a minimum of 7 or 8 people. Who knows if 1 or 2 people die? Moreover, after these people leave the imperial tomb, all information about the imperial tomb will be wiped out by me. The memory inside is guaranteed to be foolproof. That's it. After he finished speaking, the broken body sitting on the throne slowly stood up. With this slight movement, there was a cracking sound like a bamboo not being twisted. Looking at Yang Muchung, Wudizu continued, After various trials, your body is very consistent with my requirements in terms of physical strength and cultivation. I want this body of yours. How powerful can your broken body be? Yang Muchung sneered. In the Shioji realm, I can smash you once, and I can smash you a second time in this imperial tomb. When Wudizu heard this, a trace of ridicule flashed in his clear and deep eyes. He shook his head, stepped down from the high throne step by step, and said, Yang Muchung, that is just a projection of me. Although I have been weakened for more than 2,000 years, my strength is not even 1/10,000th of what I was at my peak. But it is enough to kill you. Chen Kai, Zhang Feiyu, Zhou Ru. These people were already stunned. The whole story was told word by word from the 2 people's mouths. Even an idiot could understand that this imperial tomb was a trap set for them. Fortunately, they kept everything in their bones, and thought they had received a lot of benefits from Tuatian Palace. In fact, it turned out that they were just playthings in the hands of others. Di Yang, kill him! I don't know how many geniuses this old ghost has killed. We must not let him get out alive. Yang Emperor, we cannot let him seize his body. If he seizes his body, how will Hao Tianzhou's peace be in the future? For a while, the calls continued. Everyone screamed heartbreakingly. But Zhou Ru, Luo Sanshao, and the others were imprisoned by black chains, and could only watch helplessly, but could not intervene. Chen Kai and Zhang Feiyu, who came with Yang Muchung, put on a posture of preparing to face the enemy together. But Wudizu just flicked his right hand slightly, and saw 2 black shadows shooting out. Call! Call! The 2 black shadows transformed rapidly, forming 2 intersecting black chains in the void, directly imprisoning the 2 of them. The 4 men in black in the palace listened to the roar of the crowd and sneered sinisterly. If the ancestor takes action, how can you still survive? Just wait for death. Perhaps, after our ancestor succeeds in seizing the body, he will erase your memories and let you leave alive. Stop holding on to impossible hopes. Ever since you entered this imperial tomb, your final outcome has been determined. And this time, Wu Dizu had already walked in front of Yang Maicheng. The two of them were only one step apart and looked at each other. Abruptly, Wu Dizu grinned and slowly pushed out his right fist. The moment the punch hit, time seemed to stop. Wu Dizu's fist was extremely slow, and every movement, even the trajectory, was clearly visible. But this punch gave people a feeling that there was no way to hide or avoid it. Under the eyes of a pair of shocked, surprised, trembling, and fearful eyes, Wu Dizu's dry and skinny fist landed lightly on Yang Mucheng's chest. Chapter 502: The Strongest Form. This punch looks light and does not contain any strength, but it seems to contain some kind of strange mystery. Many people wondered whether Wu Dizu's body had long since decayed, leaving him without any strength. How can a fist like this hurt anyone? Even if it's an itch, it's a bit mild. But at this moment, Yang Mucheng's expression suddenly changed. An abnormal flush appeared on his face. Breathing out a mouthful of blood mist that filled the sky, he flew back like a cannonball. Just hearing a boom, the closed door of the palace was shattered. Hiss! Hiss! There was a gasping sound. Everyone looked at Wu Dizu in disbelief. It's over! Zhang Feiyu's body went limp. Like mud. He came out of the little extreme realm together with Yang Maicheng. So he knew Yang Mucheng's strength very well. In the Xiuji realm, Wu Dizu's shadow punched with all his strength. But it only knocked back Yang Maicheng. But now, here he is, and he can actually knock Yang Maicheng away with one punch. This kind of strength is simply crushing. Yang Maicheng, how are you? How do you feel about this punch from me? Wu Dizu grinned. It was hard to imagine that his withered body could actually erupt with such terrifying power in an instant. I know that you didn't use all your strength in the Shiji realm. But why don't I? It's not that you didn't use all your strength. Far away, dust is everywhere. A figure gradually became clearer. If it wasn't Yang Maicheng, who could it be? But see, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his face turned a little pale. But he returned to normal in an instant. Wu Dizu, this punch is nothing more than that. Since you have already made a move, as the saying goes, it is disrespectful to come back without reciprocating. So you should also have a taste of my fist. Finished, Yang Maicheng slowly raised his head. A cold light burst out from his eyes. And almost at the same time, he took a step forward. This step directly crossed a distance of hundreds of feet, as if shrinking to an inch, and appearing in front of Wu Dizu as if teleporting. At the same time, he punched out. What? Wu Dizu's eyes narrowed. Before the punch came, the wind of the punch had already arrived. The blow made his long hair fly up. His clothes rustled, and his whole body seemed to be suffering from a kind of pain like a knife. At this moment, his face no longer looked as calm as before. He gritted his teeth and immediately punched out to face Yang Mucheng's attack. The inner strength contained in the two fists surged together at this moment. Boom! An almost earth-shattering explosion resounded wildly, centered on both fists. A shocking airflow visible to the naked eye surged in all directions. Just hearing a click, this huge palace that had existed in the imperial tomb for more than 2,000 years was directly swept away by this terrifying airflow. The shattering crackling sound resounded crazily. Pieces of floorboards flew up at this moment and were crushed into powder. One by one, the stone pillars supporting the palace were broken by the waste, and they all fell to the ground. Clusters of purple flames were crushed by the wind and disappeared suddenly. In this surging palace, the two fists finally collided. Just hearing a thunderous explosion, whether it was Chen Kai, Zhang Feiyu, or the men in black under Wu Dizu, they all felt as if their eardrums were about to be shattered. In this terrible explosion, everyone was blown away. At the same time, a terrifying wave that was dozens of times larger than before flew directly away. The main hall was razed to the ground in an instant. Tang! Yang Maicheng stepped back dozens of steps. He stepped on the ground and released his strength. The ground behind him suddenly exploded due to the incoming huge force. It was like a volcano soaring into the sky, bursting out endless energy. Gravel soil. Wu Dizu's body trembled, and he shot backwards like an arrow from a string. In midair, his body twisted strangely, and there was a crackling sound of fried beans, and he landed lightly on the ground. Yang Maicheng! Wu Dizu stopped like a rag and fluttered to the ground. He clenched his fists, unable to hide the shock and surprise on his face. Original. He thought that as long as Yang Maicheng entered the imperial tomb, He could easily capture it. But who would have thought that the power displayed by the opponent's punch was already beyond his imagination? Of course, the most surprised person was the people around him. They originally thought that Yang Machung was already a turtle in the urn, and there was no possibility of a comeback. But who would have thought that Yang Machung actually hid such terrifying power? He actually resisted it. How could he be so powerful? This is too scary. Chen Kai and others were pleasantly surprised. They all looked expectantly towards Yang Machung. Call. Wu Dizu stared at Yang Machung for a moment, sighed, and suddenly laughed. Yang Machung, it seems that I have underestimated you. I thought this posture was enough to subdue you. But now it seems that this is not enough. In this case, let you see my true strength. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately clenched his fists. Crack! A crisp sound resounded, and Wu Dizu's body, which was already like a dead tree, started to squirm crazily, just like a dead tree blooming into spring. The sluggish muscles were replenished, and the old and withered body became extremely strong in the blink of an eye. This state is overdrawing the last potential of this body. It will completely explode in half an hour at most. Wu Dizu exhaled a breath, as if talking to himself. But? He changed the subject. His eyes narrowed into a thin line, and fell on Yang Machung. In this half hour, it was easy to subdue you. Yang Machung, it's all over. This body of yours is going to be finalized. Let's see if you have this ability. Yang Machung narrowed his eyes slightly, facing Wu Dizu's new attitude. He did not show any timidity. Instead, he took one step forward. In an instant, a surging momentum surged. Feeling Yang Machung's momentum, Wu Dizu was a little disdainful. But after a moment, his expression suddenly changed. As if he was facing a formidable enemy. He discovered that a ferocious aura from Yang Machung's body that was not inferior to his at all surged out in an instant. Like a peerless ferocious beast that had awakened. Moreover, this terrifying aura completely surpassed him even after just a moment. How can it be? Facing Yang Machung, Wu Dizu could no longer maintain his previous composure. His eyes suddenly closed, and he exclaimed, Chapter 503 Shura Demon Elephant vs. Golden Body Dharma Appearance. The momentum surged. After a while, it reached its peak. At this moment, Yang Machung was like an unsheathed sword. Looking at Wu Dizu with a shocked face, he grinned, showing his white teeth. Sorry for the waiting. Huh! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Machung opened his mouth and shouted loudly. The 9 dragons' flying sword flew out like lightning. If Yang Machung didn't take action, he would use it as the most deadly killing move. Because he knew that the opponent was different from all the opponents he had experienced before. Once you miss one move, the whole game is lost. The 9 dragons' flying sword rushed out, even piercing the void. In an instant, he was already in front of Wu Dizu. Damn it! Wu Dizu cursed secretly. Yang Machung's hidden strength was indeed something he had never imagined. But the more this happened, the more excited he became. This proves that his vision is not wrong. The potential contained in this body is extremely huge. As long as he gets this body, he can be reborn perfectly. He grabbed the void with his right hand. At this moment, countless darkness, like the shadow of thick ink, surged out to the extreme, and finally solidified into a pitch-black war gun in his palm. Then, he took a step forward and shook his right hand. The black war spear actually stirred up 9 gun flowers. The gun flowers almost condensed into substance, like flower bones that flew toward the 9 dragons' flying sword. While flying, the flower bones slowly bloomed and hit the 9 swords. Above the flying sword, these 9 spear flowers slightly weakened the force of the 9 dragons' flying sword. Although it was only a moment, it was enough for a master like Wu Dizu. But see, the pitch-black war gun was held tightly in his hands, shaking constantly. Sometimes it is like a wild dragon rising out of the sea. Sometimes like a roaring dragon. Sometimes like a clever and strange poisonous snake. Sometimes like lightning that is swiping wildly. At this moment, he fired 9 shots in a row. Without any fancy. Without any unnecessary movements. They all hit the weakest point of the 9 dragons' flying sword and blasted them all away. Base. 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 The handle of the 9 dragon flying sword was inserted upside down into the ground. At this time, Yang Machung's second blow had already struck. He has already summoned the golden body and the 5-clawed golden dragon behind him. Although the addition of the second broken bone did not make his figure appear larger, it made the golden body and magic appear particularly condensed. Even that the faint dragon power possessed by the five-clawed golden dragon has already been revealed. The moment the golden body was formed, a claw slapped down. Golden body Dharma? Seeing the huge five-clawed golden dragon appearing, Wudizu's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. His body trembled. Immediately, a tall and burly black figure appeared behind him. This black figure has a mutilated face, is about 30 feet tall, has strong muscles stacked up in layers, and has two incomplete wings growing on its back. What's even more shocking is that this black figure has two huge curved and circling horns on its head, and its hands are holding a wide, pitch-black long knife. At the same time as he appeared, he waved his long knife and struck at the dragon's claws. Boom! What is surprising is that this dark figure that appeared suddenly and silently actually intercepted the attack of the five-clawed golden dragon. Suddenly, a huge force burst out. The two of them withstood this terrible force and took a few steps backward again. This short round ended with neither of them winning or losing. Yang Machung, you have a golden body. And so does I. However, I call this the Shura demonic elephant. Wudizu grinned. In the martial arts world, there are many martial arts techniques similar to the golden body Dharma. The secret of bone pattern can only be regarded as one of them. Wudizu's Shura demon elephant was made from the bones of demons, and summoned the demon body to help fight. The principle is somewhat similar to the secret of bone patterns. The stronger the corpse, the more powerful the summoned demon body. But what shocked Wudizu was that the Shura demon elephant behind him was made from 372 pieces of demon bones. It was his most powerful killing move when he was in the nascent soul realm. Although after the battle 2,000 years ago, more than 80% of the demon bones were shattered, and the power was greatly reduced. But the power is still there. The blow from the five-clawed golden dragon actually made his Shura demonic elephant tremble. After all calculations, I still underestimated Yang Muchung's potential. Fortunately, he was not allowed to continue to grow. Otherwise, I won't be able to deal with him at all. So what about the Shura demon elephant? I will kill gods and demons today. Yang Machung pointed his right hand in the air, and the nine-dragon flying sword that had been deflected by Wudizu trembled and flew towards his position. Then, Yang Machung grabbed it with his right hand, and the 9 swords turned into light, like pieces of hemp rope entangled with each other. The light did not dissipate. The swords chanted continuously, and after a moment, the 9 swords merged into one, almost at the same time. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have made an agreement and rushed toward each other crazily. Boom! 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 The entire imperial tomb was already in chaos. Terrible explosions kept resounding, and every time the two sides defended themselves, there was a terrifying and earth-shattering sound. Every time they defend, there will be an earth-shaking wave of air sweeping out crazily. The first wave of air has not dissipated, and then the second wave of air rushes in, as if it has really turned into a tide. One wave follows another. The two sides fought from the sky to the ground. The two beings, who were almost invincible under the Golden Core realm, fought together. The area where the two men fought was almost barren, and was torn to pieces in an instant. The rising wind and waves even turned into a tornado sweeping the entire sky at this moment. In this wind, everything from weeds to trees were crazy uprooted by this terrifying wind and rushed into the sky. Everyone watching the battle had to retreat again and again. But even so, the terrifying power could still be felt, with countless cracks bursting open throughout the Imperial Tomb. After all, this Imperial Tomb is just an independent space. How could it support such a terrifying fight between the two of them? Dense cracks spread crazily in all directions, as if the sky was about to collapse. Roar! The roar of the dragon. The wrath of the devil. A shocking roar resounded, and the golden body of Dharma and the Shura demon elephant collided fiercely. In an instant, the tornado that rolled into the sky exploded with a boom. At the same time, the two people who turned into a black shadow in the sky were shot back like arrows. How's it going? Who wins and who loses? The anxious people quickly looked forward. However, when they saw the situation ahead clearly, they couldn't help but take a breath of air. Chapter 504 The Terrifying Secret of 2,000 Years. But see you? Yang Muchung's shirt was completely torn, and his golden and jade-like skin was already covered with scars. The most horrific wound was the gunshot wound. A hole penetrated from the left shoulder, piercing the body, and white bones could be seen. If it were moved downward by 3 points, the heart would be completely crushed. And Wudizu, he was equally unbearable. His whole body was covered with sword marks. Among them, there was a small and weak wound between the eyebrows and the throat. If this sword were to advance even a hair further, it would be able to kill Wu Dizu. Is this a close match? Zhang Feiyu said in shock. No. Emperor Yang has the upper hand. Luo Sanshao shouted. Wu Dizu's state can only last for half an hour. When the time is up, his body will be broken, and he will no longer have the ability to fight. When the time comes, his body will be broken. At that time, Wu Dizu will definitely be killed by Emperor Yang. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this. But as soon as he finished speaking, a man in black burst out laughing. But then, the man in black said loudly, Ha! You seem to have overlooked something. Don't forget where this is. When Luo Sanshao heard this, his face turned pale, and he stopped talking. Yes. This is where. This is Tuatyin Palace. This is the Holy Ape Dynasty. Even if they win, can they escape? Let's not talk about these 4 men in black who are eyeing him. In addition to the Imperial Tomb, there are many masters from Tuatyin Palace. In the Tuatyin Palace, there are 3 powerful golden elixir masters. I can't take down this kid. How on earth did he practice? Wu Dizu was shocked. He originally thought that with his experience and knowledge at the nascent soul realm, he could easily crush Yang Macheng. But the result is exactly the opposite. Yang Macheng was like a flood that broke through the embankment. No matter how he tried to stop it, it would be useless. On the contrary, he might be washed to pieces by this torrent. Suddenly, Wu Dizu's body trembled, and his swollen body actually shrank slowly at this moment, like a water ball pierced by a needle. At the same time, the terrifying inner energy that poured into his body was also pouring out crazily. No! The time is coming! I alone can't subdue him at all. Find a way to leave the Imperial Tomb and unite with people outside to deal with him. Something moved in my heart. Wu Dizu barely hesitated and swept forward quickly. Escaped? At this moment, everyone was shocked. No one expected that Wu Dizu would escape first. But others don't know it. But Yang Macheng, who has been fighting with Wu Dizu, knows it well. That's because his body can't support it for much longer. Wu Dizu, do you think you can escape from my grasp today? Die here. Boom. He clenched his fists. And suddenly, the dim golden body that appeared outside him due to the fierce battle was filled with terrifying power again at this moment. Becoming extremely condensed. Like a real 5-clawed body, the golden dragon appears normally. Then, Yang Macheng waved his right hand downward. I saw a wind blade that was more than 100 meters long formed in an instant. And with a spectacular cloud that chopped the air, it headed towards Wu Dizu. Not good! Wu Dizu was horrified. Just when he was about to be split in half by the wind blade, he relied on his years of combat experience to quickly move to one side. Boom! This wind blade was like an unstoppable giant blade, chopping down in the air. The entire earth was torn apart, and a sword mark that was hundreds of meters long and bottomless was exposed. Wu Dizu only felt his scalp numb. If he was hit by this attack, he might even be split into 2 pieces. I thought I had found a body suitable for seizing the body. But who knew I would encounter such a terrifying existence? This Yang Macheng is almost the same as the old demons I have encountered before. After fighting for so long, I am exhausted physically and mentally. But he actually keeps getting braver as he fights. Wrong move. Wrong move. Wrong move. He kept shouting in his heart. 3 times. One can imagine how terrifying Yang Macheng's shock was to him. What are you still doing? Why don't you hurry up and inform the people outside the Emperor's tomb that I need help? Wu Dizu knew in his heart that Yang Macheng could not let him leave. His eyes fell on the 4 astonished men in black, and he roared angrily. Suddenly, the 4 people came back to their senses. Their bodies trembled, and ripples appeared like water on the water, gradually disappearing in place. Want to report something? Yang Macheng raised his eyebrows and flicked his fingers. Clang! There was a sound of swords, and the 9 swords separated. One of them, the Yazen sword, brought out a red light and shot towards the 4 people. The speed of this sword was so fast that with only 3 sounds of puff, puff and puff, 3 heads flew high into the sky and hit the ground heavily with a cloud of blood. Just when the last man in black was about to be killed, Wu Dizu closed his eyes and pointed his black war gun forward. The blast of gun light hit the Yazen sword. This caused the Yazen sword to miss by 3 points and pass by the side of the man in black, saving him from death. In the thin line between life and death, the man in black was soaked in cold sweat. He did not dare to neglect and almost used all his strength to escape, and disappeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Ha 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 ha. Yang Machung. When the people outside the imperial tomb get the news and come in, it will be your death. Seeing the man in black leaving, Wu Dizu breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help laughing wildly. And this time, Zhou Ru, Chen Kai, and Zhang Feiyu all looked pale, as if they were mourning for their heirs. Just Wu Dizu alone is enough to give Yang Machung a headache. What if there are a few more? But Yang Machung didn't show any panic at all. He slowly took out a communication stone from the dragon's tail bracelet and squeezed it fiercely. With a click, the communication stone shattered. After finishing all this, he slowly raised his head, looked at Wu Dizu, and smiled slowly. Do you think you are the only one with help? Don't I have any help? That's the communication stone. Wu Dizu looked at the stone crushed by Yang Machung, and his pupils suddenly closed. This stone is divided into two pieces. As long as one piece is crushed, the other piece will also be broken. Even if they are thousands of miles apart, they can be sensed instantly. Therefore, it is used as a simple communication. Wu Dizu quickly came to his senses, looked at Yang Machung with a mocking look on his face, and said with a smile, Yang Machung, I know that you came out of the mortal world and even replaced the Shangqing dynasty. You even established the Dragon Hall with more than 100 Xianhai realm experts. Your skills are beyond the comparison of even me and existence. But? Wu Dizu changed his words, his tone full of disdain and teasing. Your Dragon Hall is indeed very strong. But is it comparable to my Tuotian Palace? My Tuotian Palace has 3 strong men in the Golden Core realm. And there are more than 30 of them who are only half a step into the Golden Core. Tuotian Palace's 2,000 years of accumulation and foundation are not something that your small Dacian dynasty can catch up with in just 1 year. Phew. At this moment, Chen Kai and others fell limply to the ground, losing even the strength to stand up. For the first time, they knew the background of Tuotian Palace. But now that I know it, I realize how terrible the accumulation of these 2,000 years is. Yang Machung, how are you? Wu Dizu looked at Yang Machung with a smile. But, when he looked over, he couldn't help but froze. Chapter 505 Yang Machung. Crazy? Original. Wu Dizu believed that when Yang Machung learned about the secrets accumulated by Tuotian Palace for 2,000 years, he would turn pale, tremble in panic. But, in fact, it was just the opposite. There was no trace of panic on Yang Machung's face. But instead it was full of disdain and teasing. With 2,000 years of foundation, there are only 3 golden elixirs and dozens of half-step golden elixirs. Wu Dizu, I think you have stayed in this imperial tomb for too long, and your head has solidified. With such a little capital, you also have show off your courage to me? Yang Machung said slowly. Boy, what do you know? Wu Dizu opened his eyes angrily and shouted in a hissing voice. It is a very high chance that one person among 1,000,000 people will become the Golden Core realm. This is how Tianzhou. Not the Great Region. Not those super sections. You don't understand both sides at all. The gap between. There are techniques there that exceed the Xian level and even the Earth level, which can allow warriors to reach the Golden Core realm in just 100 years. But here, the highest level is only the top level of the Xian level. Each level of difference in the techniques requires more training. The time will increase several times. Without those Earth level skills, in more than 2,000 years, my sect has given birth to 3 powerful golden elixirs and dozens of half-step golden elixirs. This is something that many sects and countries dare not even think about. Yang Machung shook his head slowly. How many golden elixirs are there? Wu Dizu was furious. The Tuotian Palace he founded did not have those heaven-defying skills as its foundation. It was the thing he was most proud of that it was able to achieve such results in 2,000 years. But now, in Yang Machung's eyes, his pride seemed to have no value at all. How could he not be angry? Far away, Zhou Ru, Luo Sanshao, and Zhang Feiyu were all shocked when they heard their conversation. They all come from various dynasties and major families. The power they were in was established no shorter than Tuotian Palace. And even Third Master Luo's Tianluo dynasty was 200 years longer. But for such a long time, the entire Tianluo dynasty only had 3 half-step golden elixirs. It is precisely because of this that Luo Sanshao seeks a way to reach the golden elixir realm and comes to Tuotian Palace. As expected of a sect with a yuaning old monster, it took 2,000 years to actually have such a huge foundation. 3 golden elixir powerhouses. It's over. We're afraid there's no way out. Even if all our dynasties were added together, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to defeat one Tuatan palace. And this time, Yang Mucheng's words interrupted everyone's shock. But Yang Mucheng slowly shook his head and looked at Wu Dizu with a mocking look on his face. 3 golden elixirs. How many? After my dragon hall comes? Even if you have 10 times more powerful Jin Dan in Tuatan palace, I can crush them easily. 10 times more. Those are 30 golden elixir powerhouses. Easily crush a sect with 30 golden elixir experts? This moment, whether it was Wu Dizu, Chen Kai, Zhou Ru, or Zhang Feiyu, they all had a thought in their minds. Yang Mucheng. Crazy. Zhongyuan Mountains. In a certain valley. This valley is called the Burial Demon Abyss. It is the most dangerous and terrifying place in the Holy Ape Dynasty, and even among the 36 kingdoms of Hao Tian and Zhou. Because, in this valley, demon kings are everywhere. Even a strong person in the Golden Core realm would not dare to set foot here easily. Even hundreds of miles away from the demonic burial abyss, the roar of the demon king could be heard coming from the valley. But within 10 days and a half, all the demon kings seem to have disappeared. In this valley where demon kings live, there is a simple palace. The beams and tiles of this palace are still brand new, and it seems that it was built less than a month ago. I'm back. At this time, a roar came from outside, but a figure was seen rushing from outside. The person who came was none other than Xiao Tianqing, one of the ancestors of Longtang. His clothes were ragged, and he looked like he had been through a big battle. What was even more shocking was that he was actually carrying a wild boar, as big as a mountain, on his shoulders. The body of this wild boar is covered with strange patterns, and pieces of spiritual light like spiritual snakes are constantly passing over the patterns. Xiao Tianqing flicked it easily, and dropped the huge beast on the ground as if it was nothing. You chased a Shura wild boar for 3 days? Lu Qianfeng walked out slowly. Hey, no matter what, this Shura wild boar is also a low-level demon king, right? Xiao Tianqing raised his eyebrows. He pulled out the heavenly sword from behind and slashed it down suddenly. Every time he slashed with his sword, it seemed as if he had poured tens of millions of force into it. But it fell lightly. I saw a burst of sword light, and the Shura wild boar was easily broken open, and its bones were shaved off. Every piece of pork is as thin as a cicada's wing. Put the knife away. After all, I have just reached the Golden Elixir realm. After this battle, I can fully master the power of this Golden Elixir realm. Xiao Tianqing looked at Lu Qianfeng. He looked around and said with a hint of surprise, Where are the others? They also went hunting. It's almost time to come back. The words just fell. However, I saw silhouettes of people rushing from outside the valley quickly. Yi Shujin, Gong Xiaohai, Yao Chen, these old members of Longtang have now reached the Golden Elixir realm. They came back in 2s and 3s, rarely empty-handed, and most of them came back with the Demon King. Lu Qianfeng nodded and said, Very good. There are so many Demon Kings. Xiao Tianqing grinned and said, The role of these Demon Kings is not small. The Demon Elixir can not only refine the Jinyuan Shengdan, we eat the flesh of the Demon King, and can also strengthen the blood. Although we use the Jinyuan Shengdan to forcibly when it comes to the Golden Core realm, after eating the Demon King's meat for so many days, our strength is almost the same as those of the real Golden Core realm experts. Master Lu, has His Majesty sent us a signal? Gong Xiaohai shouted. Stop calling me Lu Guisher. Like you, I have joined Longtang. After the Holy Master leaves Tuatian Palace, I will have time to go to the Qiandao dynasty and dismiss the status of this national master. Lu Qianfeng smiled bitterly, because this national master's identity is always ridiculed. He shook his head and said, The Holy One has not sent a message yet. If there is anything from the Holy One, he will definitely tell us through this communication stone. Lu Qianfeng said, and took out the communication stone from his arms. Almost at the same time, the communication stone clicked and was covered with cracks. Under the gaze of a bunch of eyes, it shattered and turned into powder. Everyone was shocked. Lu Qianfeng's expression was even more solemn. He shook off the powder in his hand and shouted loudly, Longtang obeys the order. The target is Tuatian Palace. This moment, all the ancestors of Longtang who were still busy were suddenly shocked. After a brief moment of daze, the silent demon burial abyss burst out with a bright light. At this moment, more than 100 powerful Jindan men rose into the sky crazily, like meteors that reversed into the sky, and headed towards Tuatian Palace 3 regardless of all costs. 16 peaks swept away. Chapter 506 Under the Golden Elixir. They are all ants. Yang Muchung. Crazy? After Yang Muchung said these words, such an idea flashed in everyone's mind. But besides being crazy, what other explanation is there? Under the golden elixir. They are all ants. Wu Dizu shook his head slowly. He seemed to have seen reinforcements arriving, holding Yang Muchung on the ground, and letting him seize the body. Suddenly he began to feel comfortable and proud. Yang Muchung, it seems that you don't understand the strength of the golden elixir realm. He narrowed his eyes slightly, clenched his fists, and said slowly, this body is already broken. If you leave it, it will have no effect. In this case, let this body exert its final strength. Let me show you the power above the golden core realm. Due to physical reasons, although Wu Dizu possesses the cultivation level of nascent soul realm, he is unable to exert all his power. Once it is exceeded, the body will be broken. It's like having a huge and infinite treasure house, but only being able to take out 1 or 2 gold coins at a time. If used forcefully, the body will be completely broken. But at this moment, Wu Dizu no longer cares about anything. As long as Yang Muchung's body can be taken away, all the losses will be enough to make up for it. Buzz. His body trembled. Tongue! A shadow emerged from behind him. Of course, this is not the Shura demon elephant, but a strange thing. This thing is like Wu Dizu in his infancy. The whole body is exquisitely carved, as if made of raw jade, exuding a slow shimmer. Nascent soul! Yang Muchung's eyes narrowed. Yes, this is my nascent soul, the jade baby said human words. And after he broke away from the body, the momentum of the body rose instead of falling. And it actually increased crazily. The surging power even accelerated the shattering of this already broken body. Skin, muscles, bones, pieces of cracks wound up and spread rapidly, spreading all over the body almost in an instant. Boom! At this moment, Wu Dizu reached the true golden elixir realm. The terrifying momentum swept over crazily, like a heavy mountain hitting Yang Muchung's shoulders. At this moment, Yang Muchung's expression suddenly changed, and he felt his body tremble, and his feet did not touch the ground. The surging power diffused crazily from his shoulders and swept across the earth. The ground inside the imperial tomb seemed to be torn apart by a pair of invisible hands at this moment. Just this momentum made all the bones in Yang Muchung's body crackle. At this moment, the internal organs were crushed crazily and cracked into pieces. Wow! He opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood mixed with broken internal organs. Although Chen Kai and Zhang Feiyu were far apart, they were even more unbearable under the influence of this momentum. I don't even have the courage to stand anymore. Is this the strength of the golden core realm? Chen Kai's eyes flashed with disbelief. Golden elixir. Half-step golden elixir. Although the difference is only 1 level. Why is there such a huge difference in strength between the two sides? Zhang Feiyu's face was full of horror. 30 years ago, I reached the half-step golden elixir. I thought the difference between the golden elixir realm and the half-step golden elixir was only a hair's breadth. But the gap was too huge. Luo Sanshao clenched his fists. These sounds of astonishment reached Wu Dizu's ears, making him laugh involuntarily. Shaking his head, Wu Dizu said disdainfully, everyone is an ant under the golden elixir. In martial arts practice, even if you are half-step to the golden elixir, you are just standing outside the door of practice. Only when you reach the golden elixir realm can you truly step into the threshold. Only then will you know what to do. For true cultivation, what is the true act of defying heaven? Wu Dizu's words were deafening. Half-step golden pill is just standing outside the door to practice. In the past 100 years, we have not even reached the threshold of practice. Zhang Feiyu was stunned. Why not go against the will of heaven? After reaching the realm of nascent soul, even Wu Dizu can use his nascent soul body to constantly seize bodies. This is simply beyond imagination. Chen Kai shook his head. The pursuit over the past few decades, and nearly 100 years, I thought, had reached its limit. But who knows? The other party's words made everyone understand that their previous pursuits and previous goals were just starting points within reach for others. Humph! A bunch of ants! Wu Dizu slowly shook his head. His eyes turned and fell on Yang Muchung again. And he said proudly, Yang Muchung, just go ahead and capture me. I want this body of yours. I don't want to beat you all over and end up with a broken body. What? Before he finished speaking, he saw Yang Muchung clenching his fists and standing up slowly under the surging momentum of the golden core realm. Are you the only one who is in the realm of the golden elixir? Yang Muchung slowly took out the golden elixir from the dragon's tail bracelet and looked at Wu Dizu. I originally did not plan to take this elixir, because, in half a year at most, I will be able to safely reach the golden elixir realm. It seems that now, I have to take it. That is? Wu Dizu's eyes narrowed. He suddenly thought of something and said in shock. Jin Yuan Shundan, you actually got that pill recipe? When the Danfang disaster broke out, Wu Dizu had personal experience. Su Zhuxuan stole this prescription from a certain super sect. After Su Zhuxuan stole the elixir, he disappeared from the sect. As a result, he secretly came to Hao Tianzhou and used the elixir to ascend to the golden elixir realm. But later, the Dongchuang incident happened, which attracted countless powerful people fighting for the golden elixir. Unfortunately, Su Zhuxuan disappeared completely in the end, and Danfang was nowhere to be seen. Wu Dizu always thought that the super sect had taken the elixir back, but he never expected that the elixir would actually fall into the hands of Yang Muchung. It's useless even if you take this Jinyuan holy pill. With the help of the pill, you have been promoted to the realm of the golden pill. You are still far from the real golden pill master. Is it? Yang Muchung grabbed it with his right hand and took out a broken golden elixir from the dragon's tail bracelet. This golden elixir was obtained from the big Reling mountain turtle, and it was also used to ensure that it would be used in case of emergencies. If you swallow these two things at the same time, even if you can't reach the true golden elixir realm, it will still be the same. Right. Can I compete with you? Yang Muchung looked at Wu Dizu and grinned. Not good, Wu Dizu cried out. However, it was too late. Yang Muchung had already taken the Jinyuan holy pill and the broken demon pill in one mouthful. At this moment, Yang Muchung gave a fierce meal, and immediately it was like a flash flood that had accumulated for 3 days and 3 nights, and poured out at this moment without hesitation. Chapter 507, Break out of the Imperial Tomb. Boom! This pure and surging inner energy swept out of the body, slowly becoming condensed and substantial from the ethereal clouds. In the end, like a churning golden flame, it swirled around Yang Muchung's body to the limit. And at the same time, it can even be seen that this pure inner energy condensed rapidly under the compression of a force originating from heaven and earth. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, it actually condensed into a mung bean-sized ball. Golden pill. This pill is only about the size of a mung bean, but it emits light like the blazing sun. The huge power contained in it is actually shocking. Golden elixir! There was a burst of exclamation. But see! Yang Muchung slowly opened his mouth, and immediately the golden elixir flew away with a whooshing sound, and was directly swallowed by Yang Muchung. A golden elixir enters my belly, and my fate is up to me. Boom! Yang Muchung's eyes opened angrily, and a bright light emerged from his pupils. At this moment, his long hair was raised and his robes were flying up and down. The huge 5-clawed golden dragon and golden body method actually slowly converged at this moment, and slowly swam up his body. And that ferocious dragon head occupied half of his face. This moment, Yang Muchung seems to be a god and demon that exists forever. No, impossible, this kind of strength. Wu Dizu felt the surging inner energy and momentum surging out of Yang Muchung's body. The terrifying churning force made his scalp numb. But see you. Yang Muchung clenched his fists and quietly felt the power reaching the golden elixir realm for 3 or 4 breaths. Then he suddenly raised his head, grinned at Wu Dizu, who was already pale, and said, Now! I am also in the golden core realm. Say it. He slowly retracted his right hand and clenched it into a fist. With just this slight movement, the space in the imperial tomb could not bear the power of the golden elixir realm, and large cracks burst out. At the same time, the spine on the back rolled like a dragon. Thank you for this punch. I will return it to you tenfold. Boom. One step forward and the world falls apart. The air between the two sides was torn to pieces by Yang Muchung at this moment, and he rushed in front of Wu Dizu with a pervasive murderous intent. A hint of extreme panic flashed in Wu Dizu's eyes, and he hurriedly raised his arms to block it in front of him. Immediately, Yang Muchung received a punch from the front. Wow! Wu Dizu spat out a mouthful of blood mist that filled the sky, and his shattered body completely exploded at this moment. You can't kill me! Tongue! At the moment when this body exploded, nascent soul suddenly broke away and flew towards the outside of the imperial tomb. Want to escape? Yang Muchung stood quietly and looked in the direction where Wu Dizu fled. At this moment, his breath changed crazily. The long hair that was raised began to grow crazily, and each long hair grew to several feet in length. I said, I will kill your nascent soul today. Tuatian Palace. Outside the royal tomb, Wu Shanhe, Guipozi and other senior officials of Tuatian Palace and Holy Ape Dynasty knelt in front of the bronze door, waiting for the arrival of their ancestor. 2,000 years of hard work are finally showing results today. When they thought that Tuatian Palace would have an ancestor with unlimited potential in the nascent soul realm in the future, everyone couldn't help but feel a little excited. But, as time passes by, the imperial tomb has not yet been opened, and the ancestor has not yet come out, which makes people feel more and more uneasy. Why haven't you come out yet? Could it be that the seizure of the body failed? Impossible. The qualifications of the 7 candidates for the title this time are several times higher than before. Plus there is Yang Macheng. So it is absolutely impossible to fail easily. But the time limit has passed so long. Could something go wrong? The ancestor is a powerful nascent soul, and he has 8 confidants. Who can escape with this kind of lineup? Everyone was whispering. Shut up! Wu Shanhe shouted loudly. The ancestor's magic power is boundless, so it is impossible to fail in seizing the body. He may have already succeeded in seizing the body at this moment, and is stabilizing his body. You and I just need to wait here with peace of mind. Everyone immediately shrank their necks after being shouted at like this. On second thought, it was right. After all, the ancestor was the one who supported the entire Tuatian Palace to remain standing for 2,000 years, and was the one who helped turn the tide when Tuatian Palace and the Holy Ape Dynasty were in danger of overthrowing. So far, no one has been able to escape from the robbery. Just when everyone was settling everything in their hearts, a voice suddenly sounded. Someone's out! Uh-huh. At this moment, everyone raised their heads and looked forward. However, there were ripples on the bronze door, and a black image seemed to come out of the water. Did Ancestor succeed? Wu Shanhe's heart moved and he asked quickly. The person who came was none other than the ancestor's confidant, the man in black. In order to get out of the bronze door, he shouted loudly. No, it's not serious. Our ancestor has encountered a powerful enemy and needs you to come to the rescue. Boom. These words made everyone outside the imperial tomb feel as if they were struck by lightning. Ancestor encountered a strong enemy? Is there a more powerful being who has sneaked into the imperial tomb? Impossible. The imperial tomb is guarded by 3 powerful golden elixir men. How could anyone sneak in under their noses? Who is that? Could it be those people who entered the emperor's tomb? But how can they be our ancestors' opponents? Tongue. Wu Shanhe stood up quickly and asked eagerly. Who is that powerful enemy? Yang Macheng. Hisses. Suddenly, the senior executives kneeling in front of the bronze door all gasped. How is it possible? Wu Shanhe shouted. This Yang Macheng is just a master of Xianhai. How can he be called a powerful enemy? Even if the ancestor's body is decayed, he can still exert his cultivation in the realm of golden elixir. Everyone under the golden elixir is Ant. How can Yang Macheng be the ancestor's opponent? Boom. As soon as Wu Shanhe finished speaking, the calm bronze door suddenly erupted with an earth-shattering sound. But I saw it. The bronze door suddenly bulged, as if someone had punched it. Centered on the bulge, dense circles of radioactive cracks spread along the bronze door. Surging pure spiritual energy kept pouring out crazily from the gaps in the bronze door, as if the dam blocking the flood was full of cracks, and would collapse completely at any time. Everyone's heart trembled, and they looked towards the bronze door. Don't know why. There was a sudden silence behind the bronze door. But this inexplicable silence, instead of giving people a feeling of peace of mind, seems to be like a peerless beast locked behind the door, as if it will break out of the cage the next moment. Boom! There was another loud sound. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, the bronze door exploded, and a figure was blasted out like a cannonball, falling in embarrassment in front of everyone. Looking around, he saw that the falling figure was actually a delicately carved baby. Ancestor! Wu Shanhe cried out. Wu Dizu's nascent soul was blasted out. Then, who was the person who blasted out the ancestor's nascent soul? This moment, everyone looked at it, and saw dust rising in front of the broken bronze door, and a figure like a god and demon slowly became clear. Yang Macheng. When they saw this figure clearly, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Chapter 508, Meeting with His Majesty. The square with tens of thousands of people was silent. There was only the sound of Yang Macheng's footsteps slowly walking out of the imperial tomb. Wu Dizu Yuaning stood up and stared at the figure who came out. His eyes were blood red, and he wanted to eat Yang Macheng alive. But see, After a fierce battle, Yang Muqing's shirt had already been torn, revealing his slightly thin body. The golden body of his five-clawed golden dragon did not radiate outwards, but coiled close to his body like a tattoo, with the open dragon's mouth occupying the right side of his face. Her long hair was raised crazily, covering the sky and the sun. The terrifying aura made him look like a god but not a god. A devil but not a devil at the moment. So they're all here? Yang Muqing glanced at everyone one by one. Not only the ancestor Wu Dizu, but also Wu Shanhe, Gue Pozi, Ziyang Zhenren, and Mo Shangzhenren. These old acquaintances were among them. He nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, this will save me trouble. Yang Muqing, be brave." Master Ziyang shouted angrily. "This is Tuotian Palace. Your death date has come, and you still dare to talk nonsense here like no one is around. You are simply seeking death." Master Ziyang naturally couldn't bear it. In order to prevent Yang Muqing from killing Fang Baiyu, he did not hesitate to intervene in the battle between the two sides. So he was punished to face the wall. Even the Xin-level magic weapon used was crushed by Yang Muqing's 9 dragons flying sword. Now, enemies can be regarded as meeting each other, and they are extremely jealous. Yang Muqing. Master Mo Shang also sneered. Naturally, it was impossible for him to sit idly by in this situation. Yang Muqing made a bet with him to learn martial arts, and won his dragon tail bracelet. He wanted this bracelet back even in his dreams. Now as long as he kills Yang Muqing, he can get the treasure back. But, just when Master Ziyang shouted angrily, and just when Master Mo Shang was about to start taunting him, he saw Yang Muqing directly waving away without even looking at him. Before everyone could react, they felt a strong wind blowing past them. Soon they saw a deep palm print on the chest of Master Ziyang, and his whole body was thrown backwards, hitting 7 or 8 people, rolled to the side, and died on the spot. "Who do you think you are? You dare to talk to me like this?" Outside the square, there was dead silence. Everyone in Tuotian Palace felt as if a basin of ice water was poured down on their heads. Master Ziyang was the Xianhai Grandmaster. He would kill someone with just a wave of his hand if they disagreed with him. And he didn't even have the ability to resist. Master Mo Shang was so frightened that he quickly closed his mouth and almost collapsed to the ground. He was secretly glad that he spoke a little slower. If he had continued to speak, he might have died. "Yang Muqing, I can't spare you." Wu Dizu slowly floated into the air, staring at Yang Muqing with a pair of eyes, wishing to tear Yang Muqing into pieces. "You?" Yang Muqing glanced at the other party, slowly shook his head, and said with a trace of ridicule, "Wu Dizu, your body was shattered by me, and now there is only one nascent soul left. How much ability do you still have?" That's right. A strong person in the nascent soul realm is certainly terrifying, but nascent soul has no body to support it, so it is unable to emit even a shred of inner energy. Otherwise, Wu Dizu would not have been suppressed and beaten by Yang Muqing since his body was shattered in the imperial tomb. Now, even his immortal nascent soul body is full of cracks. Snort! Wu Dizu's nascent soul trembled and penetrated directly into the head of Master Mo Shang. However, they saw that Mo Shangzhen's body was trembling as if he was being electrocuted. His breath, which had only half a step of golden elixir, suddenly improved, and it actually improved crazily, directly reaching the golden elixir realm. "As long as I am immortal, I can seize my body again!" Mo Shangzhenren, no. It should be said to be Wu Dizu. At this moment, he stood up with a sneer, moved slightly, twisted his muscles, and there was a crackling sound of fried beans all over his body. He glanced at everyone and said in a cold voice, "Why are you still standing there in a daze?" At this moment, everyone came back to their senses. "Tongue! Tongue! Tongue! Tongue!" Wu Shanhe, Gu Pozi, and another senior member of Tuotian Palace directly surrounded Yang Muqing with Wu Dizu from the southeast, northwest, and 4 directions. Even more so at the same time. The half-step golden elixir outside the square. Xianhai Grandmaster. Xianhai Perfect. One by one they flew up. Almost in an instant, the entire Tuotian Palace was surrounded by water. "Yang Muqing, you can't escape the fate of being occupied by me after all," Wu Dizu said in a cold voice. "In my Tuotian Palace, including me, there are 4 powerful golden elixirs, 48 half-step golden elixirs, and nearly 300 Xianhai Grandmasters. It's hard to fly even with wings. Is it?" Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows slightly, smiled lightly and said, "When my dragon haul comes, I'm afraid you won't be able to smile again. Wu Dizu shook his head and mocked. Dragon Hall? Your Dragon Hall. I am afraid that even the gate of my Tuatian palace cannot be entered. Ha 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 ha. This moment, there was a burst of laughter in the square, as if the most ridiculous joke in this life was heard. In fact, none of them could even straighten their waists. What did I hear just now? Yang Macheng still expects his Dragon Hall to rescue him? Is it possible? The so-called Dragon Hall, from our Tuatian palace's perspective, is nothing more than a child's play. A group of guys in the late Xianhai realm, and at the top dare to call themselves Dragon Hall? It's fine if they don't come. If they come, they won't be able to get out of Tuatian Palace alive. Master Wan Dao shouted loudly and said, What are you talking about with him? Take him down. Call. At this moment, a surge of momentum suddenly swept in from the distance. There are more than 100 of these momentums, each of which is comparable to Yang Macheng. Feeling this sudden momentum, everyone couldn't help but look up. Then, they saw a scene that they would never forget. I saw, from the depths of the Zongyuan Mountains, hundreds of figures dragging meteor tail flames flew over the Tuatian Palace in an instant. Then, suddenly, it fell directly from an altitude of 10,000 meters, with almost no gap, and crashed to the ground. Boom! A terrifying loud sound resounded, accompanied by dust all over the sky, and the entire Tuatian Palace trembled at this moment. In the dust, a figure gradually became clear. This person is none other than Lu Qianfeng. His arrival was like an ancient god and demon descending from the sky, like a stone statue that had been there since ancient times. After Lu Qianfeng appeared, he knelt down on one knee in front of Yang Macheng and shouted loudly, Longnang Lu Qianfeng. He just finished speaking. The Longtang ancestors in the sky fell one by one like meteorites, hitting the square in no particular order. This time, the sound of shouting shook the sky. Dragon Hall Xiao Tianqing. Longtang Yi Shu Jin. Dragon Hall Yao Chen. Longtang Gong Xiao Hai. Greetings to the Holy One. Chapter 509. Killing while talking and laughing. Greetings, Your Majesty. There were just over 100 people, and they were as loud as tens of millions of people. However, what is even more shocking is that all the more than 100 ancestors of Longtang have reached the Golden Elixir realm. The smile on Wu Dizu's face stiffened. In fact, he couldn't laugh anymore. If there is one more powerful Jin Dan, the Tuatian Palace can still cope with it. But if there are more than 100 strong Jin Dan, they can crush Tuatian Palace in an instant. Wu Dizu! Yang Macheng clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the other party calmly. I said that the 3 Golden Elixir powerhouses you entrusted to the Heavenly Palace are nothing. Even if they are 10 times more, my Dragon Hall can easily crush them. Do you believe it now? Wu Dizu's face was as white as a sheet of paper, as if he were mourning his heir. That's right. Yang Macheng did say this when he was in the Imperial Tomb. But no one took it seriously, and even thought Yang Macheng was crazy. Now that hundreds of ancestors from the Dragon Hall have arrived, they know that what Yang Macheng said is true. Your Majesty! Lu Yaoer slowly stood up and put a robe on Yang Macheng's body. She tapped her right hand gently, and heard a rumble, and a stone chair and coffee table rose up from the ground. At this moment, Lu Yaoer took out the tea set from the space ring and made tea by herself, as if there was no one else around. This is the Dashuan Piamyo pill newly refined by the alchemy department. It is a top-grade Xian level pill. Hu Zong specially brought it to honor you. The water in which the elixir is brewed is the creation stalactite of the Thousand Islands dynasty. This water cannot be boiled with the fire of internal energy. It can only be burned with wood from the mortal world, so that the tea brewed will be more fragrant. Come, Your Majesty, try it. Lu Yaoer handed the tea to Yang Macheng with a smile. A scent slowly spreads. Yang Macheng took a gentle sniff and felt that all the pores in his body were relaxed, and the fatigue from the previous battle was wiped away at this moment. He took the teacup, took a slow sip, and couldn't help but sigh. Good tea! Tuatian Palace is surrounded by powerful enemies. Yang Macheng still looked so leisurely and content, as if he was sitting in his back garden. This attitude, but it completely angered Wu Dizu. Yang Macheng! He clenched his fists and let out a roar. His whole body turned into a shadow and rushed towards Yang Macheng. At this moment, he did not hold back at all, and with the outpouring of power, he even flew away all the half-step Golden Pill and Xianhai Grandmasters around him. However, Yang Macheng still looked like he was sitting firmly on the Diaoyu Island, holding a teacup and enjoying himself. This tea brewed with Dashuan Piamya Dan and good fortune stalactite is indeed extraordinary. He shook his head while feeling the changes in his body. As the tea entered his mouth, a pure power poured into his body. The injuries suffered in the fierce battle, the exhausted muscles and veins, and the dim golden elixir were all slowly restored with the supplement of this cup of tea. It's natural, Lu Yaoer said with a smile. Only 1 drop of the Thousand Islands Dynasty's stalactite is produced every year. Over the past few thousand years, the entire Thousand Islands Dynasty's royal family has only accumulated about 20 kilograms. And they have all been given to you, the Holy One. This great mysterious Piamu pill are also refined with 72 kinds of Xian-grade middle-grade spiritual herbs. Hu Zong only refined 12 of them in this furnace, so they are naturally extremely precious. You are the Holy Emperor of the Dacian dynasty, so you must enjoy them. This scene almost made Wu Dizu spit out a mouthful of blood. No matter what, he is still a strong nascent soul, and he has the self-esteem that a strong nascent soul possesses. But now Yang Mucheng and Lu Yaoer were chatting as if no one else was around, almost treating him like air. This kind of disregard is stronger than any humiliation. Yang Mucheng, I have changed my mind and I want to kill you! Let out a roar. Wu Dizu, who was rushing, grabbed the void with his right hand. Suddenly, at the broken bronze door of the imperial tomb, infinite spiritual energy transformed into thousands of strands and poured into his palm. Then he saw a pale white spear suddenly formed. At the same time, a golden light surged out from Wu Dizu's body, and the power of heaven and earth was also pulled at this moment, pouring into Wu Dizu's body crazily. At this moment, it even gives people a feeling that the sky is falling apart and the heaven and earth are united. This is... Wu Shana cried out. But see! At the same time as the spear was formed, Wu Dizu danced his hands rapidly in front of him, and after images appeared around him, like a 1,000-armed Buddha. The infinite spiritual energy between heaven and earth poured into the spear. Wu Dizu whispered, Kaian Renchen Jueqiang. A gun blasted out, like lightning tearing through the void, and a war gun capable of killing gods and demons flew out. Qian Rentian's ultimate spear. It's actually Qian Rentian's ultimate spear. Wu Shanhe couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. Notice, when Wu Dizu came out of the super sect, he took away 2 high-grade Qian level exercises. One was Jianyu Jiuxiao, and the other was Kaian Renchen Jueqiang. Long live the ancestor! The ancestor's magic power is boundless! Oh! When they saw the 1,000 Rentian ultimate spear being blasted out, everyone in Tuatian Palace was completely stunned. Soon after they reacted, bursts of loud shouts resounded through the sky. Yang Mucheng sat where he was, not even planning to resist. After taking a sip of tea, he opened his eyes and said, Get him! Boom! At this moment, the Longtang ancestors all took action. 36 of the Longtang ancestors formed a human wall, and when they put their hands together, they immediately summoned 108 inner energies. Although Qian Rentian's ultimate spear was terrifying, it could not break through the combined defense of 36 people in the Golden Core realm. However, I saw that the war spear tore through the Qi Gang layer by layer, but also weakened layer by layer, and finally disappeared. Kill! Xiao Tianqing roared and swung out the heavenly war sword, only to see a sword beam slashing down from the sky. Wu Dizu's heart trembled, and he hurriedly retreated. The sword light ignored all unforeseen obstacles, and not only cut Tuatian Palace in half, but also split the huge Tuatian Peak from it. Escape! Wu Dizu's face was ashen. He knew that the situation was over. No matter what, he couldn't get even half a step closer to Yang Mucheng surrounded by more than 100 golden elixir experts. And Wu Dizu is worthy of being a powerful nascent soul, the first-generation hero who founded Tuatian Palace and the Holy Ape Dynasty. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately abandoned all his 2,000 years of inheritance and fled into the distance. Wu Dizu also knew that if he could not escape today, the nascent soul would be completely destroyed here. But, just as Wu Dizu turned around, Lu Qiafeng fell from the sky, and his knee was like thunder, hitting his spine hard. Wu Dizu's body itself was taken from him Shangzhenan, and coupled with the surge of internal energy, it was already in dilapidated condition. It was completely shattered by Lu Qianfeng's sudden blow. The dilapidated body seemed to be peeling off a cocoon. Damn it! Wu Dizu cursed secretly, and the nascent soul broke away from his body, turned into a ray of light, and shot up into the sky. But this moment, the outside of Tuatian Palace had already been surrounded by the ancestors of Longtang, and it was like an iron bucket that was blocked by water. Yao Chen, Gong Xiaohai, and the three ancestors joined forces. And a huge golden handprint fell directly from the sky and hit Wu Dizu Yuanying. Chapter 510, Tuatian Palace. Destroyed? Wow! Wu Dizu's body trembled. Nascent soul screamed and spurted out a mouthful of golden blood. The next moment, his originally crystal clear body turned dim and turbid. And under the slap of this golden handprint, there was no obstacle at a height of 10,000 meters. And it crashed down like a meteorite, hitting the square heavily. Boom! The loud sound resounded, and the entire earth trembled violently at this moment. Yuanying smashed the entire square so much that it seemed to collapse, and dense cracks spread along the pits, like the terrifying marks caused by falling meteorites. He still wanted to escape, but Lu Qianfeng had quick eyes and quick hands. He stepped forward and trampled Wu Dizu directly under his feet. Even such a strong man in the nascent soul realm could not escape the capture of Longtang, let alone others. Wu Dizu is gone. There are only 3 golden elixir experts in the entire Tuatian Palace, with 3 against 100. Wu Shanhe, Gu Pozi and others do not have this ability. He was captured on the spot, and the other person tried to escape, but was directly killed by Yao Chen with a sword. And the golden elixir was forcibly put away. Even the strong men in the golden core realm were killed on the spot, and the rest naturally no longer had the courage to resist, either surrender or escape. Within a short while, the senior officials of Tuatian Palace were tied up one by one. These senior officials all looked arrogant towards the warriors who came to Tuatian Palace to practice. But now they were all escorted and knelt at Yang Muqing's feet. From beginning to end, Yang Muqing sat there quietly drinking tea, as if he was staying out of the incident. It wasn't until the last escaping executive was tied up and thrown at Yang Muqing's feet that he slowly stood up. Di Yang, please spare my life. When you enter Tuatian Palace, I will show you the way. The head of Wan Daozhenren, who was kneeling on the ground, hit the ground with a bang. Quack! Yang Muqing frowned. An ancestor of Longtang noticed Yang Muqing's displeasure. Without saying a word, he immediately dropped his foot and stepped on Master Wan Dao's head until it exploded like a watermelon. This kick also silenced some people in Tuatian Palace who originally wanted to ask for mercy, and some timid ones even collapsed on the ground, with feces and urine flowing out. Tuatian Palace? Holy Ape Dynasty! Seeing that no one was speaking, Yang Muqing nodded and said calmly, with Wu Dizu as the leader, the goal is to attract unique resources to attract martial arts geniuses to come and practice. In fact, they are preparing to seize the body. The crime deserves to be punished. However, I am not a murderous person. I allow you to make meritorious deeds. Originally, everyone was paralyzed when they heard Yang Muqing say, he deserves to be punished for his crimes. But in the second half of the sentence, they were shocked, as if they saw hope. I came here this time for the second level of fighting intention. If anyone knows about this second level of fighting intention, you can tell me. If you tell me a reason, I will let you leave Tuatian Palace unharmed. Yang Muqing said slowly. Everyone was silent for a while. Some had their eyes lowered, or were thoughtful, but they all chose silence at this moment. Since no one wants to tell me, let's kill them one by one. Someone will always be willing to tell me. Seeing this, Yang Muqing sneered. Yes! The ancestors of Longtang were not polite and took action directly. After reaching the golden elixir realm, their strength was far beyond what they could compare to before. Their kicks with their infinite internal energy were so powerful that they were trampled to death one after another. Your Majesty! At this time, Lu Yaoer took a map from an ancestor, walked over, and said quickly, we found this map in the ruins of the Imperial Tomb Palace. The mark on the map is right below the Tuatian Palace. I've sent people to investigate. It's probably a treasure trove. We have already asked someone to inquire about it. This treasure house was built when Wu Dizu founded Tuatian Palace. What you want must be in this treasure house. Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows. He took the map, turned around and left. When everyone saw Yang Muqing leaving, a hint of expectation suddenly rose in their hearts. Is it possible that Yang Muqing let us go? However, just as the thought arose, I heard Yang Muqing's voice quietly coming from afar. Kill him! Leave no one behind! The foundation of Tuatian Palace for 2,000 years is huge enough. These people are all dedicated to working for Wu Dizu. Although it would be a pity to kill these people, Yang Muqing currently has no means to control these people. And of course, he is too lazy to control them. Don't be weak and completely eradicate the roots to avoid future troubles. Tuatian Palace? which had stood proudly on Hao Tianzhou for 2,000 years, was completely destroyed in one day, and all the high-level officials were executed, leaving no one alive. However, what shocked everyone the most was Tuatian Palace's conspiracy. It turns out that they are not cultivating great talents without any reward, but are using various means to prepare for Wu Dizu's resurrection. In one moment, one stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Di-yang? 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 Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back and led Lu Yao down the mountain slowly. When he came, the warriors in Tuatian Palace ignored him, thinking that he was just a little emperor in the mortal world and not worth mentioning. But today, the strength he showed and the power behind him were shocking and frightening. Wherever it passed, whether it was the emperors, princes, national teachers, or sect leaders of various countries, they all shouted in fear. The Dacian dynasty finally replaced the Tuatian Palace of the Holy Eight dynasty in one day and became the most powerful dynasty in Hao Tianzhou. Nature. This Tuatian Palace's 2,000 years of heritage also served as a wedding dress for the Dacian dynasty. The imperial tomb, Zyajiji, sutra pavilion, weapon shop, elixirs, medicinal herbs, the endless savings were all confiscated one by one and sent back to the Dacian dynasty. Yang Mucheng stood in a completely empty treasure house, holding a thin book in his hand and nodded. I see. The first level of fighting intention is the most basic and particularly important. The fighting intention of this level, like all things in the world, has thousands of kinds. The fighting intention of the earth, the fighting intention of rocks, the weak water fighting intention, all come from all things, derived from it. The second level of fighting intention is based on the first level of fighting intention, and is fused on top of it. But how to integrate it? Yang Mucheng slowly closed the book in his hand. This album only briefly introduces the first level and the second level of fighting spirit, but the higher level is not described. It seems that we still have to go to the Great Region and take a look at those super sects that Wu Dizu mentioned. Yang Mucheng thought secretly. Your Majesty, the bronze door of the Imperial Tomb has been repaired, and we can set off at any time. At this time, Lu Qianfeng came to reply. All the rebels in Tuatian Palace have been killed. We will follow your order and throw them all into the Emperor's tomb. Yang Mucheng nodded. When warriors practice, spiritual energy comes from heaven and earth. And after death, their cultivation will be returned to heaven and earth. The Imperial Tomb is an independent space, and spiritual energy will continue to accumulate. It is also a good place for cultivation. What else do you have to do? Yang Mucheng looked at Lu Qianfeng, who was about to stop talking. Your Majesty, there is a half-step Jin Dan outside who calls himself Chen Kai. He wants to see you. He said that he is an old acquaintance of you. If you don't want to see him, I will send him away right now. Lu Qianfeng said. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and smiled. Let him in. Chapter 511. Do you want an invitation from me? This battle in Tuatian Palace can be described as earth-shattering. More than 1,000 high-level officials were beheaded, and those on the periphery naturally scattered and fled. Naturally, Yang Mucheng would not leave any trouble for himself. A fad was spread across Hao Tianzhou's 36 countries, completely cutting off these people's escape route. As for those warriors who practiced in Tuatian Palace, they all returned to their own dynasties. After all, the 2,000 years of Tuatian Palace's heritage are displayed here. All kinds of treasures. All kinds of treasures. Just the bronze door of an imperial tomb took Longtang 3 days. During this time, Zhou Ru, Luo Sanshao, and others also came over one by one. There are those who say thanks, and there are those who apologize. Yang Mucheng naturally doesn't care. But Chen Kai was nowhere to be seen. Originally, Yang Mucheng thought that Chen Kai had gone back long ago, but he did not expect that he would still stay in Tuatian Palace. Greetings to Emperor Yang. Chen Kai received the order and entered the treasure house, and then saw Yang Mucheng again. At this time, Yang Mucheng no longer looked like a god and demon as he did when he fought with Wu Dizu. He looked like a handsome young man still holding a book in his hand. This look does not look like the powerful Yang Laomo from the 36 countries of Hao Tianzhou, but rather like a weak scholar who came to Beijing to take the exam. Behind him, standing beside him, were rows of Peilongtang ancestors. These people's cultivation had reached the Golden Core realm, but they didn't have any arrogance. They stood there obediently like courtiers, sitting upright and in danger. You didn't leave? Yang Mucheng asked with a smile. Di Yang? Chen Kai immediately knelt down with a big bow and said, I am blind and cannot see Mount Tai. Please forgive me. Your Majesty, I want to ask your majesty to save my daughter. As long as you can take action. I, Chun Kai, am willing to go through fire and water for you. Chun Kai, you have the nerve to speak up. In Jingyang City, the Holy One gave you a choice. But you rejected it at that time. Do you still expect the Holy One to give you a second chance? The Holy One has a body of 10,000 gold and controls the Dacian dynasty. I have so many things to do. How can I have time to deal with your trivial matters? Lu Qianfeng shouted. Chun Kai didn't dare to speak. His head was lowered. He was filled with regret. At first, in the Zhengyang City restaurant, Yang Mucheng indeed asked him to be loyal. As long as he was willing to be loyal, he would save his daughter. But Chun Kai didn't know Yang Mucheng's ability, so he refused on the spot. The reason why he stayed in Tuatian Palace for 3 days and refused to leave was because he was constantly engaged in a war between heaven and man. That's it! Yang Mucheng waved his hand to stop Lu Qianfeng's scolding. He looked at Chun Kai. I will give you a Jinyuan holy pill to help you break through to the Golden Pill realm. I will also cure your daughter's illness. However, you have to think about it. Take this pill, Queen Jinyuan. You are a dog under my feet. You are not allowed to betray me. If you dare, I will kill you all. Slave agrees. Chun Kai was silent for a moment, then knocked his head heavily on the ground. Yang Mucheng nodded and said, From now on, you join the Dragon Hall. Since you are a member of the Dragon Hall, your business is my business. It just so happens that I also want to take a look. So what can the ancestor of the Qin family do? Actually treated a strong man with half a step of golden elixir as a dog-like servant. Since we were returning to the Dacian dynasty and passing through the Jingxing dynasty, it was considered a convenient way. The group of people rushed directly to the Qin family of Jingxing dynasty. This trip, naturally, it's not like the private visit to Tianqi dynasty before. It's just a grand journey along the way. 36 ancestors carried the royal sedan. The first 30 people opened the way, and the last 30 people blocked the way. It was so majestic along the way. The imperial flag raised high can be clearly seen from miles away. Wherever you pass, Xiao Xiao will give way. The Qin family of the Jingxing dynasty can be described as a bustling family. Today is the 400th birthday of the ancestor of the Qin family. Along the Qin's house, Langya Shirley was hung with red lanterns, and there was an endless stream of people coming to celebrate his birthday. Isn't this the general? Even he has come to wish the ancestor of the Qin family a birthday? A passerby was dumbfounded when he saw the big shots being gathered one after another. When he saw a 2-meter-tall strong man walking towards him, he immediately exclaimed, What is it, general? You can only sit in the outer seats. You are not even qualified to sit in the inner seats. Another person laughed. What is an inner seat, and what is an outer seat? Some people were puzzled. On the birthday of the ancestor of the Qin family, there are naturally 2 seats inside and outside. Only you with a very high status are qualified to enter the inner seat and sit with the ancestors of the Qin family. Those who are not qualified and have some status can naturally only sit in the inner seat. We're dining out, someone explained. These words shocked many people. This general, Xiao Sanxing, was the #1 person in the Jingxing dynasty's army. He held military power, but he was only qualified to sit at the outer table. Everyone looked around quickly. But see, a servant of the Qin mansion took the congratulatory gift from Xiao Sanxing and said with a smile, General, please, we have prepared a place for you outside. Instead of showing any anger at being looked down upon, Xiao Sanxing had a flattered look on his face and nodded quickly. As the saying goes, the 7th-ranking official in front of the Prime Minister's door. He, the general, naturally did not dare to be too presumptuous outside the Qin mansion. Certainly, even the people who can enter the outer seats are only a few. Many people come to join in the fun and give gifts. If they can't tell their names, they may not even be able to get in. At this moment, a burst of noise came from a distance. Is there any big shot coming? At this time, a bunch of eyes, looking into the distance. However, they saw a team of less than 100 people walking towards them. An imperial flag with the word, Yang, written on it fluttered in the wind and made a hunting sound. Wherever they go, the crowds divide themselves. Where did this team come from to celebrate the ancestor's birthday? Someone asked. Yang? In our Jingxing dynasty, there seems to be no powerful family named Yang. The service of these people does not look like the people of our Jingxing dynasty. Moreover, this kind of sedan is probably not a big shot, and he is not qualified to ride it at all. Under everyone's doubtful glances, The imperial sedan slowly arrived at the gate of the city. Your Majesty, the gate of Chen's mansion is too small, and the sedan cannot get in, Lu Yao whispered. Then stop at the door, Yang Mucheng said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge imperial sedan tilted down. Lu Yao, a peerless beauty, was the first to step out of the royal sedan. As soon as she appeared, the warriors gulped. She slowly hooked her delicate jade fingers and opened the sedan curtain. Under the gaze of everyone, Yang Mucheng walked out slowly. This is the Chen family. It's so lively. The ancestor of Longtang stood, bent down, or knelt, forming a human staircase. Yang Mucheng, with his hands behind his back, climbed down the steps. Who is this? So young? With his posture, he should be a prince of a certain dynasty. Right. After all, he is the ancestor of the Chen family. He has such a high status that even princes from other countries came to celebrate his birthday. Yang Mucheng turned a deaf ear to the exclamations around him and walked straight towards the Chen mansion with his hands behind his back. The movement here has long attracted everyone's attention. Seeing Yang Mucheng approaching, the butler who was in charge of counting the gifts took 3 steps at a time and came to Yang Mucheng. He said with a smile, My lord, your invitation. Yang Mucheng stopped, looked at the other party with a half smile, and asked, You asked me for an invitation? Chapter 512, Ancestor of the Chen family. Get out. The chubby, fat butler was startled. He originally thought that this young man was a prince of a certain dynasty, but he didn't expect that he would actually call himself Presumably, he must be the emperor of a certain dynasty. The ancestors of the Chen family had extensive contacts. In this Hao Tianzhou, I also know many emperors. Although these emperors did not come in person, they all sent princes and national advisors who could represent their status to celebrate their birthdays. Which country is this kid the emperor of? Yes. After all, the housekeeper was exquisite and clear. He knew that Yang Mucheng had a distinguished status, so naturally he did not dare to offend him. So he said cautiously, My lord, if you don't have an invitation, how can I get back together with my ancestor? The Chen mansion is divided into inner banquets and outer banquets. If the servant accidentally assigned you to the outer banquet, wouldn't it be a loss of your face? Give the invitation to me, and I will arrange for you to come and sit down. What the butler said was exquisite. It does not offend anyone, but also demonstrates the strict hierarchy in the Chen family. After all, even if you are the emperor, if you are just the emperor of a small country, I'm sorry, you can't even get in. I don't have an invitation. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. He wanted to go in directly, but after thinking about it, he gave up. He wanted to see how powerful the ancestor of the Chen family was. Boom! As soon as Yang Mucheng said this, everyone was shocked. The housekeeper sneered in his heart, his face no longer showing the previous respect. He said again, If you come to celebrate your birthday, give me the gift and I will report it to the ancestor. Wait for the reply from the ancestor and see if the ancestor allows you to come in. Even the leader of a country has to look at the face of the ancestor of the Chen family. Do you have to hand over a gift before entering? Someone asked in shock. A veteran of the Jingsheng dynasty shook his head and said, There are 36 dynasties in Hao Tianzhou. In addition, there are some independent small countries. Some of these small countries only have a county capital, and some even have a county capital. No matter how big or small he is, what kind of emperor is he? Earlier, there was an emperor from a small country who came out of nowhere and wanted to sneak in to celebrate the ancestor's birthday. He even threw out the gifts. Is this ancestor of the Chen family very powerful? Someone couldn't help but ask. Of course, the veteran said proudly. The ancestor of the Chen family is a half-step golden elixir strongman, and he is also a mid-level Xian-level alchemist. There are 3 half-step golden elixirs in our Jingsheng dynasty, but there are only a mid-level Xian-level alchemist. What would you say is the status of the ancestor of the Chen family? When the veteran saw him, he attracted everyone's attention. He also felt a sense of superiority in his heart and said proudly, As the ancestor of the Chen family, who is a mid-level alchemist of the Xian rank, I don't know how many people begged him to make alchemy. But what is the identity of the ancestor of the Chen family? If you were not an emperor like the 36th dynasty, you would not even see him. He has no qualifications at all. As he spoke, he looked at Yang Mucheng and shook his head repeatedly. This little emperor is probably here to build relationships and get closer to the ancestor. If he can come up with any gifts, he may still be qualified to see the ancestor. Zoo! If I can't get it out, I'm afraid I'll be beaten out with a stick. Some passers-by who didn't know the details of the ancestor of the Chen family were shocked when they heard this. Haven't thought of it yet. The humble Chen family actually has such a terrifying trump card. Many people looked at Yang Mucheng, wanting to see what kind of gift he could come up with. I don't have any gifts. Unexpectedly, Yang Mucheng shook his head. Good boy. Are you here to cause trouble in Chen's house? When the housekeeper heard this, he immediately laughed angrily. Why don't you take a pee and take a picture to see what kind of virtue you have? How dare you make trouble in the Chen family? You don't have an invitation or a gift. But you want to enter the Chen family? Someone. The housekeeper shouted loudly, and more than a dozen tall and powerful guards suddenly appeared in the palace. Each one of them was as fast as a dragon or a tiger, with extraordinary postures. They were all strong men of Xian Qi and Xian Liquid. One by one, armed with killing sticks, they came forward with great momentum. Get out of here as soon as possible. Today is my ancestor's birthday, and I don't want blood to flow into a river in front of Chen Mansion. Go away yet. As he spoke, the guards all took a step forward. At this moment, there was deathly silence outside Chen's residence. This kid actually wants to enter the Chen Mansion without a gift or an invitation. If I were him and left in despair now, I might be able to leave a good impression on the Chen Mansion. If he stood here shamelessly if you don't leave, I'm afraid that the ancestor of the Chen family can destroy his small country in an instant with a flick of his finger. It's better to leave quickly. There are a lot of guests coming to the Chen family today. If you stay here and annoy the guests inside, you may not be able to leave even if you want to. A well-meaning person in the crowd reminded. This time, everyone's eyes swept over and fell on Yang Mucheng. They all wanted to see what this young emperor would do next and what his plans were. At this time, Yang Mucheng raised his head abruptly, grinned, and said to the arrogant butler, Invitation? Gift? I'm not here to celebrate the birthday of the ancestor of the Chen family. If you ask me for these things, of course I won't be able to get them. The butler's expression changed and he asked, Since it's not a birthday celebration, what are you here for? Come and kill. Yang Mucheng grinned. What? These words silenced the surroundings, and everyone looked at Yang Mucheng in disbelief. Come to kill people? How dare he come to Chen's house to cause trouble? Someone exclaimed. Hey, he is such a short-sighted guy. Can he come to the Chen Mansion? This time, I think his position as emperor is not guaranteed, and he may even become a prisoner. Someone shook his head. The housekeeper even sneered. It turns out he is the boy who came to cause trouble. You're really blind. This is the Chen Mansion. The guests who came today are all important beings in the 36 dynasties. There are princes, national preceptors, and sect leaders. Anyone who comes out can defeat them. You will be ground into powder, and your country will be burned to the ground. Yang Mucheng shook his head. He couldn't accept the Chen family's attitude. Originally, he only planned to teach the Chen family ancestor a lesson and take away Chen Kai's daughter. Nowadays, it is not so easy for the Chen family to end things. Chen Kai, Yang Mucheng said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Kai walked out. It was different from the embarrassed and ragged posture that Yang Mucheng had when he saw Chen Kai in Tuotian Palace. Today, Chen Kai has joined Long Tang and has become a powerful Jindan. He has long lost the groveling attitude he had when he was a slave of the Chen family. Chen Kai, are you a bitch like you? The housekeeper was startled and had a vague premonition of ominousness. But see, Chen Kai glared at the housekeeper fiercely, immediately took 2 steps forward, and shouted loudly, Ancestor of the Chen family, get out. Chapter 513 You have my support. Ancestor of the Chen family, get out. The shouts from the Jindan realm were so surging, not to mention the roars of anger. This sound was like rolling thunder, resounding through the sky. The dozen or so aggressive guards holding killing clubs were so shocked by the shouts that they took a few steps back, with blood spilling from their eyes, ears, mouth and nose. Chen Kai, what are you doing standing still? After Yang Mucheng took one look and drank, he just stood there. Chen Kai, who didn't know what to do, said with a smile, Now that you have followed me and entered my dragon hall, no one in the world except me can give orders. You? You have suffered 16 years in the Chen family. Why don't you get it back 10-fold or 100-fold now? Yes. Chen Kai nodded solemnly and strode towards the housekeeper. You bitch. What do you want to do? Don't forget, your daughter still has to rely on the ancestor's elixir. Do you want to rebel? Although the housekeeper is a Xuanqi master, he can also be considered a leader in the martial arts world. Terrible exists. But how could he compare with Chen Kai? While he was still cursing, Chen Kai grabbed him and lifted him in front of him like a rag bag. Master Butler! Chen Kai's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said, I have received a lot of favor from you in the 16 years I have been in the Chen family, and I will return all of it to you today. Click. He lightly tapped the butler's shoulder with his right hand, and a huge force suddenly penetrated the other person's body. This is called Ziwu Bone Grinding Strength. Only a strong person in the Golden Core realm can unlock it. All the muscles and bones in your body will be crushed inch by this internal strength in the next time. I won't kill you. No. It means I will let you go. Ah! The housekeeper suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. At this moment, he felt as if all the bones in his body were being gnawed crazily by ants. This kind of pain even poured into his soul, making his face turn pale. In just 2 breaths, he broke out in a cold sweat under the pain. Your Majesty! Chen Kai hugged his fists and said to Yang Mucheng, I have no nostalgia for the Chen family. Yang Mucheng nodded. Kill if you must. Anyone who dares to hinder your revenge will be killed directly. Remember, you have my backing. Hearing these words, a trace of ecstasy flashed in Chen Kai's eyes. After bowing to Yang Mucheng again and again, he strode directly into the Chen mansion. Wherever he went, anyone who had ever bullied his father and daughter was slapped to death by his palm. Within a few moments, Chen's house was bleeding profusely. Let's go in. 2. Yang Mucheng put his hands on his back and followed in happily. It's him. At this time, someone in the crowd finally reacted. The warrior who recognized Yang Mucheng closed his mouth and looked livid. Who is this young man? How brave you are to actually cause trouble and kill people on the birthday of the ancestor of the Chen family. The warrior who recognized Yang Mucheng smiled bitterly and said, Ancestor of the Chen family? Huh? Who is he? The person who is causing trouble for him this time is of great origin. Can anyone be more powerful than the ancestor of the Chen family? Someone sneered. Don't forget, this is the Jingxing dynasty. Even the emperor has to give in to the ancestors of the Chen family. If the ancestors of the Chen family speak, the emperor will use the power of the whole country to deal with this kid. The warrior shook his head and said, So what about the Jingxing dynasty? This man is old demon Yang from the Daqian dynasty. Hisses. As soon as Yang Lamo's name came out, there was a sound of gasping all around. After a while, someone murmured, The Chen family is finished. Chen family. Inner hall. General Zhao Sansheng raised his hands to an old man sitting on the Grand Master's chair and said, The last general, Zhao Sansheng, has met the old man and is here to wish his birthday. I wish you a long life as long as the heavens. Take a seat. The old man nodded. This old man is the ancestor of the Chen family. Zhao Sansheng was overjoyed and took his seat. The entire hall is divided into inner and outer areas. There was a queue from inside the main hall to outside the main hall. Only people with a certain status can sit closest to the ancestor. The rest of the people could only stand. As Zhao Sansheng, he could only stand outside the hall. But now, he was asked to sit down. How could he not be happy? Ancestor, I haven't seen you for a while, and your complexion is getting better and better. I'm afraid you will reach the Golden Elixir realm in a few years. Next, a middle-aged man handed over his hand. This middle-aged man is none other than Jing Wuqian, the 5-clawed killer of Dragon Palace. He came on behalf of the Dragon Palace, so his status was naturally unusual. Therefore, even the ancestor of the Chen family did not dare to neglect him. The ancestor of the Chen family nodded and said with a smile, Yulao Dragon Palace still remembers the old man's birthday and sent you to wish me a birthday. After you go back, tell the palace master, when I reach the Golden Elixir realm, I will definitely deliver his elixir to my door in person. In the martial arts world, there are many warriors, but there are few alchemists and weapon refiners. The ancestor of the Chen family is a middle-grade alchemist of the Xin level, so he naturally has many sources of influence and has a wide network of contacts. Hearing the conversation between the two, everyone was envious. After all, Dragon Palace is the same existence as Tuatian Palace, and even the overall strength of Dragon Palace is stronger than Tuatian Palace. Even such a huge force begs the ancestors of the Chen family to make elixirs. Can you imagine how popular the ancestors of the Chen family are? As for other people who want to make alchemy, it is not that easy. Waiting for 3 to 5 years is still a short period of time. Some of the guests here have even waited for the Chen family ancestor for more than 20 years for a pill. Although I was dissatisfied, I didn't dare to complain at all. Correct. The ancestor of the Chen family changed his tone, thought of something, and said, I heard that the Dragon Palace seems to be in trouble recently. Jing Wuqian nodded. Yes. Yang Laoma of the Dacian dynasty killed many killers in our Dragon Palace, and even several top-ranked two-claw killers died in his hands. If the palace master hadn't suppressed us, I have already killed the Dacian dynasty and taken this kid's head. Old Mo Yang. I have heard of this person too. The ancestor of the Chen family nodded thoughtfully. Recently, there have been wild rumors from the outside world that old demon Yang led Longtang to flatten Tuatian Palace. Even the ancestors of Tuatian Palace and masters of the nascent Soul Realm were killed by old demon Yang. What? When Jing Wuqian heard this, he stood up in fright. Notice, Tuatian Palace and Dragon Palace are considered allies. In terms of overall strength, Tuatian Palace is not as good as Dragon Palace. But it is precisely because Wu Dizu is in charge of Tuatian Palace that it can be on par with Dragon Palace. What's wrong? The ancestor of the Chen family was also startled and asked quickly. Jing Wuqian said, This matter is of great importance. The Dragon Palace has not received news about the destruction of Tuatian Palace. Our Dragon Palace and Yang Laoma have had several conflicts, which can be regarded as a deadly feud. I have to return to the Dragon Palace first. Report this to the Palace Master. Ha! Jing Wuqian, you are too worried. The old ancestor of the Chen family was stunned, laughed and shook his head. I have had many contacts with Tuatian Palace, and I know the details of Tuatian Palace very well. How could 3 golden elixirs, dozens of half-step golden elixirs, and hundreds of Xianhai masters destroy Tuatian Palace with the help of Yang Laoma? Can't even get in. It's me, Meng Lang. Jing Wuqian nodded, thought carefully, sat back again, and said to the ancestor of the Chen family, You are still as old as you are old. This sentence is indeed true. Fortunately, you woke me up. Otherwise, I would still be stuck in my bones. Although Yang Laoma's Dacian dynasty has developed rapidly in the past 2 years, it cannot be reconciled no matter what. Compared with Tuatian Palace, which has 2,000 years of foundation. What's more, Tuatian Palace also has Wu Dizu in charge. When I go back, I will pass by Tuatian Palace and take a look for myself. Then these rumors will be disproven. The ancestor of the Chen family nodded and said with a smile, You are still inexperienced and are not very clear about some things in the martial arts world. The martial arts world likes to spread rumors most, even if it is just a harmless little mouse, passing through thousands of people. If he is transferred, he will also become a beast that swallows the sky. As for old demon Yang, I think it is nothing more than that. He is just a little emperor in the mortal world. How can he be called the old demon? Jing Wuqian nodded repeatedly. In the main hall, everyone was full of compliments. However, the words did not fall. An earth-shattering roar resounded crazily, like rolling thunder coming in crazily. Ancestor of the Chen family, get out of here! Chapter 514. It's me. Chen Kai's thundering voice came quickly. At this moment, everyone in the hall was stunned and dumbfounded. How dare someone dare to cause trouble in the Chen mansion? Who is so bold? The ancestor of the Chen family frowned, with a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. Almost at the same time, a person stood up with a loud sound outside the hall. Ancestor, someone dares to make trouble on your birthday. Not only do they not take you seriously, they also don't take us forces seriously. Sit here for a while I go and capture that prodigal son. Let him kneel in front of you and kowtow to admit his mistake. It turns out he is the sect leader of Bafangju. The ancestor of the Chen family nodded and said, It's great that you can handle this matter. Don't arrest the man who shouted at you outside the house. I don't want to see him. Kill him. Hang it on the 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree outside the house as a reminder to everyone. Yes. A trace of joy flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, and he quickly rushed out. Bafangju? What kind of sect is this? Why haven't I heard of it? Soon, the hall recovered again, and someone asked in a low voice. Bafangju is a sect in the Jingsheng dynasty that was established only 30 years ago. The person who just left is Jiangyi, the sect leader of Bafangju. This guy picked a low-grade Xuanji plant on a cliff in a desperate situation half a year ago. Spiritual grass. That's why I'm qualified to enter the inner seats. Someone who knew the details explained in a low voice. Bafangju is lucky. Yes, this Jiangyi is really exciting. Many people had envy in their eyes. After today's matter is resolved, the ancestor of the Chen family will definitely be a little interested in Jiangyi. as long as he makes a few words. But Fang's status in the Jingsheng dynasty will definitely rise. In less than 3 to 5 years, it will become a large sect. Some people even regretted it, secretly hating themselves for not having the same reaction as Jiang Yi and missing such an opportunity to rise. At this time, a burst of screams came from outside Qin's residence, and soon stopped. The ancestor of the Qin family nodded and said, "Presumably, the troublemaker outside has been killed. The time has come. I have set up a banquet in the back hall. Please take a seat." After saying that, the ancestor of the Qin family slowly stood up. Call. As soon as he stood up, a black shadow shot from outside the Qin mansion like a cannonball, hitting the main hall with a bang. Everyone sitting on the chairs felt their feet tremble, like an earthquake. Looking forward again, he saw that the black shadow shooting towards him was Jiang Yi, who had fought out earlier. This Jiang Yi is in the late stage of Xianhai. Who can kill him in such a short period of time? Everyone was horrified. But see, a middle-aged man in rich clothes walked slowly over. This man was Chen Kai, who had come back for revenge. "It's me!" Chen Kai put his hands behind his back and looked at the ancestor of the Qin family with a cold look in his eyes. "Ancestor, this meal today will be your last meal. When you finish eating this meal, I will send you to HL. Are you Chen Kai?" The old ancestor of the Qin family was stunned for a moment before he reacted. "Who is this Chen Kai?" Jing Wutian asked in a low voice. "This guy is a collateral disciple of my Qin family. Because of his good talent, I proposed to marry him to a princess of the Jingsheng dynasty. But he actually hooked up with a wild woman behind my back and survived. The next daughter made me lose face in the Jingsheng dynasty. I originally wanted to kill him, but he was very talented, and it would be a pity to kill him. So I imprisoned him in the Qin mansion as a slave and a dog. Servant." The ancestor of the Qin family narrowed his eyes slightly, stared at Chen Kai for a moment, and suddenly smiled. "Chen Kai, no wonder you dare to be so bold. I didn't expect you to reach the Golden Core realm. Do you want to confront me when you come back this time? To avenge your wife? But don't forget that your daughter she is suffering from a hidden illness. Without my medicine, she would not survive more than 3 months." The ancestor of the Qin family hooked his hands and said, "Kneel down." Chen Kai closed his eyes and said in a cold voice, "You old dog. I have been bearing the humiliation and burden since I was in the Qin family, and I have been waiting for today. Now that I have reached the Golden Core realm, I will no longer be under your control. As for my daughter, I have found someone who can cure him, and I will kill you today to exorcise the humiliation my father and daughter have endured in the past 16 years. Come and die." As soon as Chen Kai finished speaking, he shouted loudly, "Tang!" He stepped on the ground and swept forward. With both hands, he grasped 2 sickle-like scimitars in his hands, one on the left and one on the right, and slashed them in front of him. This frightening slash brought up a cold cross sword light and killed the ancestor of the Qin family. Crackling explosions sounded, and the building of the Qin family hall seemed to be struck by a strong wind. Whether it was the ground, walls, or beams, there were terrifying marks like carvings. "Be bold." Jing Wutian snorted coldly, drew his sword and slashed forward. Clang. He struck with his sword and struck hard on the cross sword light. Sparks were seen flying around. The cross sword light was cut in half and disappeared into the void with a bang sound. "Chen Kai." Jing Wutian took a step forward with his sword and said, "You were born as a member of the Qin family, and you die as a ghost of the Qin family. You actually dare to attack the ancestor. Such behavior of bullying the master and destroying the ancestor is simply shameful." A cold light flashed in Chen Kai's eyes, and he snorted coldly. "Bart, ask how sanctimonious the ancestor of the Qin family sitting on the high platform is. He forced my wife to death, poisoned my daughter, and coerced me like obey his orders like a dog and don't resist. From the moment my wife died in his hands, I secretly vowed to destroy the Qin family with my own hands. With me here, you can't even think of succeeding. Chen Kai, you'd better surrender. Otherwise our dragon palace will make your life worse than death." Jing Wutian sneered. "That's right." As soon as he finished speaking, another person stood up and said, "Chen Kai, I am the prince of the Jingsheng dynasty. I am here to order you to surrender obediently. Otherwise the entire Jingsheng dynasty will give you and me a foothold. The same is true for me, Tianyu Tower. Even if you reach the Golden Core realm, I will call on the people in the sect to launch an endless pursuit of you. So does my Xingqian sect. I, Liulian, am also." For a while, in the main hall, The leaders of the forces stood up one after another. These forces not only spread throughout the entire Jingxing dynasty, but had even radiated to several surrounding dynasties. And these people are all waiting for a word from the ancestor of the Qin family. As long as the ancestor of the Qin family opens his mouth, they will rush forward unceremoniously and kill Chen Kai completely. The ancestor of the Qin family stood up slowly and looked at Chen Kai with a smile. Chen Kai, do you think you can compete with me when you reach the Golden Core realm? The status of a middle-grade Xian-level alchemist is far beyond what you, a strong Golden Core master, can imagine. What do you have to rely on? How dare you come back and talk to me like this? Who gave you the courage? Kneel down. The ancestor of the Qin family opened his eyes angrily, raised his sword eyebrows, and suddenly shouted, as if the Chen Kai standing in front of him was not a golden elixir expert, but a dog in front of him. Chen Kai stood quietly, his eyes lowered, motionless, not knowing what he was thinking. To outsiders, Chen Kai seemed to have accepted his fate. The ancestors of the Qin family, Jing Wutian and others even had victory smiles on their faces. Suddenly, a lazy voice came from outside. I gave him support. Come back and kill you. Old dog. I gave him the courage to come back and crush your Qin family. The one who gave him all this is me. Chapter 515. Who killed the prince? Is it me? These words attracted everyone's attention. However, they saw that the person speaking was a young man in rich clothes. He looked like a frail scholar, but he was protected by a group of people, as if he had an extraordinary status. Who are you? The ancestor of the Qin family raised his eyebrows and asked. You were still talking about me earlier. Why? You didn't recognize me when I appeared in front of you? Yang Mucheng grinned. Old demon Yang. Jing Wutian narrowed his pupils and shouted sternly. It's you who killed so many killers in our dragon palace. Yang Mucheng nodded. That's right. Everyone looked at it, either surprised, questioning, disbelieving, or guessing. Is this old demon Yang? No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like he has no inner strength or vitality at all. But he is no different from a weak scholar in the world of mortals. Someone said. Now, I finally understand what the ancestor of the Qin family said before. Even a harmless mouse will be distorted after being spread by thousands of people. He doesn't look like us Hao Tianzhou people. The feared old demon Yang? That's right. It's impossible to hit with 8 poles. The ancestor of the Qin family stood there, his pupils narrowing again and again. In his opinion, after all, the opponent was the emperor of the Dacian dynasty. Although his status were high, it was still difficult to contend with a country that could destroy the Shangqing dynasty. After cupping his hands, the ancestor of the Qin family said in a neither humble nor overbearing tone. It turns out to be Emperor Yang. I have always heard that you are a young talent, and today I saw you are really extraordinary. However, Chen Kai and I, this is our family matter. Even if you are the emperor of the Dacian dynasty, you are not qualified to interfere with others something between? That's right. Emperor Yang, this is the Jingxing dynasty, not your Dacian dynasty. If you have to take action against the Qin family, our Jingxing dynasty will not sit idly by and ignore it. At this time, a young man in palace clothes stood up and said arrogantly. Yang Mucheng glanced at him and asked, Who are you? He is the crown prince of the Jingxing dynasty, said the ancestor of the Qin family. When he heard someone introducing himself, the young man clasped his hands behind his back and raised his nostrils to the sky. As the prince of a country, he has the qualification to despise everything. When he ascends the throne in the future and accepts the unification, he will be the most powerful person in the 9th 5-year plan. The prince glanced at Yang Mucheng and said disdainfully, Emperor Yang, as the king of a country, you should not be the kind of person who is ignorant of current affairs. You should have heard the saying that a fierce dragon cannot cross the river. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. You should have heard the sentence too. The meaning behind his words was simple. If you, Yang Mucheng, were a dragon, you would have to give me a hand in the Jingxing dynasty. If it were a tiger, it would have to lie down here for me. This is the Jingxing dynasty, and you are not allowed to act wild. If it were anyone else, they would have to restrain themselves after hearing these words from the crown prince. After all, if you have offended so many forces at once, you have to consider whether you can withstand the other party's revenge in the future. But the person standing here today is Yang Mucheng. How dare a little prince speak like that in front of the Holy Lord? Gong Xiaohai snorted coldly and said with a smile, A few days ago, when I issued a wanted order for Tuaqian in the name of the Holy Lord. Your emperor, when I saw me, I looked very respectful. Kill! Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. Gong Xiaohai immediately stepped out, and everyone felt their eyes blurred as they saw Gong Xiaohai suddenly coming to the side of the prince with a hurricane. You dare! The prince shouted in surprise and anger. But Gong Xiaohai didn't listen to him and slapped him directly, hitting the target with a pop sound. The slap from the Golden Core realm was so terrifying. It directly broke the prince's neck and swept him out of the Qin mansion. Gong Xiaohai stepped back and returned behind Yang Mucheng, as if he had never moved. Hisses. When everyone saw the scene, their scalps were numb and they were terrified. This old demon Yang is really scary. Even the prince of the Jingxing dynasty kills whenever he wants. Who else in the world does he dare not kill? For a moment, the leaders of the many forces who had been clamoring, mocking, and showing disdain all felt a little afraid. They don't have the prince's huge background and terrifying backers. Even the prince was killed. They are probably just ants in Yang Mucheng's eyes. Every wrongdoer has his own owner. Everyone who is not from the Qin family. Get out of here. Otherwise, the sword has no eyes. And if I kill you, you will have no choice but to consider yourself unlucky. Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back and said quietly, This is going to be a killing spree. Some people have already realized that the situation is not good, and the Qin family is likely to be bleeding like a river today. That's not necessarily true. He must have such ability. The head of the Xingtian sect narrowed his eyes and whispered, Old Mo Yang should never kill the crown prince. I have seen someone do it before. I'm going to report the news. When your majesty receives the news, can you come over without bringing troops? Hey, there's a good show to watch. Someone laughed. The ancestor of the Qin family snorted coldly and said, Everyone, please stay here and don't move. I don't believe that this old demon Yang has the courage to kill you. This is the Jingxing dynasty, and your majesty has 3,000 imperial guards. Yang Lama, if you kill the prince, I don't believe he can still walk out of Qin's house alive. As for you, the ancestor of the Qin family looked at Chen Kai and sneered. You are rebellious. Do you think you can get rid of my control by taking refuge in old demon Yang? Don't worry. After I kill old demon Yang later, it will be your turn. As for your daughter, I will sell her to a brothel and let her be ridden by thousands of people and ridden by thousands of people. Old dog. Chen Kai clenched his fists and was about to take action. At this moment, a burst of neat footsteps sounded loudly, as if some army was rushing towards them. The old ancestor of the Qin family was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. He looked at Yang Mucheng with a proud face and mocked. Old demon Yang, the royal forest army is here. How can you continue to be rampant and proud? Your majesty? Chen Kai's eyes flashed with a chill, and he asked in a low voice. Yang Mucheng sneered, looked at the ancestor of the Qin family, and said with a half smile, Is the imperial army coming? Since you don't give up, I will make you give up completely. After saying that, he strode forward and walked directly towards the Qin family hall. The patriarch of Longdang followed closely behind and rushed forward in a mighty manner. Wherever he passed, the crowds dispersed. Even Jing Wutian, the five-clawed killer of Dragon Palace, didn't dare to stop him. What you up to? The ancestor of the Qin family, who was at the top of the list, saw Yang Mucheng approaching and gave a deep drink. Get out of here! Yang Mucheng grinned, grabbed the Qin family ancestor's hair, pulled him up from his position unceremoniously like a chicken, and threw him out of the hall like a rag bag. Yang Mucheng, on the other hand, sat at the top of the Qin family. You? The ancestor of the Qin family was furious, given his identity and status. To be treated like this, he wished he could eat Yang Mucheng alive. However, at this time, a burst of anger resounded. Who killed my prince? Chapter 516 Did I say, Let you go? As these words were heard, the imperial guards were seen coming in force, surrounding the entire Qin mansion. And from the army, a man walked out, walking like a dragon and walking like a tiger, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, wearing an imperial robe. This person, it was none other than the emperor of the Jingxing dynasty, Jin Yusong. Since Jin Yusong took office, he has aspired to strengthen the country and intimidated some sects with his iron-blooded tactics. Some of the talkers are also regarded as his voice in the country. His behavior is somewhat similar to that of Yang Mucheng, who will kill anyone who refuses to obey. Therefore, No one in the Jingsheng dynasty dared to defy him. Seeing Jin Yusong entering the door, a loud shout sounded. "Greetings to your majesty! His majesty!" When the ancestor of the Chen family saw Jin Yusong, his eyes lit up and he ran up quickly. "Your majesty, there is a group of gangsters. They are inside." Jin Yusong didn't speak, but everyone could see the anger that couldn't be hidden in his eyes. "Now there's something good to watch." Someone laughed in a low voice. "Yes, Mr. Yang is really lawless and unscrupulous. In the Jingsheng dynasty, everyone dares to be cruel to the crown prince. It is difficult for him to escape unscathed today. Your majesty is not a weak emperor. Today, Yang Maicheng may not even be able to walk out of this door. Not only will he not be able to protect himself, but his Dacian dynasty may also suffer." Some laughed. Some murmured. Anyway, many people are waiting to see the joke. However, Jin Yusong led the imperial guards and stormed into the Qin family's main hall, and immediately saw Yang Maicheng sitting in the high hall. At this time, his suppressed anger could no longer be contained. He roared in a hissing voice. "Who are you? You dare to kill the prince? I am the emperor of the Dacian dynasty. If your prince scolds me, won't I kill him?" Yang Maicheng said with a smile. "I don't care which country you are the emperor of. You killed my prince, and you still dare to shirk the blame. Today, I will make it impossible for you to walk out of this door alive." Jin Yusong shouted loudly. "Where are the Imperial Forest Army? Let me kill you." "Jin Yusong, you are so presumptuous." At this time, Gong Xiaohai sneered and spoke. Jin Yusong was furious at first. Someone dared to call him by his name. But when he saw Gong Xiaohai, his anger was like a bucket of ice water pouring down from top to bottom. And his murderous intention disappeared at this moment. "Master Gong, why is it you?" Jin Yusong lost his voice. "Gong Xiaohai, your name is more useful than mine." Yang Maicheng couldn't help laughing when he saw that Gong Xiaohai just said one word and stopped Jin Yusong. Gong Xiaohai grinned and said cautiously, "Your Majesty, don't make fun of me. That day, when you destroyed Tuatian Palace, weren't there some defeated soldiers who escaped from Tuatian Palace? I will take I order Jin Yusong to issue a wanted order to hunt down the remnants of Tuatian Palace when he came to the Jingsheng dynasty. Of course, Jin Yusong was unwilling, so I gave him a good beating in his palace. Zhu wanted to teach me a lesson, but I kicked him to death. So Jin Yusong showed respect to Wei Chen." After Gong Xiaohai finished speaking, he raised his brows and shouted angrily at Jin Yusong. "Jin Yusong, you are really blind. The person standing in front of you is my Holy One. Do you dare to yell at him? Your prince as I slapped him to death. Do you have the ability to settle the score with me?" Jin Yusong's heart sank to the bottom. Same day, Gong Xiaohai took a wanted order to his palace and asked him to issue it. For Jin Yusong, he is the leader of a country. Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to let me issue a wanted order for you? If the two sides disagree, they will naturally fight. However, they were no match for Gong Xiaohai, and they were immediately beaten to pieces. As a last resort, Jin Yusong had no choice but to invite his ancestor who was in the palace, a half-step golden elixir powerhouse. Before this half-step golden elixir expert could say a word, he was trampled to death by Gong Xiaohai. Seeing this, Jin Yusong naturally knew that the man in front of him could not be offended. So he obediently issued a wanted order. But what Jin Yusong didn't expect was that this terrifying existence was actually Yang Maicheng's subordinate. Moreover, he was so humble in front of Yang Maicheng. Moreover, Jin Yusong is not an idiot. He glanced around and found that among the more than 100 people behind Yang Maicheng, Gong Xiaohai's strength could only be ranked above or in the middle. "Yang, Emperor Yang." Jin Yusong swallowed and said cautiously, "Since it was the prince who offended you first, then if you kill him, he deserves it." The prince is of course important, but the throne and one's own life are more important. Moreover, as an emperor, Jin Yusong still had 10 or 8 sons. One death is nothing. "Why did you suddenly come to Jingsheng dynasty today?" Jin Yusong asked. "I'm here to settle some private matters between the Qin family and Long Ang. I think you won't interfere." "Right." Yang Maicheng grinned. Jin Yusong shook his head repeatedly, almost turning his head into a rattle. He cupped his hands in front of Yang Maicheng, not even daring to call himself a little man, and said quickly, "Emperor Yang, since you have private matters, I won't disturb you. You are busy first. I will leave." After saying that, he left the Qin family hall almost as if he was running away. The menacing imperial guards, who came with him, receded like the tide. No matter how the ancestor of the Chen family shouted from behind, Jin Yusong did not dare to stop a step, but instead ran faster. This is a joke. If he gets involved in this matter and angers Yang Mucheng, it will not end with just the death of a prince. He may be subjugated. Everyone in the Chen family's main hall froze on the spot, completely dumbfounded. They originally thought that Jin Yusong would directly kill Yang Mucheng in a rage, but they did not expect that the other party did not even have the courage to get angry in front of Yang Mucheng. So he ran away in despair. For a while, everyone who was originally waiting to see the show realized that the situation was not good. This old demon Yang is not just a person with false reputation. I said, if you are not from the Chen family, get out of here. This is the second time. If you don't get out, I will all be regarded as accomplices of the Chen family. Yang Mucheng looked at Jin Yusong, who was running away, with a smile, and turned his eyes. It landed in the main hall. At this moment, everyone turned pale. Many people have already realized that the Chen family is in danger today, and there is no way to escape from it. They don't dare to say anything more, and just accuse them and leave. After a while, the originally bustling Chen family became sparse. Jing Wutian stood there and pondered for a moment, knowing that he alone was unable to save the day, so he couldn't help but let out a long sigh and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Yang Mucheng's voice sounded again. Did I tell you to leave? Chapter 517, The Famous Girl Chen Shuang. Jing Wuxian's idea is simple. Let's go. Today, everything is still in chaos. He didn't understand why Jin Yusong was so afraid of Yang Mucheng. But he knew one thing. Yang Mucheng was not the little mouse in the rumors. The posture he showed today was completely like a prehistoric beast. Certainly, if he had to leave, Jing Wuxian planned to pay a special visit to Tuatian Palace. Now, he is very suspicious that the rumor about Yang Mucheng destroying Tuatian Palace is 100% true, and he will tell the senior officials of Dragon Palace about this matter as soon as possible. However, Yang Mucheng's words made Jing Wutian stop. Yang Emperor, our Dragon Palace does have some friction with you, but today is a personal grudge between you and the Chen family, and our Dragon Palace will naturally not interfere. Please also ask Yang Emperor to let me go. Jing Wutian suppressed the anger in his heart. He assumed a low posture. When I return to the Dragon Palace and report this matter to the Palace Master, you will definitely be left with nothing to eat. Jing Wuxian lowered his eyes. Although he wanted to cut Yang Mucheng into pieces, he didn't dare to show any signs of it at this moment. Since Dragon Palace became the largest force in Nichuan continent, no one has dared to be so arrogant when facing Dragon Palace. If Dragon Palace and Tuatian Palace had not reached some kind of connection, the killers of Dragon Palace would have been eager to deal with Yang Mucheng. Jing Wuxian, the ancestor of the Chen family, screamed, his face as white as paper. He did not expect that when the disaster came, they would fly away, and even Dragon Palace would have to bow in front of Yang Mucheng. Let you go. Yang Mucheng looked at Jing Wutian, but nodded and said, you are right. Today is a personal grudge between Long Tang and the Chen family. Since you want to leave, I will not stop you. However, you have to give me some help. Dragon Palace brings a message back. Emperor Yang, please speak, Jing Wuxian said. There is some friction between Dragon Palace and me, but the blame must naturally be attributed to Dragon Palace. Now, I give Dragon Palace two options. First, come to my Dacian dynasty to apologize. Second, I will lead people have trampled the Dragon Palace. Yang Mucheng said slowly. What? Even Jing Wuxian was stunned. He didn't expect that Yang Mucheng would be so bold, daring him to bring these words back to the Dragon Palace. He could imagine how angry the senior officials of Dragon Palace would be when they learned what Yang Mucheng had said, holding back the anger in his heart. Jing Wutian nodded. Yang Emperor, don't worry. I will definitely convey your words to everyone in Dragon Palace. Okay. I have another gift for Dragon Palace. You can take it for me. Yang Mucheng said calmly. What is it? Jing Wutian was stunned. Call! Suddenly, Yang Mucheng's eyes opened angrily, and two clusters of flame shot out directly from his eye sockets. The two fire dragons rolled out crazily and rushed towards Jing Wutian's body like arrows from a string. Jing Wutian's heart trembled, and he subconsciously wanted to avoid it. However, the churning fire dragon actually seemed to ignore everything and burrowed directly into Jing Wutian's throat. This scene is a long story, but it was only a brief moment. When everyone came back to their senses, they found that Jing Wuxian was still standing there properly, as if nothing had happened. Let's go! Yang Mucheng waved his hand. Jing Wutian touched his body and felt it. He didn't seem to feel anything, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But he was also frightened by the previous scene. Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, he felt relieved and said quickly, Emperor Yang, take your leave. Your Majesty, just let him go like this? Lu Qianfeng asked with narrowed eyes. This guy can block Gong Xiaohai's sword. His strength is absolutely extraordinary. He may be promoted to the Golden Elixir realm in the future. If he is put back, he will let the tiger go back to the mountain. Do you think he has a chance of survival? Yang Mucheng smiled faintly. The previous flame was naturally Yang Mucheng's specialty. The Dragon Sky Fire. Since his cultivation has been upgraded to the Golden Core realm, his control and manipulation of these martial arts skills has become even more sophisticated than usual. He believed that this big gift would definitely surprise Dragon Palace. As soon as Jing Wutian left, the entire Chen family was empty, with only the ancestor of the Chen family left. This normally arrogant person had a face as white as a sheet of paper at this moment, and his face was even uglier than his dead parents. Plop! When Yang Mucheng looked over, the ancestor of the Chen family trembled with fear and almost collapsed on the ground. Chen Kai, the ancestor of the Chen family, screamed, You can't kill me. If you kill me, your daughter will die too. Chen Kai showed no expression as he walked up to the ancestor of the Chen family and said, Ancestor, everything has a holy master. You killed my wife, poisoned my daughter, and humiliated me for 16 years. I will repay this revenge bit by bit. Give it to you. But don't worry. I won't kill you. I will let you enjoy the rest of your life in pain and despair. The words just fell. Chen Kai's eyes flashed with coldness, and his foot suddenly collapsed, crushing the ancestor's limbs. Then he raised his right hand and suddenly slapped his ancestor's dantian. With a click. Sound! The Chen family's ancestor's unformed golden elixir suddenly shattered. This palm completely destroyed his 400 years of cultivation. After doing all this, Chen Kai slowly stopped. Ancestor, your limbs were crippled by me, and your dantian was shattered by me. In any case, you were once a half-step golden elixir powerhouse, with surging vitality and blood. It is not a problem that you can live for 200 or 300 years. I believe those beings whose families were harmed by you will never make it easy for you after learning this news. You are so cruel. The ancestor of the Chen family wailed. Shut up. No matter how cruel I am, I can't be as cruel as you. Chen Kai directly kicked the ancestor of the Chen family out of the Chen mansion and bowed 3 times to Yang Mucheng. Obviously, he knew that without Yang Mucheng, it would be difficult for him to take revenge in this life. And this time, Yi Shu Jin and others also brought Chen Kai's daughter Chen Shuang out. The famous lady Chen Shuang has met your majesty. Long live my emperor. Long live. Long live. Chen Shuang saluted slowly. Come here and let me take a look. Yang Mucheng waved. Chen Shuang slowly stood up and walked away. Although she has suffered from illness for 16 years, Chen Shuang has a good face. Perhaps she is suffering from an old illness, so her whole person gives people a shy and weak attitude, which makes people feel pity for her. Yang Mucheng grabbed Chen Shuang's wrist and took his pulse. After a while, he took out the Jinyuan holy pill from his arms and handed it to Chen Kai Dao. Chen Kai, please use your inner energy to wrap up this Jinyuan holy pill and let Chen Shuang take it. Every day at noon. Let go of your inner energy to spread the efficacy of the elixir. Let the power of the medicine spread throughout the body, and maintain it after a few months. She will be able to recover. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chen Kai was overjoyed. Yang Mucheng shook his head and said, Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Although the Jinyuan Shengdan can restore the void in Chen Shuang's body in the past 16 years, it is enough to allow her to live to 100 years without disaster or disease. But it cannot completely eliminate her toxins in the body. Chen Kai smiled miserably and said, Your Majesty, I will be very satisfied if Shuanger can live to be 100 years old without any disease or disaster. Chen Kai. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly and said word by word, I am the emperor. And if I say it, there will be no deviation. I said that if I want to save your daughter, I will definitely rescue you. Don't worry. Even if I use the strength of the whole country, I will make Chen Shuang complete recovery. Chapter 518, Who Destroyed Tuitian Palace? Yang Mucheng's words made everyone excited. Following such an emperor, not only can you pursue immortality and achieve great success, but your family can also have security, which is something that many people dream of. Yang Wuqing's words made the ancestor of Longtang even more desperate. After the matter with the Qin family was settled, Yang Mucheng naturally planned to return to China. But Jin Yusong is here again. Certainly, he was not looking for trouble, but brought the new prince here to meet Yang Mucheng, and invited Yang Mucheng and the ancestors of Longtang to attend the state banquet. Unable to bear the other party's warm invitation, Yang Mucheng stayed at Jingsheng Dynasty for 3 or 4 days. Jin Yusong has been busy these days, for fear of neglecting Yang Mucheng. I understand your intentions. Before leaving, Yang Mucheng said to Jin Yusong, although I killed the prince of your dynasty, I will not anger your entire dynasty, and I will be your emperor with peace of mind. If there is any need in the future, you can also go to the Dacian dynasty to find me. Thank you, Emperor Yang. This was what Jin Yusong was waiting for. The Tuotian Palace was flattened, and the Jingsheng dynasty was just an ant-like existence in front of Yang Mucheng. Given his great courage, he did not dare to challenge Yang Mucheng. Now that Yang Mucheng doesn't care about the prince offending him, it can be said that the hanging heart in Jin Yusong's belly has finally dropped. And at this time, Jing Wuxian on the other side also came to Tuotian Palace. He was in no rush to go back. Instead, he made a special trip to Tuotian Palace. After all, for such a big thing as the destruction of Tuotian Palace, he had to see it with his own eyes before he could know whether it was true or false. And only then could Dragon Palace make corresponding solutions. Is this Tuotian Palace? When Jing Wuqian came to Tuotian Palace, he was completely stunned. Notice, the former Tuotian Palace stood in the center of the 36 peaks of Tuotian. The 36 peaks of Tuotian protect the huge Tuotian peak in the center like stars holding the moon. But now, the 36 peaks have collapsed, and they have long lived up to their previous grandeur. The largest Tuotian peak in the center was split into 2 parts, like a tree stump, because the roots were still rooted in the ground and had not completely collapsed. This knife was struck by Shao Tianqing, directly cut Tuotian peak into 2 pieces. Jing Wuqian froze on the spot, unable to recover for a long time. He kept mumbling to himself. Is this really true? Tuotian Palace was really destroyed? Yeah. You just knew. A passerby beside him glanced at Jing Wuqian leisurely. Tuotian Palace has been trampled to the ground for more than 10 days. From Wu Shanhe, the sect leader of Tuotian Palace and the emperor of the Holy Ape Dynasty, to the civil and military officials in the palace. None of the officials, elders, or deacons escaped. Even though some of the remaining defeated generals escaped, they probably wouldn't be able to enjoy themselves for long. Emperor Yang has issued a wanted order to hunt down all the remaining forces in Tuotian Palace. The 36 dynasties of Hao Tianzhou have all responded. Oh, who would have thought that the power and accumulation of Tuotian Palace for more than 2,000 years would be wiped out overnight? However, even if Emperor Yang does not take action, the 36 dynasties and many forces will not let go through Tuotian Palace. Tuotian Palace dares to play with Hao Tianzhou's genius, and even seizes it for his own selfish interests. Emperor Yang can be regarded as eliminating harm for the people by destroying Tuotian Palace. Even if he no longer believed it, Jing Wuqian had no choice but to believe everything he saw before him. The once vast Tuotian Palace became a ruin. Even the prosperous Jingyang city was dilapidated and sparse due to the destruction of Tuotian Palace. The traces of the terrible battle a few days ago were still clearly visible. This is impossible! The foundation of Tuotian Palace is definitely not something that Yang Mucheng can resist. In the entire Tuotian Palace, there are, Jing Wuqian shouted unwillingly, 3 golden elixir masters and 1 nascent soul ancestor. Right. The passerby shook his head, with a trace of ridicule on his face. The nascent soul of Wu Dizu, the founder of the nascent soul, was shattered. He actually took Emperor Yang as his target. Who is Emperor Yang? Hao Tianzhou called the existence of old demon Yang a nascent soul without a body. Is he Yang Lamo's opponent? A passerby glanced at Jing Wuqian and showed a hint of enlightenment. You must have come from the outside world to learn from Tuoshengong. Right. Also, Tuoshengong was destroyed not long ago, and the news has not yet been fully spread. In addition, Tuoshengong is so powerful that even if it is spread, some people may not believe it. Now that you have seen what happened to Tuotian Palace, go back quickly. Ever since seeing this Tuotian Palace, Jing Wuqian's heart has completely sunk to the bottom. He left the palace this time just to celebrate the birthday of the ancestor of the Qin family. But who would have thought that he would learn such terrible news? This Dacian dynasty is really terrible. Then old demon Yang. Is it possible that he has the power to shake the world? Tuatian Palace is an existence that even my Dragon Palace cannot deal with. And he was crushed by him in one day. No. I must tell the Dragon Palace this news as soon as possible. How Tianzhou, if Yang Mucheng appears, things will change. With almost no hesitation, Jing Wuxian soared into the sky and flew towards the Dragon Palace. For 5 or 6 days in a row, he traveled day and night without stopping, and finally arrived at the Dragon Palace. Report. Something bad will happen. Jing Wuxian stumbled and broke into the main hall of the Dragon Palace. At this time, the senior officials of Dragon Palace seemed to be holding some kind of meeting, and Jing Wuxian rushed in with such disrespect, which naturally made everyone a little unhappy. Palace Master Wan Jianling raised his eyebrows and shouted sternly, Jing Wuxian, as the five-clawed killer of the Dragon Palace, you are also a veteran in the palace. Don't you still understand the rules in the palace? If I hadn't received the invitation to the spiritual sword list today, I would still be in a good mood. Yes, I will definitely drag you out and kill you with a cane. Spiritual sword list? Invitation? Jing Wuxian looked forward and saw Wan Jianling holding a palm-sized dagger with a strange shape in his hand. And the dagger was exuding a slow luster. And it was actually a top-grade Xin-level item. Wan Jianling frowned. Jing Wuxian, I remember that you were supposed to congratulate the ancestor of the Qin family on his birthday in the Jingxing dynasty. Why did you come back so early? Could something have happened? Palace Master, the ancestor of the Qin family has been ruined. And now he is worse than a pig or a dog. Jing Wuxian took a deep breath and tried to calm down his mind. He spoke slowly. What? Wan Jianling frowned slightly. The ancestor of the Qin family is a middle-grade Xin-level alchemy master. Although he has a noble status, he has a perverse and domineering personality and has offended many people. If our Dragon Palace didn't need him to refine the elixir, I might have killed him long ago. Wan Jianling pondered for a moment and nodded. However, the ancestor of the Qin family is now deposed, so we can only find other alchemy masters to cooperate. The ancestor of the Qin family is certainly important to Dragon Palace, but he is not an indispensable existence. There are many people who can replace him. Palace Master, Tuatian Palace has also been trampled to the ground. Jing Wuxian continued. Impossible. Wan Jianling shouted, even jumping up in shock. No one knows the details of Tuatian Palace better than me. How could Tuatian Palace be destroyed? Not only one sword spirit was shocked. Even the other elders present stood up one after another, all stunned. It's absolutely true. This is what I saw with my own eyes. Jing Wuxian said slowly. Boom! Wan Jianling's body collapsed, and he sat back on the throne in a daze. He woke up after a moment. He almost gritted his teeth and asked, who destroyed Tuatian Palace? Jing Wuxian laughed miserably and said, Yang Mucheng. Old Demon Yang. Chapter 519 Burning the Dragon Palace. Yang Mucheng. Mr. Yang. When this name was spit out from the pure sky, the entire hall fell into deathly silence, and almost no one dared to believe it. Notice, Dragon Palace is no stranger to Tuatian Palace. The Dragon Palace was established about 300 years earlier than Tuatian Palace, and Dragon Palace has always been in the killer business. After conquering the East and West, many martial arts and martial arts skills were acquired, so the Dragon Palace gradually grew in strength. Originally, the Dragon Palace was located in Nichuan continent, and the Tuatian Palace was located in Haotian continent. The two forces were in harmony with each other. But because Wu Dizu was backing Tuatian Palace, its rise was like a rocket, which naturally attracted the attention of Dragon Palace. Therefore, the Dragon Palace wants to destroy its entire family and seize its foundation. Just when Tuatian Palace was about to be destroyed, Wu Dizu, who had only nascent soul left, stepped forward to turn the tide and contain the Dragon Palace's attack. Then, there may be friction between the two parties, but eventually an alliance will be formed. After the two factions formed an offensive and defensive alliance, one occupied Heotianzhu and the other occupied Nichuanzhu. The relationship between the top leaders was also quite close. A few days ago, Wu Dizu returned a letter and sent it to the Dragon Palace, saying that Yang Mucheng wanted it. But before the result was reached, Tuatian Palace was destroyed by Yang Mucheng. When my subordinates came back, they made a special trip to Tuatian Palace and found that Tuatian Palace had been razed to the ground. Wu Dizu's deeds of seizing the body have also been revealed to the world and made known to everyone. Jing Wuxian knelt on the ground. Tell them one by one the news they have found out. Every time he said something, everyone in the hall turned pale. Notice, the strength of Dragon Palace is almost the same as that of Tuatian Palace. At most, it only has 2 or 3 more powerful Jindan. If even Tuatian Palace is unable to resist, wouldn't it be their turn for Dragon Palace to end soon? Yang Lama also asked me to tell the Palace Master 2 things. He said that he will give you 2 choices. The first is to ask us to ask the Tiangong to go to the Dacian dynasty to plead guilty. The second is that he will destroy the Dacian dynasty. Our Tuatian Palace, Jing Wuqian continued. There was deathly silence in the main hall. Presumptuous. After a moment, Wan Jianling suddenly stood up. He said loudly, the Tuatian Palace is indeed huge. It unites the entire Haotian continent and can be as famous as our Dragon Palace. However, that was just over 1,000 years ago. Nowadays, it is easy for the Dragon Palace to destroy the Tuatian Palace. That's right. Wu Dizu only wanted to seize his body and be reborn. And all the resources of Tuatian Palace were used on him alone. But we, Dragon Palace, left Tuatian Palace behind early. If we Dragon Palace 5-clawed killer together, we can destroy Tuatian Palace overnight. An old man with a black beard sneered. That's right, another old man said. The old demon Yang thought that he had destroyed Tuatian Palace, so he didn't take our Dragon Palace seriously. Palace Master, please let me go. It only takes 7 days for me to go back and forth. Then we can place old demon Yang's head in the main hall of the Dragon Palace. Hey, there are many killers in our Dragon Palace. How can we use the elders to kill a little Yang Ma Chung? Just send 2 5-clawed killers casually, and they can destroy the country. Another old man said in a sinister way. He said with a smile. Wan Jianling frowned and pressed his hand down. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. Wan Jianling continued to ask, what else did Mr. Yang say? Jing Wuqian shook his head and said, I didn't say anything else. By the way, he also said that he wanted me to give a big gift to the Dragon Palace. I don't know what it was. It seemed like a ball of fire. Ah! 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 As soon as Jing Wuqian finished speaking, he let out a burst of screams. The cursed dragon sky fire hidden in his body erupted suddenly, using the inner strength of Jing Wuqian's half-step golden elixir as fuel, and burst out with a roar. It was like a fire that was already burning was suddenly filled with a bucket of gasoline. What? Wan Jianling was shocked. He just saw Jing Wuqian kneeling on the ground, crazy flames pouring out from his eyes, ears, mouth and nose desperately, burning Jing Wuqian to ashes in an instant. But the flame did not stop at all. Instead, it transformed into a fire dragon, rising into the sky and sweeping across the entire Dragon Palace. Not good! Wan Jianling shouted loudly and hurriedly retreated. The faces of many elders present also changed drastically, and they hurriedly fled towards the rear. At this time, the Dragon Palace killers outside the main hall suddenly felt something was wrong and quickly looked towards the palace. This time, I saw a scene I will never forget. But see, the huge palace seemed to be plunged into a sea of fire at this moment, with fire snakes constantly pouring out of countless doors and windows. The scorching heat even caused everyone's gaze to become blurry and distorted at this moment. Then, the high temperature in the palace reached a certain level and exploded. At this moment, the huge palace was completely burned down by the fire. The surging flames formed a circular fire wave, sweeping away in all directions. The rockeries, rocks, and trees in the Dragon Palace were completely burned to powder the moment they were swept by the fire wave. Even hundreds of miles away, you can feel this terrible vibration. And you can see the mushroom cloud rising crazily above the Dragon Palace area. Those low cultivation 1-claw and 2-claw killers were directly burned to death in the wave of fire. Only those with high cultivation levels escaped. Wan Jianling stood in the ruins, looking at the Dragon Palace that had been razed to the ground. And he no longer had the same noble posture as before. Most of his long hair was swallowed up by the anger. The clothes all over his body were burnt black, and the exposed skin was covered with burns. But at this moment, the pain in Wan Jianling's heart was higher than anything else. He looked at the messy Dragon Palace, clenched his fists, and a heart-rending roar came out of his throat. Old Demon Yang, our Dragon Palace will definitely cut you into pieces. The Dragon Palace, will definitely cut you into pieces. I will cut you into pieces. The sound echoed for a long time. Since returning to the Dacian dynasty, Yang Wuqing's leisurely days were completely over. One is to flatten Tuatian Palace, and all the resources obtained in Tuatian Palace must be continuously distributed one by one. It is a bit tricky to digest these 2,000 years of heritage in a short period of time. As the leader of a country and coordinating the world, Yang Mucheng naturally had to use all the resources he obtained wisely. Certainly, the ancestor of Longtang got the most. In addition to being able to enter the imperial tomb to practice, the weapons and other weapons obtained from Tuatian Palace were also at the discretion of Longtang. Secondly, there are those dynasties and small countries that come from all directions to congratulate you. Many of these people came in person from the emperor, and some were state advisors, princesses, or princes. Yang Mucheng was too busy and naturally had no time to deal with them, so he asked them all to stay at the inn. The third is the strong man who comes to seek refuge. In Yang Mucheng's view, among these 3 points, the last one is particularly important. Your Majesty, all those people are here, just waiting for you. Lu Yao brought a cup of tea and said softly, "Drink a cup of tea first to relieve your fatigue. Everyone is here." Yang Mucheng yawned and waved his hand. "Lead me there first." Chapter 520 Juxian Hall. In the palace, a Juxian Hall was specially opened for the warriors who came to seek refuge. Certainly, not everyone is qualified to enter here. Only those who are powerful enough to reach Xianhai consummation or above, or are alchemists and blacksmiths of Xin level, are qualified to be here. Although the threshold has been set very high, Juxian Hall still seems to be overcrowded. "Holy!" Lu Yao was about to shout. "The Holy Lord is here," when Yang Mucheng waved his hand to stop him. "I'll take a look at these people first." "Don't speak." "Yes." Lu Yao nodded. This is equivalent to an incognito private visit. You can see some of the true faces or motives of those who come to seek refuge. The two of them slowly entered the Juxian Hall. However, they saw that the warriors in the Juxian Hall were gathering together in 2s and 3s, talking among themselves. There is also a person who is sitting in the corner without saying a word. It can be said that there are all kinds of strange things. "That is?" Yang Mucheng looked at a warrior. But see, the other person was thin and his whole body was wrapped in white linen. Although the Juxian Hall was overcrowded, no one around the old man dared to approach. From this scene alone, one can tell that there must be something extraordinary about this old man. "Come on, let's go take a look." Yang Mucheng walked over with a smile and sat next to the old man. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Seeing Yang Mucheng sitting down, the old man's eyes flashed with surprise, and he couldn't help but ask. Yang Mucheng smiled. "What am I afraid of you for?" the old man asked. "Then do you know who I am?" Yang Mucheng shook his head. "I don't know." The old man smiled lightly and said nothing. The surrounding warriors also all smiled knowingly. "I saw this kid go straight to sit next to the 5 Poisons Patriarch before. I thought he was really that brave. It turned out that he didn't know the name of the 5 Poisons Patriarch and didn't know how terrifying the 5 Poisons Patriarch was. Only then do you dare to sit next to the ancestor of the 5 Poisons." One warrior shook his head and said, "As the saying goes, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Isn't this normal? If he knew the abilities of the 5 Poison ancestors, he would be scared to death," someone said with a smile. "Are you great?" Yang Mucheng looked at the old man known as the ancestor of the 5 Poisons and asked, "Little friend, you don't know something. In this world, pills can save people as well as kill people. You can't imagine how powerful I am. Ancestor, I only need to wave my hand to kill someone. People from the county capital," the ancestor of the 5 Poisons said with a smile. Yang Mucheng's eyes lit up, and he motioned for the other party to continue. The patriarch of the 5 Poisons seemed to be in a good mood, because he was able to enter the Juxian Hall, and because someone dared to talk to him. So he naturally spoke more. "Ancestor, I poison, leaving no trace. And no one can know. No one can cure the poison. Who have you killed?" Yang Mucheng asked again. "Ancestor, I have killed many evil people, including gangsters, bandits, and cowardly kings and ministers." Yang Mucheng nodded. Today's Dacian dynasty is not like the situation it was in the mortal world where no one could use it. Naturally, if he wants to recruit, he must not be able to recruit those treacherous and evil people. The ancestor of the 5 Poisons was able to enter the Juxian Hall, and he still had some abilities. But Yang Mucheng didn't know what his background was yet. After thinking for a while, he said, "What is your most powerful elixir?" "It is this." The ancestor of the 5 Poisons grinned, took out an elixir from his arms, and gently threw it into the teacup beside him, and said, "This is the Hun Yuan life-destroying powder. This cup of tea is enough to make a strong gene and loss of life. Invisible and colorless. Undetectable." Hisses. "Can it kill a strong person in the Golden Core realm?" Yang Mucheng said in surprise. After becoming a warrior, you can basically be said to be invulnerable to all poisons. The body of a strong person with golden elixir is particularly strong. Can this cup of tea be so powerful? Who has a Xian level weapon? Could you borrow it for use? The ancestor of the 5 poisons said loudly. I have one. Among the crowd, a warrior dressed as a scholar drew a long sword from his waist. It turns out to be Scholar Sword Zhuobuffan. Someone recognized the other person. But see, the ancestor of the 5 poisons wielded an extraordinary sword. When he tapped it lightly with his right hand, the sword did not move at all. But there was a clear and crisp echo, which was extremely pleasant to the ear. What a sword! Yang Mucheng nodded. My sword is a low-grade Xian level weapon. It is made of water, gold and rock. It kills people without losing blood. This sword has accompanied me through 300 battles, large and small, without any cracks on it. Zhuobuffan heard Yang Mucheng's praise. His face was full of pride. However, what does the 5 poison patriarch want with a Xian level weapon? Everyone looked puzzled. Yang Muxiang had already guessed something and looked at the other party expectantly. But see, the ancestor of the 5 poisons picked up the poisonous tea and slowly poured some poisonous tea towards the Shuojinyan sword. Almost as soon as the poisonous tea was poured into the sword, there was a squeaking sound. This Xuanjilong sword was like ice cubes poured with boiling oil, melting rapidly in an instant. Did you see that my poisonous tea will melt as soon as it enters your throat? No matter how strong you are, it will be corroded into white bones. Your poisonous tea still lacks some herbs. Yang Mucheng frowned and said, the toxicity is indeed strong, but the average golden elixir expert will not drink it stupidly. Even if he drinks it all, he feels something is wrong, and you can use your inner strength to wrap it all up and force it out of the body. The ancestor of the 5 poisons was feeling happy. When he suddenly heard these words, his face turned cold and he snorted. Little friend, you are not a strong person in the golden elixir. What do you know? Yang Mucheng smiled, picked up the poisonous tea, and drank it in front of everyone. Is this kid's head broken? This is poisonous tea that can kill even a strong person with golden elixir. He actually drank it in one gulp? Even Xian-level weapons can be corroded in an instant. Is it possible that his body is stronger than Xian-level weapons? The ancestor of the 5 poisons was also shocked. He came to seek refuge with the Dacian dynasty. He didn't even see the emperor's face. And he just killed someone inexplicably in Jushian Hall. Doesn't this mean that Yang Mucheng was not taken seriously? If Yang Mucheng was blamed by then, wouldn't he die without knowing how? But he had just developed this poison, and had not yet had time to prepare the antidote. The taste of this tea is not bad, but it's a bit astringent. The taste of a strong golden elixir is so sensitive. You can feel something is wrong as soon as you take the tea. Your tea can't kill a strong golden elixir. Yang Mucheng shook his head. Everyone in the hall was stunned. They didn't expect that this kid would actually say these words after drinking tea. Who dares to test poison on his own body? Moreover, is it still the poison of the ancestor of the 5 poisons? Yang Mucheng nodded secretly. Although the Dacian dynasty did not need a poison master, the 5 poison ancestors were of great use. He is a poison master himself, and knows the most about poison. It allows him to refine various detoxifying elixirs for emergencies. Are you okay? The ancestor of the 5 poisons was also stunned. He had tried many demon kings, and they all ended up falling dead immediately. This young man actually drank more than half of the cup of poisonous tea, and he still looked like nothing had happened. How could he not be shocked? This tea won't kill me! Yang Mucheng smiled and shook his head. At first, he really planned to use his inner strength to force out the poisonous tea. But his body, which has been tempered by dragon blood 3 times, is so terrifying. Almost as soon as the poisonous tea entered the mouth, the poison was dissolved and filtered. And even under the influence of the ancient heaven swallowing technique, it turned into a pure energy and absorbed it into the golden elixir in his body. Just when everyone was shocked, there was a noise in the corner of Jushian Hall. Yang Mucheng frowned and walked towards the noise. Chapter 521. One person does things and one person takes responsibility. They dared to cause trouble in Jushian Hall. Not only did these people not take Dacian dynasty seriously, they also didn't take Yang Mucheng seriously. Originally, Yang Mucheng planned to chat with the 5 poison ancestor for a few more words. But he was suddenly attracted by the noise. Tang Renjie, you really hid here. Do you think you can escape our pursuit by coming here? But see, a young man sitting silently in the corner was surrounded by 3 or 5 people. The boy who was scolded sat quietly in the corner without saying a word. This is Emperor Yang's Jushian Hall. How dare you make trouble? Tang Renjie slowly opened his eyes, and said with a faint smile, Shut up! The leader shouted sternly. Our sect master will naturally explain to Emperor Yang what happened today. But you? I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of the Jushian Hall alive. What's going on? Yang Mucheng squeezed through the crowd and asked. You? The leader raised his brows, and was about to scold this kid, who suddenly appeared. But after a second thought, he held it back. After all, this is Jushian Hall. Their target is only Tang Renjie. If we continue to make trouble, I'm afraid it will cause trouble. He bowed to Yang Mucheng and said, The next one is from the Baji sect. Never heard of it. Yang Mucheng shook his head. The leader almost didn't explode. But he still suppressed his anger and explained. The Baji sect is not the sect of Hao Tianzhou, but the sect of Tianqing Continent. The status of the Baji sect in Tianqing Continent is the same as that of Hao Tianzhou's Tuotian Palace and Tuotian Palace. The Dragon Palace in Nichuanzu is similar. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Jushian Hall clicked their tongues. Previously, everyone wanted to laugh at the Baji sect as a sect that came out of a mountain nook. But they had never heard of it. Now that I heard that the Baji sect was actually comparable to Dragon Palace and Tuotian Palace, I was a little shocked. What did Tang Renjie do? He actually let you chase him from Tianxing's Hao to Hao Tianzhou? Yang Mucheng asked again. This boy castrated our young sect master. Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, the disciples of the Baji sect were furious. Our sect master only has an only son, and he castrated him. Do you think we should hunt down this boy? Castrated? This is really immoral. Yang Mucheng shook his head. He suddenly remembered that he had castrated Zhang Jiyuan himself. Why did you castrate the young master of the Baji sect? Yang Mucheng continued to ask. Now that the other party has entered his Jushian Hall, he has to figure everything out. If Tang Renjie took the initiative to stir up trouble, Yang Mucheng would naturally not protect him. Of course, if there was a reason for the incident, then he would have to take care of it. Humph. How many women has the young sect master of the Baji sect insulted? I castrated him, so I got an advantage over that kid. If those lackeys from the Baji sect hadn't come quickly, I would have killed him with one sword. Tang Renjie sneered. So that was the case. Yang Mucheng couldn't help but nodded. It seems that this Tang Renjie is still a person who dares to go against such a powerful force as the Baji sect. You still dare to be tough? The disciples of the Baji sect shouted angrily, drew their swords and struck. Yang Mucheng frowned, flicked his right finger, and heard a clang sound, and a cloud of sparks exploded from the sword. The man's body trembled when he made the move, as if he had been struck by a copper mountain. He immediately stepped back a few steps, and the tiger's mouth was shaken open. Looking at the long sword in his hand again, it looked like it had been hit by a giant axe. It shattered into a huge gap, and cracks spread all over it. I'm in charge of Tang Renjie's affairs. Yang Mucheng stopped and said calmly, If my son is castrated, he will be castrated. Let him have another son when he goes back. Let him discipline his son well when he goes back. If he dares again, if you want to humiliate a woman, I will castrate him. Boy, are you sure you want to take care of our Baji sect's affairs? The leading disciple asked in a cold voice. That's right. Yang Mucheng nodded. I'm afraid you don't have the ability or the confidence. Our Baji sect is not something you can deal with. Even if Emperor Yang is here today, I have to take Tang Renjie away. Think about your identity. Our sect leader can in existence on the same level as Emperor Yang. Will Emperor Yang start a war with our Baji sect for a little guy like you? The leading disciple sneered. If you were in Tianqing Continent, I would have killed you with one sword. Another Baji sect disciple shouted. The reason why I didn't take action was just to give Emperor Yang face. If we are offended, do you believe I will make this place a river of blood? Rivers of blood? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and sneered. He was about to speak, but he felt as if he was being pulled by someone. When he looked back, he saw that it was the ancestor of the 5 poisons from before. Little friend, it's not easy to get involved in this matter. The patriarch of the 5 poisons shook his head and hurriedly advised. The Baji sect is powerful, much stronger than Tuotian Palace. And even the Dragon Palace is polite to the Baji sect. Besides, this boy named Tang Renjie deposed the son of another sect leader. This is not a small matter. I am afraid that even if Emperor Yang comes forward, Tang Renjie cannot be saved. Yeah, it's better to do less than to do more. Someone in the crowd advised. Yang Mucheng frowned, shook his head and said, If Emperor Yang were here, he would definitely be very disappointed. You are all from Hao Tianzhou, and you are watching others making trouble on your own territory. But you still don't intervene? Do you think? Will Emperor Yang accept you into the Dragon Hall? For a moment, some in the crowd were calm, and some were thoughtful. Yang Mucheng continued. The Dragon Hall of Emperor Yang does not want slaves who serve tea and water. The ancestors of the Dragon Hall are all brave and good at fighting. It was Emperor Yang's Dragon Hall that destroyed Tuatian Palace. You guys, if you are so ignorant, what are you doing here at Jushian Hall? Little friend, you are right. I just heard that Emperor Yang destroyed Tuatian Palace, so I came here to admire you. What about the Baji sect? I will take care of this matter today. The ancestor of the 5 poisons standing up with a loud laugh. That's right, little brother. I listen to you. Let's fight. The worst we can do is start a war with the Baji sect. If Emperor Yang doesn't care about us, the worst we can do is wander the world together. But there are also some people who choose to play it safe and remain non-committal. But there were still some people who started to ridicule. It's none of your business. Just hang it up high. It's not a wise choice to offend the Baji sect. Maybe, even if Tang Renjia successfully joins Long Tang, the Baji sect will ask Emperor Yang for someone. And Emperor Yang will have to send Tang Renjia out obediently. Yeah, no matter how happy these guys are, when the Baji sect really comes to visit, they will turn into cowards. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and secretly remembered these speakers. His Dragon Hall wants people who dare to fight with the sky and the earth. These people don't want to help, but they dare to ridicule. It seems that Jushian Hall needs to be more strict and not allow anything to come in. If he hadn't conducted a private visit incognito, he might not have known the true identity of these people. That's it. That's all. At this time, Tang Renjia in the corner sighed and looked at Yang Mucheng gratefully. Little brother, one person is responsible for one's work. I came here just to seek protection from Emperor Yang. Since they are all chasing me, I won't cause trouble to Emperor Yang. At worst, I will be caught by them, and one of them will die. 10 of them will die. 8 years later, I am a good man again. Finished, Tang Renjia drew out the long sword from his waist with a clang, pointed it at the disciples of the Baji sect, and shouted loudly, Bring it on! If you want to arrest me, you must first ask if my sword will answer. Chapter 522, Your Majesty. Why are you here? Seeing Tang Renjia pull out his sword, the expressions of several Baji sect disciples suddenly turned gloomy. You're really stubborn. Don't talk nonsense to him. Just kill him. Boom. In an instant, several people attacked Tang Renjia. When everyone saw this, they all shouted together and followed Tang Renjia to resist these Baji sect disciples. Yang Mucheng was about to step forward to help, but Lu Yao on the side said softly, Your Majesty, this is information from the Baji sect. Bring it to me and see. Yang Mucheng nodded. The Dacian dynasty has already established a complete information system. No matter you are an old monster who hides in the world, or you are a trafficker at the lowest level, you can find some information in the royal archives. Of course, for a large sect like the Baji sect that is on par with Tuatian Palace and Dragon Palace, there will naturally be a lot of information about it. I see. This Baji sect is indeed 3 points stronger than Dragon Palace. The model of Baji sect is similar to that of Tuatian Palace. They both attract many talents from Tianqing continent to strengthen their sect. Of course, the entire Baji sect is divided into outer hall and inner hall. Only disciples who enter the inner hall can learn the most superior exercises and martial arts. However, if you want to enter the inner hall, you must make an oath to be loyal to the Baji sect in this life. Yes, so, for thousands of years, the Baji sect's tentacles have covered almost the entire Tianqing continent. If they wave their arms, countless disciples from the Baji sect will immediately join the sect to fight against foreign enemies. Your Majesty, the Baji sect is so powerful. Isn't it not worth it for us to offend the Baji sect for Tang Renjia? Lu Yao asked in a low voice. Yang Mucheng sneered. If you enter the Jushian Hall, you are one of my people. Even if his Baji sect goes out in force, I will make sure he never comes back. Just saying. But he saw that the battle was already decided. These people are worthy of being members of the Baji sect's law enforcement hall. Their cultivation levels are terrifyingly deep, with the lowest being Xian High Perfect. And there is even a half-step golden elixir expert. The people from Jushian Hall were all beaten to the ground no matter who they were. The ancestors of the 5 poisons and others looked pale. They didn't expect that so many of them were not members of these Baji sect disciples. In the Jushian Hall, the warriors watching the show clicked their tongues and shook their heads with mockery on their faces. It's good to have the courage to challenge Jushin Hall, but you must have the corresponding strength. Yes, not only did they fail to save people, but they also got themselves involved. Now, it's hard for them to escape unscathed. But see, the disciple headed by the Baji sect had a cold look on his face. He took out a few shining golden ropes with runes from his arms and sneered. Tai Tangrenjia up for me. Those who took action were also arrested and escorted back to the Baji sect. Really? Many people were shocked. Baji sect does things according to Feng Lei's routine and is extremely arrogant and domineering. They did not kill anyone on the spot. To put it bluntly, they were concerned that this was the Dacian dynasty and did not dare to act recklessly. Just when everyone thought the situation was over, a hand suddenly stopped in front of these Baji sect disciples. Everyone looked at him in surprise. But they saw Yang Mucheng standing there, holding his back with one hand and blocking everyone with the other, and said slowly, "To arrest people here in Jushin Hall, your Baji sect's reputation is too great, isn't it? Do you know whose territory this is? It's this kid again." When everyone saw Yang Mucheng making a move to stop him, they couldn't help but frown. Yes, he previously instigated everyone to besiege the Baji sect members, but he stood there and did not take any action. Now that the matter has been resolved, he jumped out to intervene again. Who is this kid? But he is very courageous. There was one. The warrior sneered. Anger rose in Sun Hao's heart. The Baji sect arrests people no matter whose territory they belong to. Even if you escape to Tuatian Palace or Dragon Palace, you will still be captured. But today, in the Dacian dynasty, it has been blocked time and time again. But he took a look at Yang Mucheng and found that although this boy looked like a frail scholar, he had an inexplicable aura. As the leader of the law enforcement hall, Sun Hao knew that this kid's identity might be a little unusual. However, this does not mean that you will be afraid of the other person. This is Emperor Yang's Dacian dynasty. We don't need you to remind us. We naturally know it. Sun Hao snorted coldly. The reason why we can come in is because we got permission from Long Tang, with permission from Dragon Hall. As soon as Sun Hao said these words, the whole place was in an uproar, and many people felt their scalps go numb. Those who didn't help were even more grateful. Notice, when these people from the Baji sect appeared earlier, many warriors thought again. How dare these people break into the Jushin Hall openly and arrest people? It turned out that Longtang let them in. Did Longtang let you in? They still can't make the decision in this Dacian dynasty. Yang Mucheng frowned. Ha ha ha! Sun Hao laughed angrily. Longtang can't make the decision. How can you make the decision? Let me tell you. The handwriting we carry with you from the master of the Baji sect is equivalent to the imperial edict of Emperor Yang of your Dacian dynasty. Even the Longtang has to give us face. You guys, what is a little brat? He stared at Yang Mucheng insidiously and said, "You have provoked our Baji sect again and again. Someone, tie him up too and take him back." While he was talking, several people wanted to rush forward. "Be bold." Lu Yaoer frowned and shouted angrily. At this time, there was another noise outside Jushin Hall, but a voice was heard. "Sun Hao, I only gave you Baji sect half a stick of incense time to arrest people. Why is it not over yet?" "Master Yao, we encountered a small mistake, but it has been resolved. Don't worry. We will arrest the person and leave." Sun Hao stared at Yang Mucheng and responded without looking back. But see, the crowd dispersed, and Yao Chen walked slowly with his hands behind his back. After hearing what the other party said, he nodded and said, "In that case, let's leave quickly. The Holy Lord will come to Jushin Hall later, and I don't want to cause any trouble. By the way, who are you planning to arrest? All these are." Sun Hao pointed at the warriors who were beaten to the ground, then pointed his right hand at Yang Mucheng, and said, "Also, this kid is also." Sun Hao looked at Yang Mucheng proudly and sneered. "Boy, how about it? Do you regret it now?" "Unfortunately, it's too late to regret it. You shouldn't offend our Baji sect. No matter how big your identity is or how tough your backstage is, no one can protect you." Yao Chen squinted his eyes and looked at them one by one. But when his eyes fell on Yang Mucheng, he was so frightened that goosebumps rose all over his body, and his face turned pale. At this moment, he didn't have the posture of a strong man in the Golden Core realm. He almost knocked away the crowd, trotted all the way to Yang Mucheng, and knelt down with a bang. "Master Yao, what are you doing?" Sun Hao looked at Yao Chen, who was kneeling in stunned silence, feeling an ominous feeling in his heart. I saw. Yao Chen hit his head heavily on the ground and said in a trembling voice. Your Majesty, why are you here? Chapter 523. Are you threatening me? Hisses. Yao Chen's words made everyone scalp numb, and they all took a breath of air. They looked at Yang Mucheng in disbelief. Their heads were blank and mushy, and they couldn't even turn around. Is this young man Yang Di? Is it Mr. Yang? Sun Hao, who was extremely proud before, was stunned, and the finger pointing at Yang Mucheng froze in midair. Your Majesty! Yao Chen's heart trembled. He knew he was in big trouble. Among the people Sun Hao wanted to arrest was Yang Mucheng. Obviously, there must be a conflict between Yang Mucheng and these people from the Baji sect. How to do this? It's over. Just when Yao Chen was trembling with fear, Yang Mucheng's voice slowly sounded. Yao Chen! Look up! Yes! Subconsciously, Yao Chen raised his head. As soon as he raised his head, he saw a slap coming towards him. This slap was not fast. It could even be said to be slow. With his cultivation level, he can easily avoid it. But given Yao Chen 7 or 8 courages, he wouldn't dare to hide. Snapped! There was a loud slap, and several of Yao Chen's teeth were knocked out on the spot. He was kicked out and made a hole in the wall of Jushin Hall. Available immediately, Yao Chen got up from the hole, ran to Yang Mucheng in embarrassment, and knelt down again. Who asked you to let the people from the Baji sect in? Yang Mucheng asked lightly. Go back. Return to your Majesty. These people are the law enforcement hall of the Baji sect, and they carry the handwritten letter of the leader of the Baji sect. His handwritten letter is with Wei Chen. Yao Chen took out the handwritten letter from his arms tremblingly and handed it over carefully. Past, he quickly explained. The Baji sect is the leading existence in Tianjin continent. I came here this time just to arrest one person. Wei Chen thought that he would betray the Baji sect to gain face. In this way, the Baji sect would owe us a favor. What will happen in the future? You can also ask Baji sect for help. Yang Mucheng said nothing, frowned, and took the oracle over. Wow! As soon as the oracle was opened, he saw a ray of light rising into the sky. The rays of light gathered in midair, forming the appearance of a majestic and domineering middle-aged man. This man is the leader of the Baji sect. The man slowly spoke. Next to Tianxing's Hao, the leader of the Baji sect, Li Jufan. Today, the Law Enforcement Hall is sent to hunt down the prisoner Tang Renjie. The Law Enforcement Hall has passed, and I hope that all the major forces will give you another face. In the future, the Baji sect owes you a favor. Boom! Before he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng clenched the oracle into pieces. To be honest, Yao Chen did the right thing. For a sect like the Baji sect, it is indeed better to resolve enemies than to end them. Selling a face will save you a lot of trouble in the future. But, Yang Mucheng sneered, crushed the oracle into powder in his hand, sprinkled it on the ground, and said slowly, Who is my Dacian dynasty afraid of? I, Yang Mucheng. Who have I ever been afraid of? If his Baji sect asks me to sell face to him, do I have to give it to him? What kind of thing is his Baji sect? This is my Dacian dynasty. With a handwritten letter, I can come in and arrest people at will. In the future, can the Baji sect directly enter my palace with the handwriting? Yao Chen was stunned and understood what Yang Mucheng meant. He hit his head heavily on the ground and said, Wei Chen is wrong. Sun Hao and others were stunned on the spot. They also didn't expect that the young man in front of them was actually Yang Lama, or Yang Mucheng. However, although I was afraid in my heart, I was not too afraid. After all, they are members of the Baji sect. No matter how bold Yang Mucheng was, he would not dare to do anything to them. Thinking of this, Sun Hao sighed secretly and said, Yang Di, we are young and blind, but we don't know the true face of Mount Tai or Tianlong. Since you want to protect Tang Renjie, we naturally don't dare to make mistakes. We also hope that Yang Di will let us go back and resume our lives with the sect master. Di Yang? Sun Hao lowered his head. The other members of the Law Enforcement Hall also lowered their heads. No matter how courageous they were, they would not dare to challenge Yang Mucheng. The existence of this so-called old devil is not that simple. What's more, this young man still has the same status as their sect leader. Let you go back? Yang Mucheng raised his eyelids slightly, glanced at these people. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and his voice sounded like it was coming from beyond the sky. Majestic but not offensive. This is my Dacian kingdom. How can I allow you to come and leave whenever you want? Boom! A terrifying aura surged directly from Yang Mucheng's body. This violent aura even crushed the entire Jushian Hall and trembled crazily at this moment. A burst of crackling sounds was heard, and the whole Jushian Hall was crushed. Spider-like cracks spread rapidly to the beams, tiles, and down to the floor and walls. And they kept moaning. Bang! 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 Several members of the Badgerman Law Enforcement Hall trembled, unable to contain the momentum, and fell to their knees. After all, Sun Hao is a half-step golden elixir expert. No one else could speak, but he was the only one who was still struggling to hold on. De Yang? Do you want to stop us? Don't forget, we are from the Baji sect. Do you want to cause a war between the two continents? This terrifying aura disappeared as quickly as it came. Like a tide, Sun Hao secretly let out a long breath, but couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. Humph! Old Demon Yang? After all, you are still afraid of our Baji sect. If you want to stop us, you have to have the courage. Thinking in his mind, Sun Hao raised his head and looked over. However, at this sight, he was stunned. But he saw Yang Mucheng staring at him with a smile, but not a smile. Lu Yaoer secretly shook her head and sneered. These disciples of the Baji sect are just like old people who hang themselves and seek death. If he begged for mercy at this moment, he might still be able to get out alive. Nowadays, I'm afraid it's difficult. Yao Chen opened his mouth, then thought about it and closed it. As a minister, I have no control over this kind of thing. The Holy One has His Majesty's idea. This Baji sect is also looking for death and dares to threaten the Holy One like this. This moment, everyone's eyes fell on the field. Yang Mucheng grinned, but there was unconcealable murderous intent in his eyes. Did I hear you correctly? Were you threatening me just now? No. No. I didn't mean that. Sun Hao was horrified by this look, and couldn't help shouting in horror. However, before he finished speaking, he saw a huge foot falling from the sky and stepping towards him crazily. Click! A loud, crushing sound resounded loudly. The leader of the law enforcement hall was trampled to death on the spot. Hisses. At this moment, everyone took a breath of air conditioning. This is something big. Are you preparing for war with the Baji sect? Just when everyone was thinking wildly, Yang Mucheng waved his hand casually and said, Kill them all! By the way, leave one. Chapter 524, Your Majesty. I don't accept it. As soon as Yang Mucheng finished speaking, Yao Chen started to take action. If he hadn't changed his tune quickly, these members of the law enforcement team would all have had their heads dropped. Even so, Yao Chen was so quick that only one of the 5 or 6 members of the law enforcement hall was left. Yao Chen's knife was already placed on his neck, scaring him so much that he peed. He stared at the Baji sect disciple with a smile. Yang Mucheng said lightly, Remember it. I will let you go back and give a message to the leader of the Baji sect. His son was castrated, and I asked him to have another son and discipline him well. If his son dares to insult women at will again, I will castrate him myself. Remember? When Yang Mucheng said this before, everyone just thought that he was just talking nonsense and making unwarranted remarks. But now that he said it again, no one dared to question it at all, because Yang Mucheng had such qualifications. Yang, Emperor Yang, I remember. This disciple was so frightened that his whole body was shaking, and even his words were a bit incoherent. Yang Mucheng didn't bother to chat with him and kicked him out. Although this kick restrained his strength, it still cost him half his life. After doing all this, Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back, walked towards the top of Jushian Hall, and sat down carelessly. Yao Chen is still kneeling. The others lost their lively energy as before and bowed their heads in silence. Yao Chen, Yang Mucheng said, This is my Dacian dynasty. You have to remember that we are the biggest here. We don't need to give face to anyone. If he wants to arrest someone, just let him in. From now on, every cat and dog will come in with a handwriting. Then won't our Dacian imperial city be in chaos? Wei Chen understands. Yao Chen nodded heavily. That slap was to wake you up. Don't do it again. If it happens again, I will beat you to death. Yang Mucheng glanced at Yao Chen. Yes. Yao Chen suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, please drink tea to relieve your anger. Lu Yaoer was very well behaved. As a disciple and a maid, she understood Yang Mucheng's thoughts very well. Those people from the Baji sect had made Yang Mucheng very angry before. He brazenly arrested someone in Jushian Hall, and even called him a bastard. If the leader of the Baji sect was here, Yang Mucheng would have to revolt and take action directly. You still win my heart. Yang Muchung nodded, took a sip of stalactite misty tea, and gradually calmed down. But this time, the thoughts of everyone in Jushian Hall are changing. Is he Emperor Yang? This is old Demon Yang. He asked us to take action just now. But instead of taking action, we actually laughed at him. Tang Renjia even had a wry smile on his face. He didn't expect that such a small role like himself could actually trigger the terrifying existence of 2 continents. A Baji sect. A Dacian dynasty. No wonder he dared to meddle in other people's business just now. I didn't expect that he was Emperor Yang. Although Yang Muchung is famous. But in fact, not many people have seen his true face. Otherwise, he would not be standing in this gathering hall, and no one would be able to recognize him. But see, after Yang Muchung took 2 sips of tea, he raised his head and said slowly, I have already seen everyone in the Jushian Hall. Some people really disappoint me. So what about the Baji sect? Is it possible? Do you dare not take action because you are afraid of the Baji sect? That's all. I don't want to say anything more. These people stay, and the others can get out of here. Tang Renjia, the patriarch of the 5 poisons. Zhua Bufan. Every time Yang Muchung called out a name, that person would be ecstatic. For them, it was a day of ups and downs. Originally, they thought that they would be captured by the Baji sect's law enforcement hall. But they did not expect that they would be rescued by Yang Muchung. And they even successfully joined the Dragon Hall. The person whose name was not called out naturally had a melancholy look on his face. They didn't expect that the opportunity would be missed like this. I will make proper arrangements for you people. Some of you will join the Reserve Dragon Hall, and the rest will be divided into other departments according to their respective areas of expertise. Since you have followed me, I will give you a reminder of my orders in the future. Do not disobey. Violators will die. After Yang Muchung finished speaking, he slowly stood up and prepared to leave. Of course, he doesn't need to take care of the rest. Someone will naturally handle it. But just as he was about to leave, someone spoke. Your Majesty, I am not convinced. But see, a young man stood up. Oh, why are you dissatisfied? Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows and looked at him with a smile. The young man said, Your Majesty, the reason why we didn't stop the Baji sect from arresting people before was because we didn't know the form and didn't dare to act rashly. If you gave the order, we naturally wouldn't dare to disobey it. Even if we die, we will fight with the Baji sect. Jizong fights to the end. Those who were rejected couldn't help but suddenly realized. In fact, what this young man means is very clear. Isn't the reason why you, Yang Muchung, didn't accept us to join Longtang because we didn't stop the Baji sect people before? Is this the reason why you think we are too timid to achieve anything? In this case, I will be bolder and dissatisfy you once. Maybe you will change your mind. This guy actually dares to be clever in front of the Holy Emperor. Lu Yao rolled her eyes and sneered. Seeking death? Yao Chen shook his head secretly. Notice. Why do some emperors in the secular world reuse some incompetent ministers and eunuchs? It is because these people will guess what others are thinking and act based on your thoughts to please you. This young man is also a gamble. He was betting on Yang Muchung's thoughts. Your Majesty, I don't accept it either. Your Majesty, I am too. There were not many idiots present, and they all realized what the young man was thinking. Yang Muchung raised his brows and asked with a smile. Okay, if you don't accept it, then go to HL. You dare to speculate on my thoughts. People like you cannot be allowed to stay. Finished, Yang Muchung glanced at Yao Chen and said, You know what to do. Right. Wei Chen knows. Yao Chen hugged his fists and bowed his body. Yang Muchung nodded and led Lu Yao out with his hands behind his back. Uh-huh. At this moment, the faces of the young man and the others who wanted to bet turned pale. Yao Chen walked slowly, shook his head at these people, and sneered. You people, you are obviously incompetent, but you still presume to predict the holy will. Even if you join the Dragon Hall, you are just flattering the ministers and causing harm to the country and the people. Just let me end you. There was a burst of screams in the Jushian Hall, and soon stopped. Lu Yao followed Yang Muchung with a frown on her face. Are you worried about the Baji sect? Yang Muchung asked. Lu Yao nodded and said, What I'm worried about is not the Baji sect, but what happened in the Jushian Hall today. Will it have any bad impact? Will the Jushian Hall be unable to recruit people again in the future? Someone. Ha. You are worried too much. Yang Muchung laughed. In less than half a day, the matter of Juxian Tang, deliberately spread by Yang Muchung, spread throughout the Dacian dynasty. Chapter 525 The Heroes Gather Together. Things are indeed a bit unexpected. Original. Liu Yaoer believed that those who came to seek refuge in the Jushian Hall would be a little afraid of these two huge forces because Yang Maicheng had offended the Dragon Palace and the Baji sect. So they would not dare to make a rash decision to join the Dacian dynasty. But in fact, it's just the opposite. When some people knew that Yang Maicheng actually killed the leader of the Baji sect law enforcement hall in order to protect Tang Renjie, and even asked someone to take him back with him, they became even more admirable. Across the mountains, a middle-aged man quietly climbed up the mountain. He came to a hidden boulder and gently knocked on the boulder in front of him. He knocked 3 times in total in a rhythm of 3 short and 2 long. Then, he gently twisted an inconspicuous piece of gravel. With just a click sound, the boulder in front of him, which was 3 or 4 people tall, slowly moved away as if some mechanism had been triggered. "Ancestor!" the middle-aged man shouted in a low voice. "Uh-huh." As soon as he finished speaking, a hand quickly grabbed at the man's throat. "Ancestor! It's me!" The man struggled and shouted. But see! Inside the cave, an old man with a withered face looked wary. He looked around, then let go of his hand, and said in a reproachful voice, "Didn't I tell you before? If you don't have anything to do, don't come across it. Shan is looking for me. Now in the Dragon Palace. People all over Jiuzhou are chasing me. You will expose my position. Ancestor, you don't have to hide anymore. Someone can save you." The middle-aged man said excitedly. "No need to comfort me. Who dares to compete with Dragon Palace?" The old man shook his head helplessly. "This old man's name is Lu Qi. He is the ancestor of Blood Moon Temple. Once when a heavenly treasure was born, he went to pick it and accidentally bumped into several Dragon Palace killers. The Dragon Palace killer got interested in seeing Kai, so he wanted to rely on his identity to get Lu Qi to hand over the treasures of heaven and earth. Who is willing to give this treasure away?" Lu Qi was naturally unwilling. Ever since, the two sides started fighting. After all, he is an ancestor of the sect, and Lu Qi still has some abilities. Killed 2 two-claw killers, but allowed one of them to escape. But then, he faced the endless pursuit from the Dragon Palace. His sect was also unable to withstand the Dragon Palace's revenge. Almost overnight, they died and fled. Lu Qi was naturally unwilling to give in and asked for help from all parties. But when these forces heard this, "What? You offended Dragon Palace?" Instead of helping him, these forces wanted to tie him up and send him to the Dragon Palace. In desperation, he hid here in the Cross Mountains for more than 10 years. Only a few of his confidants knew where he was hiding. "Old Demon Yang," the middle-aged man said quickly. "Ancestor, if you can seek refuge with Old Demon Yang and join the Dragon Hall, Emperor Yang will definitely protect you." "Old Emo Yang? Who is he?" Lu Qi had been hiding in Hengyue Mountain for more than 10 years, unaware of the changes in the outside world, and there was a trace of confusion on his face. The middle-aged man suppressed the excitement in his heart and said hurriedly, "Old Demon Yang is Emperor Yang, the emperor of the Dacian dynasty. How can a dynasty dare to confront Dragon Palace?" Lu Qi shook his head. "Ancestor, you are wrong," the middle-aged man said. "This Emperor Yang is not ordinary. He has flattened Tuotian Palace. A few days ago, Jushian Hall recruited heroes from all over the world. There is a Xianhai realm named Tang Renjie. The warrior also sneaked into the Jushian Hall. Do you know what Tang Renjie did? He castrated the son of the Baji sect leader and made several members of the Baji sect's law enforcement hall. According to the instructions, he rushed into the Jushian Hall to arrest people. How do you think Emperor Yang did it? What else can we do? I must obediently hand over Tang Renjie." Lu Qi looked at the middle-aged man as if he was looking at an idiot and said, "The Baji sect is such a huge force. No matter how courageous he, Mr. Yang, is, I don't dare to compete." "No." The middle-aged man shook his head. "Did he save Tang Renjie?" Lu Qi saw a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "That's right. Emperor Yang rescued Tang Renjie on the spot. Not only that, he also killed the members of the Baji sect's law enforcement hall. Only one person was left, and he was asked to go back and bring a message to the Baji sect's leader. If your son dares to insult women in the future, I will castrate them myself. Ancestor, listen. How domineering this young emperor is," the middle-aged man said excitedly. Lu Qi couldn't help but nodded. But there was a trace of worry in his heart. This Yangdi dares to confront the Baji sect. He is indeed courageous and worthy of admiration. However, If he does not have the corresponding capital, he may not be able to cope with the Baji sect's revenge. Who has Emperor Yang been afraid of? The middle-aged man said with a proud smile. De Yang himself is a strong Jin Dan. There are also many strong Jin Dan in his Dragon Hall. Who dares to make a mistake in front of him? Unfortunately, Long Tang only recruits Xian Hai, a strong person in the realm. I only have the Xuanqi realm, which meets the requirements of the Alchemy Master. So I can only join the Alchemy Master. The middle-aged man looked at Liu Qi with a puzzled look on his face and said, Ancestor, you don't know yet. In Emperor Yang's Jushin Hall, if you are strong enough, you can join the Dragon Hall and become a reserve member of the Dragon Hall. If you are not strong enough, you can only join the Dachi Master. You are a strong person with half-step golden elixir, and you will definitely be able to become a reserve member of the Dragon Hall. Member! Okay, I'll set off now. When Liu Qi heard this, he was immediately excited. In addition to Hingyue Mountain, there are also many people who have offended big forces and have to flee in embarrassment. The news about Juxiantang gave them hope. And this time, letters of information were quickly delivered to Yang Muqing's hands, like snowflakes falling. Certainly, Lontang does not take in everyone. If these people are being hunted down because of committing adultery or serious crimes and are desperate, Yang Muqing will not take them in, but will directly crush them. And those timid people did not dare to run to Jushin Hall because the Dacian dynasty had offended the Dragon Palace and the Baji sect. Therefore, this piece of news has actually become a filter. Directly eliminate some timid and incompetent people on their own, leaving only some people with ambition and great ideals. For a time, Yang Muqingdu was a little busy just reviewing these people who joined the Dragon Hall. This kind of unexpected thing was something Lu Yaoer never thought of in her dreams. And, just when Yang Muqing was busy and exhausted, Dragon Palace's revenge against the Dacian dynasty also began to brew at this moment. With a single order, all the killers in Dragon Palace, who were on missions, returned to Dragon Palace. After a short day of gathering, they all flocked to the Dacian dynasty. The leader of the team is Wan Jianling, the master of Dragon Palace. Chapter 526 Dragon Palace. You are so brave. There were more than 1,000 people in the Dragon Palace, but they did not rush forward. They are killers, and what they are best at is assassination, not head-on combat. The large army was broken into pieces, and they all hid their identities, and were either traffickers and pawns, mercenaries who went to complete the mission, or businessmen from the large army. You would never think that a dying beggar on the roadside might be the killer of Dragon Palace. But, the master of the Dragon Palace, Wan Jianling, did not hide his identity. He just walked like this majestically. Countless killers were dispatched around him. This day, the killers of Dragon Palace came to Jingxing Dynasty. Wan Jianling, who was originally eager to take Yang Muqing's life, unexpectedly asked the killers of Dragon Palace to rest here for a day. Oh, didn't you really want to kill old Imo Yang? Why did you stop here? Following Wan Jianling was a young man. Now, this young man was staring at Wan Jianling with a smile. This young man is not from the Dragon Palace, but a disciple from a super sect in the Great Domain. Even Wan Jianling had to look in awe when seeing this young man. Jiangchen, are you trying to stop me? Wan Jianling stopped and asked. The young man named Jiangchen played with a palm-sized spiritual sword in his hand and said with a playful face, Master Wan Palace, you don't know my mission? I'm just here in the name of the sect master. Each continent invites strong men to participate in the triennial spiritual sword ranking. Logically speaking, this spiritual sword should belong to old Demon Yang. But now that you want to kill old Demon Yang, I will naturally wait and see. Jiangchen looked at Wan Jianling with a smile and said, If old Demon Yang is killed, naturally I cannot give him this spiritual sword. I can only blame myself for finding another master and inviting them to participate in the spiritual sword list. Of course, if you are killed by old Demon Yang, then I'll have to take back the spiritual sword I gave you before, and choose a master in Nichuan continent again. I say this. Are you relieved? Wan Jianling nodded. Nichuan continent. Hao Tianzhou. Tianqing continent. There are 36 continents in total, all belonging to a large domain called Jiantian territory. And this Jiangchen comes from a super sect called Wandao Sword Sect in Jiantian domain. Wandao Sword Sect, every 30 years, will release 360 spiritual swords to the 36 continents. Each continent has a total of 10 quotas. One of these quotas is given to the leader of the largest local force. For example, originally, Hao Tianzhou. 3 of the quotas should have been given to Tuatian Palace. But because Tuatian Palace was destroyed, and the Dacian dynasty became the largest force in Hao Tianzhou, these 3 places fell to Yang Mucheng. Certainly, the 3 places in Nichuanzu were given to Wang Jianling. The arrangement every 30 years is fixed and unchanged. After all, it is difficult for a party's powerful force to change. But who knew that Yang Mucheng would suddenly emerge this year, and not only disturb the Tuatian Palace by himself, but also affect the Dragon Palace in Nichuan continent. Therefore, Jiang Chen became a little playful. He wanted to see who would win in the collision between the 2 continents' biggest forces. If you follow me like this, won't you delay the master's mission? Wang Jianling glanced at Jiang Chen and asked. It doesn't matter. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, it will still be a long time before the battle on the Spirit Sword ranking begins. However, Palace Master Wan, you haven't answered my words yet. Don't you really want to kill old Demon Yang? Why did you suddenly stop in this Jingxing dynasty? Just looking at an old friend. Wang Jianling suddenly stopped and his pupil suddenly shrank as he looked forward. But see, in a dirty garbage heap, a ragged old man was being beaten by several gangsters. The old man was unable to fight back and could only dodge with his head in his hands. But his pupil shone with a cold light. No one would have thought that this old man was the ancestor of the Qin family, who was so arrogant back then. His cultivation was ruined, and his limbs and bones were broken. Although he could still move freely, he could no longer use force. Otherwise, he would not have fallen into this situation. TSK! 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 I didn't expect that the former ancestor of the Qin family would actually fall to this level. Wang Jianling came to the Qin family ancestor with his hands behind his back. Due to his strong qi and blood, although the ancestor of the Qin family suffered a severe beating, he would recover within 3 or 2 days. But the hatred in his heart was stronger than that in his body. Suddenly, upon hearing this voice, the ancestor of the Qin family suddenly raised his head. Master Wan Palace? It's you? The ancestor of the Qin family was full of astonishment. Until a moment later, he suddenly came to his senses and shouted, Master Wan Palace, save me! I am willing to work as a horse for you and refine elixirs for you for the rest of my life. As long as you can heal my limbs and my dantian, I will kill old Mo Yang with my own hands. It's him I'm going to be reduced to this. I'm going to turn him into a poisonous person. I'm going to cut him into pieces. Wang Jianling slowly shook his head and said, why do you need to take action to kill old Demon Yang? This time, the Dragon Palace, came out in full force to destroy his Dacian dynasty. Don't worry. I will take your revenge. I paid it for you. Great. I want to watch old Demon Yang fall to a worse end than me. Palace Master 1. You, what are you going to do? Boom! Before the ancestor of the Qin family finished speaking, Wang Jianling's foot fell down and crushed his head. Looking at the body of the ancestor of the Qin family, Wang Jianling shook his head and said, a great ancestor, a mid-level alchemist of the Xin level, has actually fallen into this kind of situation. Death is your destination. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and said nothing. But see, Wang Jianling killed the ancestor of the Qin family, as if he had solved a problem on his mind. He took out a small and delicate jade flute from his arms, put it in his mouth and blew it slowly. Suddenly, the crisp flute sound turned into an invisible ripple of sound waves, rushing in all directions. At this moment, the Dragon Palace killers hiding in the Jingxing dynasty, as if they had received some kind of order, put down what they were doing and rushed towards the Dacian dynasty. Take back the jade flute. Wang Jianling narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the Dacian dynasty. Old Demon Yang. No one has ever survived after offending our Dragon Palace. This time, I will kill you. At the same time, during the Dacian dynasty, Yang Mucheng finally completed the review of the warriors who joined the Juxian Hall one by one. Everyone is assigned to the appropriate department. Of course, these people will not be reused at the beginning. After a period of inspection, they will be officially allowed to enter the Dragon Hall or major departments. Just when Yang Mucheng was preparing to retreat for a few days and start practicing, an urgent battle report was delivered to him. When he opened the battle report and took a look, his expression suddenly darkened. After a moment, he sneered. Ryugong, you are so brave. Chapter 527 Ancient Dragon Essence Gem. Second watch time. The entire Imperial City was completely silent, and all the people fell asleep peacefully. But at this moment, the Dragon Hall was still brightly lit. At the same time as receiving the battle report, Yang Muchung urgently called all the Dragon Hall ancestors to come and discuss how to deal with the Dragon Palace. In the huge Dragon Hall, more than 100 ancestors sat together in silence. I have received the battle report. The Dragon Palace has already come out in force, rushing towards our Dacian dynasty. I wonder how you can deal with this action of the Dragon Palace. Yang Muchung asked. Your Majesty. As soon as he finished speaking, Gong Xiaohai stood up and said, Wei Chen believes that Dragon Palace must be eliminated. This is a killer organization with complex forces and controls the entire Nichuan continent. Usually, killers are all over Nichuan continent. It is difficult to gather them from all places and catch them all at once. Now that they are here, we will naturally attack them head-on and kill them all without leaving a trace. That's right. Gong Xiaohai's words immediately received responses from many people. This Dragon Palace is simply lawless. Last time in the Zongyuan Mountains, they dared to attack the Holy One. It is simply unforgivable. If he just obediently behaves like a coward in Nichuan continent. That's all. Now he dares to come out in full force and come to our Dacian dynasty. He is simply arrogant. Lu Qianfeng. What do you think? Yang Muchung nodded secretly. He was very satisfied with Long Tong's performance. It's not because the opponent is a killer organization that the members of Dragon Hall will be afraid. Lu Qianfeng took the battle report, took a look at it, and frowned. Your Majesty, this matter is a bit tricky. The Dragon Palace is in the dark, and we are in the light. They are killers and are good at assassinations. Even if we attack head-on, we will not be able to annihilate them all, but will still leave harm behind. Hearing this, Gong Xiaohai said dissatisfied. Lu Qianfeng. What do you mean? Are you afraid of Dragon Palace? What a joke. Why am I afraid of the Dragon Palace? Your Majesty, please listen to me. Lu Qianfeng stood up, bowed his hands to Yang Muchung, and then said, Thousands of killers in the Dragon Palace were broken into pieces. Or they disguised themselves as traffickers and pawns. Or they disguised themselves as businessmen and rich men. Or they disguised themselves as waiters from various countries. We cannot see their movements, but they are our movements. You can see it. If our Dragon Hall takes the initiative, even if we kill some of them, what if some of them escape? Yang Muchung nodded. That makes sense. You continue. Lu Qianfeng's analysis makes sense. Thousands of people are all hidden. Even if a sky net is set up, some people will always escape, and they cannot be caught all at once. What if these people who escaped did not fight us head-on, but chose to assassinate the court officials of the Dacian dynasty, or tried to harm the helpless people? What should we do? We only have 100 people in the Dragon Palace. The total number of top experts, including the Black Flag Army, is only a few tens of thousands. Can they protect the entire Dacian dynasty? Lu Qianfeng sighed and said, This is the tricky part. Yang Muchung nodded. He had already expected this. So he gathered everyone in Longtang together and asked them to come up with ideas. Suddenly, the whole Longtang started to quarrel. Each has his own method and each has his own ideas. But every time an idea is put forward, it will always be rejected by others. Either it's too shabby, or it's simply impossible to implement. Listening to the noisy crowd, Yang Muchung pinched his temples. By the way, I still have one chance to draw a lottery, but I haven't used it. I wonder if I can find some method in the system. System? Lottery! Yang Muchung said silently in his heart. After tying down Tuatin Palace before, the second hidden mission was finally 1/3 completed. As a result, he got a chance to draw a lottery, but Yang Muchung had been delayed because of his busy schedule in the past few days. This little famous task is more difficult than I imagined. I originally thought that after leveling Tuatin Palace, I would be able to completely complete this task, but I didn't expect that it would only be 1/3. It seems that it is not that easy to become famous throughout Hao Tianzhou. While he was thinking about it, the corner of Yang Muchung's eyes brushed against the turntable, but I saw that the pointer fell on the miscellaneous items. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Ancient Divine Dragon Essence Gem. Ancient Dragon Essence Gem, a special item. A non-raid item, capable of releasing the aura of a true dragon, can be used 3 times in total. Listening to the system prompts, Yang Muchung looked at the amber-like gem in his hand and couldn't help but frown. Special items? What kind of crap is this? If you don't give me Kung Fu, don't give me martial arts, don't give me magic weapons, what use do I have for this gem? Open your eyes slowly. Yang Muchung discovered that the Longtang ancestors were still discussing. Apparently, I don't have a clue about this matter. Dragon Palace is a killer organization, and its original structure is relatively loose. If it was a sect like Baji sect or Tuatin Palace, Yang Machung would have led his people to intercept it long ago. But this group of killers use all possible methods, and you have no idea what methods the other party will use. Your Majesty, I have a plan. At this time, in the Dragon Hall, a silent ancestor stood up. This ancestor's experience is somewhat similar to that of Yang Machung, who also rose from the mortal world. He was once the military advisor of a country in the mortal world. He led thousands of wars in his life and never lost a single one. Later, he entered the martial arts world by chance and devoted himself to training. Unexpectedly, he was a late bloomer. After cultivating when he was over 80 years old, he was able to reach the Xianhai realm when he was over 400 years old, and even enter the Dragon Hall. You say? Yang Muchen's eyes lit up. The reason why the Dragon Palace attacked our Dacian dynasty by breaking it into pieces is because they did not have the confidence to fight us head-on. If this is the case, then find a way to force them to fight us head-on. The ancestor paused, continued. Everything in the world is for profit. If there is a magic weapon or a treasure from heaven and earth, it can attract them to show up. Then, we will work step by step to lead them into the trap step by step. And then we can give them to catch them all in one go. Yes, this is a great plan. However, Dragon Palace is the largest force in each one continent after all. Is there any magic weapon or heavenly and earthly treasure that they can even break their heads to fight for? For a time, everyone was talking about it. Yang Machung couldn't help but frown. Suddenly, he saw the ancient divine dragon essence gem in his hand. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he said with great joy, I have an idea. Chapter 528, Your Majesty. Something big has happened. Late at night, from the palace, a black shadow swept out. And this dark shadow is none other than Yang Machung. After leaving the imperial city, he went straight to the Shiliang Peak on the border of the Dacian dynasty. Shiliang Peak? This is a mountain peak belonging to the foreign tribes. According to legend, this peak is the holy mountain that the foreign tribes worship day and night. There is a treasure hidden in the mountains. Therefore, Shiliang Peak has also attracted many treasure hunters to search for it. But the entire mountain has been searched, and the treasure has not been found. As time goes by, Shiliang Peak has naturally been ignored. Now, this Shiliang Peak is a good place for Yang Machung to start. He carefully hid the ancient divine dragon essence gem somewhere in the mountain and poured his inner energy into it. Roar! In the pitch-black night, a dragon roar suddenly resounded that shocked the world. Even the roar of the dragon turned into a sound wave visible to the naked eye, causing ripples to appear all around with Shiliang Peak as the center. Countless trees fell down together. Even more so at this moment. The infinite starlight suddenly fell down at this moment, as if the heaven and earth had converged into a line. The originally dark sky was like daylight at this moment. The infinite light of the stars converged into a terrifying dragon, and it soared into the sky at this moment. At the same time, a calm, powerful, and extremely heart-stopping divine dragon aura emanated from the body of the mad dragon shadow. Is this the aura contained in the ancient divine dragon essence gem? Yang Machung even felt a little frightened under this terrifying aura. If I hadn't arranged this ring myself, I'd probably have mistakenly thought that some heavenly spirit or earthly treasure was born. Right. This time, I don't believe that your Dragon Palace won't take the bait. Tongue! Yang Machung tiptoed and disappeared into Shiliang Peak. No one knew that he had appeared in Shiliang Peak, and no one knew that it was a gem he placed that caused the changes in the world. Just when Yang Machung returned to the palace, memorials from various places floated like snowflakes. If you open a memorial at random, you can see the following content. Your Majesty, the auspicious sign from the sky appears on Shiliang Peak, which is a sign of a divine dragon. There may be a divine treasure or a divine weapon. Certainly, with such a big movement, the people in Longtang naturally received the news. The ancestor of Longtang wanted to find Yang Machung to report this matter almost overnight. But all the ancestors who met Yang Machung were stopped by Lu Yaoer. The Holy One is taking a rest and sees no one, Lu Yaoer said. This is a big deal, Lu Qianfeng said anxiously. Even if the sky falls, it's not as important as your Majesty's rest. Lu Qianfeng, please go back. Your Majesty has been very busy these days and is exhausted. Let him have a good night's rest. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Lu Yaoer began to drive people away. Lu Qianfeng was helpless. The location where the vision broke out was Shiliang Peak. Nature, In the Dacian dynasty, all heavenly and earthly treasures that were born belonged to Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng didn't speak, and no one dared to take it. But Shiliang Peak is on the border of the Dacian dynasty. You don't know if any of the neighboring dynasties will have any evil intentions and secretly snatch the treasures of heaven and earth. That's it, Lu Qianfeng sighed. And now, he could only go back to discuss with the members of Longtang. After everyone discussed, they naturally sent a dozen ancestors to Shiliang Peak to occupy Shiliang Peak first and prevent others from entering. The rest were staying in the Dacian dynasty, waiting for Yang Mucheng's orders. At this time, Yang Mucheng rushed back from Shiliang Peak. Your Majesty, you are finally back. Seeing Yang Mucheng appear, Lu Yao breathed a sigh of relief and said, Earlier, Lu Qianfeng was desperate and had to break in to see you. But I stopped him. Yang Mucheng laughed loudly, patted Lu Yao's head and said, You did a good job. I've finished my work. Go back and rest for a while. You stay here to guard me. No one is allowed to come in. Entered the bedroom. Yang Mucheng fell into bed and went to sleep. He slept from late at night to midday without getting up. Nature. He could foresee the consequences. When the phantom of this crazy dragon appears, everyone will feel it and gather frantically towards Shiliang Peak, trying to find the treasure that appeared in the world. At this time, Yang Mucheng naturally cannot appear prematurely. He wants to attract everyone, including the people from Dragon Palace. Just when Yang Mu matured and fell asleep, just when the ancestor of Longtang rushed towards Shiliang Peak was already covered in blood. Turned out to be, after the divine dragon appeared, it completely aroused all directions. Countless forces rushed towards the location of Shiliang Peak regardless of everything. The momentum was huge, even more terrifying than the momentum caused by Yang Mucheng when he was in Tuatian Palace. Of course, there is a reason for this. First, the birth of ancient dragon blood in the Zongyuan Mountains was not as big as this time. Only the disciples of Tuatian Palace knew about it. Second, the location of the Zongyuan Mountains is different. Big demons are everywhere in it, and there are many demon kings. So, not many people went there that time. But this time, it's different. This Shiliang Peak is surrounded by plains. Even if there were many big monsters in the mountain, they were all killed by those who came to hunt for treasures. Now the whole mountain is empty. Therefore, the number of people who came to seize the treasure was overwhelming. Why are there so many people? The dozen Longtang ancestors who arrived at Shiliang Peak and prepared to occupy Shiliang Peak were all stunned. However, they saw that the entire Shiliang Peak was so crowded that no one could even stand. Hurry up and occupy Shiliang Peak. Otherwise, there will be too many people and the baby will be taken away. The ancestors looked at each other and rushed towards the mountain peak. Gong Xiaohai rushed directly to the sky and shouted loudly. Everyone, listen. This Shiliang Peak is the territory of the Dacian dynasty, and the rare treasure that is born belongs to the Holy One. I count to 3. Everyone leaves me. Otherwise, I will never hold back. Hear this. Some local citizens of the Dacian dynasty knew that Shiliang Peak had been taken over by Longtang. They had no chance and could only retreat obediently. But those who came here also included many forces from other dynasties, as well as some individuals without sex or influence. Naturally, these people will not leave just after listening to your words. Moreover, if you get a treasure from heaven and earth, or a magic weapon, you might be able to rise to the top of the clouds and jump over the dragon's gate. Who dares to give up willingly? Coupled with the calculations of some thoughtful people, it was natural to start a fight with the ancestors of Longtang. More than a dozen strong men in the Golden Core realm couldn't take advantage of them. There were just too many people. Even Gong Xiaohai and the others were forced back by these people. In desperation, they could only ask for help from the Dacian dynasty. After asking for help several times, 7 or 8 Longtang ancestors came one after another. And finally the situation was under control. But that doesn't mean those people have given up. With Shiliang Peak as the boundary, the Longtang ancestors on one side and the warriors who came to hunt for treasures on the other side began to confront each other. From late at night, it lasted until 3 poles in the morning the next day. And until now. Only then did Yang Mucheng slowly wake up. After hearing the news that Yang Mucheng had woken up, the Longtang ancestors almost rushed into the palace in a swarm. Even Li Yao didn't stop them. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. Your Majesty, something big has happened. Looking at the Longtang ancestors who were all anxious, like ants on a hot pot, Yang Mucheng secretly laughed in his heart. He had already guessed what these people were anxious about. But at the moment, he didn't show it at all. Pretending to be anxious, he asked as if he had no idea what was going on. Tell me, what happened? Chapter 529 The Invincible Old Demon Yang. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. Just last night, auspicious signs from the sky broke out in Shiliang Mountain, and a strange treasure was born. Lu Qianfeng shouted. Lan Eng has sent 19 people to guard the entire Shiliang Peak. The area of Shiliang Peak is too wide, and there are too many warriors from all over the country who are coveting the rare treasures. Yi Shujin, Gong Xiaohai and others who went there have asked for reinforcements many times. Your Majesty, now Shiliang Peak is in chaos, and all the heroes from the world have gathered there. If we don't act as soon as possible, the rare treasure will be taken away. What? Yang Maicheng pretended to be shocked and jumped up. He shouted, Pass my order. All the masters from Montang and Dachi go forward. Acting naturally means doing the whole thing. Yang Maicheng spent a lot of money on this gem. His target is not only the Dragon Palace, but also everyone who has been secretly against him and disobeys his forces. Just take advantage of this opportunity to catch them all. Lontang is in front, and the Master of Alki is behind. Starting from the palace at noon, before sunset, Yang Maicheng had already arrived with the rest of the people in Longtang. At this time, Shiliang Peak experienced another battle. The warriors who charged up the mountain left corpses lying on the ground and were repelled again. Just as they were preparing for another round of attack, they saw someone coming from a distance. Who is that? It's so fast. No. The leader is old Mo Yang. Everyone was shocked when they saw Yang Maicheng flying at the front. It's over. Even old Demon Yang is here. I'm afraid I can't snatch this rare treasure, someone said. But some people don't think so. This time, the rare treasure born in Shiliang Peak even alarmed old Mo Yang. He brought everyone in Longtang. I am afraid that the rare treasure born this time is definitely extraordinary. If you can get this if it's a baby, I'll be prosperous. Time! 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 Yang Maicheng fell first. Even though he had expected it, he was also secretly frightened. I have ignored the attraction of exotic treasures to these warriors. Thinking in mind, he stepped forward, and the roaring sound, like a huge thunder, spread throughout Shiliang Peak. I am Yang Maicheng, and this Shiliang Peak is my territory. I limit you to 1 stick of incense before you leave. Otherwise, when my army comes, I will completely flatten you all, leaving no one behind. But see, on the Shiliang Peak side, although many warriors wavered, no one was willing to leave. It can be seen how attractive this rare treasure is to these warriors. Your Majesty, I'm afraid no one is willing to leave this time, Lu Qianfeng said with a bitter smile. Why? Yang Maicheng asked knowingly. The vision last night was so huge. I have never seen it in my life. Presumably, the treasure must be beyond the Xin level, and it is very likely that it is even the Earth level, or even the Heaven level. Such a treasure, no one can be willing to give up, Lu Qianfeng explained. Yang Maicheng grinned and said, Since you don't want to give up, then kill them until they give up, Lu Qianfeng said hurriedly. Your Majesty, I'm afraid there is some trouble. If we want so many people to retreat without a fight, we will have to double the number of people in Dragon Hall. Yes, tens of thousands of warriors. Warriors below the Xuanqi realm are not qualified to stand here. Many are in the mysterious liquid realm, or even the Xianhai realm. These people came here after seeing strange phenomena in heaven and earth. It would be even harder to get them to leave than to go to heaven. Yang Maicheng pondered for a moment, then said, Longtang is here to guard. I will go there myself. Your Majesty. Lu Qianfeng was about to speak, but he still held back. Although he joined Longtang not long ago, he also knew that Yang Maicheng's character meant that he meant what he said. Since he dares to raise it, he has the means to make these people withdraw. Finished, Yang Maicheng strode forward. Palace Master, Yang Maicheng is here. At this time, in a corner that everyone ignored, a Dragon Palace elder was reporting to Wan Jianling what happened at Shiliang Peak. This is inevitable. Wan Jianling nodded and said, Even I was attracted by the vision. How could Yang Maicheng let such a rare treasure be occupied by others? You let the killer of Dragon Palace sneak in among those people, instigate other warriors to start a war with the Dacian dynasty. Palace Master, don't we go to the Qian dynasty? The elder asked doubtfully. Wan Jianling snorted coldly and said, Even Yang Maicheng is here. What are we going to do in the great Qian dynasty? Today, not only do we have to seize the exotic treasure, But we also have to kill Yang Machung. Yes. The elder nodded and quickly gave orders to the Dragon Palace killer. According to the original progress, the killers from the Dragon Palace will arrive at the Dacian dynasty today to attack Yang Machung. But who knew that a strange phenomenon broke out from Shiliang Peak? So they had to stop. However, they did not kill Shiliang Peak openly like other warriors, but hid in the dark and observed everything. Jiangchen, based on your experience, can you judge what level of treasure this is? Wan Jianling looked at the disciple from the super sect behind him. Jiangchen calmed down for a moment, then said, I once witnessed the birth of a high-grade divine weapon on the earth level. The phenomenon of heaven and earth that broke out was far inferior to the dragon phenomenon that broke out last night. In my opinion, what appeared this time the exotic treasure must be a heaven-level existence. Heaven level. Wan Jianling clenched his fists, and the greed in his heart became stronger and stronger. He looked into the distance and thought to himself, Yang Machung, you are dead this time. Not only will I take away this rare treasure, but I will also cut off your head. Even if there are 10 heaven-level magic weapons, hundreds of dragon palaces cannot match them. If you can get this magical weapon, it will be worth it even if you risk the lives of everyone in Dragon Palace. Yang Machung put his hands behind his back and walked forward step by step. Seem. The tens of thousands of warriors in front of him were completely like air. Snapped. The steps stopped. And Yang Machung was only a few steps away from these tens of thousands of warriors. Many warriors watched Yang Machung approaching, with different expressions on their faces, wondering what the other party wanted to do. Old Demon Yang is here. What does he want to do? Humph! What else can he do? He just wants us to retreat. He just wants to monopolize the rare treasures on Shiliang Peak. Everyone secretly guessed and looked at Yang Machung without blinking. However, Yang Machung slowly raised his head, paused for a moment, and then said, I give you one last chance to retreat within half a stick of incense. Otherwise I will kill. None! Pardon! Yang Machung narrowed his eyes slightly, and a surging killing intent swept out. Boom! This golden elixir realm aura was so huge, coupled with his sudden release. It was like a roaring wild beast, intimidating everyone in front of them to retreat. Like a tide, many warriors were stunned for a moment, and then laughed, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. What? Did I hear correctly? This old demon Yang is so arrogant. Who does he think he is? He is just an emperor, and he wants so many of us to get out of the way and hand over the rare treasures to him? No way! Waves of laughter spread. Apparently, they believed that Yang Machung was just bluffing. Don't be afraid. Everyone. No matter how powerful Mr. Yang is, he can't beat so many of us. At this time, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. That's right. This rare treasure is born and can be obtained by those who are capable. Why should it only belong to him? A one-eyed man shouted. Kill him. The crowd was making a noise, and at this moment, they were rushing toward Yang Machung crazily. At this moment, it was like a tide. Ha ha! Wan Jianling, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help laughing. He looked at Yang Machung like an idiot and mocked. This old demon Yang seems to be used to being an emperor. These are like wolves and tigers. The warrior will not retreat obediently just by his words as he imagined. I have always heard that old demon Yang is arrogant and domineering. At first, I didn't believe it. But I didn't expect that he was really like this. Jiangchen held a sword in his arms and shook his head with a sneer. You must have corresponding strength to be qualified to say such things. He is only in the early stage of Jindan. How can one person intimidate so many people? Jiangchen shook his head secretly and thought. It seems that I think too highly of Mr. Yang. The battle between the Dacian dynasty and Dragon Palace seems to have been won or lost. Thinking, Jiangchen glanced at the small spiritual sword in his hand, shook his head and said, It seems that Yang Machung is not qualified to own this spiritual sword, and is not qualified to participate in the spiritual sword list. Just when Wan Jianling looked proudly, he seemed to have seen Yang Machung being swallowed up by the warrior. Just when Jiangchen thought that he overestimated Yang Machung, and Yang Mu stood there quietly like this. His eyes quickly swept across the crowd of people who were coming, and he already had a foundation in his heart. My guess was indeed correct. The killers from Dragon Palace have infiltrated into these warriors and tricked them into dealing with me. If that's the case, then I don't have to be polite. He slowly raised his head. Yang Machung grinned at the incoming warriors and said, I have said that everything in the Dacian dynasty belongs to me. Anyone who dares to make any decisions will die. Ha! As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his mouth. Chawing! 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 The 9 dragons' flying swords spit out directly. But see you. At this moment, the 9 swords merged into one, and a burst of thousands of golden lights burst out in an instant. Yang Muchung grabbed it with his right hand, and the thousands of golden lights gathered in his palm at this moment. At this moment, the whole world seemed to have stopped. And then I saw Yang Muchung's sword falling down like a meteor. Then, everyone saw an unforgettable scene. This sword, like golden flames burning across the mountains and plains. All the warriors rushing forward were burned to powder on the spot. Wherever the sword passed, rocks cracked and trees were broken. No matter you were a Xianyi master or a Xian high powerhouse, you were all completely destroyed by this sword. And with this sword of his, he cut out a vacuum with a diameter of 150 meters. Within this 150 meters, no humans or animals exist. And at the same time, his sword also scared away tens of thousands of people. At this moment, the image of Yang Muchung's sword appeared in everyone's mind. A thought flashed in everyone's mind. The invincible Yang Lao Mo. Chapter 530 Soldier vs. Soldier. King vs. King. The power of this sword. This was beyond everyone's imagination. In everyone's minds. No matter how powerful Yang Mu was, he could not intimidate so many people. But in fact, it was just the opposite. With just one sword, he had already made these warriors, who came to Shiliang Peak fight for the rare treasure, not dare to move. This is Lao Mo Yang's true strength. After looking at Yang Muchung, and then at the power of his sword, everyone couldn't help but have this thought in their minds. The name of old demon Yang is certainly terrifying. Whether it is to destroy Tuatian Palace or to kill Wu Dizhu, few people have seen him take action personally. Many people even thought that Yang Muchung was able to get where he is today just because of Long Tang. Therefore, I do not recognize the name of this old devil, and just regard it as a joke. But now that the sword was slashed, they could no longer laugh. Master Wan Palace, you made a mistake. Jiang Chen held the sword and stared at Yang Muchung with narrowed eyes. The strength of old demon Yang is far beyond our imagination. He is not even inferior to me. His sword is enough to intimidate everyone. If you don't come forward, I'm afraid this rare treasure will have to be given to by old demon Yang. Take it away, Yang Muchung. Wan Jinling clenched his fists. His eyes filled with ice. How could he not know that everything Jiang Chen said was true? The warriors in front almost lost their courage under Yang Muchung's sword. The Dragon Palace killers, who were among them, did not dare to stay no matter how much they were tempted. Whoosh! Yang Muchung let go of his right hand, and the 9 dragons' flying sword turned into 9 rays of light, and was swallowed into his mouth. Saw this scene, everyone in Longtang burst out laughing. As expected of his majesty, his sword is enough to scare all these people out of their courage. You dare to snatch the rare treasure born in Shiliang Peak? You are simply seeking death. Look, someone is coming out. Who is that? Not good. Just when everyone was laughing, they saw a figure slowly walking out. When everyone saw this figure clearly, their faces turned pale, and they could no longer laugh. A trace of fear flashed in Lu Qianfeng's eyes. He clenched his fists and said in disbelief, "Why is it him? How could he not be attracted by such a big news about the birth of a strange treasure? This time we are in trouble." When everyone saw the appearance of the incoming man, they were either surprised, disbelieving, or extremely frightened. Only Yang Muchung was secretly happy that you finally came out. The reason why he made such a big noise at Shiliang Peak was to lure the man in front of him to come out. And this person is none other than Wan Jianling from Nichuan's Dragon Palace. Far away, Jiang Chen crossed his arms and kept scanning Yang Muchung and Wan Jianling back and forth. The collision of the biggest forces between the 2 continents. Who will win? The rising star Yang Lama, or Wan Jianling, the king of Dragon Palace killers? It's really interesting. However, I am still optimistic about Wan Jianling. Yang Lama, you didn't expect it. Wan Jianling walked out slowly with his hands behind his back, looking at Yang Muchung with a proud face. I want this rare treasure. I want your head too. If you destroy my Dragon Palace and kill my palace people, I will cut you into pieces. If you don't destroy your Dacian dynasty, I will not be willing to do so. Just you? Yang Muchung sneered and shook his head. You are wrong. It's not just me. The 3,000 killers of my Dragon Palace have already come out. This Shiliang Peak is your burial place. I want to use your blood, old demon Yang, as a gift for the birth of the exotic treasure. Wan Jinling clapped his hands, and in the next moment, among the chaotic warriors, killers dressed in various disguises came out one after another. The warriors who were originally fighting for the rare treasure felt as if they had been poured a bucket of ice water down from top to bottom. It wasn't until this moment that they realized that they had been quietly beguiled one by the killers of Dragon Palace. Whether it's the Dacian dynasty or the Dragon Palace, these are both behemoths. If you dare to snatch the rare treasure under the noses of these two behemoths, there is no chance at all. At this time, even the warrior who was so enthusiastic about exotic treasures calmed down at this moment. If they only faced the Dacian dynasty, they might still have a chance to fish in troubled waters. But if the two continents collide with the largest forces, they may not stand a chance. Everyone started to retreat. In the noisy battlefield, only Yang Mucheng and Wan Jinling were left facing each other. If you hide in secret and never show up, maybe I will still be afraid of you. But now that you show up, do you think I will be afraid of you? Yang Mucheng said with a smile. Wan Jinling shook his head and said, a killer's strongest method is of course assassination. But I am different. I am Wan Jinling, the master of the Dragon Palace. A killer. Don't pay attention to any method. No matter how strong your cultivation is. I can't do it. I can't escape death. Killing you is enough for me. Yang Mucheng is right. Wan Jinling could have been hiding in the dark, waiting for the opportunity to strike again. After all, what killers are best at is assassination, not head-on combat. But Wan Jinling couldn't wait. He couldn't just watch Yang Mucheng take away the exotic treasure in Shiliang Peak and take his strength to the next level. By then, he would have no chance to kill Yang Mu again. Since he has seen Yang Mucheng's sword and dared to step out, he naturally has the confidence and chance to defeat Yang Mucheng. But Wan Jinling didn't know that the so-called rare treasure was just an ancient dragon essence gem. And Yang Mucheng just used this essence to lure him out. Your Majesty the Protector! Lu Qianfeng shouted loudly. Tongue! 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 The next moment, the ancestor of Longdang rushed out like a tiger and wolf warrior. Wan Jinling waved his right hand, and the 3,000 killers behind him swept away and collided with the ancestor of Longtang. In an instant, the battlefield that finally came to a rest erupted into chaos once again with a hail of swords and swords. Soldier to soldier! King to king! Wan Jinling looked at Yang Mucheng with a smile. You don't have Dragon Hall to protect you today. Let me see what else you can do. Really? An inexplicable smile appeared on Yang Mucheng's face. Wan Jinling shook his head. He paused for 3 breaths, then slowly raised his head, looked at Yang Mucheng and said, It seems that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Your previous sword was indeed terrifying, but to me in the eyes, it's nothing more than that. Moreover, the power of my sword is several times stronger than yours. As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his fists. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura rose crazily from his body, reaching its peak in an instant. The surging inner energy slowly surged, and Wan Jinling's aura became colder and colder at this moment. He swung his right hand and held a long snake-shaped sword in his hand. At the same time, Wan Jinling's body became weirdly distorted. At this moment, he was like a snake king who chooses people to eat. This is Jiang Chen, who had been watching the battle, finally changed his expression. He looked at Yang Mucheng and secretly shook his head. It seems that old demon Yang will definitely lose this time. He even used this trick. Chapter 531 7 Transformations of the Dragon. The spiritual sword list is opened every 30 years. 30 years ago, Wan Jinling participated in a battle on the spirit sword ranking. At that time, he could only barely enter the periphery of the spirit sword ranking. The person who made Wan Jinling enter the spirit sword ranking was the 7 Transformations of the Dragon. Martial arts. 30 years ago, Wan Jinling was still unfamiliar with the 7 Transformations of the Dragon. But 30 years later, his understanding of this technique has made a qualitative leap. This is the ancestors of Dragon Hall and the killers of Dragon Palace, who were originally fighting in a chaotic group, also felt this terrifying momentum. They couldn't help but were shocked. They stopped fighting unconsciously and looked towards the location of this momentum. But see, Wan Jinling was filled with demonic aura, rolling up and up. The demonic aura that had almost condensed into substance turned into a ferocious and terrifying evil dragon behind his back. This momentum was even more powerful and terrifying than the one Yang Mucheng had unleashed before. When the people around him saw this scene, their expressions became serious. It's obviously not ordinary to possess such terrifying power from just the starting position. I wonder how many moves old Demon Yang can support. Jiang Chen frowned and looked forward. Wang Jianling, who had completed his initial move, smiled solemnly at Yang Macheng. Immediately, the snake-shaped sword in his hand slowly slashed downwards. This slash was so terrifying that in an instant, everyone just felt that their eyes were blurred. Just like the burst of light when a meteorite fell in front of them. Boom! This sword swing actually brought out a sword light that was 30 feet long, slashing in the air. Yang Macheng. This is the first of the 7 transformations of the dragon. Soaring into the sea. Wang Jianling laughed wildly. Yang Muqing's face was solemn as never before. He flicked his feet fiercely, and was filled with infinite internal energy. Yang Muqing's foot made a dent in the earth, and he himself relied on the power of this explosion. Like a meteor, it swept backward towards the rear. Boom! This sword was struck down with great force. On the ground, a 100-meter-long sword mark was cut out. The broken soil and gravel rolled directly, forming a gray wave 3 or 4 meters high. Let me see how many times you can escape! Wang Jianling was extremely proud. Immediately afterwards, the sword in his hand slowly stepped forward. Just listen to a snake roar resounding in the sky and the earth. And the broken sword light condenses again. This time, the sword light was not weakened, but was even stronger than before. But he saw the sword light transforming into a dragon out of the sea, opening its big mouth and biting Yang Macheng. Yang Macheng hit again. However, he saw that the sword light passed Yang Muqing's body and hit the Shiliang Peak, breaking the huge Shiliang Peak in half. The towering mountain peak suddenly collapsed and fell to the ground. The rising dust covered the sky and blocked the sun. The 3rd change. The 4th change. 5th change. The 6th change. Wang Jianling's 7 transformations of the dragon became stronger and stronger each time. Not only did the sword light encompass the entire Shiliang Peak, but the surrounding ground was also cut with terrifying traces of knives and axes. The ancestors of Lantang saw it in their eyes, but were anxious in their hearts. Wang Jianling's sword skills were so powerful that they had no room to intervene. Even if they wanted to step forward to rescue him, they were shot out by the violent sword energy before they could get up. This last move will determine the outcome. Yang Macheng may not be able to escape unscathed. Jiang Chen looked at the spirit sword in his hand, secretly shook his head, and said, It seems that I have to find another person with the qualifications for the spirit sword. A warrior. Just when everyone thought that Wang Jianling would move one move after another without giving Yang Macheng a chance to completely breathe, Wang Jianling suddenly stopped and laughed loudly. Old Demon Yang, it seems you have some strength. I didn't expect you to be able to dodge 6 of my moves in a row. But now this last move. I wonder how you can dodge it. Everyone was shocked when they heard this and looked forward. Wang Jianling's body twisted strangely, and the dragon illusion behind him actually merged into the long sword in his hand. At this moment, the sword in his hand seemed to come alive, like a terrifying poisonous snake. This is the last of the 7 transformations of the dragon. I will use this trick to send you to H.L. Upgrade. Wang Jianling shouted loudly and pointed his right hand forward. The next moment, the sword in his hand flew out quickly. This sword did not erupt with infinite terrifying momentum like before, but was silent. But no one dares to ignore this move, because everyone understands that this last change is the essence of the entire 7 changes of the dragon. Ha! Yang Macheng opened his mouth, and the 9 dragons' flying sword quickly shot out. But see! The moment the 9 swords were blasted out, there was already a terrifying gleam of light, like the dazzling Milky Way streaking across the night sky. So gorgeous that it was impossible to look directly at it. Xian level high-grade martial arts versus Xian level high-grade martial arts. The rest is to see who is strong and who is weak. However, before the 2 moves collided, Jiang Chen in the distant side secretly, slowly put away the spiritual sword that was supposed to be given to Yang Macheng, shook his head and said, In this battle, Yang Mu will succeed or fail. This Yang Mu will succeed or fail. Oldemo, I wasted so much time. Who should I look for to replace Mr. Yang? If we say, Yang Muqing's move is an arrogant torrent that can destroy everything, then Wang Jianling's move seemed a bit weak and vulnerable. But don't forget that Wang Jianling is the master of the Dragon Palace. He is a killer and the king of killing. His strongest ability is not to compete head-on with others, but to kill people. Just when the attacks from both sides were about to collide, Wang Jianling grinned and said, Old Demon Yang, I will accept your head. Phew. As soon as he finished speaking, the speed of the rushing dragon increased several times at this moment. in an incredible arc. It circled close to the Nine Dragons' flying sword and did not compete with the Nine Dragons' flying sword at all. Like lightning, it approached Yang Mucheng, and at the same time slashed horizontally, wiping Yang Mucheng's throat. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! At this moment, there were constant exclamations. Jiang Chen shook his head secretly and prepared to leave. Wang Jianling's eyes were filled with joy. However, the next moment, a sudden change occurred, and Yang Mucheng's body erupted with golden light, under the eyes of countless people who couldn't believe it. His right hand, which was covered in pieces with golden light, transformed into a dragon's claw, which suddenly stuck out, and it was like a dragon's claw. He grabbed the dragon-like snake sword. In the golden light, Yang Mucheng slowly raised his head, glanced at the ashen-faced Wang Jianling, and grinned. Is this your strongest killing move? From my point of view, it's nothing more than that. Yang Mucheng stood proudly with his hands behind his back. At this moment, he seemed to be standing in the center of heaven and earth. Chapter 532, Old Demon Yang. The outcome is still unknown. What? Jiang Chen, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped. His eyes widened, and he couldn't believe his eyes. This old demon Yang's physical body is actually so strong? Notice, the gift of the spiritual sword is not given casually. When Jiang Chen gave Wang Jianling the gift, he also tested Wang Jianling's strength. Jiang Chen only has one word for Wang Jianling's judgment, and that is strong. That's right. Wang Jianling is very strong. As a veteran golden elixir expert, he has strong internal energy and terrifying physical body. His control over internal energy is also terrifying. Especially his control of martial arts is simply exquisite. Even Jiang Chen found it extremely difficult to deal with. However, Jiang Chen did not expect that Yang Mucheng would physically block Wang Jianling's last sword that could kill everything. Interesting. Jiang Chen stopped. He clenched the spiritual sword in his hand, and a strong fighting spirit burst out of his originally uninterested eyes. I didn't expect that outside of the Wandao sword sect, I could meet an opponent that interests me. Old Demon Yang, I can no longer contain the fighting spirit in my heart. I don't know if you can defeat me. But, no matter how excited he was, Jiang Chen did not interfere in the battle between Yang Mucheng and Wang Jianling. The sect has strict prohibitions on these disciples, because these disciples are too rebellious. If they interfere at will, it will cause changes in the power of the entire continent. This is impossible! Wang Jianling's face was ashen, and he couldn't believe it. He relied on the 7 transformations of the dragon to break into the periphery of the spiritual sword ranking. Over the past 30 years, he has been studying this technique all the time. If he goes to Wandao sword sect now, he will definitely be qualified to enter the sword sect to practice. But who knew that Yang Mucheng would stop this sword with just his right hand? This was a fatal blow to him. It's not just Wang Jianling. The Dragon Palace killers, who were all cheering, almost had their eyes bulging out at this moment. Wang Jianling, what else do you have to say? Yang Mucheng looked at the other party with a half-smile. Wang Jianling was swept away by Yang Mucheng's eyes, and suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He even brought out his strongest trump card, just to kill Yang Mucheng in one fell swoop. But now that the 7th transformation of the dragon has been blocked, he has lost hope. No, I still have hope. If I can get the rare treasure from Shiliang Peak, I will definitely be able to turn defeat into victory. Think of this. His eyes looked toward Shiliang Peak. Old Demon Yang, the outcome is still unknown. Wang Jianling clenched his fists. Oh, what you want is probably the rare treasure that was born on the Shiliang Peak. Right. But why didn't you think carefully about why this rare treasure was not born earlier or later? But it waited until you in the Dragon Palace launched a massive attack. Was he born just now? Every time Yang Mucheng said a word, Wang Jianling's complexion turned pale. At this time, the warriors around were all stunned. What Yang Mucheng said is very interesting. Could it be that he was responsible for the birth of this rare treasure? Look at this. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and took out the ancient dragon essence gem. He poured his inner energy into it, and the gem fell silent for a while, and then violently erupted with a majestic and noble aura. Immediately afterwards, with a dragon roar that shook the sky, a sacred and inviolable dragon was seen rising rapidly from the gem, hovering in the void, and then dissipated after a moment. Original. Wang Jianling, who still had a glimmer of hope for a comeback, saw the strange scene flashing in the gem, and his heart suddenly sank into the 9 netherworld. No one thought that this so-called unexpected treasure was actually directed by Yang Mucheng. Bob bang bang! Yang Muchung clapped his hands gently. He had already reached Shiliang Peak, and the alchemy masters, who were ambushing around, quickly rushed out and surrounded the Dragon Palace killers, who had gathered together. This old demon Yang has fooled all the warriors in the world. Jiang Chen naturally saw this scene, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Notice. When the divine dragon appeared, even he started to compete for it. One can imagine how shocking and tempting this exotic treasure is. But who knew that all of this was a trick directed and performed by Yang Muchung to lure Dragon Palace into taking the bait? I do not believe. The last glimmer of hope was completely destroyed by Yang Muchung, and Wan Jianling finally collapsed. In the end, the thought of killing outweighed the thought of running away. He roared. The muscles all over his body squirmed, and the spine on his back rolled like a dragon. The energy and blood all over his body expanded to the extreme at this moment, and even his body expanded to its limit at this moment. Are you going to die with old demon Yang? Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. But see, at this moment, Wan Jianling not only burned his energy and blood, but also burned the golden elixir in his body. Even if he killed Yang Muchung, he wouldn't be able to survive. The warriors in the early stage of the golden core even burned their vitality. You can imagine how terrifying this is. Goo goo goo. A terrifying sound came from Wan Jianling's body. Veins appeared one by one like earthworms, and the weird wriggling movements made people's scalp numb. Yang Muchung. Wan Jianling slowly raised his head and looked over. He grinned and said, "You are not a killer, and you will never know how terrifying a killer can be. The reason why Dragon Palace has dominated Nichuan continent for so many years is because we never remember any consequences for killing people. This time, I will bet all my wealth and life on this last blow. I don't know if you can still withstand it." Mid-stage golden elixir? Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes slightly. Once you reach the golden elixir realm, it's not that easy to move up. Just like a container. You were just an ordinary water cup before, and could easily fill it. But now, there is a vast ocean. How difficult is it for you to fill it up? Yang Muchung reached the golden elixir realm in Tuatian Palace, and then killed the entire Tuatian Palace clan and bloodbath the Chen family. Now he has killed countless warriors in Shiliang Peak, and his cultivation level has only increased a little. If he wants to reach the middle stage of the golden elixir is still 90% short. This shows how difficult it is to advance every level after the golden elixir realm. But now, Wan Jianling actually relied on burning qi and blood to reach the middle stage of golden elixir. One can imagine how terrifying the power he unleashed this time was. This battle is really interesting. Jiang Chen stood there, watching everything with a smile. He looked at Yang Muchung, and then at Wan Jianling. I thought that Yang Muchung would definitely die. But who would have thought that he could withstand the 7 transformations of the dragon? I thought that One Sword Spirit would definitely be defeated. But he burned his energy and blood and risked his life. In my opinion, Yang Muchung will eventually die in One Sword Spirit. In the hands of the Sword Spirit. Jiang Chen sighed as he spoke. All he felt was a headache. If the leaders of the 2 major forces, Hao Tianzhou and Nichuanzhu, died here, he might have to look for candidates for the spiritual sword again. I wonder if Yang Muchung can turn things around. Think of this. Jiang Chen's eyes showed a trace of expectation. Chapter 533 Sword breaks the sky via sacrifices one's life with one sword. So what if you have reached the middle stage of the golden elixir? You are burning qi and blood. You are burning longevity. You are burning the golden elixir. Your body has reached its limit. How long can you sustain it? It can only last for 1 stick of incense at most. Yang Muchung shook his head. He has already won this battle. What Wan Jianling did was just a desperate struggle. When the time comes, his body will completely shatter and turn into dust. 1 stick of incense is enough time to kill you. Wan Jianling narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, his originally dark hair quickly turned gray. The crystal clear skin became shriveled and dry. The plump muscles also gradually withered. But his eyes became increasingly sharp, as dazzling as the sun. Finally, when Wan Jianling's momentum reached its peak, he took action. Go! Wan Jianling pushed with his right hand and slashed with his fingers. This sword actually cut the earth in half. Even the Shiliang Peak behind Yang Muchung was split open by him like chopping vegetables. This sword spread 800 meters, and from a distance, it looked like a huge curtain fell from the sky. Snort! Yang Muchung's face was slightly solemn. He clenched his fists, raised his long hair, and fluttered his robes. Facing this sword, he did not dodge at all, and punched it in the air. He had previously been able to easily intercept One Sword Spirit's 7 transformations of the dragon, with just a pair of fleshy palms. However, with this blow, although he shattered the sword, he was knocked back dozens of steps. At this time, Wan Jianling's second blow had arrived. He grabbed the void with his right hand, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth boiled at this moment. A long sword suddenly appeared in the void and slashed towards Yang Macheng. In the end, they merged with each other, condensed into a shocking long sword, and struck down in the air. In the early stage of the golden elixir, it is extremely difficult to reach the middle stage of the tough golden elixir. Jiang Chen looked at the battlefield and shook his head secretly. Below the golden elixir, the realm of strength is still relatively vague. But above the golden elixir, each small level is a qualitative change. Although Wan Jianling is not a real powerhouse in the middle stage of the golden elixir, he still barely has the power of the middle stage golden elixir. Yang Macheng may not be able to resist. The ancestors of Longdang looked at Wan Jianling's attack, with one heart trembling and the other with fascination. They were full of confidence in Yang Macheng. But when they saw such a terrifying attack from Wan Sword Spirit, they couldn't help but become worried. Who could have imagined that there is such a terrible gap between the early stage and the middle stage of golden elixir? Yang Macheng ordered the 9 dragons' flying sword to merge into one and cut into pieces the sword light in the air. Suddenly, the sword light exploded and turned into countless spiritual mists that dispersed in all directions. Come again! Wan Jianling shouted again and grabbed again. But he saw that the spiritual energy gathered and transformed into tens of thousands of long swords, crashing down towards Yang Macheng like rain. Yang Macheng frowned slightly and stood in the field, causing the 9 dragons' flying sword to separate again, forming a sword shield and crushing countless spiritual swords. Bang! 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 A sword of spiritual energy collided with the 9 dragons' flying sword. Bursts of shocking spiritual mist erupted, and the entire battlefield seemed to be transformed into a fairyland on earth. Yang Macheng looked at Wan Jianling and sneered. Wan Jianling, you burned everything and reached the middle stage of the golden elixir. Do you only have this little strength? If that's all, you will definitely die. Is it? Watching the last spiritual sword being completely crushed, Wan Jianling remained expressionless. He put his hands behind his back and rushed forward. A pair of pupils stared at Yang Macheng. At the same time, the spiritual mist that filled the sky actually gathered around his body. Under this boundless spiritual energy, his whole body actually began to disintegrate at this moment. The skin dissipates, revealing the muscles. Then the muscles turned into dust. Not only that, but the meridians, bones, and blood all over his body, including the internal organs, were completely decomposed in this spiritual energy. Then, all these decomposed things quickly turned into a sword light under the fusion of spiritual energy, and rushed towards Yang Macheng. Old demon Yang, take my last sword. This is... Jiang Chen's eyes widened and he cried out. Although Wan Jianling has reached the middle stage of the golden core through secret methods, his strength is still slightly different from the real middle stage of the golden core. Now this sword is a real middle stage of the golden core. As expected of Wan Jianling, the king of killers, his sword has such power. I'm afraid that no matter how strong Mr. Yang is, he won't be able to withstand this sword. The crowd erupted in exclamations. Wan Jianling's sword has put his entire life's cultivation and the remaining 1,000 years of his life on the line. This is simply beyond common sense. Yes, old demon Yang has obtained the blessings of heaven and earth, and has set up a shocking situation in Shiliang Peak to play with all the warriors. But he ignored Wan Jianling, the master of the Dragon Palace, and allowed demon Yang pushing Wan Jianling into a desperate situation. How could Wan Jianling not jump over the wall and fight you desperately? As for everyone in Dragon Palace, their hearts were gripped. But see, Wan Jianling's extremely powerful and fierce sword put everything he had into it, and it was concentrated to the extreme. Once this sword is released, it is probably just child's play to crack mountains and rocks. Even a true mid-Jindan powerhouse will perish here. Good. Yang Macheng nodded heavily. He flicked his finger. Bishi, Paleo, Jiatu. 3 flying swords jumped out quickly. Another snap of his fingers. Shiki, Tao Thai, Yazui, Bifan, Swanee, and Poppy also flew up together. I use this sword to break the sky and come to receive your final blow. Yang Macheng opened his eyes angrily and pointed forward. The next moment, the 9 dragons' flying swords formed a line and blasted towards the front. Under the dim night sky of Shiliang Peak, the 2 most powerful masters, Hao Tianzhou and Nichuanzhu, fought. Wang Jianling spent his whole life practicing sword control. This sword moved sword to the sky, like the Milky Way above the sky, bright and awe-inspiring. Yang Wuqing's 9 dragons flying sword was a bolt of lightning that ravaged the void. With this move, old demon Yang will live. If we can't take it on, old demon Yang will die. Everyone widened their eyes and looked forward, looking at this last sword. Even Jiang Chen, who had been watching the battle secretly, held his breath at this moment. With his identity and strength as a disciple of the Wandao sword sect, he couldn't tell who was stronger between the two, until the attacks from both sides collided. Boom! The terrifying internal energy crushed them crazily, and the two sky-high sword intents collided together, unexpectedly erupting into a boundless ray of light. Even at this moment, even the night was completely torn apart. In this bright light, the huge Shiliang Peak completely disappeared. The warriors around were also swallowed up by this terrifying sword energy. Your Majesty! The ancestor of Longtang exclaimed in surprise. Old Demon Yang was defeated? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Because, at the moment when the strong light burst out, everyone could clearly see that Yang Wuqing's 9 dragons flying sword was knocked away by Wang Jianling without mercy. However, after clashing with the 9 dragons flying sword, Wang Jianling's life-sacrificing sword not only did not weaken, but became more intense, because Wang Jianling saw the hope of killing Yang Wuqing. However, when the light that was comparable to the blazing sun dissipated, everyone was shocked. Chapter 534 Disciples from the Super Sect. But see, the light slowly dissipates. The figures of the most powerful men from the 2 continents slowly appeared. But this scene is enough to make everyone who witnessed it unforgettable forever. I saw. Wang Jianling was almost in front of Yang Wuqing, and his sacrificial sword was only half a millimeter away from Yang Wuqing's throat. No matter how he moved forward, he could not penetrate even 1 inch or penetrate Yang Wuqing's throat. And Yang Wuqing moved his right hand forward, and the golden body of the 5-clawed golden dragon behind him turned into reality. The huge dragon claws poked out of the void. Half of the claws sank into Wang Jianling's chest, and the sharp claw tips stabbed out from Wang Jianling's back. Old Demon Yang! Wang Jianling let out a roar, with a hint of unwillingness on his face, because Yang Wuqing's palm had already firmly grasped the golden elixir in his body. However, Yang Wuqing always looked cold. Master Wan Palace! It's over! Shaking his head, Yang Wuqing gently raised his hand with 5 fingers, and at the same time, the huge dragon claws suddenly closed. The grasped golden elixir shattered with a click, and almost at the same time, the shocking sword light completely dissipated like a dreamy bubble. Under the raised Shiliang Peak, only a young man who looked like a god and demon remained. Yang Wuqing. Under the night, it was as silent as water. Tens of thousands of people lost their voices. This time, it was a collision between Hao Tianzhou and Nichuanzhu. They represent the 2 strongest forces on the 2 continents. The strongest of the 2 forces. But in the end, the result was that the corpse of one sword spirit was gone. Palace Master! When the Dragon Palace killers saw this, they shed tears. Some were unwilling. Some were desperate. Some were crying loudly. Or some were wailing and roaring. Even Wang Jianling died at the hands of Yang Wuqing. So what about them? What's more, the Dragon Palace killer's figure was revealed, and he was surrounded by all the masters inside. There was no way to survive, including Longtang and 3,000 killers. Within a moment, they were already bleeding like rivers. Of course, Yang Wuqing did not let go of those warriors who coveted the exotic treasures, regardless of whether this rare treasure is true or false. Everything in the Dacian dynasty belongs to him. How can he allow others to care about it? This night, it is destined to be a bloody night. Yang Wuqing stood with his hands behind his back. Countless amounts of energy and blood flowed towards his body like a surging torrent. So many killers and so many warriors only increased his cultivation by 30%. And he still had a long way to go before reaching the middle stage of Golden Core. But tonight's battle not only eradicated the Dragon Palace, but also made him famous again. At the same time, the slightly famous mission has also been completed February 3rd. And I once again got a chance to draw a lottery. Your Majesty! Lu Yaoer came to report. All the Dragon Palace killers have been killed. 70% of the warriors who coveted the exotic treasure have been killed. And the remaining 30% have fled in panic. May I ask, Your Majesty, if they have been killed? No need. Yang Wuqing shook his head. Just when Lu Yaoer was about to ask Yang Wuqing again for instructions on whether he should retreat his troops, He saw Yang Muchung looking towards a corner that had been ignored for a long time. At the same time, a voice sounded. Who are you? Since I am fighting with Wang Jinling at that time, you were peeping there. Now it's time for you to come out. Right. Anyone? At this moment, the Longtang Patriarch and the Alki Masters, who had already relaxed, were all startled. They pulled out their weapons and looked into the distance. But in that dark place, there was silence for a moment, and a young man slowly walked out. Only one person. Seeing this young man, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But unexpectedly, Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes slightly, with a trace of fear flashing in his pupils. This kind of fear was something I never had when I fought against Wang Jinling. Emperor Yang, this is Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen bowed to Yang Muchung from afar. I am here this time in the name of the Wandao Sword Sect to invite you to participate in the Jiantian Domain Spiritual Sword Ranking. This is your token. As he spoke, Jiang Chen stretched out his right hand, and a palm-sized spiritual sword flew out from Jiang Chen's palm and spun rapidly. That spirit sword is so skillfully crafted that it can be described as a masterpiece of heavenly craftsmanship. What surprised Yang Muchung even more? This spiritual sword is a high-grade Shin-level magic weapon. Jiantianyu? Wandao Sword Sect? Spiritual Sword List? Yang Muchung frowned slightly. Yang Emperor, you don't know something. Jiang Chen explained with a smile. Nichuan Continent, Hao Tian Continent, Tianjin Continent, a total of 36 continents, all belong to the Jiantian Domain. And our Wandao Sword Sect is this sect of Jiantian Domain is also the super sect that you have been told by word of mouth. As for the Spirit Sword List, it is a list set by our Wandao Sword Sect to invite all the strong men in Jiantian Domain to participate in the battle. In accordance with the sect's regulations, we distributed 360 spirit swords. Select the 10 strongest people from the 36 continents. Originally, this spiritual sword should belong to Wu Shanhe of Tuatian Palace. But Wu Shanhe was killed by you. So this spiritual sword should belong to you. I see. Yang Muchung nodded. But at the same time, he couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes. As early as when he was fighting Wang Jinling, he felt that there was an aura that was far more powerful than Wang Jinling, hiding in the dark and peeping. Unexpectedly, the other party turned out to be a disciple who came out of a super sect. You said, Hao Tianzhou has a total of 3 places. So if this spiritual sword belongs to me, who is the owner of the other 2 spiritual swords? Yang Muchung asked curiously. Jiang Chen grinned and said, Yang Emperor, I don't know this either. The one who came with me was my senior sister. She was responsible for looking for the other hidden masters in Hao Tianzhou. However, half a day ago, I got her in reply. She said that he had found the other 2 strongest men, and they should be here soon. Right? Base! Before he finished speaking, he saw a figure quietly stepping out of the void, as if suddenly appearing in front of Yang Muchung. Someone comes. But it was a young girl. She was dressed in green clothes, carrying a long sword on her back. Her hair reached her waist, and she looked very beautiful and fragrant. Obviously, she is the senior sister Jiang Chen mentioned. What's going on? After the girl appeared, she looked at the messy Shiliang Peak and the blood on the ground, with a hint of shock on her pretty face. Sister, you don't know something. Emperor Yang and Wang Jinling had a life-and-death battle before, and the Dragon Palace was destroyed. Jiang Chen clapped his hands together, showing a helpless gesture. Yang D1. Wang Jinling died. When the girl heard this, her delicate body trembled. It was obvious that she had not expected such a consequence at all. Turn around. She looked at Yang Muchung, looking up and down, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Has Emperor Yang passed the test? The girl pondered for a moment, then remembered and asked quickly. Not yet, Jiang Chen said. The young girl nodded, cupped her hands towards Yang Muchung, and said, I am a disciple of Wandao Sword Sect. Xiong Qing. May I ask Emperor Yang, are you willing to accept the invitation from the spiritual sword ranking? Of course I am willing. Yang Mu became enlightened. He had long been curious about the super sect. Now that he had the opportunity to witness it, how could he let this opportunity pass? That's good. Xiong Qing continued. As long as you can resist Jiang Chen's 3 moves, you will be qualified to enter the spirit sword ranking. Say it. However, Jiang Chen walked out slowly. Jiang Chen stood there, grinned at Yang Muchung, and said, Yang Di, when I saw you and Wang Jinling fighting before, my blood was already surging. Now I can finally fight with you. But, let me give you a warning first. Wang Jianling burned all his energy and blood and exploded. The golden elixir has just barely reached the middle stage of the golden elixir. But me? He is a warrior in the middle stage of golden core. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen's eyes erupted with infinite sharp light, as if the sword light had condensed into substance. Chapter 535 Starlight. Rain of Swords. If we say that Wang Jianling's last burst of momentum had reached the middle stage of the golden core, in Jiang Chen's eyes it was just the moon in the water and the flower in the mirror. Once the time limit is up, like a dark cloud, it will eventually dissipate completely. But Jiang Chen's momentum was completely different. This is the true strength of the middle stage of Jin Dan. Wang Jianling's strength is completely different from his. Is this a disciple of the Wandao sword sect? How terrible. This young man looks like he is only in his 20s. But he has actually reached the middle stage of golden elixir. The expressions of the ancestors of Longtang changed drastically. If this is not a competition, they had already rushed to escort him. Lu Qianfeng, you have traveled to Jintian territory and 36 continents. Do you know where the 10,000 Dao sword sect is? Gong Xiaohai asked. Have no idea. Lu Qianfeng shook his head, looking at Jiang Chen with a look of fear in his eyes. I have heard a lot about the Wandao sword sect, but I have never seen it myself. These super large sects are so secretive that if they don't take the initiative to come out to find you, you won't be able to find their specific details even if you search for your whole life. Location. I heard that among the Wandao sword sect, the disciples of the sect eat the treasures of heaven and earth as food. The concentration of spiritual energy in the sect's training place can be comparable to that of the emperor's tomb. Only that kind of super sect can to be able to cultivate such a young and strong man. Everyone was talking about it. Xiong Qing's face was also full of shock. What happened in the battle between Yang Maicheng and Wang Jianling just now? Why did Jiang Chen have such a strong fighting spirit? To know, these disciples of Wandao sword sect will deliberately retain about 50% of their strength when fighting against warriors outside the sect. After all, their strength is so strong that they can rank at the forefront among warriors with the same level of cultivation. Even when Jiang Chen tested Wang Jianling, he still retained 50% of his power. But now, Jiang Chen actually used 100% of his strength against Yang Maicheng. Could it be that Yang Muqing's strength is so terrifying that Jiang Chen needs all his strength to fight against the enemy? Thinking in her mind, Xiong Qing looked forward. But see, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly closed. And at the same time, he pointed his right finger forward. Wow! At this moment, the color of the heaven and earth changed, and the stars became dim. A strong fighting spirit was stirred up by the wind, and a stormy wave of more than 100 meters high was set off in the air, crashing towards Yang Maicheng. With low-grade martial arts skills at the Shen level, the storm is about to come, and the wind is filling the building. This is a set of powerful martial arts that uses internal energy to stir up the power of heaven and earth, forming a roaring wind. The higher the user's strength, the more powerful this move will be. It was obviously just a set of low-grade Shen-level martial arts, but when used by Jiang Chen, it was comparable to the middle-grade Shen-level martial arts. Wherever the wind passed, the surrounding ground was torn apart, and the chaotic wind created a cutting force. Can you block it? Xiong Qing's beautiful eyes looked at Yang Maicheng without blinking. He wanted to see if Yang Maicheng had the qualifications to let Jiang Chen use 100% of his power to deal with him. Just when the huge wave was about to hit Yang Maicheng moved. He slowly stretched out his hands and blasted directly into the wind, and then gently pulled with his hands to completely tear away the terrifying storm, breaking through 1,000 meetings with one force. I didn't expect Yang Maicheng to have such a terrifying ability. Xiong Qing's eyes flashed with surprise. However, she immediately shook her head and said secretly, "However, this is only Jiang Chen's weakest move. There are 9 more moves next. How should he resist them? Long live the Holy One! Long live the Holy One!" Everyone in Longtang was excited when they saw Yang Maicheng tearing apart Baofeng easily. Never mind the super bulk. How can Yang Maicheng be a person with a false reputation? Even if he faces you Jiang Chen, he will not be afraid at all. Jiang Chen, this move is too bad. Show your true skills, Yang Maicheng said slowly. Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth, and the fighting spirit in his eyes only increased. He looked at Yang Maicheng, nodded and said, "As expected of Emperor Yang, if you can't even catch the move of the rain is about to come, the wind fills the building, then we will have nothing to do with it. There is no need to fight anymore. Now let me see how terrifying it is to be a disciple of Wandao sword sect." Clang! He raised his right finger, and the sword behind him suddenly came out of its sheath and flew into his palm. Yang Emperor. The name of my sword is the 3-star Mingyu sword. It is a top-grade Qian level sword. No less than your 9-dragon flying sword. Jiangchen said. The long sword danced forward. And in the next moment, the infinite starlight was attracted by the 3-star moon sword at this moment. And it turned into reality and fell down. These stars and moonlight were suspended around Jiangchen, forming a lightsaber hanging upside down one by one. These lightsabers, as numerous as the gravel in the desert, and as numerous as the stars in the Milky Way, exploded in front of Yang Mucheng in the blink of an eye, directly covering Yang Mucheng's body. This is the second move. The falling star sword technique. I wonder if you can follow it up. A person who can easily withstand the mountain rain is coming, and the wind fills the building should be able to withstand this move. Since Yang Mucheng favored Jiangchen, and even fought with all his strength, he must also have enough strength. Xiongqing was startled at first and prepared to make a move to stop him. But then she thought about it and gave up. If you can't resist it, even if Yang Mucheng barely passes our test, there is no way. He can only barely enter the periphery. And he can't even enter the gate of Wandao sword sect. Just when Xiongqing looked. Just as the infinite sword of falling stars surged towards Yang Mucheng. Just when everyone from Montang and Aoki masters were worried. However, a trace of surprise flashed in Yang Mucheng's eyes. As expected of a disciple of a super sect like Wandao sword sect, he has mastered so many profound martial arts. This Starfall sword technique is probably capable of killing one sword spirit dozens of times. But unfortunately, this sword is useless to me. He shook his head slowly. His right hand grabbed the air. This time, Yang Mucheng just mobilized the Taotai sword. Hearing a clang sound, the Taotai sword flew into his hand. Looking at the sword in his hand, Yang Mucheng stood still for 3 breaths. Then raised his head and looked forward. Boom! Her long hair is raised and her robes are fluttering. The Taotai sword in his hand actually burst into light. A shocking roar sounded, and a terrifying monster emerged from the sword. This monster has a body like a sheep, eyes in its armpits, tiger teeth and human claws, and a mouth as big as a crocodile. And it is none other than Taotai, the 5th son of the true dragon. Roar! The sword turns into a glutton, and the big mouth swallows the sky and the earth. A black hole-like suction force burst out crazily from Taotia's big mouth, and countless lightsabers were actually swallowed by Taotai. Leave no one behind. What? At this moment, even Xiongqing's color changed slightly. Yang Mucheng raised the corner of his mouth and grabbed the void with his right hand. The monster Taotai was caught by his tail, and the light all over his body shrank and transformed into the Taotai sword again. This scene is only a third of a snap. However, Yang Mucheng grasped the Taotai sword and said slowly, Jiangchen, try my god-killing finger. God-killing finger? The shock on Jiangchen's face suddenly turned into humiliation. He looked at Yang Mucheng and shouted sharply, Yang Mucheng, you actually used the god-killing finger to deal with me? Chapter 536. 24 solar term shocking god finger. Whether it's the storm is coming or the falling star sword technique, they are all Shin level martial arts. But the god-killing finger is only a yellow level martial skill. Among the Wandao sword sect, there is this martial skill. Although Jiangchen has never learned it, he has heard of it, so he doesn't bother to learn it at all. There are so many Shin level martial arts in the Mingming sect, but he did not learn them. But he chose to learn such a yellow level martial arts. Could it be that his head is filled with water? However, Yang Mucheng actually used this yellow level martial skill to deal with himself. How could Jiangchen not feel insulted? Yang Mucheng, I have also learned fingering techniques, and I want you to try this top-grade Xuanjie Jingzhe finger. Jiangchen shouted angrily, picked up the 3-star moon sword on his back, took 1 step forward, and pointed forward with his right hand. This? A hint of shock flashed in Xiongqing's eyes. When did Jiangchen learn the stinging finger? There are many fingering techniques among the sword sect, but one of the fingering methods is called 24 solar term shocking god finger. This fingering method is an earth-level martial arts technique, but due to incomplete inheritance, it has been reduced to a high-level Shin-level fingering method. This martial skill is divided into 24 fingers in total. Each finger is named after the 24 solar terms, beginning of spring, rain, Jingzhe, vernal equinox, Qingming, Guyu, beginning of summer, Xiaoman, etc. These 24 fingers are varied, and 4 of them are the strongest. What Jiang Chen used was one of the most powerful fingering techniques, Jing's finger. This finger is as fast and powerful as thunder. It is the most rigid and yang finger in the 24 solar term shocking god finger. With Xian level martial arts against Huang level martial arts? A trace of worry flashed in Qiong Qing's eyes, and she quickly shouted, Jiang Chen, please show mercy. But, at this moment, Jiang Chen's face was full of anger after being humiliated. How could he hear Qiong Qing's words? Boom! Hearing a burst of shocking thunder, Jing's finger pointed at the god-killing finger. But the next scene that no one expected happened. Jiang Chen's Jing's finger, which erupted with endless thunder, was actually smashed by Yang Macheng with one finger. However, the god-killing finger continued unabated and struck Jiang Chen's fingertips heavily. Puff! Jiang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, and his right finger was almost broken. His whole body was like a kite with its string broken, and it was shot backwards. However, he was in the middle stage of the golden core after all, and he did not lose his balance under this finger. He turned back and quickly stabilized his body. But the humiliation in his eyes had completely turned into shock. How is that possible? Jiang Chen's face was full of disbelief. Even in his dreams, he never thought that his high-grade Xian-level martial arts would be shattered by Yang Mucheng's top-grade Xian-level god-killing finger. Yang Mucheng shook his head and said, Jiang Chen, you come from a super sect, and all you have learned are Xian-level martial arts. However, you have learned too much, and it is too complicated. You have not been able to fully master each martial skill, resulting in miscellaneous but not masterful. Yu Jing's finger is certainly a high-grade Xian-level martial skill. But so what? You haven't been able to grasp even the slightest bit of its essence. What you have grasped is only a superficial knowledge. Naturally, you are no match for my god-killing finger. Jiang Chen is a disciple of Wandao Sword Sect. Naturally, taking all kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures. His cultivation speed is faster than others. His cultivation level is higher than others, and his realm is stronger than others. Against the likes of tens of thousands of sword spirits, one can easily defeat them just by relying on their strong inner strength and superior cultivation. But, if you encounter a warrior like Yang Macheng who has mastered martial arts to the core, it is naturally impossible to win again. Di Yang? Qiong Qing had a look of disbelief on her face, as if she still couldn't believe that Jiang Chen had been defeated by Yang Macheng. When I left the sect this time, I also heard that Yang Macheng was called the Old Demon. When I saw it today, it was really extraordinary. This spirit sword token is your certificate. Qiong Qing walked over, took out the underestimated spirit sword, and handed it to Yang Macheng. You drip blood into the spirit sword, and the spirit sword will record your information. Yang Macheng played with this spiritual sword. Although it is also a high-grade Xian-level magic weapon, compared with his 9 dragons flying sword, its workmanship is slightly rough. Can't fight. Just serves as a voucher. Even if blood is dripped into it, nothing will change. Now it's time for you to take me to Wandao Sword Sect. Right? After doing all this, Yang Macheng put away the spirit sword and then asked, Not yet. Qiong Qing shook her head and said, Emperor Yang, do you remember that I said before that our Wandao Sword Sect has issued a total of 360 spiritual swords? And each continent has 10 spiritual swords. If you want to go to Wandao Sword Sect, you must snatch the spirit sword from the hands of the other people. When you gather 10 spirit swords, these 10 spirit swords will naturally merge into one. Someone from the Dao Sword Sect will naturally come to pick you up. Yang Macheng raised his eyebrows. The process was actually so complicated. If you want to go to the Wandao Sword Sect, you must defeat the other 9 people who have spiritual swords like yourself. Di Yang, let me tell you the rules for fighting for the spiritual sword. Qiong Qing said, when fighting for the spirit sword, you can only do it yourself and cannot rely on the help of others. Otherwise you will be disqualified. This is to prevent the leader of a country like you from relying on his subordinates. In addition, there will be conflicts among spirit sword holders. We know each other's location. So no matter how far you go, you will be found by others. Unless you give up the spirit sword. But if you give up, you will naturally lose the qualification to go to the Wandao Sword Sect. When all 10 selected candidates on a continent receive spiritual swords, it means the battle begins. Yang Di, do you understand? Qiong Qing asked with a smile. I understand. Yang Macheng nodded. He pondered for a moment, and then asked, Has one Jianling ever been to Wandao Sword Sect? Xiongqing shook her head and said, "No. He did snatch all 10 spiritual swords 30 years ago. But on the way to the Wandao sword sect, he was eliminated. He could only barely enter the Wandao sword sect, the outskirts of the Dao sword sect." After a pause, Xiongqing continued, "The situation in each continent is different. Some are strong and some are weak. Each one continent can only be regarded as middle to lower among the 36 continents in Jiantian domain. Hao Tianzhou wants to slightly stronger than Nichuanzu. Therefore, Yang Di, your opponent is stronger than Wang Jianling. But with your ability, it will not be a problem to get the other 9 spiritual swords." "I know." Yang Maicheng put away the spirit sword. After Qiongqing explained some more details, Yang Maicheng said, "Okay," and said, "Emperor Yang, we have to leave. Because Wang Jianling died in your hands. Hao Tianzhou made a quota available. And we have to leave. Find the next spirit sword holder in Hao Tianzhou as soon as possible. So say goodbye. Jiangchen. Let's go!" Xiongqing shouted. "Senior sister, I won't leave." Jiangchen shook his head and said with a pair of unwilling eyes, staring at Yang Maicheng, "Emperor Yang, I won't accept my defeat at your hands. Do you still dare to fight me again?" "Still want to fight?" The ancestors of Longtang were all shocked. It was obviously just to test the qualifications of the spirit sword holder. But Jiangchen actually got angry and wanted to fight again. But after thinking about it, everyone thought it was normal. Jiangchen came from a super large sect like Wandao sword sect. So naturally he was unwilling to lose to Yang Maicheng. It's normal to want to regain your place. "Jiangchen!" Qiongqing was about to reprimand. But Yang Maicheng smiled faintly and said, "Okay, since you want to fight, I will come with you." Chapter 537 Shocking Bet. No one expected that such a commotion would occur, as the matter was coming to an end. Qiongqing originally wanted to stop him. But when she saw Yang Muchendu talking, she had no choice but to give up. She glanced at the two of them and warned carefully, "You two can compete, but you can't endanger your life." "Yes, senior sister." Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with joy. After he finished speaking, he quickly looked at Yang Maicheng and said, "Di Yang, let's fight again." "Wait a minute." Yang Maicheng looked at Jiang Chen, who couldn't wait to regain his place, waved his hands with a smile, and said, "Jiang Chen, as requested, I have already gone through a battle with you. But because you were defeated in my hands, I was unwilling to keep fighting. I promise you. But don't you think I'm at a disadvantage? Suffering a loss?" Jiang Chen didn't react for a while. He pondered for a moment before coming back to his senses. It stands to reason. Yang Maicheng took 3 moves from him and defeated him in the last move. So he didn't have to fight. The reason why he continues to fight is just because he is unwilling to lose at the hands of Yang Maicheng and wants to regain his position. Thinking about it this way, Yang Maicheng did seem to be at a disadvantage. "What do you want?" Jiang Chen asked. Yang Maicheng narrowed his eyes and smiled, and said, "I won't take advantage of you. Let's make a bet. I will use the 9 Dragons Flying Sword as the bet. If you win, the 9 Dragons Flying Sword will be yours. How about it?" "Really?" Jiang Chen shouted. He had seen the power of the 9 Dragons Flying Sword in the battle between Yang Maicheng and Wang Jianling, and he had long been envious of it. Now that Yang Maicheng brought it up, why didn't he like it? "But you have to put up a bet." Yang Maicheng looked at the excited Jiang Chen and smiled secretly in his heart. Although this Jiang Chen is not bad in strength, his mentality is far inferior to those of the veterans in the martial arts world. So he fell into the trap so easily. Previously, I only used the god-killing finger to take 3 of his moves. If it were some old fritters, I'm afraid they wouldn't agree so easily. Maybe he will refuse. "I will also use my 3-star moon sword to make a bet," Jiang Chen said quickly. Yang Maicheng shook his head. This was not what he wanted. "Your 3-star Mingyu sword is a high-grade Shin-level sword. Although the level is not bad, it is still far behind compared with my 9-dragon flying sword. And each handle of my 9-dragon flying sword is a top-grade Shin-level sword. What do you think? Is it worth it? Then what do you want?" Jiang Chen asked. "I want your previous fingering." It was only at this moment that Yang Maicheng revealed his final purpose. After all, Yang Maicheng still felt that his attack methods were too few. But Jiang Chen's 24 solar term shocking divine finger was a good technique. If he could learn it, he would be of endless use. Emperor Yang." Jiang Chen scratched his head and said, "This 24 solar terms Jingshin finger has a total of 24 fingers. I only learned the Jingja finger. The other 23 movements. I haven't learned it yet. But I remember the basics and formula of this move. I can write it down. Do you think it's okay? Jiangchen. You can't. Xiongqing said quickly. Senior sister. Do you think I will lose? This 9 Dragons Flying Sword is a 9-handled high-grade Xian-level sword. The 9 swords are integrated into one, which is comparable to the top-grade Xian-level swords. If you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid it will be hard to find again. Jiangchen quickly whispered. Even if Yang Macheng wins, he may not learn the 24 solar term Shocking God Finger. Without the guidance of the elders of the sect, he will not be able to learn this technique. As he spoke, Jiangchen showed a trace of confidence on his face and said, Senior sister, although I took advantage of the weakness with one move before, I just underestimated Yang Di. This time, I will definitely put in all my energy and energy. He fights. Xiongqing thought for a while, then finally nodded and said, Okay. The two made a bet, with Xiongqing as a witness. The previously unfinished battle began. As a disciple of the Wandao sword sect, he is naturally good at swordsmanship. This time, Jiangchen did not take action quickly, but his combat power remained motionless. Yang Di, you shouldn't bet with me again, because you will definitely lose. Although I haven't fully understood this second level of fighting spirit, it is enough to deal with you. The second level of fighting spirit? Yang Muqing's expression suddenly hardened. He never expected that Jiangchen actually possessed the second level of fighting spirit that he had been searching for. But see, Jiangchen's whole aura changed. The originally harmless young man seemed to have turned into a violent beast at this moment. This is the Liangyi swordsmanship driven by bloodthirsty fighting spirit. Yang Di, take the move! As soon as he finished speaking, a sword stabbed forward. Tai Chi gives birth to 2 forms, and 2 forms give birth to 4 images. Jiangchen's sword strike seemed to cut the void into pieces. In an instant, the world seemed to be split in half by him. Centered on the 3-star moon sword in his hand, half was a blazing fire that could burn into the sky. Half of it is a sea of ice that is so cold that it can freeze everything. And it was the sword in Jiangchen's hand that split the sword into 2 halves. Driven by the bloodthirsty fighting spirit, the sword in his hand was like a bloodthirsty beast, rushing towards him crazily, as if it was going to engulf him in an instant. It seems it's time to end. Xiongqing shook her head. Being able to push Jiangchen to this level and use the second level of fighting spirit, Yang Muqing's strength is indeed terrifying. But, after all, he is not a person who came out of the sword sect. He is still a disciple of our Wandao sword sect. Quite a difference. Her beautiful eyes fell on Yang Macheng, and she couldn't help but said, If you practice for a few more years, you may be able to withstand this move. But now you will definitely not be able to catch this sword. Boom! Before the sword was struck, the bloodthirsty sword intent had already exploded crazily. But see, centered on where Jiangchen was standing, this sword tore the entire ground into 2 halves, with the sword mark being more than 1,000 meters long. The power is even dozens of times greater than a single strike from Wan Jianling Shi Sheng. Yang Macheng was simply crushed by the sword energy, and his feet were smashed into the ground. At this moment, he felt that all the bones in his body made a crackling sound, as if they had exploded under the crushing force of the sword. Yang Emperor, I will accept your 9 dragons flying sword. Jiangchen looked proud. He seemed to have seen the scene after he defeated Yang Macheng, more like seeing himself receiving the 9 dragons flying sword. Hearing this, Yang Macheng slowly raised his head, looking at this sword that was enough to split the heaven and the earth. Not only did his eyes show no trace of panic or shock, but there was excitement and eagerness to try that could not be hidden. Is it? He grabbed the void with his right hand and shouted word by word. Sword! You? Jiu! Shao! Chapter 538 Secret Love. Chang! 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 The 9 dragons flying sword soared into the sky, suddenly became one. Yang Macheng grabbed it with his right hand, and the 9 dragons flying sword quickly condensed in the void. At this moment, the fighting spirit soared into the sky, and the sharp sword light seemed to have made a hole in the entire world. Endless spiritual energy surged in crazily and converged into the 9 dragons flying sword. Then, Yang Macheng slashed in the air. Not enough! Seeing Yang Muqing's retaliation, Jiangchen's face showed an attitude of having everything under control. He shook his head slowly and said, Yang Emperor, my 2 sword techniques are top-grade Xian-level martial arts, coupled with a second level of fighting spirit. It is enough to reach the top-level Shin-level martial arts. You will definitely lose, said. He made a sealed Ju with his left hand. And the sword light that suddenly slashed down crazily was even stronger, and several times more terrifying than before. In everyone's shocked eyes, the attacks from both sides collided fiercely. Boom! Accompanied by a shocking explosion. The whole world changed color, and the stars dimmed. The twisting sword light, at this moment, turned into a circular air wave that could not be caught by the naked eye. Like thousands of war horses rushing, the turbulent waves sweeping the world spread in all directions. Quickly retreat! The ancestors of Longtang were shocked. They never thought that the middle stage of the Golden Core would possess such terrifying strength. Jiang Chen was able to explode with such power because he was a disciple of the super sect Wandao Sword Sect. But as for Yang Macheng, he was just an emperor who stepped up from the mortal world step by step. And he was actually able to burst out with such terrifying power. Horrible! Xiong Qing couldn't hide the shock in her eyes. And the shock in her heart was even more overwhelming. Using the second level of fighting intention to activate the Liangyi sword technique. It was Jiang Chen's sure kill move. He almost used up 12% of his strength. Even among the sect, there was no one who could catch Jiang Chen's move. There are no more than 2 palms. But Yang Macheng can actually resist it. However, just resisting this move is not enough. You still don't understand the true horror of Liangyi's sword technique. Xiong Qing stabilized her mind and cast her gaze again. But, looking at it again, she was completely shocked. Yang Muqing's sword strike in the air not only blocked Liang Yi's sword technique, but also completely ended Jiang Chen's attack. I saw that outside Yang Macheng. A huge 5-clawed golden dragon had appeared at some point. The claws of his hands were almost attached to Jiang Chen's forehead. As long as Yang Mu had his way, the 5-clawed golden dragon would smack down his claws unceremoniously and crush Jiang Chen into pieces. Jiang Chen's eyes were full of unwillingness. But in the end, they were condensed into one sentence. Di Yang, I lost. Ba bang bang. Xiong Qing couldn't help but clap her hands and looked at Yang Macheng with eyes full of approval and surprise. Yang Emperor, it is really unimaginable that there is a strong person like you outside of the Wandao Sword Sect. I really look forward to you coming to the Wandao Sword Sect. And I also hope to compete with you on the spiritual sword list. High and low. Jiang Chen was silent for a moment, then took out a strange-looking jade slip from his arms. Yang Emperor, I am willing to admit defeat. This secret book of 24 solar term shocking god finger belongs to you. Yang Macheng scanned the jade slip with his consciousness, briefly checked the contents, and nodded. He knows. The skills above the Xian level can no longer be recorded on paper, but require special equipment to carry them. In this way, he has one more means of attack. He didn't study immediately because there was something more interesting about Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, can you tell me about the second level of fighting intent? Yang Macheng said with a smile. This time, Jiang Chen did not hesitate, but shook his head decisively and said, Emperor Yang, I cannot speak directly about the second level of fighting intent. This sect has regulations and is not allowed to be leaked. If you want to know, I can only come to Wandao Sword Sect in person to answer my questions. As for the 24 solar term shocking finger I gave you, it is only a fragment. He was originally a low-level martial artist of the Earth level. Because he lacked a way to advance, he lost the 24 fingers in one shocking finger. That's why it's just a low-level Xian level weapon. Maybe, if you go there, you can find this advanced shocking finger. Jiang Chen cupped his hands and said, Yang Di, senior sister, and I will take our leave first. Since you killed one sword spirit, there is one vacancy among the 10 spirit sword holders in Nichuan continent. So we must find the next holder as soon as possible. After saying that, Jiang Chen took a deep look at Yang Macheng and said, Emperor Yang, I hope you can successfully enter the Wandao Sword Sect. I will challenge you again when the time comes. Next time, I won't lose to you so easily. Got it? Okay. I'm also looking forward to the Wandao Sword Sect. Yang Macheng played with the jade slips and nodded. This is the super sect of Jietian Domain. Senior sister, Emperor Yang has returned. Jiang Chen looked at Xiong Qing. Even after Yang Macheng left, Xiong Qing's eyes were still looking at the direction in which Yang Macheng disappeared, with an indescribable brilliance in her beautiful eyes. It seemed to be reverence, but also it seemed to be surprise. Xiong Qing said with a smile, When I first came to Hao Tianzhou, I heard word of mouth about Yang Lao Mo. I thought that this being named Yang Lao Imo was an unparalleled demon, with a green face and fangs. It's so bloodthirsty. Now that I see it, I'm a little shocked. Let's go! Qiongqing raised her right hand, and the long sword behind her flew up with a clang. She stepped onto the flying sword with her lotus steps, and then said, I believe that with his strength, he will definitely be able to join the spiritual sword list. Senior sister, you think too highly of Yang Machung, right? Even you can't squeeze into the spirit sword rankings. Yang Machung is so virtuous and capable. He just defeated me. 36 continents. 360 spirit swords. There are countless people who are stronger than him. If you say that he can enter the Wandao sword sect by luck, I believe it. But if you say that he can enter the spiritual sword ranking, I don't believe it. Jiangchen was a little bit disgusted. He didn't expect that senior sister Qiongqing would give Yang Machung such a high evaluation. This is something that none of the other 360 spirit sword holders have ever had. But it happened to Yang Machung. Qiongqing smiled lightly, shook her head and said, Jiangchen, you don't believe it. Let's wait and see when the spiritual sword ranking is opened. This Emperor Yang will definitely surprise everyone. After finishing the Dragon Palace, Yang Machung did not clear the way back to the palace, but settled down in the nearby Dongcheng County. The battle at Shiliang Peak once again blasted through the world. No one thought that Yang Machung would actually play tricks on all the warriors in the world and wipe out the Dragon Palace with just one gem. After this night, the name of old demon Yang became more and more feared. Just when the outside world was buzzing, the first spirit sword holder had already come to the door. Chapter 539. Did Yang Machung suffer? When the first spirit sword holder came to the door, Yang Machung was having a celebration banquet. The Dragon Palace is eliminated. It basically laid the foundation for the prosperity of the Dacian dynasty. Some people had previously questioned the Dacian dynasty, saying that it was not worthy of being the #1 force in Hao Tianzhou. But the destruction of the Dragon Palace was a slap in the face to those who doubted it. What a great victory! Lu Qianfeng rarely lost his temper. His face turned red, and he looked drunk. He raised the wine glass in his hand, and congratulated Yang Machung. This time, Your Majesty not only used a trick to eradicate the Dragon Palace, but also received an invitation from the Wandao sword sect. In the future, our Dacian dynasty will stand for more than 10,000 years, and there will be no problem. No. Apart from that, the biggest gain is that I deceived the 24 solar term shocking finger from that boy Jiangchen. When I joined Longdang, I heard about the Dacian dynasty. The old man said that the Holy Emperor once bet dozens of cities with the Silla Kingdom. But those bets are nothing worth mentioning tonight. Gong Shaohai said loudly. Yang Machung nodded. That's right. When he made the bet with Silla Kingdom, he was still in the mortal world. He bet dozens of cities, and almost all his wealth and life. However, that kind of bet is only a drop in the bucket compared to 24 solar term shocking finger. Tuatian Palace, which has nascent soul experts, only has 2 high-grade Xian-level martial arts. The Dragon Palace that occupied Nichuan continent only had 1 Xian-level high-grade martial arts. From this, we can see how valuable this 24 solar term shocking god finger is. What the heck? Yaochen took a big sip of wine and couldn't help but swear. I just can't figure it out. That kid Jiangchen looks like he's only 27 or 28 years old. How can he know so many Xuanji techniques? Please note, we want to learn to thoroughly study a Xuanji. If you have poor qualifications, you may not be able to master it in more than 100 years. Yes. For a moment, everyone nodded. Some days ago, although Yang Machung moved the Sutra Pavilion in Tuatian Palace to an empty space, he allowed the ancestors of Longtang to choose martial arts to learn one by one. The ancestors of Longtang. The first choice target is naturally Xuanjia Kung Fu. But as soon as they started using these Xuanjia techniques, they were immediately dumbfounded. You can't learn it at all. It is simply too mysterious. Often when an ancestor learns the Xuanjia technique, at least 5 or 6 ancestors will help refer to it. There are more than 100 ancestors in Longtang, but only 7 or 8 of them have learned a Xuanjia technique so far. This shows how difficult the Xian level technique is. This is the benefit of the sect. Yang Machung did not drink. He held the teacup and kept his eyes closed to keep healthy. After hearing everyone's conversation, he slowly opened his eyes and said slowly, I have stayed in Tuatian Palace for a period of time, so I understand how Tuatian Palace operates. The elders in the sect constantly answer questions for their disciples and demonstrate the essence of martial arts over and over again. Even idiots can do it. Realized in a short time. This Jiang Chen. As soon as Yang Mucheng finished speaking, Lu Qianfeng couldn't help shouting. It turns out that he expected that the Holy Master would not be able to learn the 24 solar term shocking God finger. So he gave this high-grade Qian level technique to the Holy Master so neatly and neatly. Only then did everyone in Long Hall react. They were secretly proud before, thinking that Yang Mucheng had taken advantage of him and won a high-grade Qian level martial arts. But now it seems that it was Yang Mucheng who suffered the loss. Ha ha! Who said I can't learn the 24 solar term shocking God finger? Looking at the depressed people, Yang Mucheng burst out laughing. In that case, I will cover it up for you. Give a demonstration? When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but be shocked. How long did it take for Yang Mucheng to obtain this martial skill? It's just a day and a night. If it were them, they wouldn't even be able to understand the basics of it. But Yang Mucheng actually learned it and demonstrated it to everyone. The ancestors of Longgang all looked surprised. This is the first finger. The beginning of spring finger. Yang Mucheng's right hand slowly moved a little. This finger seemed to be an understatement. But everyone felt a feeling of spring rushing towards them, as if their whole body was in spring. Oh my God! Look! Lu Qianfeng was the first to notice something was wrong. At this time, autumn has already arrived, when the flowers are withering. But Yang Mucheng's instructions were like the Qing Emperor, the god of spring, ordering the flowers to bloom. The orchids blooming in the first month. The peach blossoms blooming in February. The roses blooming in March. The peonies blooming in April. All of them bloomed at this moment. Is this the power of high-level Qian-level martial arts? I'm afraid this can already be called an immortal. This is the second finger. The rain finger. This is the third finger. The Jingzha finger. This is the fourth finger. This is... Every time Yang Mucheng spoke, he pointed his finger at the void. Dashu pointed out that the hall was as hot as the dog days of summer. Dahan pointed out, and everyone seemed to feel that they were in a deep cold, and they couldn't help but shiver. The 24 solar term shocking finger clicked faster and faster, to the point where everyone could only see a phantom. Wait until the 24 fingers are finished. There was a dead silence in the whole hall, and there was no sound. Everyone had the illusion that within the short period of half a stick of incense, spring, summer, autumn and winter had passed quickly, and a cycle of reincarnation had passed. The same goes for the flowers, plants and trees in the courtyard, which are constantly changing seasons, from dry to prosperous, and from prosperous to declining. Is this the 24 solar term shocking God finger? Everyone was shocked. Notice, this technique has a total of 24 fingers, each of which is an independent existence. In other words, every finger is a high-grade Qian-level martial skill. At this moment, he also demonstrated 24 high-grade Qian-level martial arts. After everyone figured out the key to this, they couldn't help but feel their scalps numb. But then, Yang Mucheng said slowly, according to my guess, these 24 fingers combined into one are the real low-level martial arts Jingxin finger. Unfortunately, there is no record of this advanced method in this jade slip. Perhaps, the only way is to go to Wandao. Only the sword sect can find the key to this frightening finger. There is also a second level of fighting spirit, which is also among the 10,000 Dao sword sect. And, what is the list of spiritual swords that I have never heard of? Lu Qianfeng said with a smile. Holy Lord, why do you need to worry? With your strength, there is no need to worry about this. The other 9 spirit sword holders are not your opponents. Yang Mucheng laughed and nodded. That's right. Everything will be solved after I arrive at Wandao sword sect. He drank all the tea in his hand, looked straight ahead, and sneered. After watching for so long, it's time for you to come out. Right. After counting the breaths, sure enough, there was a noise in the darkness, and an old man seemed to appear from the void, looking at Yang Mucheng with a complicated face. And his eyes were incredible. Chapter 540 Thunder Master Lei Chuanming. What? It was not until the old man appeared that everyone in Longtang was shocked. There were so many golden elixir warriors. So many of them. But they didn't notice that anyone was close at hand. Yang Mucheng played with the spirit sword in his hand and said calmly, You are the first spirit sword holder. Right? Yes. The old man nodded with a serious expression. Gong Xiaohai stared at the old man who suddenly appeared, and suddenly shouted, Hidden Sword Immortal Yang Xiao. It's you? Who is the Hidden Sword Immortal? Lu Qianfeng was not from Hao Tianzhou. He was not sure about some of Hao Tianzhou's existence. so he couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Gong Xiaohai's expression was solemn, and there was a hint of worry in his eyes. He did not expect that Yang Xiu was also a spirit sword holder. After hearing Lu Qianfeng's question, he quickly said, Yang Xiu is the founder of the Hidden Sword Sect. He founded the Hidden Sword Sect in Tianin Mountain 800 years ago. It is said that he has a total of 999 swords, each of which is of Xin level. 500 years ago, he passed the Hidden Sword Sect to his disciples and traveled around the 9 states. Many people had long thought that he had died. But unexpectedly, 300 years ago, he once again rose to fame and reached the Golden Core Realm. When he reached the Golden Core Realm, his Dragon Palace 10,000 sword spirits invited him to fight and defeated him with one move. Hisses. When everyone heard Gong Xiaohai's introduction, they couldn't help but gasp. He looked towards Yang Xiu again. But it is a discovery. When they looked at Yang Xiu, their eyes stung a little, making it difficult to look straight, as if they had been pricked by needles. Everyone understood that this was a sign that qi and blood had condensed to the extreme. 300 years ago, he had already reached the Golden Elixir realm. So wouldn't he be in the middle stage of the Golden Elixir now? Di Yang? Yang Xiu cupped his hands towards Yang Maicheng and nodded. Yes, I am the holder of the Spirit Sword. 60 years ago, a disciple of the Wandao Sword Sect came to invite me to join the Sword Sect and participate in the competition for the Spirit Sword ranking. At that time, I felt that I was not strong enough, so I refused. I have been in seclusion for 30 years and have learned the art of raising swords. I have not used a sword in these 30 years, and I thought that I would be strong enough to defeat others this time. The holder of the spiritual sword entered the Wandao Sword Sect. But I didn't expect to meet you as the first person. Mencia said, I am good at cultivating the awe-inspiring spirit. Yang Xiu took this as the cornerstone and understood the art of raising swords. His sword has not been used in 30 years. The hidden sword energy has not diminished, but has become sharper in these 30 years. This sword sacrifice is absolutely shocking to the world. But he never expected that the first target he came to would be Yang Maicheng. Oh! Yang Maicheng raised his eyebrows and motioned for the other party to continue. Di Yang? Yang Xiu sighed, shook his head with a wry smile and said, I have been watching it since you demonstrated the 24 solar term shocking god fingers. 24 fingers are equivalent to 24 high-grade Xin level martial arts. I watched it for a long time. I can't find any clues. Although I have reached the middle stage of Jin Dan, I have no confidence in defeating you. As he spoke, he took out the spiritual sword from his arms and continued. Yang Emperor, I'll give you this spiritual sword. Maybe I can raise the sword for another 30 years before I can fight with you. Yang Maicheng took the spirit sword with a trace of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect to get a spirit sword so easily. However, he was still in a good mood and was able to obtain a spiritual sword without fighting. As a result, only 8 spiritual swords are left in the outside world. Emperor Yang. Yang Xiu cupped his hands and said, the strength of the other 8 spirit sword holders is not inferior to mine. I'm afraid they won't admit defeat so easily. You have to be careful. Who are the 8 people in total? Yang Maicheng asked. Old man Zhao Chuanqiu in the mountains. Heavenly Master Lei Chuanming who controls thunder. Master Jiang Chuheo in flames. Life-killing scholar Lin Suyu. Every time Yang Xiu announced a name, a burst of exclamations erupted in the hall. These people, or an old monster who hides in the world, or a giant in the martial arts world who has been famous for a long time, or an old devil who has killed countless people. Although their reputations are no longer loud, their names still carry a legendary experience. No one expected that there would be so many terrifying beings among the other spirit sword holders. But when they thought about it carefully, everyone felt that it was normal. The Wandao Sword Sect was looking for the strongest person in a continent. Unless they couldn't find it, they would have to dig 3 feet into the ground to find these people. Among these people, all of them had already accepted an invitation 30 years ago. At that time, the person who grabbed all the spiritual swords was Lei Chuanming, the Heavenly Master of Thunder. Unfortunately, he went to Wandao Sword Sect before on the way. I was defeated by others, so I was eliminated. Yang Maicheng raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that there would be another battle on the way to Wandao Sword Sect. It seems, the difficulty of going to Wandao Sword Sect was many times more difficult than he imagined. Ha ha! At this moment, a burst of loud laughter came from outside the hall. Everyone looked outside and saw a tall, middle-aged man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes walking towards them. Before others could reach him, a thunderous sound was already heard. Yang Xiu, you old guy is whispering behind my back again and saying bad things about me. 30 years ago, it was an accident that I was eliminated. This time I won't lose halfway again. He is Lei Chuanming, the heavenly master of thunder, Yang Xiu whispered. But see, Lei Chuanming walked in as if there was no one else around. Anyway, in this battle for the spirit sword, only the holders of the spirit sword were allowed to participate, and the others could not participate. Therefore, Lei Chuanming was not afraid of the Lontang ancestors' obstruction, and walked in with a smile. He glanced at Yang Xiu, and then saw Yang Macheng, and the joy on his face became more and more intense. Ha ha! I really killed 2 birds with 1 stone this time. Lei Chuanming rolled his eyes and said, Yang Xiu, I will defeat you first and take your spiritual sword. Then I will fight with the little emperor and take his spiritual sword. Yang Xiu shook his head and said, You are a step late. I have already given the spirit sword to Emperor Yang. What? Lei Chuanming was shocked. He glanced at Yang Macheng in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe it. This little emperor is only in the early stage of the golden core. But you actually gave up the spirit sword on your own. Could it be that he gave you some benefit? In Lei Chuanming's view, it would be easy for Yang Xiu to defeat Yang Macheng and win his spiritual sword. But Yang Xiu gave the spirit sword to Yang Macheng, which shocked him. Apart from Yang Macheng using some benefits to bribe Yang Xiu, there is basically no other possibility. Yang Xiu shook his head with a smile and said, Lei Chuanming, Emperor Yang did not give me any benefits, but I gave him the spirit sword on my own. I thought that I was no match for Emperor Yang, so I simply avoided a fight. This time, Lei Chuanming's proud expression finally changed, and his gaze towards Yang Macheng became more solemn. Even Yang Xiu, who had cultivated sword energy for 30 years, believed that he was no match for the little emperor. Lei Chuanming could not be surprised or shocked. However, after a moment, he burst out laughing and said, That's fine. Then let me learn how strong this little emperor is. Chapter 541 Is he old demon Yang? Lei Chuanming regards Yang Xiu as his biggest opponent. But he didn't expect that Yang Xiu actually thought he was inferior to Yang Macheng and gave the spirit sword to the other party. Doesn't this mean that even he is not as good as Yang Macheng? Masters of their status have already seen through fame and fortune. But now, when facing Yang Macheng, he still felt a little belligerent. Yang Xiu frowned slightly and scolded. Lei Chuanming, you and I are equal in strength. Even I think I am no match for Yang Di. So how can you be? Is it? Lei Chuanming sneered. Call. Abruptly, he took a step forward, and everyone felt a blur in front of their eyes, like a bolt of lightning passing through their sight. The speed was so fast that even the ancestors of the gened and early stage could not accurately capture it. This violent attack set off a terrifying hurricane, turning the entire hall into chaos. The fine banquet was turned into a mess. And soup, vegetables, wine and meat were scattered everywhere. The 2 ancestors who were standing in front of Lei Chuanming were knocked away by him unceremoniously. Just hearing a click, the bones of the 2 Lontang ancestors seemed to have been smashed into pieces. This thunder-controlling heavenly master was like a crazy thunder beast, rushing in front of Yang Macheng regardless of everything. And his violent momentum was almost unstoppable. Upbraid! While charging, Lei Chuanming roared and punched Yang Macheng directly in the face with his right hand. Before the punch arrives, the wind has arrived. This punch set off a shocking wind, causing Yang Mu to grow and develop, and even blasted a huge hole in the wall behind him. This punch is as powerful as lightning and as shocking as thunder. Even if the direction of this punch has been determined long ago, there is no way to avoid it or hide. However, Yang Macheng acted as if nothing was wrong. He took a sip of tea, then slowly stretched out his right finger and struck Lei Chuanming for a shocking punch. Boy! How dare you look down on me? When I, the heavenly master of thunder control, killed people, your ancestors were not even born yet. Seeing Yang Macheng's understatement, Lei Chuanming's eyes flashed with uncontrollable rage, and the fist that hit Yang Macheng actually erupted into a dazzling thunder light at this moment. Lightning bolts like electric snakes quickly wrapped around his fist. At this moment, Lei Chuanming's fist was like a charging thunder python. In the eyes of everyone, if these 2 people fight against each other, it will inevitably lead to a terrible scene like a satellite hitting the earth. But in fact it is just the opposite. Lei Chuanming's frightening punch disappeared under Yang Macheng's careless finger like a weak spring breeze. What kind of martial arts is this? Lei Chuanming's eyes flashed with shock, and he asked in a voice. The Grain Rain Finger. One of the 24 solar terms that frightens the gods. Yang Muchung raised his eyelids slightly, looked at Lei Chuanming calmly, and said, "You seem to be a little dissatisfied with me for taking 2 spiritual swords?" "That's right. I just don't accept it," Lei Chuanming shouted. When Yang Xiu saw this, he couldn't help but frown and said quickly, "Lei Chuanming, please stop now. You are no match for Emperor Yang." "Shut up!" Lei Chuanming was furious and complained to Yang Xiu. "I don't believe it. I can't even deal with such a little emperor. Boy, take action. Today, I, the Heavenly Master of Thunder, Lei Chuanming, will learn your strength and see what virtues and abilities you have. What can you do?" 2 spiritual swords. If you are not convinced. If that is the case, I will make you completely convinced. Yang Muchung raised his head, glanced at Lei Chuanming, and grinned. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his left hand. At this moment, the tea in the cup was pulled by a strong force and turned into water droplets all over the sky and flew towards Lei Chuanming. These water drops, while still in midair, quickly transformed into pearl-like existences under the injection of inner energy. It looks beautiful, but actually it hides murderous intent. Humph. A child's trick. Lei Chuanming snorted coldly, stepped on the sole of his foot, and heard a harsh thunder. Clusters of lightning jumped out from the soles of his feet like snakes, and quickly transformed into a thunder shield in front of him. This thunder shield was only the size of a door panel at first, but it spread in an instant, like a huge barrier that completely separated him and Yang Muchung. "Is it?" Yang Muchung clicked again with his right hand. This time, what he used was the Great Cold Finger, one of the 24 solar term shocking fingers, pointed out. In an instant, the entire hall seemed to have fallen into an extremely cold prison in the 9 netherworld. It was as if Yang Muchung's finger had penetrated the connection between the 2 worlds, and a large amount of coldness poured in like a flood from a broken embankment. A layer of terrifying frost, centered on Yang Muchung's finger, spread crazily in all directions. Floor, walls, tables, chairs and benches. Even the boiling soup on the dinner table was quickly covered with a layer of frost at a speed visible to the naked eye. And the dozens of flying water drops turned into crystal clear, round and rolling ice beads. Bang! 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 There were dense bursts of noise, like the sound of copper beams hitting an iron plate. The thunder shield arranged in front of Lei Chuanming was blasted with several pinhole-sized holes at this moment. The ice beads continued unabated and blasted towards Lei Chuanming. What? The anger in Lei Chuanming's eyes suddenly disappeared and turned into indescribable shock. He grabbed it with his right hand and pulled out a battle axe as high as 2 people from the void. And with a sharp sound of wind, he quickly protected it in front of him. Dang! 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 Another dull bombardment sounded. Those dozen ice beads actually knocked out a dense groove in the battle axe in Lei Chuanming's hand. Even so, the power on the ice beads has not been completely removed. Each ice bead is spinning rapidly, and it rubs out dazzling sparks on the surface of the tomahawk. Lei Chuanming narrowed his eyes and swung the giant axe violently, only to see a bolt of lightning blast away, completely shattering the ice beads. What kind of trick is this? Lei Chuanming's face had lost the previous calmness and anger, and his gaze towards Yang Muchung became solemn and alert, especially the coldness that swept over him crazily, like a bucket of ice water pouring over him from head to toe, extinguishing all the anger in his heart at this moment. The Great Cold Finger, one of the 24 solar term shocking fingers. Yang Muchung slowly took back his right hand and said calmly, "What a stunning 24 solar terms!" Lei Chuanming nodded and looked at Yang Muchung again. "No wonder Yang Xiu handed the spirit sword to you. But that doesn't mean that I will give up. With just these 2 fingers, you still can't convince me. Let's fight somewhere else. This place is too small." "Good." Only then did Yang Muchung stand up. The holder of the spirit sword is not someone who gives up easily. Lei Chuanming's request to fight again was also expected by him. "Let's go! There happens to be a lake 50 miles away. I'll be waiting for you there." Yang Muchung clasped his hands and walked towards the outside of the hall. Lei Chuanming was about to catch up, but was held back by Yang Xiu. "Lei Chuanming, do you know who he is?" Yang Xiu Dao. "I don't care who he is." Lei Chuanming acted like I am first and God is second. However, when he saw Yang Xiu's strange expression, he couldn't help but feel stagnant, and quickly asked, "Why? Is this kid's origins terrible? I just heard you calling this kid Yang Di." Lei Chuanming was suddenly startled. Maybe he is. That's right. Yang Xiu nodded and said, he is the emperor of the Dacian dynasty. Yang Macheng. Some people call him Emperor Yang. And some people call him the Old Monster. However, more people like to call him Old Demon Yang. At this moment, Lei Chuanming's complexion changed drastically, as complicated as if he had eaten a lot of flies. He looked at Yang Muqing's leading figure. After a moment, he came back to his senses and said with a wry smile, is he Old Demon Yang? Chapter 542 10,000 Thunders from Heaven. 50 miles away. Xingyue Lake. This lake has a radius of 30 miles and has a mirror-like surface. On a full moon night, the reflection of the bright moon will appear in the lake, which is extremely clear. So it is named Xingyue Lake. On this lake, Yang Macheng stood with his hands behind his back, his robes flying, looking like a master from this world. Lei Chuanming carried the giant axe with a complex expression and walked towards Yang Macheng step by step. But, at this moment, Lei Chuanming's attitude was no longer as unruly as before, but had a hint of humility and even a flattering attitude. Looking at Yang Macheng, Lei Chuanming gritted his teeth and then asked, dare I ask, are you Mr. Yang? Old Demon Yang? Yang Macheng raised his brows and nodded. Yes, there are indeed many people who like to call me that. Lei Chuanming smiled bitterly when he heard Yang Muqing's personal confirmation. The name of Old Demon Yang spread to Hao Tianzhou. They, the old monsters who live in seclusion, have also heard about it. Before meeting Yang Macheng, Lei Chuanming had always thought that this Old Demon Yang was a warrior who was active hundreds of years ago, even longer than them, like them. But he did not expect that he was so young. What? Are you scared? Yang Macheng asked with a smile. But I didn't expect that you were Lao Yang. Lei Chuanming smacked his lips, shook his head, and cleared away the messy thoughts in his mind. When I lived in seclusion, I heard about your reputation as Old Demon Yang, and I have always wanted to fight you. Now, this is an excellent opportunity. As he spoke, he glanced at the huge Xingyue Lake and said with a smile, Old Emo Yang, although your strength is terrifying, it is not to the level that makes me afraid. What's more, you have chosen the wrong battlefield. You should choose this Xingyue Lake. Oh. Yang Macheng looked puzzled. That's right. Lei Chuanming grinned and stamped his feet. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Fall? Look. Who wins and who loses? The Holy Emperor and the thunder-controlling Heavenly Master? The ancestors of Longtang chased after them one by one and landed around Xingyue Lake. Yi Shujin looked at the two people standing on the lake and couldn't help but ask with a smile. Of course it's the Holy One, Lu Qiafeng said with a smile. The hidden sword immortal Yang Xiu and the thunder-controlling Heavenly Master Lei Chuanming are of similar strength. And the hidden sword immortal is no match for the Holy One. This Lei Chuanming will definitely be defeated. Moreover, at the previous banquet, the Holy One easily suppressed Lei Chuanming with 2 fingers. Wouldn't it be easy to defeat him now? If he defeated him, the Holy One would be able to possess 3 spiritual swords and enter the 10,000 Dao Sword sect. It's just around the corner. Hard to say. Yang Xiu, who had been standing by Yang Muqing's side, suddenly changed his tune at this moment. Hidden sword immortal. Why do you say that? Lu Qiafeng couldn't help but ask with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Yang Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Lei Chuanming, and said, Di Yang's strength is extraordinary. Under normal circumstances, he can indeed beat Lei Chuanming 100%. However, Emperor Yang should never do it. He chose Xingyue Lake as his battlefield. What? At this moment, when the Longtang Patriarch heard this, he couldn't help but turn pale with shock. He quickly looked at Yang Xiu, wanting to hear his explanation. But Yang Xiu let out a long sigh, shook his head and said, Do you know why Lei Chuanming has the nickname of Thunder Master? Why? Lu Qiafeng said quickly. Yang Xiu put his hands on his back and explained. We old monsters basically have dozens, or even hundreds of fighting intentions. But Lei Chuanming only has one kind of crazy fighting intention. He has been mad for more than 1,000 years. Lei Zhani has been polished to an extreme that is unimaginable to ordinary people. And he can be said to be a god and demon with a thunder in his hand. This Xingyue Lake is Lei Chuanming's home court. And Yang Di no longer has the previous 100% chance of winning. Coming. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Xiu opened his eyes angrily and looked at the sky. At the same time, everyone couldn't help but look over. But see, the sky, which was originally sparse with moon and stars, was unexpectedly covered by large clouds, and the huge full moon on the Xingyue Lake also disappeared quietly. Amazing lightning burst out in the clouds that covered nearly 100 miles. Crazy python-like lightning bolts were constantly shuttling through the clouds. Fall? At this time, Lei Chuanming, who stood proudly on Xingyue Lake, grinned and stepped down hard with the soles of his feet. His kick was like a god commanding violent thunder. The next moment, he saw lightning hidden in the clouds pouring down desperately at this moment. At this moment, the entire dark night was completely torn apart. Then, countless bolts of lightning struck crazily on Xingyue Lake. On the lake, endless lightning is running and jumping. As if the entire Xingyue Lake turned into a field of thunder. Old Mo Yang, you can't beat me this time. Lei Chuanming grinned at Yang Maicheng. As soon as he finished speaking, his face condensed. He clenched the battle axe in his hands with both hands, and turned it like a windmill. With this sudden turn, the endless lightning in the lake was actually pulled at this moment, turning into thousands of strands of lightning and jumping out, gathering in midair. Old Demon Yang, eat my 10,000 thunder heavenly guides! He shouted loudly and twisted his battle axe, as if commanding thousands of troops. The next moment, streaks of lightning jumped out quickly, surrounding his body layer by layer, transforming into a huge thunder dragon. Then, he rushed towards Yang Maicheng like crazy. Rumble. Thunder surged, and the Xingyue Lake seemed to transform into a wild thunderous salvo. So what if you have one Lei Tianyin? I still only need one finger to deal with you. Yang Maicheng smiled faintly and took a step forward. With this step, the entire Xingyue Lake suddenly turned into an angry sea. Countless lakes rolled, jumped, and turned into a curtain of rain between the two sides. And Yang Muching's stinging finger, driven by wild thunderous fighting intent, blasted through the void and slowly pointed at the wild dragon. Ouch! The mad dragon let out a roar, and under the shocked eyes of countless people, it split apart like a cocoon, revealing Lei Chuanming wrapped in the mad dragon. Clang! And this finger hit Lei Chuanming's battle axe. A burst of sparks, more dazzling than lightning, burst out quickly. Woo! Lei Chuanming made a muffled sound, as if he was struck by lightning. His body couldn't help but move backwards. He looked again. His own battle axe, made of tiny fine gold, was completely blasted with a huge gap by Yang Muching's lightning-like finger. A dense crack spread along the battle axe and swept across the huge axe body. Do you want to fight again? Yang Maicheng put his hands behind his back and looked at Lei Chuanming with a smile. Old Demon Yang. Lei Chuanming clenched his fists tightly, and then relaxed them after a moment. Looking at Yang Maicheng, he laughed out loud. What a great Emperor Yang! What a great old Demon Yang! Today, I, Lei Chuanming, have been defeated by you. I am completely convinced. He took out the spirit sword with his right hand, threw it to Yang Maicheng, and said, Old Demon Yang, this spiritual sword is yours. Chapter 543, Corpse Exorcism Sect? The third spiritual sword. Yang Muching's eyes flashed with joy. Since then, there are only 7 spiritual swords left in the outside world. But see, Lei Chuanming put the battle axe on his shoulder and said, The waves are crashing through the sand, and each generation becomes stronger than the next. We are really lucky to have you, the most powerful person, appear in Hao Tianzhou. Having said that, even if I defeat you, I may not be able to fight to the end on the Thoring Ferry. With your strength, I'm afraid you can truly reach the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect. Thoring Ferry? Yang Maicheng raised his eyebrows. Is the Wandao Sword Sect at sea? Wrong. Wandao Sword Sect is in the sky. Lei Chuanming grinned. As for what the Thor Spirit Fairy is, you will know once you gather the other 7 spiritual swords. Since you can defeat me, the other people in Hao Tianzhou should not be your opponents. Yang Maicheng accepted the spirit sword. He looked at Yang Xiu, and then at Lei Chuanming. It's a pity that these 2 masters were let go like this. Thinking of this, Yang Maicheng said, Yang Xiu, Lei Chuanming, how about you 2 serving me? Lei Chuanming's expression changed. The title of Old Demon Yang is not just for fun. When so many people refused to obey him, they were directly killed by the other party. Unexpectedly, it now fell on him. He was accustomed to being careless by nature, drinking heavily and eating meat, and could not stand the rules in the palace. If someone else tried to win over him, Lei Chuanming would have scolded him. But he didn't have the guts to face Yang Maicheng. But Yang Xiu was smarter. He said quickly, Yang Emperor, with your strength, There will naturally be no doubts about your loyalty to the two of us. But you are too young after all. It is okay for the two of us to surrender to you. Unless you can stand on the spiritual sword list. Yang Maicheng knew that this was Yang Xiu's refusal. Although he is very jealous of these two middle-stage Golden Core warriors, he currently has no means to control the middle-stage Golden Core warriors. It would be a pity to kill him. So let's just form a good relationship. That's it. Since you two are unwilling, then I won't force you. Yang Xiu was overjoyed and said quickly, "Thank you, Emperor Yang." Lei Chuanming also shouted from the side, "Thank you, Mr. Yang." One night, I met two spirit sword holders. One surrendered and the other fought. And I got two spirit swords. Yang Maicheng was also very interested and did not force the two of them. The key question is, he now has a dragon hall and an imperial tomb. The ancestor of Lontang was practicing in the imperial tomb. And with the combination of heavenly spirits and earthly treasures, he would reach the middle stage of the golden elixir in a short time. Which was why he did not oppress the two of them. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You already have 3 spiritual swords in your hands. And only the last 7 are left. I wonder what the Thoring Fairy Lei Chuanming mentioned is. Yes. He said that Wandao sword sect is actually in the sky? Yang Maicheng looked at the 3 spiritual swords that were put into the dragon's tail bracelet. As for Yang Maicheng did not intend to pursue the remaining 7 spirit sword holders. Anyway, these 3 spiritual swords are on his body. If other people wanted to get the spirit sword, they would have to come over one by one. But he just had to wait quietly. However, what Yang Maicheng didn't expect was that when he got 2 spiritual swords tonight, something big happened. I never dreamed that the little emperor was Lao Mo Yang. But to be honest, this kid really deserves the name of Lao Mo. I tried my best, but I couldn't deal with him. Although, the last move I had a draw with him. But you know why I gave up? I didn't dare to fight anymore. Lei Chuanming, who was on the road with Yang Xiu, grinned widely and shouted about the previous battle. I have tried my best, but I feel that Yang Lao Mo is still just an understatement. If I continue to fight, I will definitely lose. So I might as well just admit defeat. Yang Xiu on the side smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, Yang Di used the 24 solar term shocking fingers to deal with you. Each finger is a high-grade Shin level martial arts. I originally found him and wanted to seize the spiritual sword from his hands. But outside the palace, I saw him demonstrate all the 24 solar term shocking fingers with my own eyes. I knew I was no match for him. So I handed the spirit sword to him without any hesitation. Speaking of which, he glanced at Lei Chuanming complainingly and said, You little old man, I have reminded you many times, but you still don't appreciate it. Fortunately, Emperor Yang is in a good mood and is not angry. Otherwise he will kill you. By then, even your disciples and grandchildren may not be able to escape. Lei Chuanming grinned. He did not deny this statement. It was because Yang Maicheng was in a good mood that the two of them were able to come out intact. If it had been anyone else, they probably wouldn't have had much chance of survival. Yang Xiu, what are you going to do next? Lei Chuanming rolled his eyes and asked. I plan to devote myself to seclusion and practice the art of raising swords. 30 years later, I should be sure to be able to enter the 10,000 Dao sword sect. Yang Xiu said with a smile. Hearing this, Lei Chuanming swallowed his saliva. It takes 60 years to raise a sword. So, how terrible will the sword energy cultivated during these 60 years be? Maybe, by then, he would no longer be Yang Xiu's opponent. Thinking of this, Lei Chuanming only felt a pain in his head. His hobbies are nothing more than 3 things: eating, drinking, and killing. Let's not talk about these troublesome things, Lei Chuanming said. I have buried a jar of bamboo green wine in the backyard of the sect for hundreds of years. I invite you to take a sip. Good. Hearing the centuries-old wine, the wine bug in Yang Xiu's belly was almost drawn out, and he couldn't help but nod his head. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his expression became condensed. But see, in the darkness, a figure slowly walked out. This figure is a thin middle-aged man, wearing a green robe, with a high bun, and holding a half-arm-long judge pen in his right hand. His face was as pale as paper, without any blood, as if he were dead. And this person is none other than the deadly scholar Lin Suyu, one of the holders of the spirit sword. Lin Suyu, are you visiting a brothel again? Why do you look so bad? Lei Chuanming still shouted heartlessly. Wrong! Yang Xiu's expression condensed. As soon as he finished speaking, another white-haired old man with a stooped waist came out from Lin Suyu's side. And he is also the holder of the spiritual sword. The old man from the mountains. Zhao Chuanqiu. Even Lei Chuanming, no matter how idiotic he was, realized that something was wrong. But before he could speak, Jiang Chuheo, the master of flame blasting, slowly walked out of the darkness. Then, the fourth spirit sword holder, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh. There were 7 people in total. All of them walked out. And these 7 people. But there was no breath at all, and his pulse had stopped. Lei Chuanming. Yang Xiu. I have been waiting for you two here for a long time. Hand over the spirit sword. A cold laughter slowly sounded. But see, behind these 7 people, a man wearing a black robe and a bronze mask of a demon with green face and fangs slowly walked out. Under the man's mask, there is a pair of pale and frightening eyes, which can make people's scalp numb and make their whole body uncontrollably covered in goosebumps. The corpse chaser! When Yang Xiu saw this man, he cried out. Chapter 544 A Sudden Change in the Dark Night. No one knows what sect the corpse exorcists originated from, or where they came from. Even, no one knows whether he is a sect or a force. To this day, there are many versions of rumors about the rise of the corpse exorcists circulating in the martial arts world. But one of them is the closest. Whether they are warriors or ordinary people, they all have the idea of returning to their roots after falling leaves. Then, this gave birth to the industry of corpse exorcism. These corpse exterminators rested during the day and led the corpses on their way at night. They were extremely mysterious. There was a young man with a high level of understanding who was led by an elder in the village to join the corpse extermination party. The young man accidentally obtained a training book and actually created the art of corpse refining with it. Later people derived many techniques from this corpse refining technique. Corpse explosion, corpse feast, corpse walking. But later, this method of fighting with corpses is very shameful. The martial arts world is unprecedented in hunting down these corpse chasers. As a result, the corpse exorcism sect, which had flourished for a while, completely dissipated. And those who drove the corpses also hid from the light to the dark. Either die or hide. But there are also many techniques that have been passed down so that people can obtain them. Traces of corpse refining techniques can even be found in the tombs of some powerful men. But these corpse chasers are rarely exposed and appear in front of others. Now, this corpse chaser actually brought the corpses of 7 powerful men to intercept Yang Xiu and Lei Chuanming. How could they not be surprised or shocked? What do you want the spirit sword for? Yang Xiu closed his eyes and shouted. The corpse exorcist grinned and said, Of course it goes without saying that I must gather 10 spiritual swords and go to Wandao Sword Sect to practice. I have studied the history of the corpse exorcist sect. And the corpse exorcist sect's technique of controlling corpses is, of course, it is powerful. But it lacks the means to save life. If I go to Wandao Sword Sect to practice for 100 or 200 years and write down those methods, I will definitely be able to carry forward the corpse exorcist sect. Did you kill all these 7 people? Lei Chuanming looked at the 7 spirit sword holders in front of him and couldn't help but shrink his eyes. These 7 people in front of me. Maybe they are not as strong as the 2 of them. But each of them is a long-established senior. And they all have the cultivation level of the early or middle stage of the golden elixir. That's right. They were all killed by the old man. The corpse exorcist nodded and said, The 7 spiritual swords in their hands all fell into the hands of the old man. Said. He looked with his right hand and saw 7 rays of light slowly rising from his palm, turning into 7 spiritual swords, floating in the air. This is not the spiritual sword given to them by Jiang Chen and Qiong Qing. What else could it be? I'll kill you! Lei Chuanming shouted loudly and opened his eyes angrily. At the same time, he took a step forward, with thunder under his feet. The giant axe in his hand was crushing down crazily with terrifying force. The surrounding turf was torn apart by the strong wind, and the screaming thunder broke the dead silence of the night. The corpse chaser laughed strangely. However, he saw that he didn't make any move. Lin Suyu, the deadly scholar who had been refined by the corpse refining technique, slowly raised the judge's pen in his hand. At this moment, Lin Suyu used heaven and earth as paper and wrote quickly. From where he wrote, a big word retreat was blasted out, meeting Lei Chuanming's battle axe. Boom! The battle axe struck the word retreat, as if it had struck a piece of fine iron, exploding with endless sparks. A chaotic inner energy surged in all directions, causing the world to suddenly become chaotic. And Lei Chuanming trembled even more. feeling a strange force surge into his body, and his whole body was involuntarily swept backwards. Damn it! Lei Chuanming narrowed his eyes. He had lost a lot of energy in his previous battle with Yang Maicheng. Normally, he would never be repulsed by such an attack. Stop struggling and hand over the spirit sword. After I kill you too and refine you, I will go to find old demon Yang and get the last spiritual sword. The corpse chaser looked at Lei Chuanming's attack with a mocking look on his face and slowly shook his head. Yang Xiao frowned. He didn't expect that this corpse exorcism sect would actually see the light of day again. Moreover, there are 7 spirit sword holders imprisoned by the corpse refining technique, plus a corpse exterminator of unknown strength. The 2 of them have no chance of winning. You're too late, Yang Xiao said slowly. The 2 of us have already lost the spirit sword to Emperor Yang. The corpse driver was stunned. As if he didn't believe what these 2 people said, he frowned and sensed carefully. And sure enough, he found that the spirit swords were not on Yang Xiao and Lei Chuanming. The location of the 3 spiritual swords is further away. Yang Xiao stared at the corpse chaser, his thoughts spinning rapidly. First think of a way to escape from this person, and then think of a way to tell Yang Di about it. Otherwise, we will all be in big trouble. Even if you know the art of corpse refining, no matter how strong you are, you may not be Yang Di's opponent, he thought to himself. But see, the corpse driver suddenly raised his head, a cold look flashing in his eyes. Now that I'm out, I won't go in vain. Even if the spirit sword is not with you too, you will die. Superior, he shouted loudly. And the 7 zombies rushed towards Lei Chuanming and Yang Xiao like crazy. Pick the persimmons that are soft and pinch them. Lei Chuanming is the first target. After one battle, his strength is not less than 30% of what he was at his peak. How can he be an opponent when facing 7 corpses? Almost in a blink of an eye, he was captured on the spot. Not good! Yang Xiao was shocked. At this moment, he couldn't care less. He directly sacrificed the sword that he had raised for 30 years. Clang! There was a sound of swords soaring into the sky, resounding vastly. A person with his level of cultivation and strength can move mountains and seas with just one move. Now that these 30 years of savings have been melted together, how terrifying this is. It was like an aurora shooting out, illuminating the entire night into day. Lin Suyu took a step forward, waved the judge's pen, and the word annihilation flew out and hit the sword light. But this sword light completely tore it apart in an instant. Not only that, the 7 refined corpses were also completely surrounded by this terrifying sword light. Each of the refined corpses, under the sword light that had been condensed over the past 30 years, was as dilapidated as peeling off cocoons, and turned into powder and dust. Yang Xiao, what did you do? Seeing that the 7 corpses he had worked so hard to refine were shattered by Yang Xiao's sword at this moment, the amusement on the corpse exorcist's face turned into outright anger at this moment. I am going to kill you! He let out a roar, and at this moment, he took one step forward and appeared in front of Yang Xiao with a strange posture and a booming speed. That skinny right hand seemed to come out of the void and slapped Yang Xiao directly on the chest. Crack! This moment, Yang Xiao's chest immediately sunken, and a handprint protruded from the opposite position on his back. And this terrifying palm shattered half of the bones of Yang Xiao's body. Wow! Spitting out a mouthful of blood mist, Yang Xiao immediately fell backwards, like a kite with its string broken. A trace of trembling flashed in Yang Xiao's eyes. He knew that the strength of this corpse chaser was far beyond his imagination. If you continue to stay here, you will definitely die. With almost no hesitation, he clapped his palms and quickly flew up. At this moment, he burned his own energy and blood desperately and fled towards the distance. The moment he left, the corpse hunter suddenly slapped him down. Just hearing a bang, the entire earth exploded completely at this moment, collapsing crazily, revealing a deep 5-finger palm print. The corpse chaser looked again, but found that Yang Xiao had turned into a ray of light and fled towards the distance. Escaped? Tighten your pupils. The corpse driver looked at Yang Xiao, who was scurrying away. He paused for a moment and frowned slightly. This hidden sword immortal is indeed extraordinary. He has been raising a sword for 30 years, but he can actually break through 7 of my refined corpses with one sword. Without these 7 refined corpses, it will be a bit tricky. The corpse driver narrowed his eyes. Notice, refining a corpse is not an easy or simple matter. It not only requires various rituals, but also requires many heavenly and earthly treasures. To put it bluntly, refining corpses is even more complicated than refining elixirs. And the process is even more difficult. Yang Xiu's escape direction is towards the Daqian dynasty. He must have informed Yang Laoimo. The corpse driver frowned. Although there aren't many problems in dealing with Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang's Dragon Hall is really tricky. I at least need one helper. His eyes turned and landed on Lei Chuanming, who was completely unconscious beside him, with a trace of pride flashing in his eyes. He grabbed a handful of Lei Chuanming's hair and lifted it up like a little chicken. It's easy for you. I will use you to refine the Tiger Demon Vidra corpse, he said, smiling, and his voice became more and more sinister. Laoimo Yang, after Lao Cheng's Tiger Demon Vidra corpse is refined, it will be your death. Now let you live for a while longer. Chapter 545 Emperor Yang. Be careful of the corpse chasers. Another day and night. Yang Mucheng has returned to the palace with Long Tang and Aoqi masters. This is a rare moment. He ordered people to fetch all the heavenly spirits and earthly treasures that were tribute from all directions. And then he entered the secret room and began to practice. After all, among super sects such as Wandao Sword Sect, it is possible that the golden elixir is no longer worth reading in its early stages. He didn't want to be like Lei Chuanming back then. Although he got 10 spiritual swords, he was kicked down when he went to Wandao Sword Sect. At this time, the secret room is filled with all kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures. These treasures are filled with spiritual energy. Even because the concentration of spiritual energy was too high, a large area of spiritual fluid was formed in the secret room. It's better to be an emperor. Yang Mucheng looked at the heavenly and earthly treasures around him, and couldn't help but secretly said, whether it's the 9-grade metallurgical lotus around you, or the Samadhi Tianqing grass, or the 7-color netherworld fruit, if anything is born, it will attract a group of warriors to fight for it in the martial arts world. If it is a sect, the sect will be reluctant to absorb it if they get it, and they must pass it on from generation to generation as a treasure of the sect. Certainly, there are thousands of emperors in the martial arts world. But how many of them can make everyone around them surrender like Yang Mucheng? I am now in the early stage of the golden elixir. In addition to the qi and blood absorbed from Shiliang Peak, this level has been increased by 40%. There is still 60% left to reach the middle stage. I don't know if these heavenly and earthly treasures are enough. Not enough, Yang Mucheng thought secretly. At the same time, he activated the ancient heaven swallowing art. Call! In the small secret room, a terrifying suction force suddenly erupted. Original. Those heavenly spirits and earthly treasures are still exuding a steady stream of halos like a tide. But the moment the suction force is generated, it is like a huge black hole appears out of thin air in the secret room, and even makes these halos disappear in an instant. It shattered and turned into pieces of light flowing towards Yang Mucheng. With so many heavenly and earthly treasures, no matter if they are given to any early stage golden elixir warrior, their cultivation will be greatly improved. But for Yang Mucheng, it was very slow. The effect of the ancient heaven swallowing technique is dual. It will not only improve his cultivation, but also fill the bones, meridians, and muscles of his body when the energy enters the body, making it stronger. 50%, 60%, 70%, 80%. After absorbing the last heavenly spirit earth treasure, Yang Mucheng reached 80% of the early stage of the golden pill. With 20% left, we can reach the middle stage of golden core. After reaching the golden elixir realm, it will be several times, or even dozens of times, more difficult to improve again than before. These heavenly and earthly treasures have been in stock for decades, or even hundreds of years. From the 4 countries, there is no way to get promoted in a short time. Boom! At this moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door of the secret room. Yang Mucheng was shocked. Notice, the secret room is guarded by Long Tang. They will not disturb his practice easily. Is there any trouble? What's wrong? Yang Mucheng asked after walking out of the secret room. Your Majesty, something bad happened. Yang Xiu is back. He seems to have been seriously injured. Gong Shahai said. Take me to see it. Yang Mucheng frowned and said quickly. Just outside the secret room, Yang Mucheng met Yang Xiu, who had only been separated for a day or two. However, they saw that his entire body was no longer living up to his previous celestial spirit. His face was as white as paper, and his energy was as smooth as silk. The 7 Longtang ancestors, headed by Lu Qianfeng, formed a strange formation. And Yang Xiu was he stayed within the formation and relied on the inner strength of the 7 golden elixirs to hold Yang Xiu's last breath, preventing him from dying immediately. Yang Mucheng walked up to Yang Xiao and frowned immediately. But see, Yang Xiao's chest was sunken, and a dark palm print was dug deep. Centered on the palm print, the bones in his chest were completely shattered and collapsed. It looks like he was struck like this by someone's palm. How is it going? Yang Mucheng asked. The situation is not good. This palm strike to the chest shattered Yang Xiao's heart. All the energy and blood in his body was almost burned out. Gong Xiaohai said hurriedly. As for why he hasn't woken up yet, it may be because he was poisoned. We have already sent someone to invite the alchemist from the alchemy department. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people from the alchemy department came to report, and the ancestor of the 5 poisons was also among them. When everyone saw Yang Mucheng, they were frightened and prepared to kneel down to salute. No courtesy. No courtesy. Hurry up and check what's going on with Yang Xiao. Yang Mucheng waved his hand repeatedly. Many alchemists quickly began to inspect it. For alchemists, they can use elixirs to save people, and they can also use elixirs to kill people. They just have their own strengths. Yang Mucheng stood aside with squinted eyes, his head a mess. Yang Xiao's strength is similar to that of Lei Chuaning. He practices the sword-raising technique and has been cultivating a sword for 30 years. The sharpness of that sword is absolutely earth-shattering. Someone can forcefully take Yang Xiao's sword, and even beat him half to death with a slap to the chest, forcing Yang Xiao to burn his energy and blood to escape. Injuring Yang Xiao is terrifying. Think of this. Yang Mucheng quickly looked at Gong Xiaohai and asked, Did Yang Xiao say anything when you met Yang Xiao? I told you. Gong Xiaohai nodded hurriedly. He said, Emperor Yang, be careful of the corpse chaser. When I wanted to ask again, Yang Xiao completely passed out. Corpse chaser? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. Everyone around him looked confused, obviously not knowing what this was. How is Yang Xiao's injury? Yang Mucheng pondered for a moment before asking. Holy Lord! The toxin on Yang Xiao's body is an extremely violent corpse poison. This kind of corpse poison will certainly not be effective against those with strong golden elixirs. But at this moment, Yang Xiao's heart is broken. His energy and blood are exhausted, and his physique is stronger than ordinary people. People are still weak, so it's a bit tricky. A alchemist quickly answered. We should be able to expel the corpse poison from Yang Xiao's body within a month and make him wake up. 1 month? It's so long. I only give you 7 days. If you can't save Yang Xiao after 7 days, you come to see me. Yang Mucheng said angrily. Everyone did not dare to neglect and made promises one after another. Gong Xiaohai, do you know about corpse chasers? Yang Mucheng frowned, still thinking about what Yang Xiao said before he fell unconscious. Yang Emperor, be careful about corpse chasers. Gong Xiaohai smacked his lips and smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, I have never heard of corpse chasers. However, there should be such books in the library of the Royal Academy. I seem to have seen some. The library of the Royal Academy? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows, nodded quickly and said, Let's go to the Royal Academy. Chapter 546 College Library. Early morning, when the sky just turned white, countless young men and girls from various cities in the Dacian dynasty began to practice martial arts in the grounds of the Royal Academy. An alchemy master put his hands behind his back and watched the students practicing in front of him. His name is Sun Liang, and he is a teacher transferred from the palace to teach the students the basics. In addition, there are also instructors who teach martial arts, alchemy, etc. Sun Liang's voice was powerful. Stand like a pine, sit like a bell, walk like the wind. Martial arts focuses on the basics. For a warrior, the body is like a container, and the internal energy is like the water in the container. Only when the body is forged strong enough can the body be able to hold more internal energy. Shoots must be quick, ruthless, and accurate. Quick. Even faster. Even faster. The boys and girls chanted unified slogans, punched and retracted their fists. At this time, a young man and a middle-aged man walked eagerly from outside the academy. Every step they took seemed to be slow and leisurely, but when they took one step, they seemed to have shrunk into an inch and directly spanned hundreds of feet. From Sun Yat-sen's when Liang noticed that the young man was coming. Within 2 breaths, he was already at his side. Where is the library? The boy asked. Are you a student of the college? Why don't you participate in morning exercises? Sun Liang raised his eyebrows and shouted sternly. But, when he saw Gong Xiaohai behind the young man, he shuddered in fear. Who else could make the ancestor of Longtang follow him so obediently? Besides the current holy emperor? In the very center of the college. The tallest building is the library, Sun Liang said quickly. But before he finished speaking, Yang Maicheng and Gong Xiaohai had already leapt 100 feet away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Why is the Holy One here? He is going to the library pavilion. Could it be that something went wrong? Think of this. Sun Liang quickly told the students to practice on their own and hurried towards the management office of the Royal Academy. Library. This is the place with the largest collection of books in the entire Dacian kingdom. There are even more books than the royal family. In addition to some secret books on cultivation. The books here also have secret records of anecdotes collected from various places. However, most of these contents are unpopular books. After all, every student who comes to study at the Royal Academy wants to increase their strength so that they can join the Black Flag Army in the future. Or even join the Alchemy Masters and enter the Dragon Hall. They couldn't waste their time on these anecdotes. Although it was only early in the morning, there were many students studying martial arts in the library. There was silence in the library. Boom! Suddenly, there was a harsh sound. And everyone could not help but frown when they saw a young man knocking open the door, as if there was no one around, and walk straight towards the place where the books of anecdotes and secrets were placed. Who is this? Why are you so rude? Yes. No sound is allowed in the library. Doesn't he understand? Don't worry about him. We should learn from ourselves. Many students raised their heads, glanced at Yang Maicheng, and continued studying. But not long after, they all raised their heads in disgust. Yang Maicheng is different from them, because he has to learn martial arts. He holds a book and reads it word for word, and even has to study deeply to understand it thoroughly. Yang Maicheng was only looking for content related to corpse chasers. At his level of cultivation, he could read almost 10 lines at a glance. He could judge whether there was what he was looking for by flipping through the book. After all, the corpse exorcist sect is just a flash in the pan in the martial arts world. And there is very little related content. Records are also extremely sparse. Unsteady character. Exaggerated and impetuous. Here sounds. Elder Mo, who was guarding the library, frowned. How could the college accept such a student? Notice. Not everyone can enter the Royal Academy to practice. In addition to the assessment of understanding, the most important point is character. Because on the 9 provinces continent, those with high understanding may not achieve much. But warriors with a firm mind can definitely reach a higher and more powerful position. Logically speaking, this kind of kid shouldn't even be able to get through the gate of the academy. How could he be allowed to become a student? Could it be through the back door? The Royal Academy strictly prohibits malpractice for personal gain. But someone actually used the back door openly. This matter must be investigated and reported to the Holy Queen. The Holy Queen is naturally Queen Rome. She ran the Royal Academy single-handedly and paid attention to every detail. So it was naturally up to her to handle this matter. Mr. Mo frowned and came to Yang Muching's side. When he saw Yang Muching's actions, he became more and more unhappy. Although it is said that there is no such thing as martial arts in the secret history of anecdotes. If some of the unpopular knowledge can be recorded, it will be of great benefit to the students. But what about Yang Maicheng? He got a book, flipped through it, and finished reading it in almost 2 breaths. Then stuff it back and take out a new book. May I have your name? Mr. Mo asked. Yang Maicheng frowned, glanced at the other person, lowered his head again, and started flipping through the book. I'm asking you a question. Mr. Mo found that he had been ignored, and couldn't help but feel even more angry. I have to find out today who is behind you, and how dare you be so disrespectful. That boy is in trouble. Original. The movement on Yang Muching's side made many students secretly unhappy. After all, libraries are meant to be quiet places. If you, a student with a weak character, comes in, it will bring a lot of bad effects. Just like a mouse spoiling a pot of porridge. Now that Mr. Mo is holding him accountable, everyone is naturally filled with joy. Humph. Even if he is the son of a high-ranking official, he will be unlucky this time. The Holy Queen is the most disgusted with favoritism and corruption. And the Holy One is even more so. I guess this kid will be thrown out of the library in a very embarrassed state. Many students put down their martial arts skills and looked over. But what they didn't expect was that Yang Maicheng still went his own way, quickly taking out a book and then putting it back one by one, without any intention of taking Mr. Mo seriously. You and I come to the college management office. Mr. Mo couldn't bear it anymore and stretched out his hand to grab Yang Maicheng. Yang Maicheng didn't even raise his head. He just said calmly, "Throw him out!" Until then, Mr. Mo was stunned. He didn't realize that there was someone following Yang Macheng. But as the elder of the library, Mr. Mo is also a strong man in the middle stage of Xianhai. So he doesn't believe that anyone can throw him out. But as soon as he had an idea, a big hand grabbed him. This moment, Mr. Mo only felt that the surging inner energy in his body seemed to have solidified. He could not gather even half of it. And he was thrown out of the library like a chicken in front of everyone. Boy, I don't care about your great background. If you want to cause trouble in the library, it's impossible. Mr. Mo was angry. He stood up with a bang. But before he finished speaking, he saw a large group of people from afar walking towards here in a mighty manner. How is this going? Mr. Mo was stunned. Chapter 547 found it. Oh my god! Is that Master Lu Hong from the blacksmithing department? Why is he here? And Master Hu Zong from the alchemy department. Isn't that the ancestor of Longdang who teaches martial arts? The entire academy's top management is here? The massive appearance of this group of people immediately shocked the students in the college. Notice, these high-level officials all have their own affairs. For example, Hu Zong is the manager of the alchemy department. He usually makes alchemy in the alchemy department. He only has one official name in the academy. He only answers questions every month for students who are studying alchemy. The ones responsible for teaching the students are other alchemists. To the students, these people are all divine dragons in the sky, with no beginning or end. But they all showed up today. How can they not be surprised? Lord Hu Zong! Lord Lu Hong! Mr. Mo climbed up from the ground, his face full of shock. However, everyone seemed to ignore him and poured directly into the library. Mr. Mo was shocked. Look quickly. At this time, the students in the library were still shocked. But they did not expect that Yang Macheng was so crazy, and did not take the elders of the library into consideration at all, and actually had Mr. Mo thrown out directly. Isn't this kid too lawless? I actually threw Mr. Mo out like this. Now it's time to have fun. That's right. Since the Royal Academy was founded, nothing so bad has happened yet. Many students looked shocked. However, what shocked them even more was the large group of people who came in afterwards. Almost all of the top leaders of the college gathered here. When they came to Yang Macheng, they did not speak, but stood quietly, with a respectful posture, like ministers waiting for orders. This, Mr. Mo, who was still angry at first, was stunned when he saw this scene. His mind was completely blank, and he could hardly think. But see, at this time, Yang Macheng raised his head from the book. He glanced at the people standing in front of him and said calmly, "Now that you're all here, let me find all the books about corpse hunters." Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, these college senior officials quickly rummaged through their books. To know, Yang Macheng has always dealt with major matters between countries. Unless Empress Rong is unsure about matters, she will hand them over to Yang Macheng. Now, Yang Macheng came to the Royal Academy to search for relevant information just for the sake of corpse chaser. It can be imagined that this matter is by no means an easy matter. Hundreds of people came and started rummaging through the books. After all, there is strength in numbers. And someone found him quickly. That's right. This is it. Yang Macheng took the book and glanced at it casually, unable to help but feel excited. This book. It was written by Lin Chuheo of the Shunqing dynasty. When he established the Shunqing dynasty, he excavated an ancient tomb of a corpse exorcist, found some relevant content in it, and typed and bound the relevant content into a book one by one. As for other books, the words, corpse chasers, are also found. But most of the contents are unknown, and they only mention that these people once existed. You guys should disperse. I accepted this book. Yang Mu became enlightened. He planned to do some research on who this corpse chaser was. Holy One! Mr. Mo came to Yang Macheng tremblingly. His face turned pale with fright. I didn't know it was you who came. Those who don't know are not guilty. This time, I came to the library because it was urgent. I don't blame you. Yang Macheng said calmly. You did a good job this time. Keep working hard. I hope you will improve even more in the future and even be able to join Dragon Hall. Yes. Boss Missouri was overjoyed. He originally thought he was dead, but he didn't expect to receive Yang Macheng's approval. And he suddenly felt that this life was worth it. The students in the library were also stunned for a while. He is the Holy Emperor? Impossible. Right. Judging from his appearance, he is a few years older than us. Some students were shocked. They couldn't believe it until Yang Macheng left. This young man, who was almost the same age as them, was actually the founder of the entire Dacian dynasty. The current large territory of the Dacian dynasty, and such a high status in Hao Tianzhou were all achieved by Yang Mucheng. If he is not the Holy Lord, how can he make so many people obey him? Even the ancestor of Longtang calls him the Holy Lord. Who else could he be? I didn't expect the Holy One to come to the academy. Some students who had previously thought that Yang Mucheng came in through the back door were dumbfounded. Does Yang Mucheng need to go through the back door? The establishment of the Royal Academy was a matter of his words. His current cultivation level is not only the absolute number 1 in the Dacian dynasty, but also the strongest in the entire Hao Tianzhou. Why did the Holy One come to the library to look for books? Could it be that something big happened? A student couldn't help but ask. This kind of thing is not something we can worry about. Another student shook his head and said, we can only concentrate on practicing and improve our cultivation. Only then can we serve the Holy One and solve his problems for him in the future. Yang Mucheng returned to the palace and read it word for word. This book only contains more than 10,000 words. And it records all about the corpse exorcists and the corpse exorcists. From the origin of the corpse exorcism sect to the destruction of the corpse exorcism sect. Everything is recorded clearly and in detail. Even the terrifying aspects and shortcomings of corpse chasers are included. No wonder so many people don't know the existence of the corpse exorcist sect. It turns out that this sect was destroyed 7 or 8,000 years ago. And some of the so-called corpse refining techniques that have been passed down to this day are just a few fragments of the past. Yang Mucheng said that the 3 corpses he encountered in Su Zhuxuan's tomb under the ruins of the ancient city of Tianqi dynasty were refined by the technique of corpse refining. But that kind of corpse refining is only the simplest one. The strength of the corpse-refined corpse is far inferior to that in life, and only about 10% can be retained. At the stage when the corpse exorcism sect flourished, the corpse exorcists robbed the tombs of various sects and major forces, dug up the corpses of powerful people, and turned them into refined corpses. This caused the major forces in Kyushu to be extremely angry. So that's why let's work together to kill them. This led to the interruption of the inheritance of the corpse exorcist sect. Yang Mucheng turned to the end and couldn't help but frown. He discovered that this book also recorded some special corpse refining techniques. One of the refined corpses called Tiger Demon Vajra corpse caught his attention. You actually have this kind of corpse refining technique? Yang Mucheng's eyes closed. And after reading it, his scalp felt numb. Chapter 548 The Corpse Chaser Attacks. Nichuanzu. Xiongqing and Jiangchen breathed a sigh of relief after handing over the last spiritual sword to a powerful warrior who replaced Wan Jianling. Just as they were preparing to return to the Wandao sword sect, another disciple from the Wandao sword sect came to greet them. Junior brother Emily, why are you here? Xiongqing's face was full of doubts. This young man named Emily, who looks about 18 or 19 years old, like Xiongqing and Jiangchen, carries a sword on his back and looks like a descendant of the immortal family. He sighed and said, the elder sent me to pick you up. He said that there are corpse chasers in Hao Tianzhou, and he asked us to go and kill them. The corpse chaser? Xiongqing and Jiangchen couldn't help but be surprised. Notice, the Wandao sword sect is not like Tuatin Palace, which only has a history of a few thousand years. It has even existed for more than 10,000 years. Everything that happened in the entire Jietian domain was clearly recorded in the Wandao sword sect. The appearance of the former corpse exorcism sect caused a bloody storm. Now, the signs are showing up again? That's right. Lili nodded and said, this corpse chaser wants to sneak into our Wandao sword sect. And now he has started to attack the spirit sword holders. Hao Tianzhou is the most serious. Several spirit sword holders, he was brutally slaughtered and turned into a refined corpse. And 7 of the 10 spiritual swords fell into his hands. Lili continued. The elder also speculated that this corpse exorcist may have discovered the secret treasure of the former corpse exorcism sect and found the method of refining the Tiger Demon Vajra corpse. Therefore, the elder asked me to assist you to the Sankai Jinyuan sword formation is used to deal with the possible emergence of the Tiger Demon Vajra corpse. But Hao Tianzhou is so big. Where can we find the corpse driver? Jiangchen frowned. Xiongqing condensed for a moment and said, it's simple. If the corpse exorcists want to sneak into the Wandao sword sect, they have to seize all the spiritual swords. We just need to wait at Emperor Yang's place and wait for the other party to fall into the trap. Another 3 or 2 days. Although the corpse poison on Yang Xiu was released, he regained consciousness for a while. Yang Mucheng took the time to meet with him. And then Yang Xiu explained everything that happened that night. Yang Mucheng was not too shocked. He had kept track of everything in the past few days, and sent people to the battle site to inquire one by one. He had already guessed what happened that night. Has Lei Chuanming been captured by the exorcists? Yang Mucheng frowned secretly. That's all. Yang Xiu, you can rest for a while. The corpse driver doesn't dare to come to Daqian Dynasty. If he comes, he will be unable to escape, and I will crush his bones and spread his ashes. Snort! As soon as Yang Mucheng finished speaking, a cold snort came from outside. But I heard the cold snort. What is your Daqian Dynasty? Is it a dragon's pond and a tiger's den? As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures fell from the sky. But they saw that it was Jiang Qing, Jiang Chen, and Emily who came. And the one who spoke was none other than Emily. Why are you back? Yang Mucheng was confused. Of course I'm here to help Yang Emperor kill the corpse chasers, Jiang Qing said in a good tone. Not like the arrogant attitude of the disciples of the great sect. Unlike Emily, Yang Emperor, the corpse exorcist this time is unusual. So the sect asked us to kill him. That's right. Jiang Chen nodded repeatedly. Just let me protect you. Yang Mucheng only found it funny. I have Longtang ancestors. Am I still afraid of them? Come on. I'm afraid you, the ancestor of Longtang, won't be enough to watch in front of the corpse chasers. Emily looked scornful. In his opinion, Yang Mucheng was like a fighting child shouting to outsiders that I have something to do with him. It's just as ridiculous that Dad comes to help. Yang Di, please follow the orders of the 3 of us. We will keep you safe and alive. Yang Mucheng's expression changed instantly. He looked at Li Chia and sneered. You dare to talk to me like this in my great dynasty? Do you dare to ask me to obey your orders? Emoli was also furious. He originally thought that Yang Mucheng would be polite to him and treat him as a guest when he came as a savior. In the past, when he left the sect to go on a mission, as long as he revealed his identity, no matter whether he was the head of a sect or the king of a country, he had to be polite and good-looking. However, things changed here with Yang Mucheng. For a moment, the only courtesy he had was gone, and he said angrily, Yang Mucheng, don't be ignorant of good and evil. Without us, you will definitely die this time. Uh-huh. As soon as he finished speaking, the Longtang ancestors all stood up. This is the Daqian dynasty. How could Longtang allow an outsider to run wild here? This scene shocked Jiang Qing. 100 golden elixir masters were enough for them to drink a pot. If Yang Mucheng was really angered, the 3 of them would be in trouble. Jiang Chen quickly covered Mo Li's mouth, and Jiang Qing also apologized quickly. Yang Emperor, this little junior brother of mine rarely travels around the world. He is just a stupid young man who doesn't understand the ways of the world. You don't want to be like him. Roll. Yang Mucheng opened his eyes angrily and shouted loudly. He doesn't care what kind of super disciple you are. If he doesn't kill you, you're lucky. For a while, Jiang Qing was embarrassed. They didn't expect that the junior brother would actually conflict with Yang Mucheng. Just when Jiang Qing was about to continue apologizing, Yang Mucheng's eyes sharpened and he looked into the distance. I don't know when. The still bustling palace suddenly became quiet at this moment, and it felt like they were the only ones left in the whole world. The nearby flowers, birds, fish, insects, and even the rustling of the wind stopped. Some palace servants with low cultivation couldn't help but tremble. Now that we're here, why bother covering it up anymore? Yang Mucheng said to the void. Who's coming? Who is it? Li Chia still looked confused and looked into the darkness. Not knowing why, there was dead silence in the darkness. Even when the ancestor of Longtang doubted whether Yang Mucheng's perception was wrong. A burst of sinister laughter came from a distance. This voice seemed to be around everyone, but also seemed to come from the other side far away. It's like the moaning of an old tree, or the scraping of 2 iron pieces, making people's scalp numb and teeth sore. As expected of old Demon Yang, you can even detect the secret chi techniques of the corpse exorcist sect. Corpse chaser. When everyone heard this voice, they couldn't help but be shocked. I saw. There was a slow movement in the darkness, and an old man wearing a bronze mask slowly walked out. The old man had his hands behind his back, looking leisurely and contented. And behind him, there was a tall, burly and powerful man, whose whole body seemed to be made of fine steel. And when his feet stepped on the ground, they made a muffled sound similar to metal knocking. Looking at this man's appearance again, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Because this man is none other than Lei Chuanming. Yang Mucheng couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Because the corpse exorcists actually refined Lei Chuanming into the tiger demon Vajra corpse. Chapter 549 The Power of the Tiger Demon Vajra Corpse. But see, at this moment, Lei Chuanming no longer had the upright and awe-inspiring attitude he had when he first saw him. Instead, he had become a terrifying look that was neither human nor ghost. There is a strangeness carved all over his body, just like the tiger's stripes on a tiger, which quietly gives people a powerful and unrivaled power. Yang Mucheng was as immersed as water, but Emoli was extremely excited.
Corpse driver! We are still looking for you, but we didn't expect you to come to our door yourself. A disciple of the Wandao sword sect?
The corpse driver frowned. Obviously, he didn't expect such a change. His original plan was to break into the palace, kill Yang Mucheng, obtain the other 3 spiritual swords from Yang Mucheng, and then infiltrate the Wandao sword sect. Just when he was still thinking wildly, he heard Emoli shout,
"Your plan has been seen through by the elders of the sect. Today, we are here to kill you. Since the plan has been exposed, there is nothing we can do."
The corpse hunter frowned for a moment, and then smiled sinisterly, not caring at all.
"If that's the case, then I'll kill you all. There are so many super sects in the world, so I don't necessarily have to sneak into the 10,000 Dao sword sect to practice."
This sentence shocked everyone.
"Your Majesty?"
Lu Qiafeng asked in a low voice.
"Make me a cup of tea."
Yang Mucheng waved his hand and said disapprovingly. Even when a powerful enemy attacked, the palace people around him were still busy. Some were carrying the coffee table, some were holding the taisha chair, and 2 palace maids stood behind Yang Mucheng with fans on the left and right, fanning them slightly to drive away mosquitoes. This scene made Xiongqing, Jiangchen, and Emoli a little confused. How could this look like a formidable enemy? But see, Yang Mucheng sat down leisurely, took a sip of tea, and then said slowly with a half smile,
"Since the 3 of you are here to protect me, I'll leave this corpse chaser to you to deal with."
When Li Moli heard this, he sneered in his heart and glanced at Yang Mucheng with disdain. This Yang Mucheng, who was full of big words before, wanted to turn his nostrils to the sky, and even the emperor didn't pay attention to him. Now he still has to rely on the 3 of us. After I kill this corpse chaser, I'll ridicule him properly. Xiongqing and Jiangchen didn't have much idea. Killing the corpse chasers was originally the mission assigned to them by the sect. As soon as Yang Mucheng finished speaking, the 3 of them looked at each other, exchanged opinions, and then slowly stepped forward and pushed forward in a pin shape.
"Your Majesty, can these 3 people deal with this corpse chaser?"
Lu Qiafeng was confused. Yang Mucheng shook his head leisurely and said,
"I have checked Yang Xiu's injuries. 1 palm of this corpse chaser can shatter the heart of a warrior in the middle stage of the Golden Core. It is terrifyingly powerful. It is definitely not something that Emoli and the other 3 can deal with. Exist."
As he said that, he glanced at Lei Chuanming and continued,
"What's more, there is a tiger demon Vajra corpse with unknown strength. Formation!"
Xiongqing suddenly shouted loudly,
"Shawing! Shawing! Shawing!"
Immediately, the 3 of them came out with their swords and slashed forward. In an instant, sword light surged rapidly in the palace. The astonishing sword energy swept out like a violent storm, causing everyone in Longtong's ancestors to change their expressions. But he saw that the sword energy filling the sky was like wind and waves, rushing towards the corpse exorcists. For a time, the sword energy blasted out frightening sword marks in all directions. At this time, I heard the corpse driver say lightly,
"Lei Chuanming."
Lei Chuanming, who was refined into the tiger demon Vajra corpse, moved upon hearing the sound, stepped forward, and stood in front of the corpse exorcist like a wall.
Ding! 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 Ding!
There were crisp sounds, and the sword energy that was enough to separate gold and jade struck Lei Chuanming's body, as if it hit a mountain of copper. Not only did it not hurt the opponent at all, but it was smashed to pieces one after another. Those in the darkness where the shattered sword energy brought out clusters of dazzling sparks, which were extremely eye-catching.
"What?"
Xiongqing, Emoli, and Jiangchen saw this, and their pupils narrowed. The 3 of them are already extraordinary in strength. What's more, the 3 talents Jing Yuan sword formation is still deployed, and the sharpness of the sword energy is dozens of times stronger than usual. Even a strong man in the early stage of the Golden Core will be cut into pieces by this wave of sword energy. Now they are all blasting at Lei Chuanming, but they can't hurt him at all. The terror of this tiger demon Vajra corpse was far beyond their imagination.
"Is this the tiger demon Vajra corpse? It's so amazing!
The ancestors of Long Ang couldn't help but twitch their eyelids when they saw the scene. While talking, Xiong Qing and the others had already rushed in front of Lei Chuanming. Although Lei Chuanming was transformed into a refined corpse, his strength increased instead of decreasing. With 1 against 3, he actually suppressed the other 3. Every move he makes is great power. Like a powerful demon king. Even the fist wind can cause a terrible shock, forcing the 3 of them to retreat. But when the swords of Xiong Qing and the others struck Lei Chuanming's body, they could only chop the clothes into pieces and could not damage the skin. Every time the sword fell, there was a clang of swords hitting iron and stone. The luxurious and exquisite palace was as fragile as paper to the chaotic battle between these 3 people and 1 corpse. If it was cut away with a punch, a kick or a sword, a palace would be razed to the ground. As a last resort, Long Ang could only activate the protective shield to reduce the fighting area to this palace, so as to prevent a big battle from razing the entire imperial city to the ground. But from this, we can also see the terrifying aspect of this tiger demon Vidra corpse. Ha ha! Has old demon Yang seen it? What do you think of the strength of this tiger demon Vidra corpse of old man? The corpse driver looked at Yang Mucheng with a smile, his eyes under the mask full of disdain and provocation. Powerful! Yang Mucheng nodded. Hearing this, the corpse driver showed a trace of pride on his face. But before the smile on his face was fully revealed, Yang Mucheng's voice sounded again. However, although the strength of this tiger demon Vidra corpse is not bad, it is still far from enough if you want to use it to deal with me. My palace is the Dragon Pond and Tiger's Denver. If you come in, do you still want to leave alive? Humph. You're so arrogant. The corpse exorcist snorted coldly. Wait until the old tiger demon Vidra corpse kills these 3 sword sect disciples, and then he will attack you. Just in time. The old man is tired of hiding in XE, so he will kill you and take away the throne. I want to experience what it's like to be an emperor. Be bold. The ancestors of Longtang shouted in unison. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, and didn't take it to heart at all. In his opinion, this corpse chaser was like a barking dog that was bereaved and had no deterrent effect on him. And this time, changes have already occurred on the battlefield. After all, he is a disciple of the Wandao sword sect. If one move fails, he will use another move. The sword energy of the 3 men was no longer as sharp as before, but was like pieces of soft rope, rushing towards Lei Chuanming. Lei Chuanming flapped his palms continuously, tearing apart the ropes transformed by sword energy. However, more and more ropes were transformed into sword energy. And at this moment, Lei Chuanming was quickly transformed into pieces, wrapped in it like a cocoon. There was just a dong sound, and the tiger demon Vidra corpse hit the ground heavily by thunder, and could no longer move. Zombie chaser. Your tiger demon Vidra corpse is nothing more than that. Jiang Chen turned over lightly and landed on the ground, laughing loudly. Emily, on the other hand, grinned, looked at Yang Mucheng, and protested. What do you think? Emperor Yang? You will still have to rely on us for protection after all. Yang Mucheng held the tea bowl and said expressionlessly. Do I need you to protect me? Lili, you are overthinking. And the tiger demon Vidra corpse cannot be dealt with like this. What? Li Qia was shocked when he heard this, and quickly looked back. Xiong Qing and Jiang Chen also frowned. Their sword energy was like ropes and snakes, and they also tied Lei Chuanming tightly, making him unable to move. Is it possible that this still cannot restrain Lei Chuanming? Just when everyone was confused, the corpse driver laughed loudly. The tiger demon Vidra corpse refined by the old man is not so easy to deal with. Now I will let you see the real horror of the tiger demon Vidra corpse. He finished speaking. I saw that Lei Chuanming, who was completely restrained, underwent an astonishing change at this moment. Chapter 550. Let me come. Roar! A roar that sounded neither human nor ghost, but not ghost, came out of Lei Chuanming's throat. Then, a large black light also burst out from his body. Along with this black light, you can see pieces of strange runes pouring out of the void, which actually illuminate the surrounding area with flickering lights. At the same time, it can be seen that the strange tiger stripes on Lei Chuanming's body appear more and more intensely. What? Xiong Qing's expression froze. The ancestors of Longang also widened their eyes and looked forward, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Only Yang Mucheng drank tea slowly, as if watching a play. Lei Chuanming's change seemed to have been expected by him. However, they saw that after the black light emitted for a short period of time, it was quickly collected by Lei Chuanming between his eyebrows, as if hundreds of rivers were converging. and an astonishing black light flashed between his eyebrows. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, that piece of black light turned into a huge Black King character. Almost at the same time, Lei Chuanming's eyes opened angrily, and an astonishing black light erupted. A surging and terrifying force burst out from his body quickly, and there was only a crackling sound, and the snake-like sword energy was broken directly.
Not good?
Seeing this scene, Emoli couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Xiongqing shouted loudly,
Array up!
Almost at the same time, the three disciples of the Wandao sword sect took action again. After sacrificing the long sword, thousands of sword energy shot out again, and the broken sword energy condensed together again, with an endless posture like the continuous spring rain in the south of the Yangtze River. It turned into thousands of ropes and rushed towards Lei Chuanming again. Lei Chuanming clenched his fists, and a terrifying black thunder python surged out from his body. Every piece of lightning was as sharp as a blade. Before the sword ropes came close, they was completely torn apart.
This tiger demon Vidra corpse has mutated.
Seeing this scene, even the proudest Emoli was stunned at this moment. The words have not yet finished. That's when he saw Lei Chuanming move forward in one step. The huge palm hit Emoli in the air. Emoli's heart trembled, and he quickly put back his sword to block. But this was a full blow from the tiger demon Vidra corpse. Such a palm was so terrifying. And then Lei Chuanming's palm was unexpectedly delayed. The body-protecting sword that was condensed for half a foot on Emoli was directly shattered by Lei Chuanming's palm, and his palm landed on Emoli with unabated force.
Clang!
Just listen to a crisp sound. A rapid explosion. The long sword in Emoli's hand broke into two pieces. At the same time, Lei Chuanming's shocking palm hit Emoli's chest without any hindrance.
Crack!
Emoli's sternum shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He flew backwards like a kite with its string broken, tearing apart the protective shield and blasting through 7 or 8 walls. It brought up an astonishing amount of dust. Everyone watching this scene couldn't help but raise their brows and felt horrified.
Kill him vitally!
When Xiongqing saw this, she didn't care about saving anyone. He shouted loudly, calling Jiangchen to attack quickly. Clang! Clang! Jiangchen did not dare to neglect and quickly sacrificed his sword. This moment, the inner strength of the two people exploded to an infinite extreme. Everyone felt their eyes blurred as they saw two shocking sword lights, like meteors and lightning, blasting out towards Lei Chuanming in an instant. Shoot out.
So strong!
Lu Qianfeng raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of shock.
Maybe they can really kill this tiger demon Vidra corpse.
Yang Mucheng laughed, shook his head and said,
The tiger demon Vidra corpse is not as fragile as you think. The overall situation has been decided, and the three of them are helpless.
Lu Qianfeng quickly looked forward. Both Xiongqing and Emoli exploded to the absolute extreme at this moment. Any sword struck by these two men is so powerful that it is enough to kill a strong man in the early stage of the Golden Core. What's more, the moves these two people used together? If someone else said such words in front of him, Lu Qianfeng would definitely sneer at them. But from Yang Mucheng's mouth, it was different. At this time, everyone quickly looked forward, only to see that Lei Chuanming faced the combined attacks of the two men. Instead of dodging, he took one step forward. At the same time, Lei Chuanming stretched out his hands, like two dragons emerging from the sea, and his 5 fingers were the dragon's open mouth.
Roar!
Lei Chuanming clasped his fingers together, like a dragon swallowing him. And at this moment, he directly tore into pieces the 2 shocking sword rays that shot towards him.
Not good!
Xiongqing cried out. However, Lei Chuanming grabbed him with both hands and inserted the 5 fingers of his right hand into Jiangchen's body like steel nails, piercing 5 bloody holes in his chest. Jiangchen let out a shrill scream and flew backwards. He knocked down the 2 Longtang ancestors and was thrown 7 or 8 meters before landing on the ground. He wanted to get up, but he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with broken internal organs. Unable to move. Among the 3, Xiongqing was naturally stronger and could dodge faster. But she was also caught in the shoulder by this claw, and a piece of flesh and blood was torn off, and her green shirt was stained with blood. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Notice, from the time Lei Chuanming was tied up with a sword rope, to the sudden change in his escape, to the defeat of Xiongqing and the others. It was a long story, but it was just a fleeting moment. Now there are 3 people, 2 disabled and 1 injured. How can we not be surprised and shocked?
Old Demon Yang! It's your turn.
Seeing this, the corpse exorcist burst out laughing. He pointed his right hand at Yang Maicheng from a distance and said,
The Emperor takes turns. Come to my house today. Without these 3 Wandao sword sect's disciples' protection, let me see what other trump cards you have.
As soon as he finished speaking, many Lontang ancestors stepped forward and formed a human wall to protect Yang Maicheng behind them. See this? The corpse chaser sneered. Although these Lontang ancestors looked scary to outsiders, to him, they were nothing more than that. That's just killing a few more people and wasting more time.
Yang Di, leave quickly,
Xiong Qing shouted.
This tiger demon Vidra corpse is too strong. You may not be his opponent.
In the dust of the ruins, Emoli slowly stood up. This moment, his face was pale, and he no longer had the unruly attitude he had before. With everything under control, powerful, this is his only feeling about the tiger demon Vidra corpse. Even in his wildest dreams, Lili never imagined that a corpse would become so powerful and terrifying after being refined. Not only could it be called an indestructible body, but it would also be extremely powerful, with every punch and palm possessing infinite power. Ordinary defense has no effect at all on this tiger demon Vidra corpse. It has no weaknesses at all, and is almost indestructible. At this moment, Li Moli felt that he was ridiculous and ignorant. Why did he say this to protect Yang Maicheng in the first place? Why did he say such bold words before that he wanted to destroy the tiger demon Vidra corpse? If there was a crack in the ground in front of him, he would be eager to get into it right away. Just when Emoli was extremely annoyed. Just when everyone was amazed at how terrifying the tiger demon Vidra corpse was. After hearing Xiong Qing's words, Yang Maicheng burst out laughing.
Lu Yao, hold the teacup for me, be careful. This is what Su Yufeng gave me. It's the most precious porcelain in the entire Tianqi dynasty. If it's broken, it's gone.
Yang Maicheng handed the teacup to Lu Yao, his tone extremely relaxed and freehand. Not at all as nervous and depressed as everyone else. Just as relaxed as being at a banquet. In front of everyone, Yang Maicheng slowly pushed aside the Dragon Hall ancestors, who were blocking him with his hands, and looked at the corpse exorcist and his tiger demon Vidra corpse with a smile.
Let me come!
Chapter 551 3 Designated Universe.
You want to give it a try?
The corpse driver looked surprised.
I thought you would let your Dragon Hall come to resist. It seems that you are a little dissatisfied with the tiger demon Vidra corpse that I refined. Anyway, let me show you how powerful he is.
Yang Maicheng clasped his hands behind his back, tooted and shook his head. It was as if he was lamenting the strength of the tiger demon Vidra corpse, and also seemed to be regretting the strength of Xiong Qing and the others. He turned his eyes. The voice sounded faintly as it landed on the pale, annoyed and unwilling Emoli.
Watch it! I don't need you to protect me, and you are not qualified to protect me.
Finished. Yang Maicheng then slowly looked at the tiger demon Vidra corpse and said,
To deal with this thing, it is actually very simple. Either use softness to overcome hardness and completely imprison it, or use hardness to overcome hardness and completely smash it to pieces. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Chuanming was already striding over. It has to be said that when I saw Lei Chuanming again this second time, just from the look of him walking like a dragon and a tiger, I knew that his strength had grown sufficiently. Step by step, the ground was completely crushed by him, leaving deep footprints. The strange tiger stripes on his body, coupled with the king pattern appearing on his head, make him even more frightening, giving people a shuddering feeling. Arriving in front of Yang Maicheng, it made almost no unnecessary movements. It raised its fist and struck directly. This punch, when it came out, it was like a cannon popping out of the chamber, with shocking thunder and infused with amazing power. It was a simple straight punch, but the power of the fist was exerted to the absolute extreme. When this punch came to Yang Maicheng, it was strengthened for the second time, like a sharp arrow piercing the heart. At this moment, both Xiong Qing and Emoli's expressions changed. Only then did they realize that when the tiger demon Vidra corpse fought with him, it had not yet shown its full strength.
Di Yang, be careful,
Xiong Qing shouted.
You just refined this one tiger demon Vidra corpse?
However, in the face of everyone's exclamations, Yang Maicheng seemed a little calm. He even turned his head to look at the corpse driver and asked lightly,
Humph. A tiger demon Vidra corpse is enough to slaughter your entire Dacian dynasty and dominate the entire Hao Tianzhou.
The corpse exorcist snorted coldly. How difficult it is to refine the materials for the tiger demon Vidra corpse. He had been hiding in China for 700 or 800 years. secretly passing through countless dynasties and stealing countless tombs. And then he gathered together a set of materials for refining the Tiger Demon Vajra corpse. Although this Tiger Demon Vajra corpse is not as flexible as a real mid-Jinan warrior, its power is reflected in 2 points: Tiger Demon and Vajra. The former possesses the power of the Tiger Demon, while the latter possesses the indestructible body of the King Kong.
Yang Lao Mo. You are right. There are only 2 ways to deal with this Tiger Demon Vajra corpse. One is to overcome strength with softness, and the other is to suppress it with strength. But is it possible for you?
But how difficult are these 2 methods?
The Dacian dynasty that slaughtered all of me?
Yang Mucheng clicked his tongue and shook his head. Facing Lei Chuanming's cannon punch, he stretched out a finger with a hint of ridicule on his face.
I just learned a skill recently. This skill is called
24 Solar Term Shocking Divine Finger.
It combines hardness and softness with endless changes. It is extremely easy to defeat your Tiger Demon Vajra corpse.
Boom! This cannon fist, which was enough to kill an early-stage Jin Dan, landed on Yang Mucheng's fingertips, as if it had hit a piece of cotton, so lightly that it didn't exert any force at all.
How can this be?
The corpse driver was shocked. But while he was speaking, Lei Chuanming's second blow came again. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly. The first time he fought with Lei Chuanming, he didn't use all his strength, and he only used a few moves with the 24 Solar Terrifying Finger,
because the opponent couldn't bear it at all. Now that Lei Chuanming has been refined into a Tiger Demon Vajra corpse, he can attack without any scruples. In addition, before, his golden elixir only reached 40% in the early stage, but now his cultivation has increased to 80%. And the power of the 24 Solar Terms Jingshan Finger has increased several times. Facing Lei Chuanming's second blow, Yang Mucheng tapped his right hand again and gently poked towards Lei Chuanming. This movement seemed very slow, but it reached Lei Chuanming's chest almost instantly.
Boom!
This is the Jingza Finger, which comes later but comes first. Like the spring thunder after the rain, it was swift and silent. With just a bang sound, Lei Chuanming's back suddenly exploded, exploding into a shattering mist of blood.
What?
Li Chia took a breath of air. Notice. Previously, he, Jiang Chen, and Qiong Qing had used almost all their strength without injuring Lei Chuanming at all. But now Yang Mucheng had injured Lei Chuanming with just a simple finger.
Your Tiger Demon Vajra corpse is quite good. If there were 50 or 60 of them, it might give me a headache,
Yang Mucheng said lightly.
But it's a pity that you only refined one. You want to use this refined corpse to slaughter all of my Dacian imperial city.
Before Yang Mucheng finished speaking, Lei Chuanming pounced on him again. If the Jingza Finger hit anyone before, it would kill them in an instant. But it only made Lei Chuanming shake. He pressed down his hands, like the palms of a tiger demon, grabbing Yang Mucheng's shoulders, as if he wanted to tear them into pieces.
It's just a daydream.
Yang Mucheng shook his head slowly. He held out a finger again. This finger was the Great Cold Finger. With one finger blast, the surrounding area immediately froze, and even the air seemed to be completely solidified. However, he saw that the body of Lei Chuanming, who was charging towards him, froze rapidly in an astonishing manner, and patches of frost spread rapidly. But the frost had not completely covered Lei Chuanming, but he saw another burst of black light on his body, which actually shattered the ice crystals on his body and crushed him again. With a faint smile, Yang Mucheng used the Great Heat Finger again. This moment, the entire palace seemed to have suddenly shifted from extreme cold to extreme heat, as if it had fallen into the dog days of summer. Even the powerful Jin Dan, who is immune to cold and heat, can feel the extremely hot breath.
Boom!
This finger quietly touched Lei Chuanming's body. It was like a spark falling into gasoline, igniting everything in an instant. A crazy fire erupted from the inside out, and dazzling fire snakes surged out of Lei Chuanming's eyes, ears, mouth and nose. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a huge fireball, which crashed to the ground. Everyone looked again, but the fire that suddenly appeared retreated as quickly as it came, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. However, Lei Chuanming, who had previously shown an attitude of destroying everything, was sacrificed and transformed into a Tiger Demon Vajra corpse, but fell to the ground and turned into a charred body. Slowly charred smoke slowly rose, and the air was filled with a pungent burnt smell. As soon as Yang Mucheng took action, he easily destroyed the Tiger Demon King corpse that swept away everything with just the power of 3 fingers, showing his terrifying strength as the old demon Yang. This moment, There was deathly silence inside and outside the hall. Chapter 552, Old Demon Yang. How about this finger? Destroyed? Whether it was the Longtang Patriarch or Cheong Qing, they were all grinning from ear to ear. They have all had personal experience of how terrifying the Tiger Demon's diamond corpse is. But now, in the hands of Yang Muchung, he was killed so lightly. Apart from being shocked, he felt unbelievable.
How can this be?
Li Chia almost groaned. Previously, he only thought that Yang Muchung said that he would not be protected by them, thinking that it was because of his status as the emperor, or because he was a tough talker. But now that I saw him killing the Tiger Demon Vajra corpse with 3 fingers, I realized that the other party was indeed qualified to say such a thing. With Yang Muchung's strength, who can kill him? Who else needs protection? The eyes under the bronze mask of the corpse driver tightened. He stared at Yang Muchung for a moment and suddenly laughed. But he slowly shook his head and said,
"As expected of old Demon Yang, I still underestimated your strength after all."
The corpse chaser slowly took off his cloak and took off his mask, revealing an old and decaying face. He stared at Yang Muchung with a smile in his eyes. In the next moment, he suddenly clenched his fists, and his whole body made a click sound.
Boom!
An explosion sound came from the body of the corpse chaser. At this moment, under everyone's shocked eyes, the old and decayed body expanded crazily in a terrifying posture. Almost in an instant, he transformed from a withered and decayed little old man into a more terrifying existence. Even the Tiger Demon Vajra corpse looked extremely small in front of him.
Crazy corpse technique?
Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows.
That's right.
The corpse chaser nodded.
I didn't expect you knew quite a lot.
Yang Muchung chuckled and said nothing. But except for Yang Muchung, others in the courtyard were not as relaxed as Yang Muchung. There seemed to be waves of roaring sounds coming from the body of the corpse exorcist. This was because the energy and blood had reached a certain terrifying level. In fact, this force of energy and blood is several times stronger than the previous Tiger Demon Vajra corpse.
This?
Mo Li's pupils narrowed, his eyes full of trembling. He couldn't even defeat the Tiger Demon Vajra corpse. So how could he be the opponent of this corpse chaser?
He turned himself into a refined corpse.
Cheong Qing lost her voice. It should be noted that the horror of corpse exorcists lies in the technique of controlling corpses. But the disadvantage also lies in the technique of controlling corpses. Without the corpse refining, they are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered, and they will never be able to recover. But now that the corpse chaser has turned himself into a refined corpse, he has no shortcomings.
You are not afraid?
The corpse driver swept his eyes across the palace, looking at the slightly frightened expressions of everyone with satisfaction. When he looked at Yang Muchung, he was slightly startled. Yang Muchung stood there with a confident attitude.
Why should I be afraid?
Yang Muchung asked lightly.
The old man's crazy corpse technique is refined with 313 heavenly and earthly treasures to turn himself into a half-human, half-corpse monster. Although the old man does not know any martial arts, but with the physical strength of this body, he can. It's enough to destroy the world,
the corpse chaser said with a smile.
Are you still not afraid of this?
Yang Muchung shook his head. Seeing this, the corpse driver raised his eyebrows and sneered. But I saw him flipping his right hand and popping out his fingers. Although the movement was an understatement, the impact was extremely powerful. His fingers seemed to tear the void into pieces, and a wave of air visible to the naked eye was blasted out by his finger, passing past Yang Muchung. This air wave was like an invisible dragon, causing a piercing scream and raising the palace behind Yang Muchung to the ground in an instant. And at the same time, the remaining power remained unabated, blasting into the distance. One after another, the palace walls were torn apart easily like paper, stretching for several miles, and struck a 183-meter-high bell tower in the imperial city. Only a loud and shattering sound was heard, and the bell tower breaking at the waist. A ball of shocking flames erupted, burning the entire night sky brightly. Hiss! Hiss! At this moment, everyone in the palace felt their scalps numb.
This is just the power of one finger, but it has such terrifying power. No wonder the sect asked us to kill them after they learned that there was a zombie exorcist.
Mo Li trembled in his heart. He was so far away from the chi just now. The wave was less than half a meter long, and just the residual power of the air wave swept across his body with a stinging pain like a knife. But the pain in the body is far less than the shock in the soul.
How can we kill such a being?
The ancestors of Longtang were speechless.
This is without using any inner strength. It only relies on the power of one finger to achieve such power. I'm afraid the Demon King is nothing more than this. Who else can be the opponent of this corpse chaser? Take yourself into half human and half corpse.
Everyone's minds were in chaos. They not only frightened the corpse exterminator with the power of their finger, but also shocked the corpse exorcist with their strength. But see, the corpse driver chuckled, put his hands behind his back, and looked like he was the only one in the world. He looked at Yang Muchung with a smile, looking arrogant, and said,
Old demon Yang, how about this finger of the old man? If it hits you, so what?
After hearing these words, everyone felt their scalps tingling when they thought about the power of the forward finger. If this finger were to hit me, my body would be completely destroyed.
Even Yang Muchung doesn't dare to be harsh anymore. Right.
Emoli thought in his mind and looked towards Yang Muchung. Although, he very much expected that Yang Muchung would suddenly go on a rampage and beat the corpse driver half to death. But his reason told him that this was simply impossible.
Yang Emperor, you can keep the Green Hills without worrying about having firewood.
Cheong Qing quickly sent a message to Yang Muchung.
You pretend to surrender to him first. We have already reported it to the sect. When the time comes, there will be more powerful characters to deal with him.
Give in to him? When Yang Muchung heard Cheong Qing's message, he sneered and shook his head. Under the gaze of the corpse chaser, he raised his eyelids slightly and said calmly,
Your finger is nothing more than that.
Nothing more than that? The corpse driver was furious.
Old demon Yang, I have known for a long time that you are arrogant, but I didn't expect you to be so ignorant. Since you are seeking death, I will grant you your wish.
Letting out a roar, the corpse driver took a step forward. Boom! His move was like a thunderous move, centered on the soles of his feet. The surrounding ground suddenly cracked open, and dense spider web cracks spread toward the surroundings, as if pairs of invisible palms were tearing the earth apart. Then, he formed a fist with his right hand and struck it towards Yang Muchung. His punch was no longer as easy as before, like a child playing house. When the punch was thrown out, the void trembled, and a surge of coercion crazily swept across all directions. Chapter 553. The old man wants to take over the palace. Roar! If we say that the finger of the corpse exorcist was a surging yellow river, it could tear everything into pieces with a devastating force. So, his current punch is a turbulent wave that sweeps across the world, enough to submerge the world. Just saw that the invisible fist power transformed into tangible ripples, even causing the sight of everyone around him to become distorted and blurred at this moment. Such power made everyone lose their countenance.
I don't know how the Holy Spirit should respond.
Even though Yang Muchung was regarded as a god in the hearts of the ancestors of Longtang, everyone present was still shaken when they saw the blow from the corpse exorcist.
Di Yang, get out of the way!
Seeing this, Cheong Qing shouted loudly. And at this time, the terrifying fist seal was already close to Yang Muchung's body. Wherever the fist seal passed, it lifted up the ground around him and poured out like a vast ocean. The power of this blow is such that even a Mount Tai can be smashed in half. The corpse chaser was confident that no matter how powerful Yang Muchung was, he would not be able to withstand his punch. In ancient times, the body became a saint, relying on the power of the body. When it reached its limit, it was enough to smash the void and soar into the sky. He turned his body into a refined corpse, and he dared to fight even against a medium-sized demon king.
Your Majesty!
The fist seals were coming, but Yang Muchung stood there. But surprisingly he didn't dodge. Lu Yaoer looked frightened and shouted in panic.
Could it be that you were scared out of your wits?
Emoli felt cold in his heart, and a feeling of sadness over the death of a rabbit or a fox surged into his heart. If Yang Mu was killed in Chengdu by this corpse chaser, how could they still survive?
Old Emo Yang, your Dikian dynasty has been accepted by me. And so has your woman. Me.
The corpse driver laughed proudly. In the end, the punch hit Yang Muchung's chest.
Boom!
A thunderous sound resounded throughout the entire imperial city. Even the powerful Jindan people present felt that the loud sound was like the piercing of thousands of steel needles. It shocked their eardrums and made their blood surge. A huge wind wave swept all around along the center of the explosion, and crashed into the protective shield with a bang. Only a crackling, squeezing sound was heard, and the huge protective shield exploded like glass. Countless pieces of gravel, soil and dust, with Yang Muchung's body as the center, surged up to a height of 100 meters, like a volcanic eruption. After the force subsided, they fell down densely like rain. The ancestors of Longtang around were all blown hundreds of feet away by this terrifying wind and wave. They didn't even bother to get up and quickly look towards the field. But see, in the center of the explosion, there was no trace of Yang Muchung. and even the palace was razed to the ground.
Your Majesty! Your Majesty!
A burst of exclamations resounded, and everyone's faces turned pale, almost unable to believe it. The corpse driver laughed, put his hands behind his back, looked at everyone with pride, and said loudly,
"From now on, the Dacian dynasty will become emperor. Anyone who refuses to submit to old age will be like this old demon Yang with no bones left."
He circled his eyes, looked at Lu Qianfeng, and said with a smile,
"I remember. You are the master of Dragon Hall. Go and call everyone in Dragon Hall. I want to take over the palace. You're daydreaming."
Lu Qianfeng's eyes almost popped out of his head, and he clenched his fists. Next moment, many Dragon Hall members immediately came from all directions and gathered around him.
"Ha ha. I have already killed old demon Yang, and I don't mind killing a few more disobedient people."
The corpse exorcist sneered and was about to speak. Suddenly, he glanced across the field from the corner of his eye. His face suddenly turned livid, and he cried out,
"How is this possible?"
But see! The dust in the sky slowly fell, revealing the scene in the field. Yang Mucheng stood there, still with his hands behind his back. Although the previous stormy punch had indeed hit him, there was not a single scratch on Yang Mucheng's body, and he appeared to be unscathed. Seeing this scene, the corpse driver's complexion changed from white to purple, from purple to green, and he stepped back 3 steps in a row. His eyes almost bulged out. He looked at Yang Mucheng in disbelief, with incredible expression written on his face.
"Look! It seems that your corpse refining is nothing more than this."
Yang Mucheng patted the dust on his body lightly and said with a smile,
"Compared with my physique, it is still far behind."
The body of the corpse chaser is certainly strong. But how could Yang Mucheng's body be so easy? After 3 times of dragon blood tempering, he ate the heavenly and earthly treasures as food, and drank the best elixirs as tea. This body was several times stronger than that of the Demon King. How could he be afraid of the corpse chaser? Fist?
"I have said that your finger is nothing more than that. It can't even hurt half of my hair. How can you scare me?"
Yang Mucheng clasped his hands behind his back. His surroundings had been blasted into a depression, except for a bulge of rock under his feet, like an isolated island in the ocean. Slowly raising his head, Yang Mucheng looked at the corpse exorcist and said,
"You want to take over my Dacian dynasty, my Dragon Hall, and your women."
Taking a deep breath, Yang Mucheng opened his eyes angrily and said word by word,
"Who gave you the courage?"
"Kick! Kick! Kick!" This deafening shout made the corpse driver's face tremble in shock, and he took a few steps back.
"How could anyone have such a terrifying physique? Even the Demon King is nothing more than this."
Qiong Qing's eyes widened, and she could hardly believe what she saw.
"Is this the true strength of old Demon Yang?"
Li Li felt his whole body tremble. He remembered that he had dared to laugh at Yang Mucheng and arrogantly said that he would protect Yang Mucheng, and his whole body was chilled to the bone.
"With his strength, he can kill me with just a snap of his fingers."
The Longtang ancestors cheered with joy, being able to take the punch of the corpse chaser head-on without getting hurt. Yang Mucheng still existed like a god in their hearts, even if he was not a god.
"It's disrespectful to come back without reciprocating. Since you have already made so many moves, how about you witness this snap of my fingers?"
Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, raised his right hand, and flexed his 5 fingers, just like Buddha holding a flower. At this moment, it seemed as if the world had fallen into his hands. The corpse driver's face darkened. He never thought that Yang Mucheng would be so powerful. But in the past 1,000 years, in addition to excavating tombs and stealing corpses and refining corpses, he also obtained a lot of magic weapons in the tombs. Teeth clenched, the corpse chaser took something out of his arms and threw it into the air. But he saw that the thing was actually a bronze bell with brilliant golden light. It was only the size of a bell at first, but after it was thrown out, it transformed into a small mountain-like posture in an instant, and fell in the air to protect him.
"That is..."
Seeing this bronze bell, Xiong Qing's face lost all color. Chapter 554 The Ship is Coming. The Wandao Sword Sect has a 1 Bailu. This book records many magic weapons in Kyushu, and all the magic weapons that can be listed in the
10,000 Treasures record
are from the Earth rank. This bronze bell, it is the golden pattern Hongming bell that is specially marked in the
10,000 Treasures record,
according to the description in
the record of 10,000 treasures.
This magic weapon is of the highest grade and was once used by the enlightened Heavenly Lord. It was forged from 3,600 rare treasures in the world, following the death of the Enlightenment Heavenly Lord. The gold pattern Hongming bell has not been seen for more than 3,000 years. But who would have thought that this corpse exorcist would actually dig up the tomb of the Enlightenment Heavenly Lord and take away the gold pattern homing bell?
Senior sister, this gold pattern homing bell has been placed in the mausoleum for more than 3,000 years, and its spiritual energy has dissipated. It is just a high-grade Xian-level magic weapon.
Lily couldn't help but said. Xiongqing shook her head and said,
Even if the spiritual energy dissipates, only the power of the top-grade Xuanjie is left. But this golden pattern homing bell should not be underestimated. This bell is both offensive and defensive. The Heavenly Lord of Enlightenment once fought with this bell for 30. The remaining powerful gods are not defeated. So you can see how terrifying it is.
Bang! The golden pattern Hongming Zhong Howren fell down, firmly protecting the body of the corpse exorcist. Almost at the same time, the corpse exorcist clapped his hands, and the golden pattern Hongming bell seemed to have been hit by a yellow turban warrior with a 1,000-gene hammer. It actually erupted into a burst of invisible sound waves. On top of the golden bell, the countless golden patterns seemed to come alive at this moment, twisting like dragons and snakes, shooting into the void one after another, transforming into a rune, rotating around the golden bell.
Can it be broken?
This moment, everyone looked forward. But see, Yang Mucheng flicked his finger, and an arrow-like fingerprint passed through the void. It was like a bolt of lightning that passed quickly in front of everyone's eyes. And in an instant, it hit the golden runes all over the sky. The complex and mysterious runes are the key to the strongest defense of the golden pattern Hongming bell. With just a click, the golden pattern shattered in response, turning into gold powder that filled the sky, and suddenly dissipated in the air. At the same time, the fingerprint remained unabated and struck the golden bell with a clang, directly piercing it. With just a clang sound, the golden pattern Hongming bell burst into two halves, completely exposing the corpse exorcist hiding inside. And those terrifying fingerprints penetrated the corpse hunter's forehead, and then blasted out from the back of the head, bringing out a piece of putrid blood and brain matter.
How about my finger?
Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back and looked at the stunned corpse driver with a smile.
Yang Mucheng, you are worthy of the name of old demon Yang. This life is enough for me to die in your hands.
The corpse exorcist looked at Yang Mucheng quietly, his voice getting softer and softer, until the last words fell, and he suddenly knelt down. There was no more movement, but Yang Mucheng waved his hand with a bored expression. It seemed that killing the corpse driver was just a trivial matter to him. However, they saw several Longtang ancestors hurriedly swarming up, dragging the body of the corpse exorcist, and walking towards the outside of the palace. Lu Qiafeng took out 7 spiritual swords from his corpse, and took them over.
Lily, you yelled at me before, and I hit you with my finger. What do you think is the chance of you surviving?
Li Qia said nothing. His self-esteem as a super disciple was not only torn to pieces by Yang Mucheng at this moment, but was also kneaded so hard that not even the dregs were left. With Yang Mucheng's strength, he is indeed qualified to disrespect him. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly. If he really wanted to take action, he would have taken action as early as the first sentence when Li Qia argued with him. However, he saw that 10 spiritual swords were placed together. The spiritual swords that were originally emitting a faint light suddenly shined brightly at this moment. In an instant, 10 light beams shot up into the sky, condensed into a line, and completely disappeared into the void.
That's all?
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. He thought that the 10 spiritual swords gathered together would open a door directly to the Wandao sword sect.
Yang Emperor, you have gathered all the spirit swords. The previous ray of light was the signal you sent. Half a month later, after all the spirit sword holders in the 36 continents have finished fighting, Suo Ling the fairy will pick you up, of course.
Xiongqi explained. Thoring fairy? Yang Mucheng nodded, looking forward to it. After this night, almost every night among the 36 continents, there was a pillar of light reaching into the sky. Over time, the appointed day is getting closer and closer, and the imperial city, after the war, has been restored to its original state after repairs. In the past half-month, apart from practicing, Yang Mucheng was also arranging matters within the dynasty. This time, he was not allowed to take anyone with him to the Wandao sword sect. He was the only one left alone. No one knew when he would come back, so he had to make arrangements for his departure. The Dacian kingdom emerged from the secular world, and it has been more than a year since it entered the martial arts world and became the Dacian dynasty. The foundation is no worse than those dynasties that have been established for thousands of years. And it is even better.
When I come back from Wandao sword sect, I want to see the entire Hao Tianzhou covered with the flags of the Dacian dynasty.
This is the order Yang Mucheng gave to the ancestor of Longtang. Half a month later, when Yang Mucheng broke through the shackles and reached the middle stage of the golden elixir, the Soaring Fairy came. Roar. In the clear sky, a sound like a dragon's roar came from the 9 heavens. The sound shook the sky and the earth, like thousands of thunders, covering the entire imperial city. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of people in the imperial city raised their heads and looked towards the sky. However, it didn't matter. After watching it, waves of exclamations broke out one after another.
What is that? Oh my god!
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and looked up. But see! In the sky, a black shadow seemed to fly out of the void. The huge black shadow was like a dark cloud, completely covering the entire imperial city. And this huge black shadow is actually a dragon-shaped ship. The bow of the ship is a huge and lifelike dragon head. Starting from the dragon head, it is surrounded by things that look like dragon scales, showing a dazzling luster under the scorching sun. The entire ship is more than 1,000 meters long, majestic and domineering. The ship was covered with flags, and on a huge flag were written 4 characters. Wandao Sword Sect. The ship is still in midair, and everyone in the imperial city can feel an infinite pressure spreading crazily, making people feel like they can't help but want to surrender and kneel down. Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his hands and looked away, feeling proud in his heart.
Only when you reach the realm of golden elixir can you be considered to have entered the threshold of warrior cultivation. What is after this golden elixir realm? What is the legendary realm of transformation into gods? Even the nirvana realm, and the Tai realm that no one has reached in nearly 10,000 years. Maybe I can find the answer among these 10,000 sword sects.
Thinking in mind, Yang Mucheng walked out with his hands behind his back, as if he were stepping on an invisible staircase step by step. With each step, golden ripples emanate from the void, revealing an indescribable mysterious charm everywhere.
Congratulations, Your Majesty!
Lu Yaoer looked at Yang Mucheng's retreating figure and suddenly reacted, knelt down on one knee, and shouted loudly. And this moment, the ancestor of Longtang, the master of Aoqi, the Black Flag Army, even outside, the people of the entire imperial city shouted in unison when they saw this.
Congratulations, Your Majesty!
The shouts resounded throughout the imperial city, and finally gathered into one stream, pouring into the sky. Chapter 555 Battle Token. Soaring Fairy. This is the ship of the Wandao Sword Sect. Although it is called a ship, it has never soared in the sky. This ship is made from the bones of the corpses of demons in the spirit transformation realm. It is a top-grade magic weapon on the earth level. The ship is 3,000 meters long. There is an inner universe formation inside the ship, and the space inside is extremely huge. This ship comes out from the Wandao Sword Sect every 30 years, and welcomes 36 powerful people from Hao Tianzhou. And Yang Mucheng is the last powerful person.
Is that Mr. Yang?
On the side of the ship, a man with sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes and an aquiline nose, wearing a large robe. He held 2 golden beads in his hand and kept spinning them in his palms. He looked at Yang Mucheng, who was gradually climbing up the stairs with a sneer on his face.
What a huge momentum! Such an arrogant attitude! You want to attack him?
Against the deck, another old man with white hair and white beard, with his hands behind his back, looked at this scene with a smile, tooted and shook his head.
I'm afraid this kid won't be that easy to deal with.
The man snorted coldly and said,
He protected Tang Renjia and killed 6 disciples of our Baji sect's law enforcement hall. If I let him live, where will the face of the Tianxing's Hao Baji sect be put in the future?
The old man shook his head and left with his hands behind his back.
Is this the Soaring Fairy?
Yang Mucheng got on the boat and looked around curiously. Look further down. Not only did the huge imperial city turn into small black spots, but even the entire territory of the Dacian dynasty was reduced to the size of a palm. Everything around was covered by floating clouds.
Di Yang, please!
Xiongqing welcomes you. Yang Mucheng nodded. Just when he was about to follow Xiongqing into the cabin, he suddenly felt something and looked back quickly. But he saw a man with a hooked nose and 2 golden beads in his right hand, looking at him with an arrogant and condescending attitude. The man's eyes were full of murderous intent that could not be concealed.
Yang Laomo, you shouldn't get on the boat.
The man shook his head. His expression suddenly darkened.
Because I will kill you. Snort.
Yang Mucheng sneered and was non-committal. But Xiongqing on the side couldn't help but frown and asked in a low voice.
Di Yang, when did you have a conflict with Qin Yufeng? The leader of the Baji sect? Baji sect? Sect leader Qin Yufeng? Yang Muqing's thoughts were racing, and he finally understood why the other party was staring at him with murderous intent. Back then, Tang Renjie castrated Qin Yufeng's son and infiltrated the Juxian Hall. At that time, Yang Muqing not only took action to save Tang Renjie, but also killed the disciples of the law enforcement hall of the Baji sect, which was regarded as a grudge. Unexpectedly, the other party also boarded the Thoring ferry. It's just a little thing, Yang Muqing did not explain. Yang Emperor, this is your room. You will rest here these days. There will be a competition tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, Xiongqing said. I hope you can recharge your batteries and strive to truly reach the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect. Entering his own room, Yang Muqing was a little surprised. After the inner world was set up, even one room was as big as a palace, and the decoration was no worse than his palace. Moreover, in the cabin here, Yang Muqing could feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which was particularly abundant. Lu Yao, make me a cup of tea. Yang Muqing spoke subconsciously. Halfway through his words, he remembered that he was going to Wandao Sword Sect alone. After enjoying the service of others, now I am doing everything alone. But I am not used to it. After resting for a while, Yang Muqing sat cross-legged on the futon and started to regulate his breath. I don't know how much time passed before there was a knock on the door. It's about to begin. Yang Muqing opened his eyes. The person who came was an unknown disciple of the Wandao Sword Sect. After passing through a series of winding, maze-like corridors, we finally climbed onto the deck. But see, the huge deck was deserted. On the left and right sides, there are 36 Taisher chairs, on which sit the most powerful people from the 36 continents of Jiantian domain. The Jianzong disciple who led Yang Muqing out pointed to an empty spot and said respectfully, Yang Di, that's your place. Go and sit down. On top of the Thoring fleet, in addition to formal disciples such as Qiongqing, Jiangchen, and Emoli, there are also many servants who do odd jobs. What surprised Yang Muqing slightly was that these servants actually had the cultivation level of Xianhai Grandmaster, and even half a step of Jin Dan, the most powerful men from the 36 continents of the Jiantian domain. Let's go down to Qiongqing. First of all, I congratulate you for defeating the remaining spirit sword holders and gaining the qualifications to board the ship. The Suoling ferry will arrive in 3 days Wandao Sword Sect, but after 2 days of competition, only 9 people can enter the Wandao Sword Sect to practice. Xiongqing's voice drew the attention of everyone present to her. But see, as soon as she finished speaking, she took out a wooden box. In the small wooden box, there are 36 wooden tokens. These tokens immediately rose into the sky and flew into everyone's hands. These are battle tokens. 2 in pairs. They will allocate each other's opponents based on your strength, your thoughts, and your desire to fight. Today is the first round, with a total of 18 people eliminated. Winner those who succeed can continue to cross the ferry on Thoring, while those who fail will be kicked off the ferry. Next, close your eyes, pour your inner energy into the battle token, and look for your opponent. Yang Muqing was about to close his eyes, but he saw that many people had already started. Among them, the battle token in Qin Yufeng's hand shines the brightest. I saw a sword light rising rapidly from the token in his hand to the sky and landing on the token in Yang Muqing's hand. This sword light became a bridge between the 2 tokens. Ha. It seems I don't need to find an opponent anymore. Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Yang Lao Mo, I have long said that you should not get on the ship. I will kill you. This kind of battle token that can find the opponent you want is really what I want. Qin Yufeng's eyes, he raised his head slightly and looked at Yang Muqing. We, the Baji sect, and your Dacian dynasty should come to an end on this Suoling ferry. Except here. The remaining 34 people were also divided into 17 pairs. Seeing that the grouping had ended, Xiongqing said loudly, Now that everyone has found their opponents, let's start now. The competition has no rules and is not limited to life or death. The death or surrender of one party is considered a failure. The first pair, Lord Song Qiong and Zhao Yangxie. Following Qiongqing's words, she saw the 2 strongest men sitting facing each other slowly stand up and walk towards each other. Seeing this scene, Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows. Just right. But I can take this opportunity to take a look at the strength of other powerful people in other areas of Jiantian territory. Chapter 556 Mr. Yang. Let's settle the grudge. Venerable Song Qiong uses a sword, and Zhao Yongxie uses a knife. The two of them seem to be having trouble dealing with each other. They started to make sarcastic remarks, and when they got extremely angry, they started to fight. These were two strong men in the middle stage of the Golden Core. For a moment, thunder surged on the Suoling Ferry, and wild thunder shone. At first, Yang Mucheng was worried that the Thoring Ferry would be bombed because it could not withstand the attack of the two men. But after looking at it for a moment, he found that the entire Thoring Ferry could withstand the battle between the two sides. It was even smooth and comfortable during the plunder.
Yang Emperor, don't worry. This Suoling Ferry is a high-grade magic weapon on the Earth level. It will not sink because of the battle between two strong men in the middle stage of the Golden Core. Even if it encounters a mid-level demon general, this ship will not sink.
You can also compete.
Xiong Qing seemed to see Yang Mucheng's worry and answered in a soft voice. Yang Mucheng nodded. However, they saw that Zhao Yongxie was very good at swordsmanship. His sword skills were swept by the wind and his attacks were continuous. The wind and clouds in the sky were chopped into pieces by his sword. Everyone watching the battle in the distance could hear the whistling of the sword wind, as if there was a mad demon king hiding in the floating clouds. But in front of Lord Songqiong was dancing a piece of sword light. His defense was watertight, like a mountain lying in front of him. No matter how Zhao Yongxie attacked, he was able to stop all his opponent's attacks.
Hee hee. These two old enemies are on the same road as each other. They meet each other again on the Thoring Ferry. If they don't fight to the death, I'm afraid they won't give up.
The people watching the battle were talking in low voices.
That's right. Yue Continent and Tai's Continent were originally sworn enemies. As the two largest forces in the two continents and the most powerful ones, they had a small battle for almost half a month and a big battle for 2 months. Regarding each other's skills, I know all the tricks very well. If nothing happens, the outcome of this battle will not be decided for 3 days and 3 nights.
The other person nodded secretly. Yang Mucheng was multitasking. While watching the battle between the two, he also looked at the strongest men in the 36 continents. But see, each of these people was sitting upright, and their bodies were full of energy and blood. There were even 2 people who were no less generous than him.
After all, the strongest people from the 36 continents have gathered together. I have a trump card. And of course these people also have it. These people can break out of the siege from a continent. And their strength is definitely extraordinary. Just like the Lord of the Sky who is fighting together with Zhao Yongxie. They are very strong. Boom!
Just when Yang Mucheng was daydreaming, he saw Zhao Yongxie swinging the golden sword and slashing horizontally.
Cut the breeze with one sword. Shatter the flowing clouds with one sword. Venerable Song Qiong, let us settle our grudges completely here.
Buzz. At this moment, hundreds of golden sword lights were incomparable, and they slashed towards Lord Song Qiong regardless of everything. Those golden lights struck the deck, and even scratched a half-finger-deep knife mark on the wooden board that even the demon general could not break. With an attitude that even the wind was chopped into pieces, he blasted towards the Lord of the Sky.
Zhao Yongxie, do you really think I'm afraid of you?
Venerable Song Qiong opened his eyes angrily, clenched his sword tightly, and a sword light appeared in front of him with a buzzing sound, transforming into a huge barrier. Then, he blocked the incoming golden light. Seeing the final blow between these two people, many of the strongest men stood up and looked towards the field.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
The sword light struck the sword and shield, and a burst of bright sparks erupted. One moment it was slow and leisurely, and the next moment it was a black blade crushing away. Everyone could only see the flashing golden light. There was just a click sound, and the crystal-clear sword and shield suddenly exploded with countless cracks, and swept out quickly.
Not good!
Venerable Song Qiong's heart trembled, and he was about to continue pouring in his inner energy to replenish his sword and shield. But he saw a sword light that was so condensed that it almost turned into the ultimate sword suddenly blasted into his chest, and then blasted out from the back, taking away a piece of blood mist that caused the internal organs to be crushed. The powerful force of the sword light made Master Song Qiong scream in agony, and he fell directly from the Suoling Ferry and fell into the sky thousands of feet high.
I win!
Zhao Yongxie grinned and returned to his seat carrying the golden knife. Although he had exhausted all his inner energy, he still couldn't hide the joy on his face after winning the game and killing his old enemy. Next, 2 or 3 more games. Although, Qiong Qing said from the beginning that the battle is not limited to life or death. As long as you surrender, You don't have to continue fighting. But most of the people who can get on the Thoring Ferry are the strongest. Who is willing to show shame and surrender? What's more, this battle token is an opponent selected based on each other's thoughts. The two parties are either enemies or mortal enemies. Therefore, this battle has become a situation where victory or defeat is determined, as well as life and death. Several games in a row. Each scene didn't waste too much time.
The next Yang Mucheng pairs up with Qin Yufeng.
After another pair of games, Xiong Qing's voice resounded loudly. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yufeng couldn't wait to jump out and crashed into the field like a statue. A strong wind rose on the deck, making his coat sound like a cloak. The two golden balls in his hands were spinning faster and faster. Just listen, Qin Yufeng said in a cold voice.
Ultimo Yang, come on! Let the grudge between the Baji sect and your Dacian dynasty be settled here.
What? Qin Yufeng's words shocked many people present. Although they do not belong to the same continent, the name Yang Lama is still very deafening. Many people present had heard of it, but had never seen it. Now that I heard that old demon Yang actually boarded the Thoring Ferry, I couldn't help but be surprised.
Old demon Yang is here too? Why didn't I see him? Have you heard of him? Of course. This guy is incredible. He is an old monster who appeared from nowhere. He has been hiding in the mortal world for these years. Once he rose up, he entered the martial arts world and turned the entire Hao Tiano upside down. Tuatian Palace was destroyed by him. Dragon Palace was also destroyed by him. His strength is extraordinary. I have also heard of his reputation. It is said that he used the appearance of exotic treasures as bait to lure the Dragon Palace to take the bait, and slaughtered all the Dragon Palace killers in one night. Even Wan Jinling, the master of the Dragon Palace, was killed by him. Such a person. I don't think it's strange to be on the Thoring Ferry.
Look! Just when everyone was talking about it. However, Yang Mucheng slowly put down the teacup in his hand and stood up slowly.
It's actually this kid? He is Ultimo Yang? He is actually so young?
Under everyone's shocked, surprised and disbelieving eyes, Yang Mucheng walked to the field with his hands behind his back and came to Qin Yufeng. Chapter 557 Dacian Dynasty vs. Baji Sect. If Yang Mucheng looked like a man in his mid-30s, everyone might not be so surprised. But now, he just looks like a teenager. How can people not be shocked?
Is he old demon Yang?
Someone exclaimed. The people present were all strong in the golden elixir, so naturally they could tell whether the other party had good looks or was truly young. For example, Yang Mucheng looked 16 or 17 years old, which was far different from the old demon Yang they imagined. After all, such a powerful person, who is not 700 or 800 years old, or even 1,000 years old. Almost everyone present had the same idea. No matter how young old demon Yang is, he must be hundreds of years old. How can there be such a person who is called old demon at the age of 16?
Xiongqing, is it possible that I made a mistake?
Someone asked.
There is no mistake. He is Yang Mucheng, the emperor of the Dacian dynasty, and also the Yang Laoimo you call him.
Xiongqing explained with a smile. Everyone looked at each other for a while. Since it has been confirmed by the disciples of Wandao Sword Sect, there must not be much difference.
But I never expected that old demon Yang would be so young. However, if he faces Qin Yufeng now, I'm afraid he will be in big trouble.
Someone shook his head. Qin Yufeng is known as the bloodthirsty tiger because of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He doesn't care whether you are an old monster running amok or a newborn baby. As long as he wants to kill you, he will never kill you. I won't be able to do it.
Hee hee. This old demon Yang is not easy to deal with.
There was an old man with white beard and white hair. He held his fists and said with a smile,
Do you think he can destroy the Dragon Palace, flatten the Tuatian Palace, and gather 9 more people?
How can I be a soft persimmon when I board the Soul Spirit sword? This battle will be like a fight between a dragon and a tiger.
Of course. Some people don't think so.
I think you are all fooled by Yang Lama's name. Even if this kid started practicing from his mother's womb, it is impossible for him to have a high level of cultivation. He is just the emperor of the Dacian dynasty. Not Wan, the emperor of Daojian sect.
After saying this, many people nodded in agreement. People like Xiongqing, Emily and others came from the Wandao Sword sect. They grew up in this super sect and enjoyed resources that were more abundant than a dynasty or even a continent. They could reach the level at around the age of 20. The golden elixir stage is already considered very terrifying. How could he, Yang Mucheng, be so virtuous and capable?
Old Mo Yang. I didn't expect you to dare to come up.
Qin Yufeng held his fists and looked at Yang Macheng, who was walking towards him with a smile, and said calmly,
I thought about it earlier. If you were willing to kneel down and beg for mercy, maybe I could spare you. How could you? A cat or a dog? Come here? I will show no mercy to the Thoring Fairy.
Facing the famous bloodthirsty tiger, who had fought his way out of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, Yang Mucheng's eyes were indifferent, as if he was looking at a harmless little white rabbit. Instead, he said with a smile,
Your son is really disobedient and deserves to be castrated for teasing good women. You should be lucky that I am not in Taixingsao and did not meet you prematurely. Otherwise,
Qin Yufeng's face turned cold and he shouted sternly,
What else? Otherwise, I will kill your son first. Then you. Finally, I will crush your Baji sect.
As soon as he said this, the whole audience was shocked.
I didn't believe he was old Demon Yang before, but now I have to believe it.
A middle-aged man who had previously questioned Yang Mucheng's name as Old Demon held his fists and sneered.
I have heard about it a long time ago. This old Demon Yang often destroyed 9 tribes and flattened other sections. When he established the Dacian dynasty, he destroyed countless disobedient sections. Killing one person is a crime, but killing 10,000 people will make you a hero. He dared to say this in front of Qin Yufeng, which is really courageous.
An old woman shook her head and said,
Hey, there are too many people with courage, but you must also have the corresponding strength to support it. Courage without strength is a fool. There are all the strongest people from the same continent, and they all have who dares to say such things to Qin Yufeng. The most powerful force in a continent, Hao Tianzhou and Nichuan continent are on the lower side among the 36 continents. The Dragon Palace and Tuatian Palace that were flattened by him. If they were placed in Tianxin continent, even the top 20 forces would not be able to enter, but it would only be destroyed. You just joined a few small sects. Do you really think you are invincible?
Ignoring Qin Yufeng's increasingly cold expression and his eyes that almost wanted to kill someone, Yang Macheng continued to say, as if no one was watching.
If I were you, I should stay in the Baji sect, with my wife and children on the hot bed, and rarely come out to see people. Don't want to kill someone when you see this person, or want to kill someone when you see someone else. But in the end, you lose your life for no reason. Forget it. Since you want to completely resolve your grudges with me, then I won't show mercy. Do you?
The surrounding atmosphere gradually cooled down, but the Thoring Fairy broke into a thundercloud, and suddenly a large cold current swept across the fairy. Layers of dense frost spread crazily toward the rear along the dragon head of the fairy, making the entire in an instant. The fairy seemed to be frozen into an ice sculpture. But in the field, Yang Macheng and Qin Yufeng were only a few steps apart. But the fighting spirit between them seemed to have solidified at this moment.
Old Demon Yang.
Qin Yufeng clenched his fists and roared loudly throughout the sky.
You are about to die, but you still don't give in and dare to humiliate me. Today I will use your blood to guide my path to martial arts.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of wild thunder fell from the thunderclouds, illuminating the vast expanse of daylight in the void as if the scorching sun had descended. And this lightning is like a trumpet blown during war. Almost at the same time, Qin Yufeng moved in response. But when he saw him stamping his feet fiercely, his figure suddenly surged by 3 points with a clop sound, and the pure inner energy in his body swept out like a wave, covering his body. The surface of the body seemed to have solidified into roiling flames.
The exercises and martial arts of the Baji sect are all based on Jiging Jiying. Qin Yufeng has even practiced the exercises of the Baji sect to the extreme. This time, old Demon Yang will suffer.
One of the most powerful men said with a smile.
Yes, this is a confrontation between the Baji sect and the Dacian dynasty. I wonder what the outcome will be.
However, as soon as the other party finished speaking, he saw Yang Macheng grinning and taking a step forward. At the same time, he raised his right palm like a dark cloud covering the sky and the sun, and took a photo from the air. Qin Yufeng is the strongest person in the middle stage of the Golden Core. He can reach his level of strength, and he has emerged from the sea of blood in the Corpse Mountain. When fighting, he no longer relies on strength and cultivation, but more on instinct, an instinct similar to that of a beast. This instinct allowed Qin Yufeng to avoid countless dangers. When facing this palm, Qin Yufeng suddenly felt a fatal crisis welling up in his heart. With almost no hesitation, Qin Yufeng quickly shot towards the back with his toes. 1 step forward and 1 step back. There is almost no obstacle. Just when everyone was shocked as to why Qin Yufeng retreated without fighting, they saw Yang Muqing's right hand lightly slapping the ground. Chapter 558 The Five-Clawed Golden Dragon appears. Do you want to avoid this palm? Seeing Qin Yufeng's posture, everyone present raised their eyebrows and secretly laughed at Qin Yufeng's fuss.
Isn't this old boy scared out of his wits? You're just dealing with a young boy. You can kill him with just one slap. What tactics are you talking to him about?
One of the most powerful men said with a smile. This most powerful man comes from Jinlin continent and is also known as the Old Demon Lin. He is now over 1,600 years old, and he has acted wildly and uninhibitedly throughout his life, doing everything based on joy. He might be smiling at you one moment and kill you the next. The rest of the people were about to join in, but Yang Muqing's right palm smacked the ground. Boom! It's like the Thoring ferry breaking apart, or like the boat on the sea being hit by a violent storm. The huge Thoring ferry shuddered violently at this moment, jolted wildly, and the 36 tie-shirt chairs on the deck were directly shattered. A dense crack spread half a meter along Yang Muqing's palm. This kid.
Previously, Old Demon Lin also laughed at Qin Yufeng for retreating without a fight. The next moment, he saw the power of this palm. His eyes almost bulged out. Qin Yufeng complained even more in his heart. Notice. Several golden elixir experts were fighting in chaos before, and no one unleashed all his strength. The numerous flashes of swords, and swords only left a shallow mark on the deck. Unlike Yang Muqing who shattered half a meter of the deck with one palm.
Why are you running? Aren't you and I coming to settle our grudges once and for all?
Yang Muqing raised his head and looked at Qin Yufeng funny. Previously, others were shouting and fighting with you, wanting to fight until death. But as soon as you raised your hand, the other person ran away?
Not good.
Qin Yufeng's expression calmed down when he saw Yang Muqing was about to take action. He did not dare to neglect and quickly retreated towards the rear.
This boy is worthy of being Old Demon Yang. If I were to withstand the previous attack, I would be able to withstand it, but I would still have to suffer some minor injuries. If I were to be entangled by him, it would be very difficult. However, his attack is certainly very powerful, but there must be some shortcomings. As long as I find his shortcomings, I can kill them.
With a nod in his heart, Qin Yufeng put his hands in a posture and circled around Yang Muqing. At first, his steps were not fast, but gradually, he moved a shadow, like a whirlpool.
Baji's psychedelic step.
Seeing this scene, everyone present changed their colors and shouted loudly. Old Demon Lin even narrowed his eyes and said,
I didn't expect that this old boy Qin Yufeng would use this trick. It seems that the previous palm of Old Demon Yang put too much pressure on him. I don't know what Old Demon Yang should do.
How to respond? Yes, this 8 extreme psychedelic step. Although it is not a very mysterious qigong. But false is also true. Sometimes true is also false. True is false. Sometimes false is true. If you can't find its true body, you will fall into passivity.
Everyone looked forward. But see, Qin Yufeng's figure turned faster and faster, and there was only a shadow in everyone's eyes, unable to capture his true figure. In the next moment, Qin Yufeng's attack swept in from almost all directions. Front, back, left, right, above and below. The angles are cunning and sinister. The offensive was even more continuous, like mercury pouring down the ground. Hiss. Seeing this scene, many people gasped and felt their scalps numb. Old Demon Lin frowned and said in a concentrated voice,
The power of the Baji psychedelic steps combined with the Baji sex martial arts is simply astonishing. Under such an attack, I'm afraid I can only passively defend?
Old Demon Lin looked at the others. However, they saw that the other strongest men frowned slightly when looking at Qin Yufeng's figure, as if they were thinking of a way to crack it. After a while, a powerful man shook his head and said,
No, it can't be cracked. Once you are trapped in the center by the 8 extreme psychedelic steps, you can only passively defend. Wait for opportunities to counterattack, and find flaws. But Qin Yufeng has already practiced the 8 extreme psychedelic steps to the point of being as pure as fire. How can there be any loopholes?
Yes. Another powerful man nodded and said,
But once you defend and become passive, you will have to face Qin Yufeng's next violent attack. As the saying goes, if you defend for a long time, you will lose. How can such an attack be comprehensive?
Everyone nodded and said nothing. The first battle between Lord Song Qiong and Zhao Yangxie is the best proof. Lord Song Qiong's sword and shield are one of a kind. and they are among the top 3 defensive sword techniques among high-grade Shin-level swordsmen. But in the face of Zhao Yangxie's attack, he was still torn apart. The strongest defense was attack. Once he fell into a passive position and was beaten, he basically lost 30% of the battle. Look into the field. However, they saw that Yang Mucheng looked leisurely and contented, with his left hand behind his back and his right hand spread out. Either sweep, point, chop, or block, facing the attacks all over the sky. He seemed to have anticipated them, and with an airtight attitude, he blocked all Qin Yufeng's attacks. How can it be? Qin Yufeng's eyes narrowed sharply. No matter how much he overestimated Yang Mucheng, he never expected him to be so powerful. I don't believe it, he roared angrily. And the 8 extreme psychedelic steps were operating to the extreme at this moment. All the methods that had been used for nearly 1,000 years were used without reservation at this moment. And he was crushing towards Yang Mucheng crazily. Looking from the outside, Yang Mucheng's figure was almost completely buried by Qin Yufeng's attack. Every punch and every kick was filled with all the strength in his body. As for the Baji sect, they have no weapons, and don't bother to use weapons. A pair of physical fists are trained to the extreme, and their lethality is not much worse than weapons. But now the boxing skills that their Baji sect is proud of are easily resisted by Yang Mucheng. Is this Mr. Yang? Everyone present couldn't help but feel secretly trembling in their hearts. The voices in the field about Yang Mucheng's defeat to Qin Yufeng gradually became quieter. Even an idiot can see the gap between the two sides. Yang Mucheng only used one hand to cause Qin Yufeng's overwhelming attack. All in vain. What if Yang Mucheng fights back? Qin Yufeng was defeated. An unpleasant idea appeared in everyone's mind. Whoa! I don't believe it. I don't believe it. My 1,200 years of hard work are still no match for a young boy like you. Yang Laomo, take this punch from me. Qin Yufeng let out a strange cry. And the next moment, the fist shadows all over the sky gathered into a line. In midair, Qin Yufeng's figure paused suddenly. And in an instant, shadows all over the sky surged towards his body, like hundreds of rivers converging. At this moment, Qin Yufeng clenched his right hand into a fist and placed it across his waist. He pulled his whole body into a straight line, and then launched a blow towards Yang Mucheng. This Qin Yufeng actually used heaven and earth as a bow and spiritual energy as a string to shoot himself out. His punch. Qin Yufeng is going to fight for his life. Tongue! 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 At this moment, the most powerful men from the 36 continents looked horrified and jumped up from their seats, looking at the field with wide eyes. But see, Yang Mucheng still stood there, his slightly opened eyes bursting out with a murderous cold light. Just when Qin Yufeng shot towards him, Yang Mucheng smacked his right hand downwards. At this moment, the 5-clawed golden dragon appeared. Chapter 559 Dragon Soul Armor. When he lifted it up, it was light and airy. But when it fell down, it was like Mount Buzhou being turned over by the giant spirit god, crushing it with a crash. Not good! Qin Yufeng's eyes narrowed. At this moment, even if he retreated, it would be too late. He hurriedly raised his arms to protect himself. At the same time, all the inner energy in the body exploded, and the inner energy guard that was half a foot behind quietly gathered in front of him. If you really want to go head-to-head, I may not be your opponent. Qin Yufeng was extremely confident. I'll take this move from you first. And when you've used up all your moves, I'll wait for the opportunity to take action. When he was thinking about the turmoil in his mind, the claws of the 5-clawed golden dragon were already slapping down. Boom! A loud sound resounded, and then the terrifying power hidden in the claws of the 5-clawed golden dragon poured out at this moment. How can it be? The calmness on Qin Yufeng's face suddenly turned into incredible anger. He felt that the giant claw that was slapped down lightly was actually filled with terrifying power. This force is far stronger than his existence. It was even so powerful that even he couldn't resist. At this moment, the most powerful people present widened their eyes. What happened next was something they would never forget. The dragon's claws that struck down seemed to possess supreme divine power, and struck directly on Qin Yufeng's body. The leader of the Baji sect, the bloodthirsty tiger who walked out of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, was like a dead branch. He didn't even have time to resist for half a minute. The next moment, he was completely shot. Broken. Boom! The huge dragon claw hit the deck heavily, erupting into a surging blood mist. Even the huge power instilled by this dragon claw caused the entire dragon-shaped Thorling fairy to jolt wildly. Yang Mucheng.
on the other hand, slowly put away his right hand, turned to Cheongqing with a smile and said,
I won!
I won. These three simple words were like thunder in everyone's ears. Cheongqing can still accept it. After all, she had seen with her own eyes Yang Mucheng slaying the tiger demon Vajra corpse and killing the corpse exorcists. Qin Yufeng was just an appetizer to him. But several other powerful people stood there with astonishment on their faces, with expressions of disbelief.
You won! And you actually killed Qin Yufeng so easily? The five-clawed golden dragon and golden body that appeared and slapped Qin Yufeng into pieces. How powerful it was! No one can achieve this kind of strength among the strong men in the middle stage of the golden elixir. He's really scary.
Looking at Yang Mucheng's leisurely and contented look, and then looking at Qin Yufeng, who was already dead and could no longer die, all the powerful men present opened their mouths, followed by waves of exclamations and shocks. Out of their mouths,
Yang Emperor, you can choose to continue watching the battle, or you can go back and rest.
Cheongqing whispered.
Then let me go back.
The next battle is meaningless, Yang Mucheng said lightly. Means nothing? Yang Mucheng's words are almost the same as pointing at someone's nose and saying, you are trash. If anyone else said this, I'm afraid the remaining strongest people would have to jump out and teach you a lesson. It would be easy to kill you. But if you get extremely angry, you might even implicate your 9 clans. But when Yang Mucheng said this, he asked these old guys to stay where they were, with a wry smile on their face. Lin Laomo looked at Yang Mucheng's leading figure and couldn't help but sigh and said,
when a warrior cultivates, he can do whatever he wants. He can do whatever he wants. He can say what he wants. This old demon Yang can be regarded as doing whatever he wants to the extreme. In this regard, he and I are too far apart. His state of mind is much higher than mine. I say that there are no deceitful people with great reputations. This old demon Yang is causing trouble in Hao Tianzhou, and even the Chuanzu has been stepped on by him. How can he be an incompetent person? Even though he is young, he is our fierce enemy, said an old woman. Those who can board this Thoring ferry know each other inside out. There are some people who have grudges against Qin Yufeng, and many of them have fought with him. But none of them could kill Qin Yufeng as neatly as Yang Mucheng. For a moment, everyone even had a feeling in their hearts that there was a bad wolf mixed in among their group of little sheep. Returned to the cabin, Yang Mucheng opened the system. After destroying the Dragon Palace, he had completed 2/3 of his famous mission. But due to too many things, he kept delaying it. In addition, there is the Dragon's Tail bracelet in his hand, and the remaining 2 layers of the barrier have not been broken open. There is still 1 day left before the next battle. He planned to take the opportunity to untie all these things. Lottery,
Yang Mucheng said silently in his heart.
For me, what I lack most right now are 2 things. One is ancient dragon blood, and the other is shattered dragon bones. Both of these 2 existences can enhance my strength. There is no shortage of magic weapons, exercises, and martial arts skills.
Not that there is no shortage, because for Yang Mucheng, things below the Xian level are no longer of much use. Those who want to help him must at least be those above the ground level. Ding. A crisp sound resounded, but he saw that the pointer of the turntable landed on the martial arts. A trace of disappointment flashed in Yang Mucheng's eyes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the martial arts Dragon Soul Armor. Dragon Soul Armor, Earth level mid-level martial arts. Can be advanced? This is? Before he could recover, a torrent of information quickly poured into his mind. The information on the middle-level martial arts of the Earth level was so huge that even a martial artist in the middle stage of the Golden Elixir like Yang Mucheng felt that his head went blank at this moment. And it took 10 breaths for him to completely return to normal. After comprehending the experience of this Dragon Soul Armor, Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with uncontrollable excitement.
But what does advancement mean? Does it mean that this technique can become a top-grade Earth-level technique? Or even a Heaven-level technique? This Dragon Soul Armor.
Thinking in his mind, Yang Mucheng immediately started experimenting. He claps his palms and starts the exercise. The next moment, Yang Mucheng's expression suddenly changed. He felt as if all the inner energy in his body had been drained out at this moment. And this pure and surging inner energy turned out to be a crazy illusion. In the cabin, a shocking dragon roar suddenly resounded, and with Yang Mucheng's body as the center, a terrifying storm was set off. Everything in the room was completely crushed at this moment. If someone were here, they would definitely be able to see this strange scene. But see, a young man wearing black armor seemed to stand between heaven and earth. This armor was condensed from inner energy. On top of the armor, the dragon soul appears. But at this time, there was a clang sound as the door was kicked open by someone. The angry Zhao Yongxia turned pale as a sheet when he saw the scene. Chapter 560 Emperor Yang. Dinner is ready.
What? You said that boy is old Mo Yang?
In a nearby cabin, Zhao Yongxia jumped up fiercely, looked at old Mo Lin with disbelief and shouted.
And he also killed Qin Yufeng? Impossible. I absolutely don't believe it.
Old Devil Lin said with a bitter smile on his face.
You went back to the cabin after killing Lord Song Qiong. Naturally, you didn't see that scene. Qin Yufeng had already used all his strength, but he was still slapped to death by his palm. There was no chance to fight back. Everyone present saw it.
Zhao Yongxia's face was full of shock. But most of them still can't believe it. He and Qin Yufeng had been brothers since childhood. Not only were they very close to each other, but their strength was also almost the same. But now that he heard that Qin Yufeng had been killed, how could he not be angry?
Take me to Yang Lao's cabin to have a look,
Zhao Yang said angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, old Demon Lin shook his head like a rattle and said quickly.
I don't dare to go. You didn't see the scene where he slapped Qin Yufeng to death. After seeing it, you know how scary the other party is. If you go to conflict with him, it's just a slap from Yang Lao.
Zhao Yongxia snorted coldly. Agitated, he stood up and glanced at old Demon Lin, whose face was full of fear, unable to hide his contempt.
With so many people on the Thoring Ferry, I don't believe that old Demon Yang can't be found.
Say it. Zhao Yongxia rushed out of the cabin, leaving only Lao Lin alone. Old Demon Lin was stunned for a moment and did not come back to his senses. Suddenly he thought of something and quickly turned over and chased out.
Where does Mr. Yang live?
Zhao Yongxia grabbed a passing servant, and with such powerful force, he lifted the servant who possessed Grandmaster Xianhai off the ground.
Follow this corridor to the end. That is the residence of Emperor Yang.
The servant turned pale with fear. They were just outer disciples of the Wandao sword sect, and they were only qualified to be observers in the sword sect. They were no match for Zhao Yongxia, a wolf-like and tiger-like warrior in the middle stage of the Golden Core. He quickly told the location of Yang Macheng.
To Yang? Humph!
Zhao Yongxia snorted coldly.
Qin Yufeng and I are brothers. If you dare to kill my brother, I will kill you first and then destroy your Qin dynasty. I don't care whether you are old Demon Yang or old Demon Yo. If I don't kill you today, I will not. The surname is Xiao. How could this kid have the strength to kill Qin Yufeng? Could it be that my Qin brother underestimated the enemy and was taken advantage of by old Demon Yang? Yes.
It must be so,
Zhao Yongxia thought in his mind. He strode forward directly to Yang Mucheng's cabin. Without any hesitation, he kicked the door open with a clang sound.
Old Demon Yang,
Zhao Yongxia shouted angrily. However, but he saw that Yang Macheng was now wearing black armor and shrouded in black flames. A faintly appearing dragon soul quickly circled around him, making bursts of dragon roars. At this moment, Yang Macheng was like a volcano that was erupting crazily. Endless internal energy surged out of his body, mixed with terrifying coercion and emitted desperately. Everything in the entire room was crushed into powder by this breath.
Wow!
Zhao Yongxia felt as if he had been poured from head to toe by a bucket of ice water. The anger in his heart was completely extinguished. In front of Yang Macheng, he was left with only fear and could no longer raise any thoughts of revenge. He stood there like a wooden stake.
Hisses.
At this time, Yang Macheng also reacted, glanced at the door that was kicked away, raised the corner of his mouth and sneered.
Zhao Yongxia, how brave are you to kick open my door?
Just by being looked at so casually by this young man with black hair, black eyes, and black armor. Zhao Yongxia felt as if he was being targeted by a beast that had existed since the time of Hung Ming. In just such a moment, he felt as if his whole body was frozen.
Yang Emperor. It's like this.
Zhao Yongxia's mind was spinning and his thoughts were racing. He knew that if he didn't find a perfect excuse to get by at this time, he would definitely be killed.
The dinner party has already started below the cabin. I think you, Emperor Yang, must be a little tired after fighting Qin Yufeng today, so I invited you to join us for the dinner party.
Yang Macheng raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhao Yongxia for a moment, not knowing what he was thinking. After a moment, he smiled lightly and said,
In that case, I will go with you.
Yes. Zhao Yongxia breathed a sigh of relief. When he came to his senses, he found that he seemed to have been lifted out of the water and he was already soaked to the skin. Not daring to neglect, Zhao Yongxie quickly led the way and led Yang Mucheng towards the bottom of the cabin. Yang Mucheng clasped his hands behind his back and walked slowly behind. How could he not know what Zhao Yongxie was thinking? The reason why he didn't reveal it was because he was focused on the Dragon Soul armor he had learned earlier. This Dragon Soul armor is a defensive martial skill, and it is also a middle-grade Earth-level weapon. The defensive power is indeed amazing. But unfortunately, it also consumes a lot of internal energy. It only lasted for 3 breaths, and it consumed nearly 40% of my internal energy. If I exerted it with all my strength, it could only last for 10 breaths. It seems that this Dragon Soul armor can only be used at the most critical time. Think of this. Yang Mucheng was in a good mood. He knew that the most critical aspect of the Dragon Soul armor was not that it was at the middle level Xian level, but that it was upgradable. Follow Zhao Yongxie. After walking through a winding, maze-like corridor, we entered the hall in the belly of the cabin. Many powerful people have already arrived here. Di Yang? Yang Di. Are you here? Di Yang. Seeing Yang Mucheng coming in, these powerful people who were gathering in 2s and 3s greeted each other one after another. Unless he was seeking death, he didn't have the guts to call old Mo Yang to his face. In addition, Yang Mucheng's battle with Qin Yufeng on the deck gave them a great shock, and his strength was recognized by everyone. When they met Yang Mucheng, they no longer had the same contempt as before. After a while, Qiongqing came to the hall with a group of servants and also went to the banquet. Waiters one after another brought plates of delicious food to the table, like a Manchu banquet. Seeing these food and wine, the most powerful people present almost stared out of their eyes. This wine is brewed with stalactite and the gallbladder of the great demon Xianin venomous snake. 1 sip is equivalent to eating a top-quality yellow-grade elixir. Old Demon Lin cried out. And this dish, it should be the Demon King saber-toothed rabbit. Who would have thought? This dinner was so luxurious. All the ingredients were either obtained from the great demons and demon kings, or from heavenly and earthly treasures, which dazzled everyone present. Reluctantly, Yang Mucheng took a look and said with a smile. Qiongqing on the side couldn't help but look ashamed when she heard this, and said quickly, Emperor Yang, how can the Wandao sword sect be compared with your Dacian dynasty?